On Sunday, I arrived at the ancient city ecological park early. My girlfriend asked me to meet her here. This is where we first met and dated, and it means a lot to us. I waited happily, but more than an hour later, she was nowhere to be seen. I was walking along the lakeside board and suddenly heard a puppy barking. A few dozen meters away in the lake, a golden retriever was drowning and struggling, with its leash tangled in the water plants. There was no one on the lakeshore, and I was a good swimmer, so I took off my clothes and went into the water, thinking that saving a dog's life would be a good deed. I swam to the puppy and broke the dog chain, but my hand was cut by the water grass, and blood dripped into the water. At this moment, I found something like a snuff bottle in the water grass, which was green and transparent, very mysterious. I picked it up, and was secretly happy that it was an antique. But suddenly, it emitted a green light, and my whole body felt like it was electrocuted, and a stream of air penetrated my body. I wanted to throw it away, but it seemed to grow on my hand and I couldn't get rid of it. Then, my whole body convulsed and I lost consciousness and sank to the bottom of the water. In a daze, I had a dream. I dreamed of a white-bearded old man who called himself the 12 Tribulations Loose Immortal and the Supreme Heavenly Evil. He said that his soul was trapped in the Qianquan pot, and he was able to escape because I found it. He wanted to take me as his disciple and teach me the way of cultivation. He said that if I succeeded in cultivation, I could fly into the sky and hide in the ground, and live forever. I asked a lot of questions, such as whether cultivation can make money and pick up girls, and the old man's face turned black. Finally, he roared and told me to get out. Then, I woke up and found a beautiful face in front of me, with warm lips pressed against my mouth. I instantly realized that she was giving me artificial respiration. It turned out that it was Zhao Nan, the owner of the rescued dog, who saved me. Her name was Zhao Nan, and she said that she was waiting for me to come ashore to thank her, but she didn't expect me to drown. I told her my name was Yiyun and thanked her. At this time, my girlfriend and her sister-in-law appeared. My sister-in-law Huang Qing mocked me for being a poor country boy who was not worthy of my girlfriend. She said that my girlfriend was going to marry a company executive next month and she even gave me an invitation. My girlfriend also asked me to go to the wedding expressionlessly. I knew I was being plotted against and felt humiliated and angry, but I didn't explain. Zhao Nan apologized, and I let her go, saying I wanted to be alone. I sat alone in the pavilion. When night fell, I was about to throw away the invitation, and an old voice rang in my mind, telling me to prove myself with my wealth and take the invitation to the wedding in a month. I was shocked and shouted around who was talking. The voice said he was a wandering immortal, and was on me, asking me to look at my left arm. I rolled up my sleeves and saw a snuff bottle pattern, which was the Qianquan pot I picked up before. Only then did I believe that the dream was real, and there were really immortals in the world. The immortal said that after I swore my name with my blood, he would use his spirit to cleanse my marrow and remove my hair, and let me test my vision and hearing. I focused my attention and looked across the lake. I saw the pattern of leaves, ants moving, and heard mosquitoes buzzing. I picked up a huge rock weighing 300 or 400 kilograms, and was very excited. The immortal said that from now on I was his last disciple and I had to call him master. He would teach me the basics of cultivation so that I could save face at my ex-girlfriend's wedding in a month. He would also teach me the supreme skills. He said that the Qianquan pot was a treasure of heaven and earth, and that there were many benefits to swearing homage to it with my blood, but I couldn't use it now and had to wait until I succeeded in cultivation. He fell into a deep sleep after he finished speaking. My head was swollen and painful, and a lot of knowledge about cultivation appeared in my mind, including Qianquan creation art, medical skills, divination, alchemy, and weapon formations. At this time, my cell phone rang. It was the bar manager Zhang. He yelled at me why I hadn't gone to work yet. I realized it was already 9 o'clock in the evening and I was late for work. I hurriedly took a taxi to the bar. Although I had inherited the immortal, I hadn't practiced yet, so I still had to rely on part-time work to make a living. After arriving at the bar, I worked until 2 a.m., and went to the restroom after the peak period. When I came out, I saw the class beauty Lu Lingling being helped into the private room by 2 hooligans. I guessed she was drugged. I was torn about whether to intervene or not, but thinking that my physical condition was different from that of ordinary people, I decided to save her. I kicked the door of the box open. There were 6 people inside. The music stopped and they looked at me unkindly. The yellow-haired young man cursed me, and I kicked him away. Others hit me with beer bottles, and I quickly knocked them down. I rushed into the bathroom and saw a young man trying to assault Lu Lingling. I kicked him unconscious, put clothes on Lu Lingling, picked her up and left. I ran from the back door of the bar to the alley, but Lu Lingling wrapped her arms around my neck and kissed me. I knew it was the effect of the drug, so I pushed her away and used acupressure massage to detoxify her. After she woke up, she slapped me and called me a beast. I got angry and yelled at her that I saved her. She came to her senses and apologized, and I snorted and was about to leave. She was scared and said that the school gate was closed and asked me to take her to the hotel to get a room. My eyes widened. I didn't expect her to say that. Seeing Yang Yiyu's face full of disbelief, Lu Lingling knew that Yang Yiyu had misunderstood, and blamed herself for not making it clear. She glared and said, "Yang Yiyu, what are you thinking? What I mean is, I didn't bring my ID card, and you take me to the hotel with your ID card to get a room." After that, she added, "Of course you go back after the room is booked." Yang Yiyun was a little disappointed, but also relieved. He almost thought Lu Lingling was a random person. After hearing her explanation, he said, "Is that so? I'm scared to death. However, I didn't bring my ID card with me when I rented the house. How about I go with you to get it? You can't let me sleep on the street if I can't go back to school." Lu Lingling said pitifully. "It's really troublesome. Come with me," Yang Yiyu said and left. Lu Lingling was really eye-opening today. When did this usually withdrawn classmate become so tough? She cursed in her heart, saying that Yang Yiyu had no sense of romance. She felt weak all over and could barely walk, but this guy didn't even bother to support her and just left without saying anything. Is my charm really that bad? Or is Yang Yiyu simply not interested in women? Lu Lingling's mind was full of ideas. When she thought about this in her mind, she hurriedly chased after Yang Yiyu. It was too dark here and she was scared. But after walking a few steps, Lu Lingling felt dizzy. It should be a side effect of taking the medicine. Looking at Yang Yiyu who was walking in front of her without looking back, Lu Lingling said angrily, "Yang Yiyu, wait a minute. What's wrong with you again?" Yang Yiyu's face was still burning from the slap given by Lu Lingling, and he didn't speak to her in a nice tone. "I have been spoiled since childhood and treated as the apple of my family's eye. No one has ever yelled at me or scolded me. I am also the class belle and school belle in school. People always turn their heads to look at me wherever I go. When has I ever been treated like this by a boy?" Seeing Yang Yiyu's impatient and disgusted look, Lu Lingling felt wronged and wanted to cry. Tears welled up in her eyes and she burst into a temper and yelled, "Yang Yiyu, I feel dizzy, can't you help me?" Many boys hate to see girls crying, and Yang Yiyu is the same. When he saw Lu Lingling's pitiful look with watery eyes, most of his anger disappeared. "Forget it, just consider it as something I owe you," he muttered, walked over to support Lu Lingling and walked away. He also knew that the medicine Lu Lingling had taken would have side effects on the body, and physical weakness was the first symptom. Originally, Yang Yiyu wanted to support her arm, but unexpectedly, Lu Lingling put her arm directly on his shoulder. This way of walking is torture for Yang Yiyu. "I say, can't you just hold my hand? I'm a girl and I'm not afraid of you, a grown man, so why should I be afraid of you?" Lu Lingling was delighted to see Yang Yiyu blushing and shy. She didn't expect Yang Yiyu to be so conservative. When they walked, they kept their hands hanging and didn't dare to be unrestrained. Normally, he should hold her hand with one hand and hold her waist with the other hand. But Yang Yiyu looked very respectful, as if he disliked me and thought that touching me would dirty his hands. This made Lu Lingling feel both amused and angry. Little did he know that Yang Yiyu had to walk with his arms hanging at both ends, which was very uncomfortable. He really didn't dare to touch Lu Lingling. "Now, I caught you. Aren't you afraid that I will take advantage of you?" Yang Yiyu said with a grin. "You little brat. I can see that you are not interested in women. Tell me, do you like men?" "Don't worry, I won't tell anyone else." Lu Lingling looked gossipy. Yang Yiyu was so angry that his face turned purple. Okay, I understand, you don't have to say anything. When Lu Lingling saw Yang Yiyu's ugly expression, she thought she had hurt him, so she spoke up quickly to stop Yang Yiyu from continuing. 1,000 crows were flying through Yang Yiyu's mind, so he simply stopped talking to her. He immediately grabbed Lu Lingling's hand and slim waist and supported her as they walked. Since you treat me as your gay friend, I won't be polite. If you don't take advantage of the opportunity, you'd be a bastard. Yang Yiyu thought evilly in his heart. And Lu Lingling really regarded Yang Yiyu as a gay friend who was not interested in women. 10 minutes later, the two arrived at Yang Yiyu's residence. Yang Yiyu took advantage of Lu Lingling along the way, but she was completely unaware and treated Yang Yiyu as her gay friend. Wait for me downstairs while I get my ID card. After going downstairs, Yang Yiyu let go of her and said. Lu Lingling saw that this place was a deep alley and pitch black, so she dared not wait there alone. I'll go with you. She had already thought of Yang Yiyu as a gay friend who had no interest in women, so she followed him upstairs without fear that he would do anything to her. Okay, let's go. Yang Yiyu didn't think much about it. The house he rented was a self-built 6-story building with a small courtyard. All the rooms were single rooms of 40 to 50 square meters, with separate bathrooms and kitchens. There were several universities nearby, and all of them were self-built houses for college students. The rent was not expensive. Yang Yiyu's room is on the 3rd floor. After going upstairs, he turned on the light. Lu Lingling looked around the room. It was not as messy as she had imagined for boys. Instead, it was very clean and tidy. There was a bed, a big sofa, a computer desk, an old and heavy Lenovo laptop, and books on the desk. Everything was neatly arranged. It was even better than a girl's room. This made Lu Lingling more certain that Yang Yiyun was a gay. What boy is not sloppy? She felt more relieved about him. You sit down for a moment, I'm going to the bathroom. Yang Yiyu said casually and went into the bathroom. Lu Lingling felt weak and lay down on Yang Yiyu's bed. A few minutes later, Yang Yiyu came out of the room and saw that Lu Lingling had actually fallen asleep on her bed. Hey Lu Lingling, wake up. Well Yang Yiyu, it's already 3 or 4 o'clock. I'll stay here with you for one night and leave at dawn. Lu Lingling said sleepily. You sleep in my bed, where should I sleep? Yang Yiyu's eyes widened. Is there such a girl? Isn't she afraid that he will do something to her? Oh, isn't there a sofa? You, a grown man, can just stay there for one night. Don't disturb me. I'll treat you to dinner tomorrow. After saying that, Lu Lingling buries her head in the quilt. No. Yang Yiyu was completely speechless. Seeing Lu Lingling's shameless behavior, he was at a loss. This completely overturned the image of the usually cold and aloof class beauty in his mind. The bed was occupied by Lu Lingling, so Yang Yiyu could only lie on the sofa. Facing a beautiful woman in bed, wouldn't Yang Yiyu be tempted? How is that possible? He is a normal man, not a saint. But today, Lu Lingling had been drugged. Although she had cured herself of the drug effects, the after-effects were still there, affecting her brain's judgment. I guess she was not in her right mind at the time. So Yang Yiyu will not take advantage of others' misfortune. Since he couldn't fall asleep anyway, he closed his eyes and digested the knowledge of cultivation that his master had imparted to his mind today. At dawn the next day, when a ray of sunlight from the east shone on his face, Yang Yiyu opened his eyes and trembled with excitement. Last night, I digested most of the knowledge of cultivation that my master taught me, and it really felt like I had found a treasure. First of all, there are different levels of realms in cultivation. According to the information imparted by the master, in theory, all living things in the world with spirits can cultivate. And the general term for cultivation is called xiuzhen, also known as xiuzhen. Cultivating one's true nature and pursuing one's true self is called xiuzhen. There are 9 levels of cultivation for cultivators, starting from the entry-level qi refining stage. From the first qi refining stage to the highest 9th stage, this stage mainly involves absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into the body and tempering the body's muscles and bones. With each level, one's own strength will become stronger. After the breakthrough, one will reach the next stage, the foundation building stage. In addition, Yang Yiyu finished reading all the information on medical skills and alchemy last night. My feeling after watching it is that he will be a miracle doctor on Earth, because what the master teaches is not medical skills at all, but magic skills and divine skills on Earth. Of course, many medical techniques need to be used in conjunction with true qi, otherwise they will not be able to cure diseases. If he had true qi in his body, Yang Yiyun felt that with the medical skills and theories in his mind, cancer could be cured. There was even the ability to revive the dead, but the requirements for cultivation would become higher as time went by. Today is Monday and there are classes at school. Yang Yiyun is preparing to call Lu Lingling, who is still sleeping, to go to school together. I walked over and called her 3 times but there was no response. She was still sleeping with her head tucked into the quilt wrapped around her. After calling her 3 times without waking her up, Yang Yiyun pulled the quilt. The next moment, his eyes widened. He clearly remembered that she didn't take off her clothes to sleep last night. What was this? Yang Yiyun dared to swear to the light bulb that he didn't do it on purpose, and he never thought that Lu Lingling actually took off her clothes. She was wearing pink clothes. He was already very angry early in the morning, and when he saw this scene, he instantly felt his nose starting to heat up. His throat was burning with anger, he swallowed and quickly prepared to cover Lu Lingling with the quilt. This was the safest thing to do while she was still asleep. However, man proposes, God disposes. What you worry about will come true. Lu Lingling, who had just been woken up by being called 3 times, opened her eyes at this moment. Their eyes met. Yang Yiyun looked embarrassed. Do you believe me if I say this is a misunderstanding? The next second, it was Lu Lingling who answered him, with a scream that broke the glass. Ah! Yang Yiyun immediately threw the quilt on Lu Lingling's head and ran away. Before leaving, he shouted, I told you about this misunderstanding. Whether you believe it or not, I believe it. I'll wait for you downstairs. Bang. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yiyun slammed the door shut. In the room, Lu Lingling pulled the quilt off her head, looked at the door, then at her own figure, and suddenly burst out laughing. Downstairs, Yang Yiyun's mind was filled with the scene of him just uncovering Lu Lingling's quilt. His whole body was burning with pain. At this moment, he felt like a guilty thief, his heart beating rapidly. But when he thought about it the other way around, it was not right. It was clearly Lu Lingling who occupied his bed last night, causing him to sit on the sofa all night. And he also saw her sleeping without taking off her clothes last night. I didn't see it on purpose, why should I feel guilty? Well, I can't feel guilty, or I will feel really guilty. Yang Yiyun muttered to himself, don't say she is really good, hee. Yang Yiyun, what did you see just now? Suddenly, Lu Lingling's voice sounded from behind, and I didn't know when she came down. Clothes, Yang Yiyun blurted out almost subconsciously, but as soon as the words came out, Yang Yiyun knew that something bad was going to happen. As expected, Lu Lingling turned around and was furious, I will kill you. Another slap came over. Just now, Yang Yiyun was distracted and didn't notice when she went downstairs. But now, when Lu Lingling's slap came over, in Yang Yiyun's eyes it was like a slow-motion movie scene. He raised his hand and grabbed her wrist. Lu Lingling, the most beautiful girl in the class and the school, I saved you last night and you slapped me. Forget about that, but don't push your luck. You sleep in my bed, so what's wrong with me looking at you? It's not like I'm losing a piece of meat. Besides, who knows you slept naked? I was kind enough to wake you up for school, you know. I didn't mean to look at you, understand? Putting Lu Lingling's wrist down harshly, Yang Yiyun turned and walked away. I've spoiled you. You always want to slap me. Lu Lingling was completely shocked by Yang Yiyun's series of aggressive words. After thinking about it carefully, it seemed that what he said made some sense. Lu Lingling had never been treated like this by a member of the opposite sex before. While she was angry, she also felt strange in her heart, a feeling that was hard to describe, very strange. And she just seemed, as if he had a reaction. Wait, this proves that he is interested in women. Lu Lingling blushed instantly. However, thinking about it, Yang Yiyun didn't violate her at all the whole night last night. It was really a miracle. She suddenly felt better for no apparent reason, and as she looked at Yang Yiyun walking away, she shouted, Yang Yiyun, you bastard, wait a minute. Yang Yiyun ignored her and walked away without looking back. The more he acted like this, the more Lu Lingling wanted to talk to him. Yang Yiyun, are you gay? You are the gay friend, your whole family is gay friends. Your sister. Your brother-in-law. The two of them walked into the school bickering all the way. Lu Lingling is not only the class beauty, but also the school beauty. Naturally, she is the goddess in the eyes of many boys and has never lacked suitors. Yang Yiyu walked with her and they even bickered with each other, just like the flirting between lovers. It quickly spread throughout the campus. No one knows Yang Yiyu, but Lu Lingling is a public figure in the school. Almost within one morning, news spread that school beauty Lu Lingling was in love with a boy, and photos of them were posted on the school forum. This brought a lot of hatred to Yang Yiyu. And the results are immediate. After school at noon, Yang Yiyu was blocked on his way to the cafeteria. Yang Yiyu was no stranger to the person who blocked him. He was Yu Xiaogang, a prominent figure in the sports department in his senior year. He was a good basketball player and was often mentioned in the school magazine. Are you Yang Yiyu? Yu Xiaogang was about 1.8 meters tall, half a head taller than Yang Yiyu, who was 1.78 meters tall. He looked at Yang Yiyu with a bad face. Yang Yiyu knew from Yu Xiaogang's expression that he was looking for trouble, but he couldn't remember when he had any grudges with Yu Xiaogang, and they didn't even have any social interaction. Looking at the 4 or 5 people from the sports department staring at him, Yang Yiyun said calmly, I am. What do you want from me? One thing, stay away from Lu Lingling. You're a loser, and you think you can eat swan meat. Yu Xiaogang's tone was very arrogant. Now Yang Yiyu finally understood that it was Lu Lingling's suitor who was to blame. It was all the school beauty's fault. If he thought about it carefully, he would know that he must have returned to school with Lu Lingling in the morning, and Yu Xiaogang found out and started to make trouble for him. A warning would be fine, but what Yang Yiyu hates most is other people scolding his mother, because his parents have always been a sore spot in Yang Yiyu's heart. He clenched his fists, making a crisp sound. At this time, Yu Xiaogang added fuel to the fire without knowing the consequences. Hey, what's the matter? You still want to fight with me? Come on, let you try. As he spoke, Yu Xiaogang punched Yang Yiyu. Yang Yiyu didn't want to cause trouble, but he wasn't afraid of it either, especially now that his body had been baptized by his master's spirit, and his sensitivity in all aspects was far beyond that of ordinary people. Perhaps if someone else met a tall and strong man like Yu Xiaogang, especially someone who played sports, they wouldn't dare to fight with him. But Yang Yiyu dared to do it, and he was so brave that he could easily defeat 10 people like Yu Xiaogang. He turned around and hit Yu Xiaogang's fist with his backhand, then chopped his wrist with his hand. Crack! The sound of broken bones was clearly heard, and then a kick landed on Yu Xiaogang's stomach. Ah! Yu Xiaogang let out a cry of pain, and his 1.80 meter tall and several hundred-pound body was kicked 3 meters away by Yang Yiyu. After realizing what was happening, Yu Xiaogang was furious and yelled at his companions, "What are you all just looking at? If you cripple this guy, or even kill him, I'll take the responsibility." When Yu Xiaogang's 5 classmates heard this, they rushed towards Yang Yiyu together. Not to mention 5, even if there were 5 more, they would not be enough for Yang Yiyu to fill his teeth. They were just some ordinary people with strong bodies. However, Yang Yiyu's body had been transformed by his master through marrow cleansing and hair removal. His vision and hearing could reach 300 or 400 meters, and he could lift boulders weighing several hundred kilograms. Facing 5 students from the Department of Physical Education was no piece of cake for him. In less than half a minute, all 5 of them were lying on the ground wailing. This was because Yang Yiyu showed mercy, otherwise it would not be difficult to break their bones. At this moment Yu Xiaogang was also stunned. He knew that he had hit a wall this time. He had heard that Yang Yiyu was just a poor guy from the countryside with no money and no background, but who knew that he was actually a martial artist. Seeing Yang Yiyu coming over, Yu Xiaogang also panicked. "You, what are you doing? Let me tell you, this is a school, you. Watch your mouth next time, otherwise it won't be your wrist that'll be broken. Get out." Yang Yiyu interrupted Yu Xiaogang, a look of disgust on his face. Yu Xiaogang and several classmates fled in a panic, and before leaving, he did not forget to threaten, "Yang Yiyun, you wait, this matter is not over yet." Idiot! Yang Yiyu patted the dust off his body and walked towards the cafeteria to eat. There is always a lack of onlookers on campus. Many girls look like they are infatuated with him, muttering things like, "He's so cool, he's from that department, what's his name," and so on. It seems to be Yang Yiyun from the history department. How cool. He actually beat up Yu Xiaogang, the little bully from the sports department. If you ask me, Yang Yiyun is in trouble now. Yang Yiyun could hear these discussions even from a distance. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but slightly rise. He thought to himself, I didn't expect that my buddy would be admired one day, it's really cool. As for Yu Xiaogang's threat, he didn't take it seriously at all. Just as Yang Yiyun walked to the cafeteria door, a familiar voice rang out, "Yang Yiyun, stop." While speaking, Qian Xiaobei wiped the tea off his face and woke up. When he came to his senses, he saw the teacup in Yang Yiyun's hand and the drops of water at the corners of his mouth, and immediately understood what was going on. Ah! Yang Yiyun, I'm going to kill you. You took away my first kiss. Qian Xiaobei stomped his feet and screamed, and was about to rush up to fight with Yang Yiyun. Fortunately, the box door opened at this time. Lu Lingling held Qian Xiaobei and said, "All right, Xiaobei, it's just a sip of tea, at most an indirect kiss, it doesn't count, let's eat first, just consider it as Yang Yiyun collecting medical expenses for curing your illness, ha." Then he said to the door, "Please come in." Yang Yiyun looked indifferent, not taking Qian Xiaobei's words seriously at all, and continued drinking tea. The door of the box opened and the waiter brought the food. Looking at the large table of dishes, Yang Yiyun didn't hesitate to show any respect, his stomach had already been growling. After eating for half an hour in a very ungraceful manner, he finally burped and leaned back in his chair comfortably. When he looked up, he saw the three beauties all looking at him strangely. This time, Yang Yiyun blushed for a rare moment. He looked at the three beauties and then at the empty plate in front of him. He immediately realized that he had eaten too much and frightened the three of them. Speaking of which, Yang Yiyun himself was also surprised, as he usually didn't eat so much, but today he almost finished 5 plates of food by himself. Lu Lingling and the other 2 were girls who ate less, so they just tasted a few bites. There were 7 dishes in total and a pot of seafood soup. Yang Yiyun finished 5 dishes and most of the soup. No wonder the 3 of them looked so weird. Thinking back, Yang Yiyun attributed the increase in his appetite to the marrow cleansing and hair removal performed by his master. Why are you looking at me?" he asked knowingly. Lu Lingling reacted, "Yang Yiyun, how many days have you not eaten? Are you still full?" Qian Xiaobei muttered quietly, "What a glutton. It's indeed edible." Lin Huan agreed. "Hey, what do you mean? I'm only 21 years old now, and I'm still growing, you know. I just need to eat a little more. Besides, it was very hard to treat Qian Xiaobei's illness before." "Qian Xiaobei, how can you say that I'm a glutton? I was going to prescribe medicine for you, but now I won't. You can just wait for your illness to relapse." Yang Yiyun scolded Qian Xiaobei righteously. When Qian Xiaobei heard that there was a prescription, and it would relapse, he immediately felt guilty. He smiled weakly and said to Yang Yiyun in a pitiful manner, "Brother Yun, I said something wrong. Please forgive me. Give me the prescription. At most, I won't bother with you for indirectly taking my first kiss. Is that okay?" This girl's voice was very unique, with a childish tone, and now she deliberately spoke in a coquettish tone, which immediately gave Yang Yiyun goosebumps all over his body. He waved his hands and said, "Speak nicely, I'll prescribe medicine for you. I'm afraid of you." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Huan came over, took out a pen and paper from his bag, and said expectantly, "Write." As soon as Yang Yiyun saw Lin Huan's expression, he knew that she was also suffering from this disease. He just said that he wanted to touch her. He took a look at Lin Huan's long legs intentionally or unintentionally, and said with a grin, "Lin Huan, did your lower back hurt when your relatives came? Don't think about this prescription. This is based on Qian Xiaobei's condition. It's useless for others. In your case, acupuncture is the best. I'll give you acupuncture when I have time." After thinking about Qian Xiaobei's situation, Yang Yiyun quickly wrote down a prescription. He had a vast amount of medical information in his mind, so it was not difficult for him to find some medicinal herbs available on Earth. After giving the prescription to Qian Xiaobei, he instructed, 3 prescriptions of Chinese medicine, the disease will be cured immediately. Remember to treat me to a meal. Hee, thank you Brother Yun. Qian Xiaobei took the prescription and put it away like a treasure, calling him Brother Yun sweetly, which made Yang Yiyu shiver. Okay, now that we've eaten and drunk enough, we have classes in the afternoon, so let's go. Behind him, Yang Yiyu walked towards the door, no longer paying any attention to the 3 beauties. Lu Lingling shouted with anger, Yang Yiyu, you have to give me a massage as well. It hurts too. At this time, several people had already walked out of the box and into the corridor. Some guests and waiters heard Lu Lingling shouting, and they looked at Yang Yiyu with envy and jealousy. Yang Yiyu's face was filled with black lines, and he left quickly. Walking with Lu Lingling, the outspoken campus beauty, he might get into trouble. After Lu Lingling shouted out, she also realized that her words were too ambiguous, and her face flushed red. The 3 of them hurried downstairs and left, cursing Yang Yiyu in their hearts, you bastard Yang Yiyu, it's all you who made me lose face, I curse you. After class in the evening, Yang Yiyu prepared to return to his rented house. He planned to practice Qian Kuan Zhao Hua Gong at night. Many of the medical skills he learned required true qi to cure diseases. Without true qi in the body, everything would be in vain. Cultivation is urgent, he needs to change his fate, which requires a lot of money, and he needs to regain his lost dignity at his ex-girlfriend's wedding in a month. This is what his master has instructed him to do, and it is also what he wants to do in his heart. Therefore, cultivation is the basic core of everything for him. As for the means of making money, he can easily obtain them with the knowledge taught by his master, but the prerequisite is to cultivate true qi. Yang Yiyu didn't expect that he would be blocked by someone again as soon as he left the school gate. And he was an acquaintance. Yu Xiaogang, with his left arm hanging, stared at Yang Yiyu with a vicious look on his face. Beside him were more than a dozen young men, who were also students of the school and members of the Taekwondo club. Is this the guy Gongzi? He's not that good, so weak. How come you were beaten by such a jerk? A student wearing a tight suit with visible abdominal muscles was obviously the leader. Yang Yiyu is a student of history. He has no interest in the Taekwondo club and has never paid attention to it. He does not know these people and can only tell from their clothes that they are students of this school. Yang Yiyu was very upset about this dark-skinned student with abdominal muscles who called him a punk. Even though the other party was from the Taekwondo club and there were 12 of them in total, Yang Yiyu was not afraid. Because he was very clear about the level of his physical body, his extraordinary agility alone was enough to give him an absolute advantage in a fight. What's more, he was very strong and could easily lift a boulder weighing 300 or 400 kilograms. With these, Yang Yiyu has the confidence and courage to fight. Yu Xiaogang said gloomily, Ning Wu, don't blame me for not reminding you. Don't underestimate the enemy. This guy is not a vase. If you can cripple him tonight, I will owe you a favor. Ning Wu didn't care. He and Yu Xiaogang were from the same compound and had a very close relationship. Today, Yu Xiaogang came to him after being beaten. He knew that Yu Xiaogang was very arrogant and seldom asked for help from others. Since he came to him for help, he must be a powerful person. So he called a group of classmates from the Taekwondo club to help Yu Xiaogang vent his anger. However, after seeing Yang Yiyu, Ning Wu felt a little disdainful. In his eyes, Yang Yiyu was too thin, did not have well-developed muscles or great strength, and was also a sour scholar in the history department, so he cared even less about him. He ignored Yu Xiaogang's reminder and looked at Yang Yiyun and said, for the sake of being in the same school, kneel down and kowtow to my buddy and let him beat you up. Then the matter will be settled. I guarantee that Yu Xiaogang will not bother you again. How about it? Listening to Ning Wu's words, Yang Yiyu suddenly wanted to laugh. Why did this guy speak in the same tone as the big boss in the Young and Dangerous movies? And they made him kneel down and kowtow. And they didn't allow him to beat him back after that. Yang Yiyun was so angry that he laughed. He looked at Ning Wu and said with a smile, can you guarantee it? Yes, I guarantee that my words will be heard in all universities in the Huahu district. As long as you kneel down and admit your mistakes. Before he could finish his words, Yang Yiyu interrupted him and said, who do you think you are? Are you trying to imitate others to be the big brother? Are you good enough? Come up and let me weigh you. Ning Wu's eyes suddenly widened. He didn't expect Yang Yu to say such a thing. After realizing what was going on, he flew into a rage. Today I'll let you know how many eyes the Horse King has. Beat him to death. Lu Lingling, you're haunting me. When I turned around, Lu Lingling walked over angrily, with two classmates beside her, both girls. Didn't we agree to go out for lunch together after class? Why didn't you wait for me? Lu Lingling said with her eyes wide open. After that, she pointed at the two girls beside her and said, my roommate and best friend, Lin Huan and Qian Xiaobei. Yang Yu nodded politely. My name is Yang Yu, hello. The girls who are with Lu Lingling are all good-looking, and each of them has her own merits. Lu Lingling is a recognized school beauty with impeccable looks. Lin Huan's skin was a little dark, but this girl was very attractive, especially because she had the best figure and height among the three. She was 1.75 meters tall, and her pair of long legs were, in the words of many people, enough to play with for a lifetime. As for Qian Xiaobei, she has a lowly face with a pair of eyes that look black, shiny, round and pretty. At first glance, she looks like an active and boyish person. As expected, Qian Xiaobei was the first to speak. Yang Yiyun, are you really my gay friend? Qian Xiaobei's words almost made me fall down. I knew without thinking that it must be Lu Lingling who was slandering me. After glaring at Lu Lingling who was trying not to smile, Yang Yiyun looked at Qian Xiaobei and said, Brother Qian Xiaobei is very normal. Let's not talk about me first. If you are sick, I suggest you go see a doctor. After digesting the medical knowledge left by his master the whole night, Yang Yu knew at a glance that Qian Xiaobei's illness was very serious. Although she had put on powder and light makeup on her face, Yang Yu could still see that her complexion was very yellow, not a normal skin color. It was originally a kind reminder, and Yang Yu didn't think much about it. He just said it casually after seeing the problem. But it annoyed Qian Xiaobei. Yang Yu, you are sick. Didn't I see you? I was just asking out of curiosity. How dare you, a grown man, curse a little girl like me? Qian Xiaobei was furious. Lu Lingling also interrupted and said, Auntie Yang Yiyun treats you as a friend. It's meaningless for you to say that about my Xiaobei. When he realized what they had misunderstood, he was not angry. He looked at Qian Xiaobei and said directly, Qian Xiaobei, what I meant is that when you come to visit your relatives, do you feel pain every 10 minutes, and each time is more severe than the last? This is because your body is too cold. If you don't see a doctor, you may faint from the pain. Over time, the consequences will be very serious. I am just reminding you kindly. I didn't really scold you. After listening to what Yang Yu said, Qian Xiaobei's face turned as red as an apple. While she was angry that Yang Yu had revealed her private affairs in public, she was also surprised in her heart that Yang Yu was absolutely right about her situation. This problem has lasted for more than a year, and each time it comes is more serious than the last time, and sometimes she is dying. She took a lot of medicine, but there was no improvement at all, and it became a serious problem for her. At this time, Lin Huan suddenly said, Xiaobei has been taking medicine for more than a year. She is so embarrassed that she refuses to see a doctor. Yang Yiyun, how did you see that? Do you have a way to treat her? Yes, Yang Yu, you know a lot. Can you cure it? Do you have any powerful folk remedies? Take them out quickly. I want one too. My relatives are in pain too. Lu Lingling came over and said. I don't have any folk remedy, but I can really cure it. Yang Yu kept it a secret and didn't say anything else. It was not easy for him, the descendant of the supreme immortal, to treat gynecological diseases. You're not a medical student, so what do you know? Qian Xiaobei muttered, but deep down she really hoped that Yang Yu could cure her, as her condition was in so much pain. My ancestor is an old Chinese medicine doctor. He has read some Chinese medicine books and knows something about it. Yang Yu made up a reason casually. Of course, he would not say that there is an old immortal in my body. At this time, Lu Lingling suddenly remembered that after Wan Wenhao drugged her last night, it seemed that Yang Yu tapped on her body a few times and she woke up. Thinking of this, Lu Lingling's face inexplicably turned red, but she also believed what Yang Yu said, and said with a giggle, come on, I promised you a meal and I won't break my promise. We can talk about the treatment later. After saying this, he winked at Qian Xiaobei and Lin Huan. Yang Yu smiled in his heart. How could he not see that Lu Lingling was trying to sugarcoat him? However, he really wanted to try out whether his master's inherited medical skills were effective, and having someone to test them on was just what he wanted. He deliberately hesitated for a moment and said, "Okay, I'm tired of the food in the cafeteria anyway, so I'll just give you a meal." Although Lu Lingling's family background was unclear, Yang Yu could tell from her clothes that her family was wealthy. Lin Huan and Qian Xiaobei were also dressed elegantly. The thing that is most abundant around the university is restaurants. There is a Chinese restaurant not far from the school gate. After Lu Lingling led the way in, a middle-aged man with a manager tag on his chest greeted them with a smile. It was obvious that he was a regular customer. "Manager Zhang, please serve the dishes as usual," she said to the middle-aged man. "Okay, everyone go to the box first and I'll arrange it right away." Then, Lu Lingling went straight to the third floor and came to a box near the window. It was not even booked, so I guess it was a long-term reservation. This restaurant is of quite high standard, and Lu Lingling is definitely not an ordinary wealthy girl to be able to reserve a private room for a long time. Yang Yu thought calmly in his heart. After we were seated, the waiter served us tea and then left. At this time, Qian Xiaobei, who had just sat down and hadn't even taken a sip of tea, suddenly shrank up. Soon beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, and he covered his stomach with his hands and groaned. Yang Yu knew at a glance that her relative was making trouble again. "Xiaobei, how are you? Drink some hot water." Lin Huan walked over to help her. Qian Xiaobei was speechless. Lu Lingling looked at Yang Yu and said, "Yang Yu, what tricks do you have? Come and see." Yang Yiyun stood up and said, "Originally, acupuncture would be the most effective and fastest, but now it's not available. I can only try massage." "Hurry up, Xiaobei is in so much pain," Lin Huan urged from the side. Seeing Qian Xiaobei curled up in a ball, Yang Yu didn't hesitate. Knowing her serious condition, he asked Lin Huan and Lin Lingling to move aside. Then he began to help Qian Xiaobei with massage according to the medical skills in his mind. In fact, it was to stimulate the acupoints and activate the blood circulation. As long as the qi and blood flowed smoothly, everything would be fine. In the inheritance in the mind, this kind of medical skill is called 13 hands of meridians, and it is mainly used to dredge the qi and blood. For cultivators, it is used to dredge the true qi, but it was used by Yang Yu to treat the woman's relative's illness. Fortunately, his master Yun Tianxia fell into a deep sleep, otherwise he would have been angered to death by Yang Yu. Through the clothes, Yang Yu began to massage Qian Xiaobei's whole body according to the hand gestures and acupoints of the 13 meridians. While massaging, I was secretly admiring the feeling. This guy was multitasking, and after the third move, Qian Xiaobei's pain had been alleviated by a lot, at least the groans of pain from his mouth had become much quieter. After the sixth hand, Qian Xiaobei's shrunken body had sat up straight, leaning back in the chair. This made Lu Lingling and Lin Huan, who were watching on the side, open their eyes wide. Both of them did not expect that Yang Yu could really cure it. They were actually half believing and half doubting before, but this time they were really enlightened. On the 10th move, Qian Xiaobei let out a whimpering sound and his face turned red. After all 13 moves were completed, Yang Yu had also rubbed Qian Xiaobei's body thoroughly, touching him almost all over. Before he knew it, Qian Xiaobei fell asleep with a blush on his face. After stopping with a feeling of unsatisfied desire, Yang Yu turned around and saw Lu Lingling and Lin Huan looking at him with red faces as they explained. After coming to his senses, Yang Yu understood that it was all because of the humming sound Qian Xiaobei made just now. In fact, the whole process took less than 5 minutes to complete. After sitting down with a satisfied look on his face, Yang Yiyun picked up the teacup and took a sip of tea. At this time, Lin Huan said something that made Yang Yu spit out all the tea he had not swallowed. "Yang Yu, let me touch you too," Lin Huan said this out of the blue. Puff. A large mouthful of tea sprayed out and just landed on the face of the sleeping Qian Xiaobei. Is it raining?" Qian Xiaobei said as if he had just woken up from a dream. "I've seen arrogant people before, but I've never seen one as arrogant as this." Ning Wu was mad at Yang Yiyu's soft and arrogant words. This was the first time a student dared to speak like this in front of him. In the Huahu district of the ancient city, even the gangsters outside the school didn't dare to act recklessly when they saw Ning Wu. Yang Yiyun was the first one. With a loud roar, he punched Yang Yiyun and went straight to the door. All the classmates around him are from the Taekwondo club. They train their muscles all day long and are least afraid of fighting. Although Ning Wu angrily said that everyone should beat Yang Yiyun together, which is a bit bullying, Ning Wu is the leader among them and the president. Everyone receives a lot of his help in terms of food, drink, defecation, and urination on a daily basis. As the saying goes, if you eat the devil's food, follow the devil. Since Ning Wu has spoken, let's just beat him together. Yang Yiyun stood there with his eyes narrowed, not moving, waiting for them to attack. In the eyes of Ning Wu and his classmates, this scene was an expression of shock. Yu Xiaogang, who had suffered a loss from Yang Yiyun, was standing aside with his arm hanging, and his eyes were filled with worry. When Ning Wu saw Yang Yiyun's look, he sneered in his heart with a ferocious look on his face, thinking that this punch would break Yang Yiyun's nose. However, just when his fist was 3 inches away from Yang Yiyun's nose, he suddenly felt his wrist tighten, and found that his wrist was grasped by Yang Yiyun. At this moment, there were only 3 words in Ning Wu's mind: too fast. Yang Yiyun's speed is too fast. The next moment he felt his arm shake and his body turned involuntarily. Bang! He lost his balance and had an intimate kiss with the ground, tears and snot instantly flowing down. Ning Wu, who often fought, knew that his nose was broken, but he didn't expect that he failed to break Yang Yiyun's nose, and this time he was injured first. Immediately afterwards, a series of muffled groans and wails rang in his ears. When Ning Wu got up and took a look, he was stunned and his heart was pounding. I saw all the students, one by one, falling to the ground, wailing, looking at Yang Yiyun with fear on their faces. At this moment Ning Wu finally understood that he had met a true master, and this time he was short-sighted and suffered a setback. Yang Yiyun stood in the field unharmed, with the same faint smile on his face as before. It's all over, it's completely over, Ning Wu said in his heart. He didn't have the slightest thought of picking himself up and fighting again, because he knew that a person who could knock down 12 people in just over a minute was definitely not an ordinary person. For a moment, Ning Wu was like a deflated ball, and his momentum instantly sank to the bottom. Yu Xiaogang, the instigator of this incident, was even more shocked. He witnessed with his own eyes how Yang Yiyun defeated a group of people from Ning Wu. In Yu Xiaogang's eyes, Yang Yiyun just now was just like a top-notch master in a martial arts drama. Every punch and kick he made landed, and someone fell down after he struck out. Moreover, his attacks were incredibly fast. Compared with Yang Yiyun, Ning Wu, who practiced boxing every day, was just trash. After Yang Yiyun stopped, he looked at the wailing on the ground and felt proud. His desire to practice Taoism became more urgent. The awesome immortal master, using only his spiritual power, transformed his physique, allowing him to defeat 12 boxers alone without suffering any loss. Then what the master said about successful cultivation, being able to fly into the sky and hide in the ground, and being the best in the universe, should all be achievable. He couldn't help but get excited when he thought about it. Taking a glance at Yu Xiaogang and Ning Wu's expressions, Yang Yiyun smiled even more and said to Ning Wu, "We are all from the same school, so I won't make things difficult for you. You can avoid me when you see me in the future. Can you do that? Or if you still don't accept it, you can fight me. I'm always ready to accompany you." After saying that, Yang Yiyun ignored Ning Wu and glanced at Yu Xiaogang, who trembled inexplicably. Yang Yiyun. I was wrong this time. I won't pursue Lu Lingling anymore, Yu Xiaogang said this with trembling teeth. Yang Yiyun laughed and said, "I was going to give you some muscle memory, but since you are so sensible, I won't bother with you. Don't be so aggressive in the future. We are all classmates and college students. Be polite. Now let's go." After seeing the fear in Yu Xiaogang's eyes, Yang Yiyun's anger subsided. Besides, they were classmates from the same school and there was no big hatred between them. Those who needed to be taught a lesson had been taught a lesson and their goal had been achieved. He was not a petty person and there was no need for him to be serious with them. If he had that time, he might as well go back and study and practice. After this fight, Yang Yiyun had a rough test of his own fighting ability. One person fighting 20 should be the limit. Of course, they must first be 20 ordinary people. I am already a Superman, and I left with a happy heart. At this time, the entire outside of the school was full of people, and many students were standing in the distance watching. Yang Yiyun didn't want to cause trouble, and if he didn't leave, the school police would come out. Looking at Yang Yiyun's departing back, Ning Wu and Yu Xiaogang both had unpleasant looks on their faces. They had lost all their face today, and many students were watching. He said to the students around him, "Get up and go, I'll treat you to a midnight snack, don't embarrass yourself on the ground anymore." They all stood up with grimaces on their faces, but nothing serious happened. That was because Yang Yiyun had shown mercy. If he had really used his full strength, he could have killed or crippled them with one punch. "Ning Wu, I owe you this time. What do you think about what happened today?" After Yang Yiyun walked away, Yu Xiaogang asked Ning Wu. Ning Wu said in a deep voice, "What else can I say? That guy is a master, just swallow this loss first. Are we just going to let it go like this? Or should we find someone from outside to deal with Yang Yiyun?" Yu Xiaogang said viciously. Ning Wu glared and said, "I can't afford to lose face to that guy. That guy is very good at fighting. Even if I find some thugs from outside, it may not work. However, I have to get this face back, otherwise I, Ning Wu, will not be able to survive in school. I heard that the third brother is about to retire." "Third brother? Are you talking about Han Xiaosan?" Yu Xiaogang's eyes suddenly lit up. Yang Yiyun, who had already walked away, didn't know that Yu Xiaogang and Ning Wu were convinced on the surface, but they also kept their anger in their hearts, waiting for someone to retreat and regain the place. After returning to the rental house, Yang Yiyun sat on the bed after taking a shower. Just as he was about to meditate according to the exercises in his mind, his cell phone rang. I picked up the phone and saw that it was Shen Xiaojie, a colleague at the bar. "Hey, what's the matter with the stutter? It's not time yet, why are you leaving so early?" Shen Xiaojie is a bit tongue-tied, so everyone calls him a stutterer. He is also a college student working part-time at another university in Huahu district. He is also a student and comes from a poor family. The two have something in common and have become friends. Yun. Brother, it's late. I'm going up tonight. Don't come. I've heard the news. There's a group of people are asking about you. It doesn't look like you're a good person. I might want to get you. After listening to the stuttering and intermittent words, Yang Yiyun hung up the phone and fell into deep thought. Someone was looking for trouble with him, and from what he stuttered, it was someone from society. The first thing Yang Yiyun thought of was what happened last night. It might be the cause of the trouble he caused when he rescued Lu Lingling last night. Later, Lu Lingling said that the young man who was beaten was called Wan Wenhao, and he was the heir of the Wan family in the ancient capital. The Wan family was in the real estate business and was rich and powerful. Although Lu Lingling mentioned that she had already told her family and that the Wan family would be in great trouble, Wan Wenhao would probably not appear in the bar again. In addition, he deliberately took off his work clothes when he rescued someone last night, and walked out of the back door of the bar. There were only a few waiters in sight, and they all had a good relationship with him. As long as no one said anything, they would not notice him. But now it seems that Yang Yiyun feels that he has thought too simply. In this world, if you have money and power, there is really nothing that cannot be accomplished. If Wan Wenhao really wanted to find himself, it would not be difficult at all. Logically speaking, he provoked Wan Wenhao in order to save Lu Lingling. He should tell Lu Lingling about this and let her come forward to settle it. Although he is not sure what Lu Lingling's family does, she said that the Wan family is a giant in the real estate industry in the ancient capital. It seems that her family can have business dealings with the Wan family, which is not bad. It might be better if Lu Lingling comes forward. But after thinking it over, Yang Yiyun gave up this idea. He was not the kind of person who relied on women. Since he had taken action last night, he was already prepared to be retaliated against. Of course, this is just a guess now, and it may not be Wan Wenhao who asked someone to look for him. It could be something else. While I was deep in thought, the phone rang again. This time it was the bar manager who called. Yang Yiyun's heart sank when he saw the phone number, but he still picked up the call. Manager Zhang. Yang Yiyun, please come earlier in the evening. The bonus will be distributed tonight. If you can't come before 8 o'clock, you will not be paid for this month. Manager Zhang said this and hung up the phone. Yang Yiyun sneered and said to himself, Zhang fatty, are you setting a trap for me? Seeing the time was 7:20 p.m., Yang Yiyun simply went downstairs and walked towards the bar. This was his hard-earned money, so even if the bar was a scam, he was not afraid. He wondered if the bar manager had colluded with the people who were looking for him to get him. Was manager Zhang Pengzi being coerced, or was he so blinded by money that he even betrayed his nominal subordinate? Anyway, if Fatty Zhang said on the phone that he would give out bonuses, Yang Yiyun would not believe it even if he was beaten to death. Based on his understanding of the manager Zhang Fatty, how could he give out bonuses? He has been working in this bar for a year, and he only gave out bonuses once, on Halloween, and that was for unsold fruits and wine. In short, there is little profit to be made working under Fatty Zhang. Yang Yiyun clearly felt that there was something fishy about Fatty Zhang's words, but he had to go. Because his salary is the hard-earned money he earns by working hard and staying up late every night. If he doesn't go, Fatty Zhang can really lower his salary with his personality. Things will work out when the time comes. Yang Yiyun just doesn't believe in evil. Of course, the main reason is that he now has the confidence to go to the bar. While his mind was in a mess, Yang Yiyun walked into the bar. The night show was about to start at 8:30, and it would be time for the shift change in half an hour. He and Jie Ba were part-time workers on the night shift. The booming music was so loud that it made people's ears ring. Yang Yiyun was already used to it and walked straight to Fatty Zhang's office. At this time, a young man in waiter clothes saw Yang Yiyun, hurried over, grabbed his wrist and left. Yang Yiyun let him grab her wrist and go into the bathroom. Yun, brother, didn't I tell you not to come? He stammered. It's okay. Do you know who is looking for me? Yang Yiyun had stuttered and hung up the phone in a hurry before, so he didn't have time to ask in detail. Yes, it's Watto, now, just, waiting for you in Fatty Zhang's office. Don't go, they don't mean well. The stuttering man looked worried. Yang Yiyun felt warmed when he saw that Jie Ba was worried about him and smiled. Don't worry, I'll go check it out. I want to get this month's salary back. Yun. Brother Yun, the fact that you rescued someone last night, I guess, was told by Ho Cheng's, that, grandson. Watto and his gang just looked for Ho Cheng. The more anxious he was, the more he stuttered. A hint of gloom flashed in Yang Yiyun's eyes. He also disliked Ho Cheng, whom Jie Ba mentioned. Ho Cheng was a veteran in the bar. As a formal employee, he was considered the waiter foreman. He loved to flatter people, and college students who came to the bar to work part-time were often bullied by him. 3 months ago, a girl from a neighboring school just arrived and was bullied by Ho Cheng. Yang Yiyun couldn't stand it and had a fight with Ho Cheng. Ho Cheng held a grudge against him for this and always told tales and bad things about him in front of Fatty Zhang. Yang Yiyun had wanted to beat him up for a long time. As for the Watto that Jie Ba mentioned, he is a local tyrant in this area. I heard that he is in the service of a certain big boss and has a bunch of unemployed vagrants working under him. They make a living by looking after nightclubs in Huahu district. Because he has dyed his hair with several colors, his nickname is Watto. Yang Yiyun had seen Watto several times and had heard about some of his deeds. He knew that Watto was a mad dog. He was quite famous in Huahu district and few people dared to provoke him. More importantly, he heard that there was a big shot behind Watto. Of course, he is that kind of person in society. To put it bluntly, Watto is just a mad dog under the control of others. While Yang Yiyun was talking to the stammerer, the toilet door was pushed open and a young man in his 20s walked in. He said with an expression of gloating that he could not hide, Manager Zhang, Yang Yiyun, has been waiting for you for a long time. You don't want to work anymore, right? Are you going to the toilet to eat shit? Hurry up and don't let Manager Zhang wait for you. After that, he turned to the stutterer and said, Stutterer, it's your turn today. Why don't you go to the warehouse and hide in the toilet to find shit to eat? Yang Yiyun's face immediately darkened, and he rushed forward and slapped Ho Cheng in the face. Pa! Ho Cheng was slapped to the ground by Yang Yiyun. Half of his face swelled up instantly and blood bubbles came out of his mouth. Yang Yiyun showed no mercy in this slap. He stepped on his back and said, You scumbag, I've tolerated you for so long. Your mouth stinks worse than a cesspool. Ugh. Jieba was too timid to provoke Ho Cheng, but Yang Yu was not afraid, especially now. In Yang Yu's dictionary, whoever treats him well, he will repay him with kindness. Ho Cheng came in and not only cursed him, but also cursed Jieba. This made Yang Yu unable to bear it. He regarded Jieba as a brother, so naturally he could not let his brother suffer any loss, not to mention that Jieba was there to tip him off. Yang Yu. Ho Cheng covered his face and cursed angrily, but before he could finish his curse, Yang Yu slapped him again. Pa! Ah! Ho Cheng screamed. This time, the other side of his face also swelled up and turned into a complete pig's head. If you curse me again, I'll kill you. Yang Yu stared at Ho Cheng with a cold tone. He hated to see people cursing his mother the most. Ho Cheng suddenly felt that Yang Yu's eyes were very cold, which were not like the eyes of a human being. They were like the cold eyes of a wild beast, which made him tremble in his heart, and he dared not say a word anymore. He had no doubt that Yang Yu was trying to kill him. Jieba, you go to the warehouse first. I'll go take a look. After glaring at Ho Cheng, Yang Yu said to Jieba. Okay then. You, be careful. If anything happens you, scream, I'll call the police. Don't worry, I'll be fine. With a smile, the two of them came out of the bathroom, and Yang Yu went straight to Fatty Zhang's office. He made up his mind that he would quit his job after receiving his salary from Fatty Zhang tonight. He already had ways to make money, and working part-time in a bar was not a long-term solution after all. When he arrived at the door of Fatty Zhang's office, Yang Yu pushed the door open without knocking. Judging from what happened tonight, Fatty Zhang had already mixed up with Watto, who was looking for him. Since Fatty Zhang had cheated him, there was no need for Yang Yu to show respect to him. After pushing the door open, Yang Yu saw 4 people sitting on the sofa, one of whom was Watto, whose colorful hair was very eye-catching. Fatty Zhang was sitting opposite with a bar in his hand and a forced smile on his face, drinking with Watto and the other 4. Seeing Yang Yu coming in, Fatty Zhang immediately frowned and said, Yang Yu, are you still a college student? Don't you know how to knock on the door before entering? Don't you know basic manners? When Yang Yu saw Fatty Zhang, Watto, and 3 other people drinking, he finally confirmed in his heart that it was indeed Fatty Zhang and Watto who tricked him here. It seemed that the person Wang Wenhao was looking for was Watto, and there was no doubt that he wanted to deal with him. Hearing Fatty Zhang's scolding, Yang Yu sneered and said, courtesy is reserved for people, and you don't deserve it. Fatty Zhang, you cheated me, and you still expect me to be polite to you. Giving me a bonus was fake, but tricking me to come was real. Now that I'm here, tell me what's the matter. Yang Yu, I am now officially informing you that you are fired. It has nothing to do with our bar. Fatty Zhang said with a gloomy face. Haha, is it that easy to fire me? Give me my salary. Yang Yu looked at him with a sneer. Fatty Zhang was furious. You beat up the young master of the Yuan family last night and caused me a lot of trouble. I still expect to pay you a salary. Dream on. Yang Yiyun sighed in his heart, it really is Wang Wenhao. At this time, Watto, who was sitting on the sofa, stood up, holding a glass of red wine in his hand and walked in front of Yang Yu, jokingly saying, you are quite courageous, kid. You dare to fight the young master of the Yuan family. You may be the first one in the whole ancient city. Do you know that you are in big trouble? Yang Yiyun looked at Watto, whose expression did not change at all, narrowed his eyes and asked, what's the big deal? Watto smiled sinisterly and said, young master Wan also asked me to break your penis. Is this a big deal? Ha ha ha. Well, it's indeed a big deal. However, if you want my offspring, it may not be possible because I will cripple you before you do anything. Do you believe it? Yang Yu was looking at Watto seriously. You are looking for death, kid. Watto suddenly threw the wine glass in his hand towards Yang Yu, kicked Yang Yu in the stomach, and said to the 3 people behind him, go ahead, cripple his 5 limbs. Yang Yu dodged Watto's wine glass by tilting his head, rushed forward and kicked Watto on the calf. Crack! The sound of bones breaking rang out in the room. The next moment Watto sat down on the ground, holding his calves and screaming, Several people around Watto also came to Yang Yiyu, but were beaten by Yang Yiyu's fists and feet without mercy. Bang, bang, bang. Ah. After a series of dull blows, no one was left standing. All four of them, no matter how burly or skinny they were knocked down by Yang Yiyu in just a few seconds. With his strength and agility, beating these people would be like bullying them. Even though they are thugs in society and are more ruthless than ordinary people in fighting, they only bully ordinary people. When they meet a freak like Yang Yiyu, it's like they have hit a hard wall and even their leg bones can be broken. In Yang Yiyu's eyes, these social thugs are no different from ordinary people. They all have hands and feet, and their strength is limited. They are not martial artists. Beating them was almost the same as beating Ning Wu and Yu Xiaogong's students. The only difference is ruthlessness, but Yang Yiyu was more ruthless to them, because these people were scum who took pride in bullying ordinary people, so Yang Yiyu showed no mercy. In just one encounter, all of them, including Watto, had their bones broken. After tidying up his clothes, Yang Yiyu walked towards Watto and asked with a smile, "I told you that I can destroy you before you do anything. Are you dissatisfied?" Watto hugged his calf, with a sinister look on his face and beads of sweat on his head. He looked at Yang Yiyu with fear in his eyes, but said firmly, "Kid, if you have the guts, kill me. If you can't kill me, I will make you disappear from the ancient capital. I, Watto, have never been afraid of anyone since I was 15 years old." Hee hee, Yang Yiyu laughed. People like Watto who can make a name for themselves must be ruthless and willing to risk their lives, otherwise he would not have the fame he has today. However, that was in the past. As a student of history, Yang Yiyu had seen countless historical celebrities and countless brave military generals. He had studied that many people were crazy people who were willing to sacrifice their lives before they became famous, and most of them became famous when they were young. After they reached a stable age and lived a peaceful life, who would not cherish their lives? When you are young, you don't care about your life. To put it bluntly, that is stupid. If you are lucky, you will become famous. When you are older and look down on life, looking back on it, who wouldn't be scared? At this moment, Watto was such an example in Yang Yiyun's eyes. He was a gangster at the age of 15 because he was young and fearless. But what about now? He was almost 30 years old, and he was a well-known gangster leader with rich people under him. Could he be as reckless as he was when he was young? Yang Yiyu didn't believe it. Looking at Watto's vicious eyes, Yang Yiyu smiled even more and suddenly raised his foot and stepped on Watto's other calf. Crack! Ah! Watto screamed like a pig being slaughtered. But Yang Yiyu was not done yet. He grabbed a red wine bottle from the coffee table and smashed it on his head. Bang! The red wine bottle shattered on Watto's head, and Watto's head was also split open. Then Yang Yiyu slowly placed the half-sharp bottle in his hand on Watto's neck and said with a smile again, "Watto, I have heard of you. You are indeed very powerful. I heard that you control many nightclubs in Huahu district. You force women of good families to become prostitutes and give birth to sons without anus. There are several students in our school who have been dragged into this by you. Do you know that you have ruined their lives? Even the students in this area were not spared. You are still alive without being hit by a car when you go out. You have exceeded the credit limit in the book of life and death. It is unreasonable for God to punish you. Do you think I dare to poke a bloody hole in your neck? And then give you a glass of human blood red wine to taste?" Dang dang dang. The blood on Watto's head flowed onto his face, which turned pale and his teeth chattered. Just as Yang Yiyu thought, he was still very afraid of death. "Brother. Oh no, Brother Yun. Master, please have mercy on me. I am a little blind and I am doing this for money. Wan Wenhao gave me 20,000 to buy you. Well, I will give it all to you. Please let me go, brother." Watto finally got scared and begged for mercy. But he had no choice. The sharp glass bottle in Yang Yiyu's hand had cut his skin on his neck, causing blood to seep out. In addition, Yang Yiyu had just broken his other leg and his head was cracked. He was already scared and terrified of Yang Yiyu's ruthlessness. It was normal for him to let out all his anger. "Hey, Watto, let's not talk about money first. I just want to ask you if you are afraid of death." Answer me honestly so that I can verify what I think in my heart and write my graduation thesis. Yang Yiyu still had the half-broken wine bottle in his hand against Huato's neck and asked Huato seriously. Huato's heart had collapsed at this moment. Looking at Yang Yiyu's serious questioning, he felt that Yang Yiyu was a complete lunatic. He took out a card from the mouth and cried, "Master Yun, please let me go. I'm afraid. I'm afraid of death." "Are you really scared or just pretending to be scared?" Yang Yiyu said. "Really, really scared," Huato said in a trembling voice. A smell of urine wafted into Yang Yiyu's nose. He knew that Huato was really scared of him this time. He would have to think twice before causing trouble for him next time. Now that his goal had been achieved, he spat and threw away the bottle in his hand. Of course he wouldn't kill Huato, that would be illegal and he hasn't lived enough. The brutal attack was just to scare him. After taking a look at the bank card in Huato's hand, he slapped him on the head and said, "Do you think I'm stupid? Bring me some cash to compensate me for my medical expenses and mental damages." Huato almost cursed in his heart, "Your sister's medical expenses? I'm the one who was injured." Since Yang Yiyu didn't want a card but wanted cash, Huato had to take out cash. A total of more than 4,000 yuan was given to Yang Yiyu. After Yang Yiyu snorted coldly, Huato searched the three followers' cash and collected more than 9,000 yuan. He said with a bitter face, "This is all the cash that Brother Yun has." Yang Yiyu grabbed the money and put it into his pocket with peace of mind. He felt no pressure in taking money from people like Huato. "Get lost, go back and tell Wen how to clean his neck and wait. I'll record this for him." Huato heard Yang Yiyu telling him to get lost and quickly asked his men to help him leave. His legs were broken and he couldn't walk. After hearing Yang Yiyu's words, Huato thought for a moment and said, "Master Yun, Wenhao's lower body was crippled by you. He went to Yanqing for treatment and he probably won't be back in the ancient capital in the short term." Yang Yiyu was stunned for a moment, and after thinking carefully, it seemed that he did kick him in the lower body when he saved Lu Lingling last night. Could it be that he was really kicked to death by himself? Things were done. Yang Yiyu didn't care and waved his hand to let Huato and his men go away. Then Yang Yiyu turned and looked at the manager Fatty Zhang. "Fatty Zhang, it's time for us to settle the score. You deliberately lured me here for Huato. If I didn't have some strength, I would have been useless tonight. How do you want to settle this score?" Unlike the smiling face he gave to Huato, Yang Yiyu's face was gloomy and his tone was cold when facing Fatty Zhang. Fatty Zhang had witnessed Yang Yiyu's method of dealing with Huato, and was almost having a heart attack. When he heard Yang Yiyu's cold words, his face turned extremely pale, and he said in a trembling voice, "Yang Yiyu, I can't protect the bar with Huato either. I am sorry for you. Here is 20,000 yuan. I hope you can forgive me. How about you be the foreman of the bar in the future? Who cares? Just give me and Jiaba's salary, and we'll owe each other nothing from now on." After thinking it over, Yang Yiyu decided not to argue with Fatty Zhang. The part-time job was what Fatty Zhang hired him for, and it gave him the opportunity to earn a living during college. In view of this, Fatty Zhang would cheat him tonight to even things out, and he would not work part-time at the bar anymore. If Jiaba was left behind after he left, he would definitely be bullied by Ho Cheng, so he simply took Jiaba's salary and took him away. Yang Yiyu did not take the 20,000 yuan, but only took the salary he deserved, as a way of repaying the favor of Fatty Zhang for giving him the job opportunity. Outside the bar, Yang Yiyu gave Jiaba 5,000 yuan. In fact, Jiaba's normal salary was only 3,000 yuan. He got more than 9,000 yuan from Huato tonight, plus the 6,000 yuan salary settled from Fatty Zhang, a total of 15,000 yuan. He simply gave Jiaba 5,000 yuan. Will you blame me for stuttering? Yun. Brother Yun. What are you talking about? I haven't wanted to do this for a long time. If you leave, I will definitely not be able to continue. You helped me get the salary. I thank you. I can't thank you enough. How can I blame you? Besides, my father has contracted dozens of acres of land this year to plant medicinal herbs. He will make a lot of money next month, and I don't need to work part-time anymore. Stuttered and said happily. Yang Yiyun smiled and said, okay, as long as you don't blame me, let's go, buddy, I'll treat you to a midnight snack. The stutterer said generously, okay, I'll treat you. They went to the night market to eat skewers and ordered beer. Just as they were drinking it, Yang Yiyun's phone rang. He picked it up and saw that it was Lu Lingling calling. As soon as the call was connected, before Yang Yiyun could even open her mouth, Lu Lingling said something that made Yang Yiyun spit out the beer in his mouth. Where is Yang Yiyun? My relatives are here, come and treat me. Lu Lingling destroyed her image as a goddess in Yang Yiyun's mind as soon as she opened her mouth on the phone. Yang Yiyu found that it was a mistake to know Lu Lingling, and troubles never ceased. If he hadn't had extraordinary abilities tonight, he would have died in the bar. The source of all this was because he was a hero saving a beautiful girl. After saving Lu Lingling, Yu Xiaogang and Ning Wu provoked him, and even provoked second-generation people like Yuan Wenhao. In short, this school beauty is a disaster. Hearing her tone of voice like calling a servant on the phone, Yang Yiyun laughed angrily and answered bluntly, it's none of my business if your relatives come. It's not me who's coming. I'm having a midnight snack and don't have time to care about you. Yang Yiyu, you are irresponsible. I'm going to tell Teacher Ouyang that you molested me, Lu Lingling suddenly said in a pitiful and crying voice on the phone. Yang Yiyu instantly felt overwhelmed. It was not because of Lu Lingling's threat that he was worried, but because of the Teacher Ouyang she mentioned. The Teacher Ouyang mentioned by Lu Lingling is whose full name is Ouyang Yuqing. He is the teacher that Yang Yiyu respects the most. Because of his poor family background, Ouyang Yuqing helped Yang Yiyu openly and secretly when he just went to college. In front of Ouyang Yuqing, Yang Yiyu felt the warmth he had never felt before. Later, he realized that it was a bit like the warmth of his mother. Although Ouyang Yuqing was only 28 years old, Yang Yiyu had this feeling. Like other students, he also skipped classes, but he never skipped Ouyang Yuqing's class. Ouyang Yuqing is very outstanding in appearance and is recognized as the most beautiful female teacher in the school. Her classes often attracted students from other departments to sit in. Once, 2 students from other departments fantasized about Ouyang Yuqing in private. When Yang Yiyu heard it, Yang Yiyu, who was always low-key and taciturn in class, started a fight and beat the 2 students who spoke obscenely to Ouyang Yuqing. Since then, all the classmates knew that Yang Yiyu respected and protected Ouyang Yuqing. Lu Lingling's words were equivalent to strangling Yang Yiyu's neck. After realizing what was happening, Yang Yiyu flew into a rage. Lu Lingling, you are crazy. When did I ever molest you? Don't talk nonsense. Lu Lingling giggled on the phone, you saw my body naked yesterday morning. This is irresponsible. What do you think, if I tell Teacher Ouyang that you saw my body naked, will Teacher Ouyang believe you? Or me? Hee hee. Yang Yiyu was speechless this time and gritted his teeth in anger. It was true that Lu Lingling had slept in his bed and it was true that he had seen Lu Lingling's body, but those were all accidents and not intentional. But Yang Yiyu believed that if Lu Lingling really told this to Teacher Ouyang would believe Lu Lingling. Besides, Yang Yiyu cares very much about Ouyang Yuqing's opinion of him. After thinking about it, Yang Yiyu became scared. Gritting his teeth, he asked, is there anyone next to you? Hee hee, Lin Huan and Xiao Bei are here. Lu Lingling heard that Yang Yiyu had surrendered and was very proud. Let Lin Huan answer the phone. I'll ask her to massage your acupoints to relieve the pain. I'll find time to give you acupuncture tomorrow. I owe you that. Yang Yiyu had no other tricks for Lu Lingling. Lin Huan immediately answered the phone. Yang Yiyu taught her how to massage Lu Lingling over the phone, of course, by finding the acupoints. Although the effect was not as good as if Yang Yiyu did it in person, Lin Huan had no problem finding the acupoints on the human body. With Yang Yiyu's guidance, she quickly mastered the trick. Lu Lingling's phone was on speakerphone. She, Lin Huan, Qian Xiaobei, and their roommate were chatting on the phone. It was mainly the 4 of them talking. Yang Yiyu was instructing Lin Huan on the phone to help Lu Lingling massage the acupoints to relieve the pain, and they were chattering on the phone. Yang Yiyu heard Qian Xiaobei bragging to another roommate on the other end of the phone, saying that Yang Yiyu was simply a miracle doctor. After he massaged her body a few times yesterday, the pain caused by her relative's illness completely disappeared, and she even fell asleep comfortably. At this time, Yang Yiyun heard another voice saying, "Xiao Bei, you won't fall in love with him, haha." "I didn't, you damn Shuhui," Qian Xiaobei cursed on the phone, and a burst of silver bell-like laughter was heard, and the whole dormitory was filled with laughter. When Yang Yiyun heard their conversation on the phone, he was so angry that he was sweating. He thought to himself, sure enough, girls can make jokes better than boys. Unconsciously, Yang Yiyu was distracted. At this time, Lin Huan said on the phone, "Yang Yiyu, please continue. What's next after pressing the Baihui Ake appointment?" Yang Yiyu reacted, secretly cursed Qian Xiaobei and her girl named Shuhui, and hurriedly continued to talk to Lin Huan. About 5 minutes later, Lu Lingling's voice came from the phone. "Yang Yiyu is going crazy. Damn it, I'm just pressing an Ake appointment. Do you have to do this?" She seriously affected Yang Yiyun's guidance of Lin Huan, and finally he couldn't help yelling into the phone, "Lu Lingling, can I be more serious about treating the disease?" Ha ha ha. Qian Xiaobei and others could be heard laughing wildly over the phone. "Fuck you, never mind." After hearing Qian Xiaobei's porcelain doll-like deliberately teasing voice again, Yang Yiyu finally couldn't stand it anymore and hung up the phone. Anyway, Lu Lingling's pain had been relieved and his mission was accomplished. If he continued listening, he was afraid that he might lose control and go off the rails. Yang Yiyu's forehead was covered with sweat, not because he was tired, but because he was scared by those fairies. He had a clear understanding of how dirty girls were, especially Lu Lingling's gang. He secretly made up his mind to stay away from them in the future. They were too scary. Lu Lingling's voice echoed in his mind, and Yang Yiyu's whole body was hot, as if he had run 3 kilometers. He took a deep breath to calm himself, and when he turned around, he found that Jie Shi was looking at him with a red face. Jie Ba's face was flushed at the moment. He looked at Yang Yiyu and said blankly, "Yun. Yun. Brother Yun, I didn't expect that you have such a hobby. I've heard about it a long time ago. Now WeChat has such a service. But we can chat on the phone. Give me a WeChat account, and I can chat too." Jie Ba looked expectant at the moment. Yang Yiyu was stunned for a long time. When he came to his senses, he realized that Jie Ba had heard Lu Lingling's voice on the phone just now and mistook it for some people doing this kind of business on WeChat. Then he looked at the stutterer with a frown on his face, raised his hand and slapped him on the head, shouting, "Fuck you, buddy, I'm treating someone." Hee, Yun, brother Yun, I understand. You don't want it anymore. You can keep it for yourself, but you have to take care of your health. The stuttering man looked like he knew everything. I simply won't explain it anymore. The more I explain, the worse it gets. This child is hopeless. After that, the two of them started to eat skewers and drank a box of beer. Yang Yiyu drank most of the beer. He found that his alcohol tolerance had increased since his body had been cleansed and hair removed by his master. He used to drink 3 bottles of beer at most, but tonight he drank 8 bottles of beer by himself, and he didn't feel drunk at all. After eating and drinking, the two went back to their respective places. Yang Yiyu told Jieba that since he was about to graduate and it was time for his internship, he should not take part-time jobs during this period. He should focus on writing his graduation thesis, save the money he had, and find a better internship unit first. He himself had the same idea. His grandmother was in poor health and his sister was still in high school. They had always hoped that he would find a decent job after graduating from college. So Yang Yiyu set a goal for himself. During this period of time, he would study cultivation carefully and find a suitable internship unit. After returning to the rented house, Yang Yiyu was not sleepy. He sat cross-legged on the bed and began to practice the Qiankuan creation kung fu taught by his master in his mind. The first step in cultivating Taoism is the first realm to enter the qi refining stage, which has a total of 9 levels. First of all, one must sense the existence of spiritual energy between heaven and earth, guide the spiritual energy into the body, and temper the meridians, blood, and bones. The qi refining stage is a process of tempering the meridians of the body. With each level of improvement, the strength of the body will increase greatly. When one reaches the 9th level of Qi refining stage, one will have a strength of 10,000 pounds and will be able to perform some small spells. Keeping his mind focused and calming down, Yang Yiyu carefully felt the space around him. At first, he didn't feel anything, and he didn't get impatient. He carefully recalled the training method and tried again, over and over again, with perseverance. Before we knew it, when the first ray of sunlight rose in the east, purple air came from the east. Yang Yiyun suddenly felt a shock all over his body, and the next moment a smile appeared on his face, and he succeeded in sensing the qi. The spiritual energy of the surrounding heaven and earth was very thin, and if Yang Yiyun's body had not been transformed by his master, it would be difficult for him to sense it. The thin spiritual energy of heaven and earth on earth is vague. According to the exercises taught by the master, when you sense the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, it is like entering the sea, and it is all around you. However, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth that Yang Yiyu now felt was in a state of a little bit here and a little bit there. The spiritual energy was so thin that it could be described as extremely rare. Of course, he also knew that this was related to the Earth's environment. Large-scale development and environmental pollution caused the thinning of spiritual energy. However, all things are difficult at the beginning. Although it is a small amount, I have sensed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. This is a good start. The next step is to practice Kung Fu, absorb the spiritual energy into your body, and complete a circulation of energy to be successful. After silently reciting the mantra of the technique in his mind, a trace of spiritual energy from heaven and earth entered his body. Then guide the opening of meridians and operate according to the operation route of Qian Kuanzhao Hua Gong. After 2 hours, the layout of the exercises was finally completed. Boom! Yang Yiyu's whole body trembled, and he opened his eyes with a smile, and 2 rays of light flashed in his eyes. He became excited when he felt a wisp of true energy in his dantian. The first level of qi refining stage finally succeeded. At this time he smelled a fishy odor. The next moment, Yang Yiyu let out a strange cry and ran into the bathroom. The first stage of cultivation, the qi refining stage, is a process of tempering the body. After a night of practice, he successfully reached the first level of the qi refining stage and completed the tempering of the body. At this moment, his whole body was covered with a layer of grease and dirt, and the fishy smell he emitted almost made him vomit. These are the impurities and toxins in the body that are refined, which improves the body's skills. After washing off the dirt on his body in the bathroom, Yang Yiyu stood in front of the mirror, looking at his body and feeling a little intoxicated. He didn't expect that just by getting started with cultivation and tempering his body, the first thing that would happen was a huge change in his skin. At this moment, his skin can be compared with that of a young girl. It is white, tender and delicate, giving the illusion that it is so delicate that it can be blown away. This is the kind of skin that leaves girls with nowhere to go, he said to himself while looking at himself in the mirror. But there was no doubt that his seemingly delicate muscles were now full of explosive power. The training in the first level of qi refining stage had once again multiplied his strength. He could lift boulders weighing 300 or 400 kilograms before, and now he feels like lifting 500 kilograms is no problem at all. After walking out of the bathroom, I calculated the time and realized it was time to go to school, so I went downstairs and walked towards the school. Walking all the way from the rented house to the school, Yang Yiyu found that he attracted a lot of attention today. Many girls looked at him, which made him very proud. But when he got to the classroom, he couldn't laugh anymore. Because a classmate in the class looked at him with gleaming eyes. There's nothing strange about this, but this classmate is a transvestite. His name is Qi Dabing, but his personality does not match his name at all. When it comes to speaking, doing things and even dressing, Qi Dabing follows girls' standards, so everyone calls him a transvestite. As soon as Yang Yiyu sat down, the transvestite came over, raised her orchid finger and said, "Yang Yiyu, your skin looks so tender today. What kind of facial mask do you use? Can you tell me?" As the transvestite spoke, one of her hands reached towards Yang Yiyu's face. Yang Yiyu's hair stood on end, and he quickly dodged and said, "You bastard, get out of the way. If you dare to touch my face, I'll kill you. My skin is all natural, I don't use any facial masks, go ask someone else." The transvestite didn't care about Yang Yiyu's disgust and curses, and still stuck to him and said, tell me how you take care of yourself, your skin is so white and delicate. Get away from me, I'm scared of you." Yang Yiyu got goosebumps all over his body. Any normal man would be scared when facing a grown man talking to him like a spoiled child. "Okay, tell me quickly and I'll treat you to a meal some other day." The transvestite looked expectant. Yang Yiyun's eyes suddenly turned, and he said seriously in a low voice, "Actually, my buddy used boys' urine to wash his face." "You look so stupid, so annoying, just forget it." The transvestite raised her orchid finger, cursed and finally walked away, thinking, how can you wash your face with urine? However, despite the scolding, the transvestite began to feel half believing and half doubting. She had heard since she was a child that boys' urine was a traditional Chinese medicine. Maybe Yang Yiyu was not lying. Why not try it at night? Seeing the expression on the transvestite's face, Yang Yiyu wanted to laugh out loud. Maybe the transvestite actually believed it. This Yang guy was well known in the class for his protectiveness of his face. In a blink of an eye, several female classmates surrounded the transvestite and whispered, but Yang Yiyu had extraordinary hearing and heard everything they said clearly. "Hey, what maintenance methods did the transvestite Yang Yiyun tell you? Can you tell us?" "Yes, share it quickly, we will treat you to a meal after school." After the girls finished asking, Yang Yiyun heard the transvestite say delicately, "Oh, we are all good sisters, so we can share. I'll tell you when we have dinner together after school." Hearing this, Yang Yiyu wanted to burst out laughing. He wondered if they would really believe it. If things went wrong, the classroom would be filled with the smell of urine tomorrow. Yang Yiyu felt that this might be possible. Girls' love of beauty was beyond imagination. Thinking of the importance girls place on their skin, Yang Yiyu suddenly had an idea and suddenly remembered that there was an elixir recipe specifically for appearance in the alchemy book taught by his master. He immediately searched in his mind and was overjoyed. Not only that, but there are no less than hundreds of recipes for elixirs related to appearance. However, most of them require too high a level of cultivation to be made, which he cannot do now, and some of the medicinal materials are not available on Earth. After some screening, Yang Yiyu finally found a suitable recipe for an elixir, the secret to maintaining youth. In fact, it can't be called an elixir recipe, but only a medicine prescription. However, the prescriptions collected by Master Yun Tianxie must not be too bad. I looked at the ingredients of the formula, and they are all medicinal herbs that can be found on Earth today. Now, Yang Yiyun finally had a plan to make money. If he could come up with the recipe for the secret to keeping younger, then think about the girl's love for beauty. The image of counting money until his hands cramped appeared in Yang Yiyu's mind. Just as he was daydreaming, the classroom door opened. In an instant, the noisy classroom became quiet. Everyone sat upright and looked like a model good student. Including Yang Yiyu, he put away his distracting thoughts and looked towards the podium. This teacher is none other than the teacher whom Yang Yiyu respects most in his heart, Ouyang Yuqing. The whole class regards her as a goddess, not only because she is beautiful, knowledgeable, and has an outstanding temperament, but also because Ouyang Yuqing's classes are not boring at all. She can answer every question of every student and even provide one-on-one teaching. So no one disrespected her. As long as it is Ouyang Yuqing's class, basically no one in the class will be absent unless there are special circumstances. Yang Yiyu glanced at the classroom and actually found that someone with special circumstances was not there. Lu Lingling didn't come to class today, and thought to herself, that's not right. Logically, after Lin Huan gave her a massage last night, her relative's illness should have been cured, right? Thinking back, Lu Lingling must have other things to do. I'll call her after class. Unconsciously, Yang Yiyun felt that he had treated Lu Lingling as a friend. Both of them could get along well with each other. It was also because Yang Yiyun used to be rather introverted and had few friends in school. When Ouyang Yuqing was organizing the materials and preparing to give a lecture at the podium, her cell phone suddenly rang. She apologized and walked out of the classroom. In a flash, Yang Yiyu noticed that Ouyang Yuqing's face looked very ugly because of what he had done after taking a look at the phone. When Ouyang Yuqing went out, Yang Yiyu concentrated his attention, closed his eyes and began to listen to the sounds around him. He could hear any sound within hundreds of meters. Ouyang Yuqing's face looked ugly, which made Yang Yiyu involuntarily want to know what had happened to her. The next moment, Yang Yiyu's face darkened because she heard what Ouyang Yuqing said. Then Ouyang Yuqing walked back into the classroom and said to everyone, "Sorry, students, I have something urgent to deal with. Teacher Li will be teaching this class. All the classmates can understand and tolerate Ouyang Yuqing. Ouyang Yuqing left in a hurry, but Yang Yiyu was filled with anger in his heart and felt it was not worth it for her. After thinking about it, Yang Yiyu stood up and left the classroom. He wanted to skip class and go with Ouyang Yuqing to take a look. Because Yang Yiyun heard Ouyang Yuqing's phone call, a scumbag threatened her. Yang Yiyun heard Ouyang Yuqing quarreling with a man on the phone, and the other party threatened her to pay money, otherwise he would sue to get the child back, and also said that he had taken the child away, and if she didn't pay, she would never see the child again. Yang Yiyu didn't know about Ouyang Yuqing's private life, but from this phone call, Yang Yiyu could vaguely guess that it seemed to be a conversation between husband and wife. Anyway, Ouyang Yuqing was crying on the phone, her words were full of helplessness and pleading, while the man was very arrogant. When he walked out of the classroom, he saw Ouyang Yuqing walking out of the school from a distance with red and swollen eyes. Yang Yiyu really wanted to go over and ask what happened. But Ouyang Yuqing walked in a hurry. He walked out of the school gate, hailed a taxi and left. Yang Yiyu always remembered that during his freshman year, Ouyang Yuqing helped him both materially and spiritually. Later, she refused to accept money and said many words of encouragement to study hard, which made Yang Yiyu remember her kindness. I really want to repay Ouyang Yuqing, but I never have the chance. Now, after hearing this phone call today and seeing Ouyang Yuqing's helplessness, Yang Yiyu felt that she must have encountered something and was threatened, which was something Yang Yiyu did not want to see. He happened to have 10,000 yuan on hand, and hoped to be able to help Ouyang Yuqing if he needed it. He walked out of the school quickly, hailed a taxi, and followed Ouyang Yuqing. About 40 minutes later, Ouyang Yuqing got off the car and walked into a hotel. Yang Yiyu also hurriedly got out of the car to chase after him, but when he got in, Ouyang Yuqing had already entered the elevator. After checking that the floor was the 13th, Yang Yiyu could only wait for the elevator to come down. I always felt that Ouyang Yuqing would get into trouble today, and I told myself in my heart that I must not let teacher Ouyang be bullied. A few minutes later the elevator came down, Yang Yiyu got in and pressed the button for the 13th floor. When I arrived at the 13th floor, I looked around and saw that the long corridor was empty, and there was no sign of Ouyang Yuqing. However, this did not pose a problem for Yang Yiyu, as his hearing could detect any sound within 300 meters. The next moment, he heard Ouyang Yuqing's voice, and they seemed to be arguing. Don't even think about it. You and I have already divorced, and I have given you the house. We agreed that the child would be mine and the house would be yours. I also gave you the money you asked for. My savings of more than 100,000 have been squeezed out by you in the past 2 years. Now you are paying me back 100,000. Wang Ming, do you have any shame? Ouyang Yuqing's voice was excited. Hee, anyway, I've consulted a lawyer, and I have a 70% chance of snatching the child from you in a lawsuit. I'm asking you if you will give me 100,000 yuan. I promise this is the last time. From now on, I won't ask you for a penny, and I won't take care of the child either. Another man's voice came into Yang Yiyu's ears. Now Yang Yiyu understood that it was Ouyang Yuqing's ex-husband, and it sounded like the two had been divorced for more than 2 years, but when it came to choosing between the house and the child, Ouyang Yuqing chose the child. And her ex-husband sounds like a scumbag. Even after the divorce, he always uses the child to threaten Ouyang Yuqing and squeeze money from her. There actually are such scumbag men in the world. After finding the door, Yang Yiyu did not go in, but listened at the door. He wanted to hear whether Ouyang Yuqing would suffer any harm. If Ouyang Yuqing had any problems, he would rush in immediately. Wang Ming, how many times have I heard such words from you? In the past 2 years, you have taken more than 100,000 yuan from me. Didn't you lose it all this time and come back to ask for more? I won't give it to you this time, and I won't give you the child either. Let's sue each other. I don't believe that the judge will be so blind as to award the child to a gambler. Ouyang Yuqing's voice was full of anger. You stinky bitch, you are shameless, right? I'm telling you, if you don't give me money today, you won't see the child again. Don't forget that the child is in my hands now. If you act tough, I will sell the child, believe it or not. Hearing the voice of a man named Wang Ming, Yang Yiyu clenched his fists. He never thought that there would be such a shameless scum in the world who would even sell his own child for money. He was simply not a human being, but a beast. Yang Yu clenched his fists and continued listening. After a while, Ouyang Yiqing cried, "Wang Ming, you beast, give me back where you hid Lei Lei. Otherwise, I will call the police. Hee, legally I am Lei Lei's biological father and I have visitation rights every month. So what if you call the police?" "Okay, go ahead and call the police. I'll just find a place to eat. But don't even think about seeing Lei Lei again, haha." Wang Ming laughed wildly. Yang Yu felt sorry for Ouyang Yiqing when she heard this. As a woman, she was really helpless to meet such a tough guy. Moreover, the child should be Ouyang Yiqing's Achilles heel. Wang Ming took advantage of this and kept squeezing money from Ouyang Yiqing. Sure enough, Ouyang Yiqing burst into tears and said in a trembling voice, "I can give you a total of 10,000, which is all my wealth. Where is Lei Lei? Give it back to me." 10,000. No, at least 50,000. Wang Ming threatened. "I only have 10,000. I really have no more." Ouyang Yiqing's voice was full of helplessness. "Hee, take 10,000 first, and then give me 40,000 later." Wang Ming said with a sinister smile. "Here you go, this is the salary card password, it's 8 zeros. Tell me where Lei Lei is." Ouyang Yiqing's voice was full of worry. "Don't be anxious. I've been stuck in the casino for several days. Come and serve me first, and then I'll tell you where the child is." Hee, Wang Ming smiled obscenely. You beast, forget it." Ouyang Yiqing was furious. "It's not up to you whether you want to or not," Wang Ming laughed shamelessly. "Don't come over here, ah." Ouyang Yiqing screamed. At this time, Yang Yu couldn't listen any longer and kicked the door. Bang. Yang Yu kicked the door open. From what we could see, a skinny man, about 30 years old, had torn off Ouyang Yiqing's clothes and pushed her down on the sofa. This person should be Ouyang Yiqing's ex-husband, Wang Ming, a scumbag. The sound of Yang Yu coming in startled Wang Ming. "You, who?" Wang Ming looked at Yang Yu and cursed, but Yang Yu saw the tears on Ouyang Yiqing's face as she was pressed down on the sofa by him, and did not let Wang Ming utter the following curse aloud. He walked up to him and kicked him hard. Ah bang. With such a powerful kick, Wang Ming was kicked directly into the corner by Yang Yu, and he immediately fainted. His head was broken and bleeding. "Teacher Ouyang, are you okay?" Yang Yu helped Ouyang Yiqing up. Ouyang Yiqing was slightly stunned when she saw the person who rushed in, and it turned out to be her student Yang Yu. Then she heard Yang Yu's caring words, and the suppressed heartstrings in her heart finally broke. Without thinking too much, she hugged Yang Yu and burst into tears, her cry full of grievance and helplessness. In the past 2 years, she was almost driven to collapse by Wang Ming, but she persevered every time because of the children. She was helpless when faced with a scoundrel like Wang Ming. She had been suppressed for too long, and Yang Yu's concern at this moment was an outlet for her to vent. A few minutes later, Ouyang Yiqing felt much better and her thoughts gradually calmed down. She found that she was hugging her student's chest, and she immediately let go with some embarrassment. However, Yang Yiyun felt dry-mouthed at this moment. He saw Ouyang Yiqing's clothes torn by Wang Ming, and his face flushed instantly. He couldn't help swallowing his saliva, quickly looked away, and took off his coat and put it on Ouyang Yiqing. At this time, Ouyang Yiqing also found that her clothes were torn. She blushed immediately after Yang Yu saw it. After putting Yang Yu's clothes on, she whispered, "Thank you." In a blink of an eye, she saw Wang Ming standing in the corner with his eyes closed and blood on his head, looking as if he was dead or alive. Ouyang Yiqing's face changed drastically, but then she took a deep breath and said with a pale face, "Yang Yu, hurry up and leave. If you meet anyone outside, just say you have never been here. Hurry up." Yang Yu was stunned for a moment, then he reacted and said, "Don't worry, Teacher Ouyang, this scumbag is not dead, he just fainted." Yang Yu was very clear about the severity of his attack and knew that Wang Ming was just fainted. After he finished speaking, he walked directly to Wang Ming's side, raised his palm, and slapped Wang Ming twice, cursing, "Scumbag, scumbag." After 2 slaps, Wang Ming's face swelled up like a pig's head and several of his teeth were broken by Yang Yu. Wang Ming woke up in agony. Looking at Wang Ming, Yang Yiyu had a cold look on his face. If there were no legal constraints on this kind of scum, he would beat him to death with one punch. A man who constantly exploits his ex-wife and lives on women is not a man. What's even more infuriating is that a person who can say such nonsense as selling his own daughter is a beast. Wang Ming is a gambler. Yang Yiyu has seen gamblers before. Although some gamblers are addicted to gambling, they keep their word and have their own bottom-line principles. People like Wang Ming have no bottom-line principles at all. They are complete scumbags. Yang Yiyu stared at Wang Ming for a while and discovered another problem. Judging from his complexion, this scumbag was still taking drugs. No wonder he was so skinny. He was addicted to gambling and drugs. This kind of person was completely hopeless. If Ouyang Yuqing did not cut off her relationship with him, she might be killed by Wang Ming one day, and he might even sell his daughter. The combination of gambling addiction and drug addiction has completely deprived him of his willpower. One can imagine what he will not be able to do when he has no money to gamble or take drugs. By then, Ouyang Yuqing would be in danger, which was something Yang Yiyu didn't want to see. Just as Yang Yiyun finished beating Wang Ming and was thinking in his mind, Wang Ming reacted and saw that Yang Yiyun was young and was not afraid. Instead, he cursed, "Where did you come from, adulterer? Dare to hit me, I will make you live a life worse than death." As he spoke, Wang Ming took out his cell phone, glanced at Ouyang Yuqing, and cursed viciously, "Stinky bitch, no wonder you wanted to divorce me, it turns out you have a gigolo, you adulterous couple, just wait, I will kill you." He started making phone calls, as if he was looking for someone to deal with Yang Yiyu. This kind of person had no other skills, but he knew the most people from all walks of life, so Yang Yiyu had no doubt that he would call some gangsters. Regardless of whether Yang Yiyu was afraid or not, how could he be allowed to get what he wanted under his nose? Hearing Wang Ming's hateful curse, Yang Yiyu narrowed his eyes, and at this moment murderous intent rose in his heart. Although he couldn't kill people openly, as the descendant of a wandering immortal, he had thousands of ways in his mind to deal with an ordinary scum, especially now that Yang Yiyu had cultivated to the first level of the qi refining stage and had a trace of true qi in his body. He snatched the phone from Wang Ming's hand and crushed it in front of him. Then Yang Yiyu narrowed his eyes and said, "It seems that you don't understand the situation. In this case, I will make you sober up and remember it." At this moment, Wang Ming felt something was wrong, and he immediately stood up and punched Yang Yiyu, wanting to strike first. Unfortunately, the person he was facing was Yang Yiyu, the descendant of a wandering immortal. What's more, a person who has been taking drugs for many years has a hollowed-out body. How much strength can he have? Even if Yang Yiyu stood still and let Wang Ming hit him, it would not hurt Yang Yiyu. With a cold snort, Yang Yiyu reached out and grabbed Wang Ming's wrist, and with a force, he made a click. Wang Ming let out a scream, his face turned pale, his whole body went limp and he sat on the ground wailing. Just when he grabbed Wang Ming's wrist, Yang Yiyu transferred a trace of true energy into his body, blocking his meridians. Yang Yiyu knew the consequence of doing so. Wang Ming would only be plagued by diseases and his meridians would be blocked. He could only wait for death. Killing people with true qi is an invisible act. The person will not die immediately, but it is still a result. Of course, Yang Yiyu only blocked Wang Ming's meridians and did not kill him, but it can also be considered an indirect murder. Yang Yiyu did not regret giving Wang Ming such a fatal punishment, nor did he feel any guilt. If Wang Ming disappears from this world, there will be one less scourge, but it can also save the lives of Ouyang Yuqing and her child. Yang Yiyu thinks this is a good deal. Unconsciously, Yang Yiyu discovered that his state of mind had changed a lot since he met his master Yun Tianxie and obtained the Qiankuan pot and the inheritance of cultivation. He used to be quiet and withdrawn, but now he is confident, open-minded and calm about everything. Yang Yiyu knew very well what it meant to block Wang Ming's meridians. It was equivalent to indirectly killing him, but he was calm about it. This was the biggest change. Wang Ming on the ground hugged his arm and screamed. Yang Yiyu showed no mercy and asked expressionlessly, "Where is teacher Ouyang's child? I'm only asking you one question, you'd better answer me. Answer me, or you can kill me if you dare." Wang Ming cursed while taking a deep breath. Crack! Yang Yiyu stepped directly on Wang Ming's leg and broke it. Wang Ming screamed like a pig being slaughtered. After looking at Yang Yiyu's cold eyes, Wang Ming couldn't help shivering. Don't think I don't dare to kill you. Tell me. Or I'll crush your balls. Yang Yiyu roared, causing Wang Ming to tremble all over. He was scared. I've seen ruthless people, but I've never seen one so hateful, and he's a student. Yang Yuqing, who was standing by, was completely stunned. She was also frightened by Yang Yiyu's ruthlessness. She thought to herself, is this still my student? Is he still the taciturn and withdrawn Yang Yiyu who rarely participated in class meetings during his freshman year? Yang Yuqing was stunned for a moment. After she realized what was happening, she was afraid that Yang Yiyu would not be able to control himself and kill Wang Ming, so she stepped forward to stop him. She did not want Yang Yiyu to ruin his life for her. While she was moved, she was also terrified. Just when Yang Yuqing was about to speak, Wang Ming, who was completely shocked by Yang Yiyu, begged for mercy. Don't hit me. I said, the child is at my aunt's house. Yang Yiyun turned to Yang Yuqing and said, do you know Mr. Ouyang's aunt? Call me and ask her. Yang Yuqing, who was about to speak out to stop Yang Yiyu, heard the news about the child and nodded quickly. I know him, I'll ask him now. Seeing Yang Yiyu stop, she felt relieved and took out her cell phone to make a call. After the call was connected, it turned out that the child was indeed at Wang Ming's aunt's house. Yang Yiyu heard Yang Yuqing talking to an old man and a child. It seemed that Yang Yuqing and Aunt Wang Ming had a good relationship and did not become strangers because of their divorce. After Aunt Wang Ming asked about the situation on the phone, she sighed and apologized, and told Yang Yuqing that the child was fine and asked her not to worry. After hanging up the phone, Yang Yuqing glanced at Wang Ming on the ground, then looked at Yang Yiyu. Yang Yiyu knew that she was thinking about how to deal with Wang Ming's matter. After thinking for a while, he said, Teacher Ouyang, call the police. Let the police handle it. Don't even think about blackmailing you anymore. When Yang Yiyu finished speaking, Wang Ming's face changed drastically. He looked at Yang Yuqing and begged, Yuqing, don't call the police. I promise I won't look for you again. I really promise. Brother, please let me go this time. I beg you. Humph. Yang Yiyu kicked him directly on the back of the head, causing Wang Ming to faint. He was afraid that Yang Yuqing would be soft-hearted, so handing Wang Ming over to the police was the best option at the moment. He also understood why Wang Ming was suddenly afraid to call the police. He was a gentleman, and if he called the police and they found out he was taking drugs, he would be really finished. So he begged, but Yang Yiyu did not give him a chance. Yang Yuqing spoke while looking at Wang Ming lying on the ground. Don't worry, I just knocked him out. I wouldn't be so stupid as to kill someone for such a scum. I just wanted to scare him. Yang Yiyu explained. Yang Yuqing nodded, glanced at the unconscious Wang Ming's face full of disgust and hatred, and called the police. After hanging up the phone, Yang Yuqing's face finally relaxed and he looked at Yang Yiyu. Thank you by the way, how did you appear here? Only then did Yang Yuqing ask Yang Yiyu with a strange look on his face. And Yang Yiyu also told the truth. It was impossible for the students in the classroom to appear here to save people. It was just a coincidence. Teacher Ouyang, I accidentally overheard your conversation with this scumbag when you were on the phone in the corridor. I was worried that something might happen to you, so I followed you quietly. I hope you don't mind. I didn't mean to follow you. You have helped me so much over the years, and I just want to repay you. Yang Yiyu's words were half true and half false. Yang Yuqing's eyes flashed with emotion, and she sighed, how can I blame you? If you hadn't appeared today, I really don't know what I would have done, thank you. While waiting for the inspectors to arrive, Yang Yuqing told Yang Yiyu about her unhappy marriage experience. She had been suppressing it for too long and she trusted Yang Yiyu inexplicably, so she told him everything. After listening to Yang Yuqing's story, Yang Yiyu realized that her marriage to Wang Ming was actually introduced by their families. 4 years ago, Yang Yuqing graduated from graduate school, and her mother knew Wang Ming's mother. One was anxious for her daughter to get married, and the other was anxious for her son to get married. At that time, Wang Ming's family was in business and was considered a wealthy family. Yang Yuqing's mother also took a fancy to the Wang family's family background. After the two sides arranged a meeting, Wang Ming was attracted by Yang Yuqing's beauty. Ouyang Yuqing also agreed due to the pressure from her mother and Wang Ming's subsequent crazy pursuit. The two got married soon and Ouyang Yuqing became pregnant. Not long after, the Wang family business went bankrupt. Wang Ming was a playboy who was good at eating, drinking, whoring, and gambling. After the novelty of this playboy wore off for Ouyang Yuqing, he no longer paid attention to her and even brought other women home in front of Ouyang Yuqing. The Wang family's business failed, and Wang Ming lost all his property in gambling, becoming more and more irritable. After the child was born, Ouyang Yuqing divorced Wang Ming. Wang Ming's gambling also angered his parents to death. Without a source of money, he turned his attention to his ex-wife Ouyang Yuqing, often threatening her with his children. In the 2 years since their divorce, he asked for more and more money each time. Today was the strictest yet. Wang Ming secretly took the children away and threatened them for money. After the two finished talking, the inspectors arrived. After taking a statement at the inspection department, Yang Yiyun accompanied Ouyang Yuqing to pick up the child. As for Wang Ming's fate, it was already doomed. He was found to be taking drugs, and he also led to a drug trafficking industry chain. Even if Yang Yiyun had not sealed his meridians, he would have spent the rest of his life in prison. Wang Ming's aunt's home is in the suburbs. Yang Yiyun didn't go upstairs to pick up the child, but waited downstairs. After a few minutes, Ouyang Yuqing came out. He was holding a 3-year-old girl in his arms, and they were both asleep. Yang Yiyun stopped a car and sent Ouyang Yuqing and her daughter back home. When they arrived at the gate of the community, Yang Yiyun was about to go back, but it started to rain, so he had to get out of the car to help Ouyang Yuqing carry the child back. Ouyang Yuqing carried the sleeping child all the way and her arms were sore, but she did not refuse. The distance was more than 100 meters, and their clothes were already soaked by the rain when they jogged over. In particular, Yang Yiyun walked with a bent back to prevent the child from getting wet, and even his pants were soaked. When they arrived at Ouyang Yuqing's house, she took the child into the bedroom. When she came out a few minutes later, Yang Yiyun was stunned. He did not expect Ouyang Yuqing to say something that made his heart beat faster. Ouyang Yuqing walked out and said, "Take off your clothes." Ah. Yang Yiyun was stunned when he heard Ouyang Yuqing's words, "Isn't this bad?" He blushed. When Ouyang Yuqing saw Yang Yiyun's red face, she realized that she had not explained herself clearly. She rolled her eyes at him and said, "I mean you should take them off so I can wash and dry them for you. You will catch a cold if you wear them wet. I'll find some clothes for you later." After saying that, she turned and went into the bedroom. After a while, she came out with a pink bathrobe in her hand. It was obviously worn by a woman, and it was her own bathrobe. "I don't have any men's clothes. Only this bathrobe is suitable. Go take a shower and change your clothes. I'll wash and dry them for you." Ouyang Yuqing handed the bathrobe to Yang Yiyun while speaking. Yang Yiyun was very embarrassed at this time. He was asked to take a bath at Ouyang Yuqing's house and change into her bathrobe. "This is too embarrassing, right?" He shook his head repeatedly and said, "Teacher Ouyang, it's not necessary. I will change it when I go back." It's okay, it's okay." Yang Yiyun blushed and stopped. But Ouyang Yuqing put on the look of a strict teacher and said, "I'm not afraid of you, so what should you be afraid of? Besides, you are my student and I am your teacher. In my eyes, you are just a child. It's raining heavily outside. How can you go back? Go take a shower and put on your clothes. If it weren't for you today, I don't know what to do. Do you think you will catch a cold in my house?" After hearing Ouyang Yuqing's words, Yang Yiyun really wanted to say, "I am 21 years old, not a child anymore," but he didn't dare to say it out loud. Facing Ouyang Yuqing, Yang Yiyun's immunity was seriously reduced. Just like in class, he subconsciously took the bathrobe from her. But after holding it in his hand, he still felt something was wrong. As a grown man, he shouldn't wear Ouyang Yuqing's bathrobe, and he shouldn't take a bath in her house. However, Ouyang Yuqing said again, "Go quickly, once you're done washing, I'll make you a bowl of hot noodles to drive away the cold." Accustomed to listening to the teacher in class, Yang Yiyun walked into the bathroom in a daze. Coming back to his senses, Yang Yiyun looked at the pink bathrobe in his hand, smiled bitterly and said to himself, "What is this?" Then he stopped hesitating about it. He had already come in, so he couldn't go out again, right? Moreover, he was no longer as self-abased as before. He simply took off his clothes and started to take a shower. To be honest, his clothes were soaked by the rain and it was really uncomfortable to wear them. Ouyang Yiqing's bathroom is not big, and there is an independent bathroom in the corner. When Yang Yiyu walked over, he saw a set of black clothes hanging outside the bathroom, which made him feel dry in his mouth. He said to himself, "Don't look at what is inappropriate, don't look at what is inappropriate, I didn't see it." He walked into the bathroom with a red face and muttered. He felt hot all over when he saw Ouyang Yiqing's clothes. He didn't use hot water, but took a shower with cold water directly. He came out in no time. It was too painful. Wearing Ouyang Yiqing's pink bathrobe, the faint scent of perfume coming from his nostrils made Yang Yiyu intoxicated. After pushing the door open, Yang Yiyun discovered that Ouyang Yiqing was in the kitchen. Seeing Yang Yiyun coming out, she said with her hands busy, "Wait in the living room for a while. I'll be ready for you soon." After a busy day, Yang Yiyu smelled the fragrance from the kitchen. He was really hungry, so he thanked and sat in the living room waiting. A few minutes later, Ouyang Yiqing brought a bowl of hot noodles to Yang Yiyun. "Eat quickly." "Thank you." Yang Yiyu thanked him without hesitation and picked up the bowl to swallow it in big gulps. Ouyang Yiqing smiled and said, "You eat first, I'll go take a shower and dry your clothes." Then she took off her apron and walked into the bathroom. But Yang Yiyun suddenly remembered the matter of the clothes in the bathroom, and felt very uneasy. He thought to himself, what if Teacher Ouyang goes in and reports this? Never mind. I'll just pretend I don't know. After Ouyang Yiqing entered the bathroom, she saw that her clothes were not put away. She immediately thought of Yang Yiyu, who saw her clothes hanging outside the private bathroom. In an instant, Ouyang Yiqing's neck turned red and he walked into the bathroom with his whole body weak. In the living room, Yang Yiyu ate a big bowl of hot noodles and immediately felt much more comfortable. He leaned back on the sofa and looked around Ouyang Yiqing's house. The house has 2 bedrooms and a living room. It is not large in size but is very warmly decorated. The main tone is green, giving people a very clear sense of comfort. Through the glass, Yang Yiyu saw that the heavy rain outside was still going on and it didn't look like it would stop in the short term. Night fell and before he knew it, a day had passed. Yang Yiyu wanted to wait for Ouyang Yiqing to come out and then go back and find an umbrella. It doesn't matter if his clothes get wet. He can just go back and change them. Anyway, with his current physical condition, he won't catch a cold easily. However, at this moment, a voice came from the master bedroom, "Mom." It was the voice of Ouyang Yiqing's daughter. Looking at the closed door of the bathroom, Yang Yiyu knew that Ouyang Yiqing would not come out for a while, so he got up and walked into the bedroom to see the child. "When I opened the bedroom door, I smelt a faint fragrance." Ouyang Yiqing's daughter sat up on the bed and called for her mother. The child stopped crying when he saw Yang Yiyun go in, and looked at Yang Yiyun with curious eyes. Yang Yiyun smiled and walked over and said, "Lei, your mother is taking a bath. Can I play with you?" "Uncle, who are you? How do you know my name is Lei?" "Call me brother, uncle." "Oh no, brother is your mother's student. My name is Yang Yiyun. Can we get to know each other again? Can you tell me your name? You are so tall, so I will call you uncle. I am Ouyang Lo, and you can call me Lei. I am 3.5 years old." Ouyang Li's childish voice was full of innocence and cuteness. Okay, just call me uncle, as long as Lei is happy." Yang Yiyu sat on the edge of the bed and hugged Ouyang Lu in his arms. After Yang Yiyu practiced Taoism and refined his qi, he developed a natural affinity, which was due to the absorption of spiritual energy from heaven and earth. Therefore, the child was very dependent on him and did not make a fuss in his arms, but kept talking to Yang Yiyu. Yang Yiyu also liked Lei, a child who was like a porcelain doll. She would laugh when anyone pinched her face or pulled her ears. Soon my bedroom was filled with children's laughter. After taking a shower, Ouyang Yiqing walked out of the bathroom holding Yang Yiyu's clothes. When she opened the door, she heard the cheerful laughter of her daughter and Yang Yiyu. Her heart couldn't help but feel warm. When she walked to the bedroom door, she saw Yang Yiyu holding her daughter in her arms and teasing her. Her daughter looked very happy. Ouyang Yiqing hadn't seen her daughter so happy for 3 months. One day 3 months ago, when I picked up my daughter from kindergarten, she suddenly asked, "Mom, where are Dad?" Other children have dads, but Lele doesn't. Lele wants a dad too. This sentence made Ouyang Yuqing heartbroken for a long time. Now seeing Yang Yiyu and his daughter playing, it seems like a heartwarming picture of a father and daughter playing a parent-child game. How great would it be if he was Lele's father? Ouyang Yuqing couldn't help but say this in her mind. Then she shook her head and cursed herself with a red face. What is Ouyang Yuqing thinking? Yang Yiyu is your student, only 21 years old, and you are already 28 years old. It's ridiculous. After shaking off her ridiculous thoughts with a bitter voice, Ouyang Yuqing was about to walk into the bedroom, but she didn't expect her daughter to suddenly say to Yang Yiyu, "Uncle Yun, can you be Lele's father?" Other children in the kindergarten have fathers, but Lele doesn't. Lele also wants a father. Ouyang Yuqing, who was standing at the door, was shocked all over. He felt that his daughter's words were too naive. He instinctively wanted to go in and correct her, but he suddenly wanted to hear Yang Yiyu's answer. An inexplicable emotion entangled in Ouyang Yuqing's mind. Lele's words not only made Ouyang Yuqing feel ridiculous and naive, but Yang Yiyu himself almost jumped up. But in a flash, she saw the desire in Lele's eyes and knew in her heart that she must not let the child down, even if it meant telling a white lie. So Yang Yiyu smiled and said, "Okay, Uncle will be Lele's father from now on." "Oh, that's great. Lele will have a daddy in the future." "That's great, that's great." Lele happily got up from Yang Yiyu's arms and jumped on the bed. Suddenly he saw his mother at the door and said excitedly, Mom, Lele has a dad now." The innocent child had no idea what this father meant, but he was just very happy. When Yang Yiyu heard Lele calling for her mother, his face suddenly turned red. He turned around and saw Ouyang Yuqing walking in. He felt so embarrassed that he wanted to find a rat hole to crawl into. It goes without saying that Ouyang Yuqing had heard what he had just said about promising to be Lele's father. Ouyang Yuqing, on the other hand, felt suddenly happy and touched after hearing Yang Yiyu's answer to his daughter. She walked in and made eye contact with Yang Yiyu, her face flushed. "Teacher Ouyang, I'm sorry, I just said that." Yang Yiyu wanted to explain that he said he was her father because he didn't want to disappoint the child, and it was not to take advantage of her. I thought Ouyang Yuqing would blame him, but unexpectedly, Ouyang Yuqing said, "I understand, thank you." This one sentence made Yang Yiyu feel relieved. Afterwards, Yang Yiyu changed his clothes and was about to leave, but Lele started to make a fuss, crying and shouting, not wanting him to go. She also said, "I want my parents to sleep with me." Yang Yiyu was sweating profusely, thinking to himself, this naughty kid can really say anything. Let Mom and Dad sleep with her. It was obvious that the father was referring to him. "This is, letting me sleep in the same bed with your mother, my teacher Ouyang Yuqing. This is absolutely impossible." Even if he wanted to, Ouyang Yuqing would not agree. Yang Yiyu had a lot of random thoughts in his mind. However, the next words that made him feel like he had no brains enough to express came out of Ouyang Yuqing's mouth. Ouyang Yuqing said with a red face, "Can you not leave tonight? It seems that the rain outside will not stop in the short time. Please help me accompany Lele. I don't want to let her down." Yang Yiyu couldn't stand the orchid fingers of the transvestite. Looking at his resentful look, he didn't have the heart to play a prank on him anymore. Xiao Xiao said, "I promise to give you something that can help you beautify your skin in a few days. You can stop washing your face with boys' urine." When the transvestite heard what Yang Yiyu said, her eyes began to light up again and her complexion looked much better. In her heart, she always believed that Yang Yiyu had a beauty recipe, because Yang Yiyu's skin was so good, even more delicate than that of girls. "Yang Yiyu, please don't lie to me. If you dare to lie to me, I will hate you forever." "I'm not lying to you. Get out of here right now. I feel uncomfortable all over when I hear you talking." Yang Yiyu chased the transvestite away like shooing away a fly. The transvestite was not angry. He did not care about the contempt of his classmates at all. He just treated him as a girl. If anyone treated him as a boy, he would be angry. After the transvestite left, Yang Yiyu also sat down and began to think about the recipe of the secret to maintaining youth in his mind. He became more and more anxious about making money, as the living conditions of his grandmother and sister at home must be improved. Even though he went to college and paid for his tuition and other expenses on his own, he never asked his grandmother for money. But Yang Yiyun knew that it was not easy for his grandmother to raise him and his sister, and that it was his grandmother's hope that he go to college, so he was admitted to the university with the highest score in the county. Just when Yang Yiyun was thinking about his grandmother and sister, the cell phone in his pocket vibrated. He took out the phone and looked at it. Yang Yiyun's face lit up and he walked out of the classroom to answer the call. The call was from his brother Lu Shiqi, who grew up playing in the mud with him. The two were friends from elementary school to high school. When Lu Shiqi was in the first year of high school, he, who had admired the guards since childhood, dropped out of school to become a guard. When Yang Yiyun was in the first year of college, Lu Shiqi recovered and started to work hard. He was also in the ancient city, but in the city center, while Yang Yiyun's school was in the development zone, so the two were quite far apart. During school, Lu Shiqi knew Yang Yiyun's situation and would visit Yang Yiyun once or twice a month. Before leaving, he would secretly leave Yang Yiyun 300 to 500 yuan for living expenses without telling him. You should know that after graduating from college, Lu Shiqi worked as a security guard in a listed company. His salary was only slightly higher than that of an ordinary security guard, only about 4,000 yuan. He also had to send this money to his family for living expenses. He had younger brothers, sisters, and an older sister, all of whom were from rural areas and had poor family conditions. He also smoked, and he had to give Yang Yiyun at least 300 to 500 yuan each time, which restricted his own life. When Yang Yiyun found out, he refused to accept the money and was cursed by Lu Shiqi instead. In his words, "Brother, I am a salaried man now and I will never starve to death. You are a student now and you have many places to spend money. If you don't have money in a big city, you will starve. If you ask me for money again, I will get angry with you." At that time, Yang Yiyun had just entered university and also needed money, so he did not say much, but silently kept in mind the favor. After his sophomore year, he started working part-time to earn money. Later, he paid Lu Shiqi back once, but was scolded again. Today I saw Lu Shiqi calling. It has been 2 months since they last met. Yang Yiyun really missed this childhood friend. He had been planning to go see him this weekend. He picked up the phone and said with a smile, "Hey, Tiadan, I wanted to visit you this weekend. How are you doing?" Tiadan is Lu Shiqi's nickname, and Yang Yiyun has called him that since he was a child. Lu Shiqi said in a low voice on the phone, "Does Yunzi have any money? I just quit my job at the bar and got a bonus of 10,000. How much do you want? Is it for emergency use at home?" When Yang Yiyun heard Lu Shiqi asking about money, he did not ask any more questions and directly said how much he had. The 10,000 yuan in his pocket that he had extorted from Huado had not been touched. "Well, give me all 10,000. Lu Shiqi said vaguely on the phone. His vague answer and low tone just now made Yang Yiyun feel something was wrong. Based on his understanding of Lu Shiqi, this guy must have encountered something, and it was a difficult problem, otherwise he would never ask his student for money. Besides, Lu Shiqi had been a guard before, and he had the iron-blooded style of a guard, so he never spoke vaguely. Lu Shiqi was very depressed on the phone today. "What happened?" Yang Yiyun asked directly. "It's okay. Just put the money into my card and I'll pay you back later." After saying that, he hung up the phone, as if he was afraid that Yang Yiyun would ask further questions. There was a beep from the phone. Yang Yiyun frowned immediately. He knew that something must have happened to Lu Shiqi. This guy never hung up the phone like that. It was totally not his style. He was too abnormal today. After hanging up the phone, Yang Yiyun decided to skip class today to go see Lu Shiqi, since tomorrow was Saturday anyway. The money was still on me, and I wasn't going to deposit it into Lu Shiqi's card, so I just sent it over to see if he was okay. As a brother, he would not stand idly by when Lu Shiqi was in trouble. After leaving school, Yang Yiyun took a taxi directly to the company where Lu Shiqi worked. When they arrived at the door of Lu Shiqi's workplace, Yang Yiyun took out his phone and called him. But the phone was connected but no one answered, which made Yang Yiyun even more worried. At this moment, Yang Yiyun suddenly saw a group of people in the lobby of the building where Lu Shiqi worked, and they seemed to be arguing about something. The next moment he felt a sudden chill in his heart and rushed into the hall. Just now he saw a middle-aged bald fat man, pointing his finger at his brother Lu Shiqi's face and cursing. Yang Yiyu walked in and saw Lu Shiqi in the hall, his hands clenched tightly, his face flushed. Opposite him was a bald fat man in his 40s and a young man in his 20s. On Lu Shiqi's side was a middle-aged man in a suit, who was talking to the middle-aged fat man and the young man with a smile on his face. There was a broken blue and white porcelain vase on the ground. Seeing this scene, Yang Yiyu guessed what was going on. It should be that his brother Lu Shiqi broke the blue and white porcelain vase on the ground for some unknown reason, and the other party might be asking for compensation. The blue and white porcelain vase is an antique. If it were a real antique, its price would be beyond what Lu Shiqi could afford. No wonder he called me to borrow money. I guess he had no choice but to do so. When Yang Yiyun got closer, he heard the middle-aged fat man say, "More than 10,000 yuan. Are you kidding me? This is a Song Dynasty blue and white porcelain vase, and it's a tribute. It's worth more than 300,000 yuan, do you know? Compensating me more than 10,000 yuan. Are you kidding me?" After he finished speaking, the bald middle-aged man looked at the young man next to him and said, "Mr. Song has signed a purchase agreement with me. If you break it now, how are you going to explain it to Mr. Song? Now it's not just my loss, it's also young Master Song's loss, so I have to pay 400,000 yuan in compensation, not a cent less." Among the bald middle-aged population, things are magnified countless times, as if the sky is falling. At this time, the young man beside him, who was called young Master Song by the bald fat man, said calmly, "Boss Zhang, let me put it this way. I don't think this brother did it on purpose. Although I have signed a purchase agreement with you, there is no transaction after all. Although it might offend the person I promised to give a gift to, it's not a big deal. This brother doesn't seem to be a wealthy man. He's just a security guard in a building. If you ask him for 400,000, wouldn't that drive him to death? How about this, give me some face, I think I'll just let this brother pay 100,000 yuan. Mr. Zhang, you are also a well-known person. If you really let this brother pay 400,000 yuan, it will be laughed at by people if it gets out. What do you think? Okay, I'll give Mr. Song a favor today. 100,000 is fine. Just consider it as my charity." The bald middle-aged man was silent for a moment and agreed. At this time, Song Xiao looked at Lu Shiqi and the middle-aged man in a suit beside him and said, "Manager Jiang, this brother is your subordinate. I have said this. What do you two think? Just compensate Mr. Zhang 100,000 yuan. I can only take out 16,000 yuan. I borrowed 10,000 yuan from my brother and it will be delivered to you soon. I will accept 100,000 yuan, but I can't take it out all at once. Give me some time to raise the money." Lu Shiqi agreed in a deep voice. At this time, Mr. Song looked at Manager Jiang again. Manager Jiang gritted his teeth and said, "Mr. Zhang, Mr. Song, rest assured. I will raise the remaining money. Please give me 2 hours." "Okay, then you'd better hurry up. We are still waiting to join the auction. You just have to wait for 2 hours." Song Xiao said. "Captain." Lu Shiqi spoke with emotion. "Okay, you are my soldier and always will be. Don't worry about the money. I will find a way. Since you broke someone else's things, it's normal for us to compensate," Manager Jiang said. After hearing this, Yang Yiyu understood everything. While he hated the bald middle-aged fat man cursing his brother, Yang Yiyu was also happy that his brother Lu Shiqi had such a captain. He had never said anything about Lu Shiqi's work. Now it seemed that it was Manager Jiang, who was also Lu Shiqi's team leader, who arranged it. As the saying goes, those who are involved in the matter are often confused, while those who are not involved in the matter can see things more clearly. Yang Yiyu saw their entire conversation, then looked at the broken celadon on the ground. He then narrowed his eyes and sneered in his heart. At this time, Manager Jiang was ready to turn around and leave to raise money, but Yang Yiyu stepped forward to stop him and said, "Manager Jiang, don't leave yet." Yunzi, Lu Shiqi's eyes flashed with emotion when he saw Yang Yiyu. He didn't expect that his brother would come in person. "Who is this?" Manager Jiang stopped and asked Lu Shiqi. "Captain, this is our brother Yang Yiyu who grew up playing in the mud." Lu Shiqi hurriedly introduced. Yang Yiyun stepped forward and shook hands with Manager Jiang. "Hello, Manager Jiang, my name is Yang Yiyun and I am Tiedan's brother." After the two shook hands, Yang Yiyun turned around and glared at Lu Shiqi, saying, "Lu Tiedan, do you treat me as a brother? Why don't you tell me anything?" Lu Shiqi looked touched and ashamed. In fact, Yang Yiyun naturally knew why Lu Shiqi didn't tell him, because he was afraid that it would affect his studies. At this time, the bald middle-aged fat man shouted angrily, "Hey, hey, hey, I said you want to reminisce about the past, compensate me first, Song Shao, and I don't have time to waste here." Yang Yiyun suddenly turned around, raised his hand and slapped the bald middle-aged fat man hard. "Pa!" The bald fat man screamed, and was immediately slapped to the ground by Yang Yiyun. "Pay compensation to your uncle. You've had enough of this scam against my brother." After the fight, Yang Yiyun stared at the bald fat man with a gloomy face and cursed him. His sudden slap stunned the whole audience. Yang Yiyun's mind suddenly exploded, and he immediately short-circuited. He didn't expect Ouyang Yuqing to actually obey Lei Lei's wishes and let him stay. "Dad Yun, please don't leave and stay to tell me a story, okay?" At this time, Lei Lei spoke with an expectant look, pulling Yang Yiyun back to reality. After reacting, he nodded blankly, "Okay." Ouyang Yuqing and her daughter both laughed. At night, Lei Lei lay in the middle of the bed, with Yang Yiyun on her left and Ouyang Yuqing on her right, and asked Yang Yiyun to tell her a story. This is not difficult at all for Yang Yiyun from the history department. He can tell a story for 3 days and 3 nights without repeating himself. Ouyang Yuqing turned her left head and glanced at Yang Yiyun from time to time, who was telling stories to her daughter seriously. Seeing her daughter's happy smile, she felt at ease. Or rather, she felt at ease when she saw that there was a man accompanying her daughter. It's not that she had never thought about giving her daughter a complete home. But after her failed marriage with Wang Ming, she became afraid of love again. Add to that her age and a child, and she never met the right person, so she just lived one day at a time. He always felt guilty towards his daughter Ouyang Yuqing. Ever since her daughter asked her for her father 3 months ago, Ouyang Yuqing's heart has never been at peace. In other words, she had been suppressed for a long time because of Wang Ming's harassment and her daughter's matter. After seeing that Yang Yiyun and his daughter were like real parents, Ouyang Yuqing felt at ease for some reason after not feeling at ease for 2 or 3 years. She is tired. Of course, even though she knew that it was fake and impossible for Yang Yiyun to be Lei Lei's father, she still wanted this dream to last a little longer. Before Ouyang Yuqing knew it, she fell into a deep sleep, and slept very peacefully, which was a sign of her trust in Yang Yiyun. There was no defense against him. Because the Yang Yiyun that Ouyang Yuqing met was a down-to-earth and simple student. At first, Yang Yiyun was lying on the bed telling stories to Lei Lei with a sense of anxiety, but after discovering that Ouyang Yuqing did not show any emotional fluctuations, he finally felt relieved. Not long after, he found that Ouyang Yuqing had fallen asleep soundly. Then, before he knew it, Lei Lei also fell asleep, and only then did he stop. Yang Yiyun secretly looked at Ouyang Yuqing, who was sleeping soundly, and felt very excited. He had never thought that one day he would share a bed with Ouyang Yuqing, even though it would be just to accompany the child. But Yang Yiyun was very happy. Everyone in the school knows that Ouyang Yuqing is a goddess, with intellectual and classical beauty, a famous quiet beauty, and a person respected by Yang Yiyun. Thinking about it, Yang Yiyun wanted to thank his master very much. If it weren't for his cultivation, his vision and hearing would not be different from ordinary people. Without his extraordinary hearing, how could he have helped Ouyang Yuqing today, put on her bathrobe, and sleep with her? Yang Yiyun did not practice that night. After turning off the lights, he guarded Ouyang Yuqing and her daughter in the dark. He was very happy to be able to help Ouyang Yuqing. At a certain moment, Ouyang Yuqing suddenly turned over, revealing her white and tender calves under her nightgown. This made Yang Yiyun's mouth dry, and he quickly covered her with the quilt, muttered a word of guilt, and looked away. He felt that Ouyang Yuqing could only be admired from afar and not be desecrated. I don't know how much time had passed, but Yang Yiyun finally felt sleepy and fell asleep. The next morning he was awakened by the smell of food. He opened his eyes and saw Lei Lei still sleeping soundly. Ouyang Yuqing was nowhere to be seen. He listened carefully to the noise in the kitchen and realized that she was making breakfast. After getting out of bed quietly and putting on his clothes, Yang Yiyun went to the bathroom. After entering, he found that Yang Yuqing's clothes from last night were gone, but there was a set of new towels and toothbrushes on the sink. Without asking, Yang Yiyun guessed that it was prepared by Yang Yuqing, and thought to himself, what a thoughtful teacher Yang. After washing up, Yang Yiyun came out and just saw Yang Yuqing walking out of the kitchen carrying dishes. Seeing Yang Yiyun, she smiled brightly. Get up, come and have breakfast, you will go to school later, don't be late. Subconsciously, Yang Yiyun asked, Teacher Yang, aren't you going to school? I've asked for leave. I'll send Lele back to my parents' house this afternoon and go back to school tomorrow. Yang Yiyun nodded to show that he understood. Yang Yuqing said last night that Lele was entrusted to her parents for care. Yang Yuqing would pick up the child and stay here for 2 days every weekend. This house belonged to her friend, who went abroad and let Yang Yuqing live there. Neither of them spoke at the table. They ate in silence. Yang Yiyun ate quickly. He finished in a few bites and stood up and said, Teacher Yang, I'll leave first. Okay, I'll take you there. Yang Yuqing stood up, walked to the door and opened it for Yang Yiyun. As he walked out the door, Yang Yiyun always felt that he wanted to say something to her, but he didn't know what to say. When he was about to leave, he heard Yang Yuqing shouting, Wait! Subconsciously, Yang Yiyun stopped and turned around. What's wrong, teacher? Your collar is broken. He took a step forward naturally and stretched out his hand to help Yang Yiyun fix his collar. When she was helping Yang Yiyun fix his collar, they were very close to each other and a faint scent of perfume entered Yang Yiyun's nostrils. Yang Yiyun, who was much taller than Yang Yuqing, saw Yang Yuqing's collar at a glance. In an instant he felt his whole body getting hot. Facing such a goddess, Yang Yiyun felt that she was just like a sister next door. I felt an impulse in my heart and couldn't help but want to hug Yang Yuqing. The next moment, he got excited and hugged Yang Yuqing in his arms. Yang Yuqing was startled by Yang Yiyun's sudden action, but being held in a pair of strong arms made her feel inexplicably safe. Reason told her that she couldn't do this with Yang Yiyun and couldn't have any distracting thoughts about him. She only regarded Yang Yiyun as her younger brother, but deep down in her heart she liked this feeling. Yang Yuqing did not move in the conflict and let Yang Yiyun hold her in his arms. However, Yang Yiyun felt that Yang Yuqing's body was trembling, but he did not push him away. Of course, he was also obsessed with the feeling of hugging Yang Yuqing in his arms. Almost instinctively, Yang Yiyun kissed Yang Yuqing. Yang Yuqing, feeling weak all over, saw Yang Yiyun kissing her. She wanted to dodge, but Yang Yiyun was too fast and kissed her on the face. Boom. At this moment, Yang Yuqing's mind heard a reverberation and fell into a blank. But then Yang Yiyun let her go, blushing and stammering, I'm sorry, Teacher Yang, I couldn't control myself. When the last word was spoken, Yang Yiyun in Yang Yuqing's eyes looked like a thief who rushed out of the door in a hurry. Yang Yuqing could hear the nervousness in Yang Yiyun's voice just now. When she came to her senses, Yang Yiyun had disappeared. As someone who has experienced it, Yang Yuqing can understand the impulsiveness of Yang Yiyun, a young man full of vigor and vitality. Walking silently to the window and seeing Yang Yiyun running away, Yang Yuqing suddenly burst into laughter. She was in a good mood and a bright smile appeared on her face. She reached out and touched the face that Yang Yiyun had just kissed, and walked into the bedroom to see her daughter. On the street, Yang Yiyun was panting heavily. He had just run out of the residential area where Yang Yuqing lived and stopped a long way away. Even he himself couldn't understand why he was so bold just now. He not only hugged Teacher Yang but also kissed her. I wonder if she will be angry. Will you ignore me from now on? What if she gets angry? I deserve to die. How could I do such a thing to Teacher Yang? Impulse is the devil. Feeling nervous all the way, worried that Yang Yuqing would blame him for his wild thoughts, Yang Yiyun returned to school. After walking into the classroom and sitting in his seat, Yang Yiyun suddenly smelled a foul odor. It smells like urine. Suddenly Yang Yiyun remembered something, and forgot about his worry and blame towards Yang Yuqing, and turned around to look back. After sniffing his nose, Yang Yiyun suddenly felt like bursting into laughter. The smell of urine came from 3 people, the transvestite and 2 other female classmates. I remember that he deliberately told the transvestite yesterday that boys' urine can be used for beauty care, which was nonsense. I didn't expect that the transvestite actually used urine to wash her face, and she also led 2 girls to do so. This is simply too much. Yang Yu felt that he still underestimated girls' pursuit of beauty. There were actually people who used urine to wash their faces. He just didn't know if the 3 of them used boys' urine. The performance of these 3 people can only be described as horrible. Such performance made Yang Yu more determined to formulate the beauty medicine, the secret to staying young, as soon as possible. He will go tomorrow. He doesn't have any main classes tomorrow morning, so he will go directly to the pharmacy to buy herbs for experiments. Although the 3 of them all wore perfume, most people could not smell the urine smell, but Yang Yu was an exception. After all, he was the descendant of a wandering immortal. His sense of smell was extraordinary and he could immediately smell the urine on the 3 people. At this time, the transvestite saw Yang Yu, and walked over with her fingers tapping and whispered, "Yang Yu, the prescription you mentioned yesterday seems to have some effect. My skin feels so soft today." Buffed, ha ha ha. Yang Yu couldn't hold back his laughter anymore after hearing what the transvestite said, and tears were almost coming out. After a while, he stopped and said, "You stinky sissy, stay away from me. Boys' urine itself has a metabolic effect on the skin. It's normal for your skin to be cottony. Don't wash your face with urine in the future. It smells so bad. How can I go to class in the future? You're going to suffocate me to death, ha ha." As soon as Yang Yu finished speaking, all the classmates around heard it and started to make a noise, laughing at the transvestite. The other 2 girls' faces also turned green. They finally understood that it was Yang Yu who tricked the transvestite yesterday, and it was a pity that the 2 of them actually believed it. They cursed Yang Yu 100 times in their hearts. When the pseudo-girl heard what Yang Yu said, she raised her orchid finger and stamped her feet in anger, saying, "Yang Yu, I hate you." She looked like a completely abandoned woman. A trace of panic flashed in Song Xiao's eyes, and then he flew into a rage. "Where did you come from, you wild boy? Dare to hit Mr. Zhang? Believe it or not, you will be in trouble." Jiang Jin was also shocked by Yang Yu's behavior. He was the security captain of this building. This was the auction branch of the Zhao Group, a giant in Kyushu's business world. People coming in and out were either rich or noble. Today, my brother Lu Shiqi accidentally knocked down Mr. Zhang and broke the antique blue and white porcelain vase in his hand. It is understandable that he asked for compensation. In Jiang Jin's eyes, it was best not to offend the customers. Since the antique was worth 300,000, the owner demanded 100,000 in compensation, which was not a difficult matter. He just thought about raising the money to deal with it. Unexpectedly, Yang Yiyun slapped him on the spot as soon as he appeared. Jiang Jin felt bitter and thought to himself, how will this end? He never thought that the bald Mr. Zhang and Mr. Song were liars. Because the 2 men were dressed in expensive clothes, Jiang Jin had some vision and didn't think they were scammers or people trying to scam him. Yang Yu said that these 2 people were committing fraud. This made Jiang Jin feel suspicious. This shouldn't happen. He had never seen anyone who dared to cheat in Zhao's auction building. Yang Yu must have deliberately caused trouble because he didn't want to pay compensation. Think about it, 100,000 yuan is not a small amount for Lu Shiqi. As Lu Shiqi's brother, Yang Yu certainly didn't want his brother to pay the money. Did he slap Mr. Zhang in the face to cause trouble? Jiang Jin thought bitterly in his heart, and hurriedly went up to explain that he must not make things worse. However, before he could even open his mouth, Yang Yu did something that almost made him faint. He thought to himself that it was over, and he would lose his job this time. Yang Yu suddenly kicked Song Xiao. Fuck you, you 2 dead liars, how dare you pretend to be cool? Yang Yu kicked Song Xiao to the ground. Not satisfied yet, he walked over and kicked him again. Ah, young Master Song screamed. Mr. Song. I've never seen a liar pretending to be a young master. Bah. You're trying to scam me with a fake product worth a few dozen dollars. It's fine if you're just scamming me, but you're scamming my brother. I'm going to kill you 2 today. While cursing, Yang Yu refused to give in and started to kick and hit. At this time, Jiang Jin and Lu Shiqi widened their eyes and hurried forward to hold Yang Yu. Yunzi, is this vase really a fake? Lu Shiqi couldn't help but speak after hearing his brother's words. Somehow, he felt a lot more relaxed. He had great trust in Yang Yiyun and knew whether this brother was a reckless person. He always did things clearly and never acted recklessly. Brother Yang, is it really a fake? Jiang Zhen also spoke. He just saw panic flash in Mr. Zhang and Mr. Song's eyes, and now he began to believe Yang Yiyun a little. Just wait, kid. I will make you regret it. You have more people and more power. We can settle this score later. Let's go. Young Master Song on the ground stood up and immediately made a gesture to leave with the bald Mr. Zhang. Did I let you go? Yang Yiyun stood in front of the two men. We are going to investigate the matter of the vase. Get out of the way, or I will kill you. At this moment, Xiao Songshao looked really panicked. But Yang Yiyun laughed. In fact, he was just bluffing, but he didn't expect that these two people were actually liars. He had seen the broken blue and white porcelain vase on the ground before and knew at first glance that it was a fake. As a history student, he had also studied antique identification as an elective course, but he was not sure at first whether Mr. Zhang and Mr. Song were scammers. However, observing the words and actions of these two people, it was found that the bald Mr. Zhang would always look at Mr. Song from time to time when he was about to speak, and this Mr. Song took the initiative to reduce the price of an antique worth more than 300,000 yuan to 100,000 yuan, and what he said was reasonable. On the contrary, Lu Shiqi will thank him. What's more important is that when Yang Yiyun and his partner talk, they exchange glances like a couple. It's not normal for two grown men to exchange glances and have flickering eyes. Yang Yiyun, who was well versed in history and had analyzed people's personalities, combined various signs and concluded that the two men were liars, so he stepped forward and slapped them in the face to see their reaction. Sure enough, when he said the words, "hit the car to get a refund," panic flashed in the eyes of both the bald Mr. Zhang and Mr. Song. Although both of them concealed it well, they were still discovered by the attentive Yang Yiyun. Are you still making such a big fuss about leaving now? This is a typical case of running away when something is exposed. If the two were not scammers, they would have called the police immediately, but they didn't. Instead, they ran away. So Yang Yiyun was 100% sure that they were scammers. With his eyes narrowed, he stood in front of the two men. The young Master Song in question had a sinister look in his eyes. He reached to his waist and took out a dagger. Yang Yiyun laughed. This was a typical case of a cornered dog doing something desperate. He was not afraid at all. Instead, Lu Shiqi and Jiang Zhen were shocked. Be careful. Lu Shiqi took a step forward and snatched the dagger from Song Shao's hand with his backhand. With a sudden force, Song Shao's wrist was broken by Lu Shiqi. Ah! A pig-slaughtering scream came out of Song Shao's mouth, but then he was kicked to the ground by Lu Shiqi. A fat and bald Mr. Zhang, when young Master Song pulled out his arm, saw that the situation was not good and ran away, but was tripped by Jiang Zhen's leg and fell to the ground. His nose was broken and he screamed on the ground with blood flowing from his nose. Now everyone understands that these two people are undoubtedly scammers. Hey, Tiedan, can you just let me have my fun? My buddy's skills are better than yours now. Yang Yiyun said with a smile while looking at Lu Shiqi. He was just about to strike a heavy blow to this young Master Song, but unexpectedly, Lu Shiqi got there first. Of course, Yang Yiyun was very happy at this moment, because he just saw Lu Shiqi take action. This guy is quite skilled. Moreover, when Song Shao took out the dagger just now, he put it in front of himself without hesitation, as if he was afraid that he would suffer a loss. Since childhood, Yang Yiyun has been physically weaker, while Lu Shiqi is strong and healthy. When they were fighting as children, Yang Yiyun would come up with ideas and Lu Shiqi would take action. The two of them were the best combination from elementary school all the way to high school. Come on, I'm telling you you're stupid. You didn't even run away when someone took out a dagger. Are you scared, silly? Or are you out of your mind? When Lu Shiqi heard Yang Yiyun's words, he cursed him without any hesitation. He was really sweating in his heart, fearing that Yang Yiyun would suffer a loss. Hee, I've already told you that my skills are better than yours, why don't you believe it? Yang Yiyun laughed, knowing that in Lu Shiqi's eyes he was just a weak scholar. Get lost. Don't be stupid next time you fight. You're not afraid even when they have a dagger out. Are you crazy about reading and showing off? Shiqi was really scared and didn't give Yang Yu a good look. Okay, I'm wrong, buddy. You don't even believe me when I tell you the truth. Yang Yu smiled bitterly. However, he would not tell anyone that he had the Qianquan pot and his master Yun Tianxia. You can't tell this to anyone else. This secret can only be known by you and no one else in the world. This kind of thing is too shocking and unconventional. If it were to be made public, it would be a disaster and would not be good for anyone. Okay, now that the matter is clear, call the police and let the inspectors handle it. After that, I'll treat you to a drink. It's not easy to get out once. Yang Yu patted Shiqi on the shoulder and said. After calling the police, the so-called Mr. Zhang and Mr. Song were taken away by patrol officers. The two men are indeed liars, and habitual offenders at that. During the interrogation by the inspectors, it was revealed that the two men were uncle and nephew, that Song Xiao was a college student, and Zhang was a veteran who had been in the underworld before. They conspired to set up scams in various places, and their targets were those living at the bottom of society because they were easy to cheat. These two scammers were willing to spend a lot of money, and the clothes they wore were genuine brand-name goods, giving people the illusion that they were big bosses. He had committed dozens of crimes and traveled to more than 10 cities, but today he was caught by Yang Yu. After cooperating with the police in taking the statement, Jiang Jin gave Shiqi a vacation. The two brothers came out to eat. At the dinner table, Shiqi picked up the wine glass and said sincerely, "Thank you, Yunzi." "Get lost and have a drink," Yang Yu rolled his eyes. At this moment, Shiqi finally felt relieved. He knew that if it weren't for Yang Yu, he would have suffered a loss today, and his instructor would have been implicated as well. After drinking a large glass of white wine, Shiqi took a long breath and looked at Yang Yu and said, "How is your internship going? Have you found one? There's still some time, let's talk about it in a few days. What about you? Do you have any plans?" Yang Yu filled his glass and said. Shiqi smiled bitterly, "What else can I plan? I'll just muddle through life like this. Anyway, my monthly salary is enough for me to spend on my family. Before I entered society, I had a lot of dreams in my head, but now they are all shattered by the reality of life." Yang Yiyun smiled and said, "This is not like your character, Lu Tiadan. Do you remember what you said the day you left as a guard?" Shiqi was stunned for a moment, then nodded bitterly. "You said that you would be the best guard in the future. I said at that time that I wanted to be admitted to a key university. Now my dream has come true, but you have become a professional. Speaking of being a professional, you have never told me the reason. In the team, you are a key guard, and no one should be dismissed. Why do you want to be a professional?" Yang Yu asked after taking a sip of wine. He had asked about the reason for Shiqi's major, but Shiqi just shook his head and didn't say anything every time. "Don't ask any more. I still have my dream, but it has changed. I want to start a business, open a company and make a lot of money. You will be the first college student in the village, and I will be the first richest man." Ha ha. After drinking the wine in the glass in one gulp, Shiqi suddenly said with great passion. At this moment, Yang Yu was actually inspired. He had too many medical skills and prescriptions in his mind that could be used to make money and start a business. With the inheritance from his master, Yang Yu dared to say that every medical skill and prescription could make a career. Looking at Shiqi, he said, "Tiadan, give me some time. Brothers, we will realize this wish. Isn't it just to be the richest man? It's too small. How about we build a business empire together?" Shiqi spat out a mouthful of wine. "I was wondering, when did you become so good at bragging?" Although Yang Yu was not afraid of pythons now, he had been afraid of snakes since he was a child. He was still shocked when he suddenly saw the big creature with thick arms and 5 or 6 meters long. The python that appeared before his eyes was completely black, with its forked tongue sticking out and hissing. It attacked the golden mink, but the nimble mink would always dodge it. Compared to the python, Yang Yu liked the mink with its golden hair. The mink is about the size of a domestic cat, but slender, with short and strong limbs, big round eyes that are shiny black, and looks very smart. In the confrontation with the python, Yang Yu thinks the mink has the advantage. It has a small body, and each jump is 2 or 3 meters, so it can easily avoid the python's attacks. Once it finds an opportunity, it will rush over to the python and hit it with its claws. The seemingly short claws are extremely sharp and can always leave a scar on the python, making the python hiss angrily. In Yang Yiyu's eyes, it felt like Diaoer was playing with the python, because Diaoer could easily dodge the python's attacks, but after dodging, Diaoer did not run away, but instead continued to attack the python. Yang Yiyun felt this scene was very funny and he admired Diaoer. Marten is a mammal, also known as sable, mainly distributed in the Ural Mountains, Siberia, Mongolia, and northeast China. There are many species, and most marten animals live in trees. Of course, in addition to northeast China and Mongolia, there are also some other places, but very few. Normally, pythons are natural enemies and if you encounter one, you can only run away. However, this hanging ear snake not only did not run away, but instead fought with the python, which Yang Yiyu found very interesting. However, the mink in front of him was a little different from the minks Yang Yiyu knew. Its ears were longer and it looked very cute overall. Its fur was pure gold with no other hair mixed in it. It was very cute and adorable. Just when Diaoer was about to scratch the python with her claws again, something finally happened. People always say that if you don't seek death, you won't die. In Yang Yiyu's eyes, Diaoer is also the type who is seeking death. She relied on her fast speed to fight against the python, but finally suffered a loss. Squeak. Just after Diaoer scratched the python with one claw, the python suddenly opened its mouth and spit out a breath of black poisonous gas, which hit Diaoer. The next moment, Diaoer felt dizzy and his escape slowed down. Then the python's tail hit him, and he fell to the ground with a squeaking scream. Then the python twisted its body, opened its big mouth, and swallowed Diaoer in one gulp. Yang Yiyu was watching the fight from the side. Out of his aversion to snakes and his instinctive love for the cute and adorable mink, he decided to rescue the mink. There was a fist-sized stone right under his feet, and he kicked it away with all his strength. With a dull bang, the python was hit on the head by the stone kicked out by Yang Yiyu. The whole snake head exploded immediately, and it fell to the ground with a bang, rolling on the spot. The force of the kick was enough to kill the python. Then Yang Yiyu walked to Diaoer. At this moment, Diaoer was sprayed with poison by the python and was lying on the ground twitching. Although he was not dead, he was not far from it. It can be seen that the poison of a python's breath is also very powerful. It's your luck that you meet me. Yang Yiyu squatted down and grabbed Diaoer in his hand. With a thought in his mind, a stream of true energy entered Diaoer's body. The true energy in his body was the pure essence of heaven and earth, which was more than enough to save Diaoer. He withdrew his hand and put Diaoer on the ground. In less than a minute, the golden mink got up on its own and had fully recovered. Seeing this scene, Yang Yiyu was also amazed by his own qi, and secretly said, "Cultivation is really a divine method." Just a circle of qi in Diaoer's body has eliminated the poison in its body. If his cultivation level is higher in the future, it will be impossible for him to cast spells. Squeak. At this time, Diaoer climbed up and made 2 calls from his mouth. Then he walked to the python, stretched out his sharp claws and scratched the python's belly, then moved his mouth towards the python's belly. The next moment, when Diaoer turned his head, he had a piece of bright red meat in his mouth. In the look of surprise in Yang Yiyu's eyes, it came to Yang Yiyu's side and chirped. Yang Yiyu came back to his senses and saw what was in Diaoer's mouth. It was actually snake gall. This was a good thing. After taking it, it could strengthen the body and replenish the essence, which would be helpful for his own cultivation. Diaoer seemed to be offering the python gall to herself, and asked tentatively, "You gave it to me?" Squeak. Diaoer nodded very humanely and placed the python gallbladder at Yang Yiyu's feet. Haha, what a human being Diaoer is. I didn't save you in vain. You actually know how to repay a favor. Interesting, interesting. Yang Yiyu took out a food bag from his bag, put the python gallbladder in it, and put it in the bag. Although Yang Yiyun was surprised at the human-like mink, he was not surprised. In the animal kingdom, there are many spiritual animals, including cats and dogs in real life, and there are also wild animals that have human-like qualities. Moreover, in the inherited knowledge bestowed by the master, in the vast world of cultivation, there are also demon cultivators. Demon cultivators are animals that have awakened their spiritual intelligence and then cultivated into Taoism, and even transformed into human form. Theoretically, all living things have the potential to practice Taoism. Yang Yiyu was not surprised that this mink from the mountains was so human-like. This mink was not afraid of Yang Yiyu. It stayed close to Yang Yiyu without hiding or avoiding. Yang Yiyu attributed this to his own cultivation, because the true qi in his body was the essence of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, itself a gift from nature. Animals are more sensitive to nature than humans, so the reason why Jiao was not afraid of him might be because of the aura of cultivation or true qi emanating from his body. Squeak! At this time, the mink made a chirp, and disappeared into the bushes after a few rises and falls. Yang Yiyu didn't care. Although he thought Jiao was cute, he had never thought of catching it as a pet. Shaking his head, Yang Yiyu continued to look for the zhongcha herbs. It was already late. As I raised my foot, the squeaking sound came into my ears again. When he turned around, Yang Yiyu was happy to find that Jiao had returned. It came to Yang Yiyu and squeaked. At first Yang Yiyu didn't understand, but then Jiao pulled his pants with its mouth, and Yang Yiyu realized that Jiao was following it. "You want me to go with you?" Yang Yiyu asked. Squeak! Jiao called twice and nodded. Yang Yiyu followed Jiao, passed through a bush, walked into a rocky cave, and then came to the foot of a mountain. Jiao's little paws squeaked in a certain direction. Yang Yiyu looked in the direction he wanted and saw Jiao jumping happily on a tree on the mountain. It was a wild fruit tree, full of red fruits. Their size and shape were basically the same as the small tomatoes on the market. Jiao climbed up the tree and started to chew the fruits, which made Yang Yiyu swallow his saliva. Walking forward, when he arrived under the tree, Yang Yiyu was overjoyed. There was actually a patch of zhongcha herbs growing here. Yang Yiyu immediately began to dig them. He dug 20 zhongcha herbs in one breath before stopping. There were many here, in large patches, so he planned to come back later. After packing the herbs, Yang Yiyu stood up. At this moment, a breeze blew past and a fishy smell came into his nose, exactly the same as the smell from the python before. At this moment, Yang Yiyu finally understood why Jiao was fighting with the python. Looking at the Jiao happily eating fruits on the nameless wild fruit tree on the cliff, Yang Yiyu thought that the Jiao must want to eat the wild fruits here, but this place is the python's territory, so a fight started. Yang Yiyu couldn't help but smile bitterly at Jiao. If this was really the reason, then Jiao was a foodie. Squeak! At this time, the mink on the tree squeaked and waved its little paws to signal Yang Yiyu to come up. The wild fruit tree where Jiao was located was about 10 meters from the ground, and there seemed to be a small stone platform on it. 10 meters high was not easy for ordinary people, but it was a piece of cake for Yang Yiyu. Walking at the foot of the mountain, Yang Yiyu stretched out his hand and climbed up in a few seconds. As expected, after climbing up, he found a platform about 8 or 9 meters long and less than half a meter wide. In the center of this platform halfway up the mountain is a hole with a diameter of half a meter, emitting a strong fishy smell. Yang Yiyu knew without thinking that this should be the python's lair, and the wild fruit tree that Jiao liked was right at the entrance of the python's cave. Sure enough, the fight between Jiao and the python was exactly as he had imagined. Greedy mink! Yang Yiyu shook his head and smiled bitterly. When he turned around, he saw 2 plants in the crack of the mountain in the upper right corner of the python cave entrance. One of them was silver white, and the other one Yang Yiyu recognized, wild ginseng. I was overjoyed and looked at the vines with ginseng leaves. It should be an old ginseng. This thing is valuable. I didn't expect to come across one here, growing tenaciously in the cracks of the rocks. Not to mention that this place is on a cliff halfway up the mountain, and there are pythons guarding it, and it's growing in the cracks of the rocks. Without the obstacles of the first 2, it would be difficult to dig ginseng from the cracks in the rocks. However, this is not a problem for Yang Yiyu who has true energy. He immediately circulated the true energy in his hands, stretched out his hand towards the crack in the stone, and suddenly exerted force, breaking a large piece of the stone in half. It took more than 10 minutes, and relying entirely on the power of true energy in his fingers, Yang Yiyu finally dug the ginseng out of the cracks in the mountain. It was very complete, more than a foot long, as thick as a baby's wrist, and the beard on it had not fallen off. It had grown into the outline of an old man. Although Yang Yiyu didn't know much about ginseng, he had heard that the more human-like a ginseng looks and the more beards it has, the older it is, the more valuable it is. Looking at the ginseng in his hand, young Yiyun was very excited and said to himself, "Today is really my lucky day, a day of adventure." Just as Yang Yiyun held the ginseng in his hand and pondered its value, his left arm suddenly felt hot and the qianquan pot pattern emitted a faint halo. He was suddenly moved and said with great joy, "Master." He knew that his master should have woken up, so he called out immediately. The next moment, Master Yuntianxia's voice really rang in his mind. Master sensed the aura of the star spirit grass. In Yang Yiyun's ears, the master's voice was a little excited. It seemed that something extraordinary could make him so excited. Yang Yiyun smiled and didn't explain much. He first wanted to find out the formula of the art of preserving youth, and then give Lu Shiqi a surprise. Yang Yiyun believed that as long as the medicine in the art of retaining youth had a cosmetic effect, there would be no problem making money, and it would be enough to make Lu Shiqi the richest man in the village. However, as the descendant of a wandering immortal, having a master who is a wandering immortal of 12 tribulations is equivalent to owning a treasure trove. It is not difficult to build a business empire on Earth. It is only a matter of time. The two brothers drank and talked about their childhood, the present, and the future. As they were talking, Lu Shiqi suddenly said, "Oh, by the way, where is your girlfriend? You should go visit her more often. She is working now, and you haven't graduated yet. Aren't you afraid that someone else will snatch her away after a long time?" Lu Shiqi was just joking with the conversation, but after he finished speaking, he noticed that Yang Yiyun fell silent, and his face became gloomy, so he knew that something must have gone wrong between the two of them. "What's wrong? Did you break up?" Lu Shiqi asked. Yang Yiyun nodded and then told him what happened in the park that day. He and Lu Shiqi were brothers who grew up playing in the mud, so there was nothing they couldn't talk about, and he had been holding a grudge in his heart. He actually has no feelings for his ex-girlfriend. College love is actually a game. It is better to say that they have a good impression of each other than love. He just watched others fall in love and then followed the trend. He and his ex-girlfriend only held hands and never kissed. Thinking about it now, it was a humiliation for Yang Yiyun. After all, people just looked down on him because he had no money and no power. Really, who would be interested in a poor student from the countryside? It's better not to have such a woman. It's a good thing that she breaks up with you. Don't worry, I'll introduce you to someone who is 10 times better than her. When I make a lot of money in the future, you will have everything I have. While drinking, Lu Shiqi kept on giving advice to Yang Yiyun. In the evening, Lu Shiqi asked Yang Yiyun to stay and went to his dormitory. When he woke up in the morning, Lu Shiqi had already gone to work. Yang Yiyun got up and prepared to say hello to him and leave. Today was Saturday and he didn't have to go to class, so he planned to go to the Chinese medicine market to buy all the herbs for the recipe of the art of preserving youth, and then start his own experiments. After arriving at Lu Shiqi's workplace, Yang Yiyun did not see him. His colleague said that he had gone out on patrol and helped Yang Yiyun to notify others. While waiting in the lobby, Yang Yiyun suddenly saw a woman wearing sunglasses walking towards the elevator with a large group of people following her. From a distance, Yang Yiyun could see that her back looked very familiar, very much like Zhao Nen who had saved him in the park. However, the other person was wearing sunglasses and Yang Yiyun was not sure whether it was her. He watched her walk into the elevator. At this time, Lu Shiqi's voice came from behind. "What are you looking at, you idiot? I seem to see an acquaintance." Yang Yiyun said subconsciously. "Come on, I heard that the person who just walked into the elevator is the daughter of the president of the Zhao Group. She is about to be accepted by an auction company and has been investigating it these days. It would be strange if you could know her." Lu Shiqi said, rolling his eyes. "I just think she looks familiar, but I'm not sure." "No, Tiedan, you look down on me. Maybe I will find you a sister-in-law like this in the future, believe it or not, haha. You're exaggerating again. You should be more down to earth, okay? Oh, by the way, I've told our captain about your internship. He's the security captain and has a good relationship with the head of the auction company's human resources department. He has promised to intercede for you. It shouldn't be difficult. You can come here for an internship when the time comes. Anyway, you're studying history, and the auction company has business in historical relics. Okay, if you can't find anyone suitable, you can come here and thank your captain for me." "Okay, I see. Don't worry, the captain is a very good person. You are my brother and he will definitely get it done for you. Then I'm leaving, you go to work. Be careful on the road. After saying goodbye to Lu Shiqi, Yang Yiyu went directly to the Chinese medicine market. The beauty formula of The Secret to Maintaining Youth requires a total of 26 Chinese medicinal materials, some of which are not available in pharmacies and can only be purchased in full at the Chinese medicine market. Yang Yiyu went from house to house, buying things in 10 portions. After a whole morning, he had finally bought almost everything. He had purchased 25 of the 26 Chinese medicinal herbs, the only one missing was the last one, which was not available in the medicinal herb market. Because this kind of medicinal material must be fresh and living medicinal plants, the pharmacy owner gave Yang Yiyu an address and asked him to look for it in the suburbs, where he should have it. The address given by the store owner is in a village called Yawang Village at the foot of the Qinling Mountains, about an hour's drive from the ancient city. After putting the purchased medicinal herbs back into the rented house, Yang Yiyu took a bus to Yawang Village. Anyway, tomorrow was the weekend and he had plenty of time. The beauty medicine must be developed. He was also thinking about attending his ex-girlfriend's wedding with the invitation on the 10th of next month. Sitting on the bus, Yang Yiyu clenched his fists and his eyes flashed with brilliance. Look down on him for not having money. Then make money, make a lot of money, and build a business empire. He swore in his heart that day that he would never be looked down upon in this life. He wants to give his grandma and sister the best life, find his father who has been missing for more than 10 years after going on a mission, and find the woman who abandoned him and his sister, and ask her why in person. All of these require money to support. Now that he was about to graduate from university, he had even received the inheritance of a sanxian. In the past, he could only hide these things deep in his heart, and he didn't even dare to think about them. But now, he dared to think about them and dared to do them. I heard from my grandmother that his father was an instructor in the team and his mother was from the south. His sister was born when he was 4 years old. That year, the team received news that his father was missing. That was also the year his mother left home, abandoning him and his sister. From then on, he and his sister were raised by their grandmother. For more than 10 years, there was still no news about his missing father. In fact, Yang Yiyu knew in his heart that he should no longer be alive. But his mother was not missing, but abandoned him and his sister and grandmother. Yang Yiyu was holding his breath for her, hoping to find her in the future and ask her in person why she abandoned him and his sister. While Yang Yiyu's thoughts were flying, the bus stopped and arrived at the destination. After getting off the bus, Yang Yiyu looked at this small village located at the foot of the Qinling Mountains, took a deep breath, and felt relaxed whole body and mind. The air here is dozens of times fresher than that in the ancient city. According to the pharmacy owner, the last medicinal ingredient he needed, zhongcha, can only be found in the mountains around Yawang Village. After entering the village, Yang Yiyu went to a convenience store. There was a middle-aged man in the store, watching TV. When he saw Yang Yiyu coming in, he smiled and asked, "What do you need to buy, young man?" "Uncle, give me a pack of cigarettes." If you want to find out some news, you should support the middle-aged man and ask him, and he will be willing to tell you. Yang Yiyu also smokes but not very often. After he opened his cigarette and lit one for the middle-aged man, the man smiled and found a small stool for Yang Yiyu to sit on. "Young man, are you here to collect folk songs?" asked the middle-aged man. "Uncle, I'm here to look for a Chinese medicine. I heard that there is one in the mountains around Yawang Village." Yang Yiyu continued to ask, "I want to look for a herb called zhongcha. Where can I find it?" "You've asked the right person. Our village is known as the Medicine King Village. It is rumored that the immortal Sun Simiao once lived here in the Tang dynasty. There are thousands of varieties of Chinese medicinal materials in the mountains around here. Our village has been growing medicinal materials since ancient times. You've made the right choice by looking here. However, the CRRC you mentioned is not grown there. There are wild ones in the mountains, but they are hard to find. That kind of medicine is not valuable and no one collects it. You may need to look for it yourself." The middle-aged man explained to Yang Yiyu in detail how to find it and where to find it. After walking out of the convenience store, Yang Yiyu followed the direction indicated by the middle-aged uncle and walked into the mountains of Yawang Village. From here, going deep into the vast Qinling Mountains is the whole place. The Qinling Mountains in a narrow sense are limited to the mountains in the southern part of the ancient capital province, between the Wei River and the Han River. It is bounded by the Ba River and Danjiang River Valley in the east and ends at the Jialing River in the west. The Qinling Mountains in a broad sense are an east-west mountain range that runs across the central part of Kyushu, starting from Baisher Mountain in the north of Linton County, Gansu Province in the west, and extending eastward through Meiji Mountain in the south of Tianshui into the western part of the ancient capital province. At the junction of Guda Province and Nanha Province, it is divided into 3 branches. The northern branch is Shaoshan Mountain, and the remaining branches extend eastward along the bank of Huangnan River Province, commonly known as Mangshan Mountain. The middle branch is Xiong'er Mountain and the southern branch is Funishan Mountain. It is about 1,600 kilometers long and is the watershed between the Weihua River, a tributary of the Yellow River, and the Jialing River and Hanshui River, tributaries of the Yangtze River. Because the temperature, climate, and topography of the Qinling Mountains show different changes in the north and south, the Qinling-Huaya line has become the most important north-south dividing line in Kyushu geography. The Qinling Mountains are revered as the dragon vein of the Kyushu civilization. The main peak, Taibai Mountain, is 3,771.2 meters high and is located in Baosher, the ancient capital province. The Qinling Mountains are the boundary mountains between the Guanzhong Plain in the ancient capital province and the southern Shaanxi region. The area around Yawang village is just the tip of the iceberg at the foot of the Qinling Mountains, but the mountains are vast and the forests are deep. After walking for more than 2 hours, Yang Yiyun had already gone about 40 miles deep into the mountains, but did not find a single plant of CRRC medicinal herbs. This made him wonder if the middle-aged man had deceived him or if he had taken the wrong path. I couldn't help feeling a little irritated, so I simply sat on a huge rock, drank some water, and rested. Seeing that it was getting late, he decided to go down the mountain and come back tomorrow if he couldn't find the place. At this moment, he suddenly heard a burst of rapid calls in his ears, and it was very strange. It sounded like it was coming from more than 10 meters away. With curiosity, Yang Yiyun looked in the direction of the source of the sound. When he walked through a bush, he gasped. A python about 5 or 6 meters long and a golden mink were seen fighting. After thinking for a moment, Yang Yiyun asked, "Master, are you talking about ginseng?" "The ginseng in your hand, little brat, is called the resurrection grass in the world of cultivation. It is not in my master's eyes anymore. This ginseng is only 500 years old and can barely be considered usable. Keep it well and wait until you reach the perfection of qi refining. I will help you achieve the foundation establishment." Yun Tianxia's voice showed that he did not think highly of this ginseng. His a 500-year-old ginseng. The master was not optimistic, but Yang Yiyun was different. He knew what a 500-year-old ginseng meant on Earth. On Earth today, let alone ginseng that is 500 years old, even the wild ginseng that has grown for 3 to 5 years has been dug up and there is little left, let alone one that is 500 years old. He thought that the ginseng he dug would be a priceless treasure. Of course, Yang Yiyun also knew that his master was a top immortal in the world of cultivation, so ordinary elixirs would naturally not be up to his standard. Or perhaps in the world of cultivation, elixirs themselves were very abundant. What a fuss! It's only 500 years. In the world of cultivation, there are elixirs that are thousands of years old or even longer. What's so surprising about a mere 500 years? Yun Tianxia sounded displeased with his disciple's rustic look that seemed to have never seen the world. Yang Yiyun was sweating in his heart, and he also understood that people with different identities naturally have different perspectives. He stopped discussing ginseng with his master to avoid being scolded by him, and asked casually, "Master, what is the star spirit grass you just mentioned?" "The one that's entirely silver-white is the star soul grass. It's a rare and precious medicine that's not often seen even in the world of cultivation. I never expected to encounter it in a small world like Earth where the spiritual energy is sparse. It seems that there are quite a few good spiritual medicines in your world." Yun Tianxia said with emotion. "I don't see anything. I can't feel any fluctuation of spiritual energy. What's the use?" Yang Yiyun asked. "You know shit. This is a precious medicine specially made for nourishing the soul, and it has endless uses. Last time, your master used up a lot of his energy to help you cleanse your marrow and hair. This star soul grass can replenish my energy. Put it into the Qinkuan pot quickly." Yun Tianxia said excitedly. Yang Yiyu rolled his eyes and said, Master, are you getting old and confused? I can't use the Qianquan pot. You can keep it yourself. You idiot, the Qianquan pot absorbed your blood and essence in the water last time, and your master helped you refine it, which is like recognizing your master by dropping blood. At the beginning, you had no cultivation at all and could not use it. Now you are in the first level of qi refining stage, and you can use the storage space in the Qianquan pot with your mind. Of course, you can only use a small part of the space now. To use more, you need to work hard on cultivation. Yun Tianxia couldn't help but curse. Well, Yang Yiyun was also angry after being cursed as a fool by him and shouted, Old man, the last time you came out, you stuffed a lot of information into my brain and then fell asleep, leaving me alone. The first time I sensed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, I was exploring it by myself. You never taught me, let alone told me the use of the Qianquan pot. How could I know that I could use it? I won't practice anymore, so you can wait to stay in Qianquan for the rest of your life. Yun Tianxia was speechless for a moment. It seemed that his disciple was right. As a master, he had indeed never preached to him. He just completed the task. After stuffing a lot of information into his disciple's mind, he ignored him. Yun Tianxia had nothing to say when his disciple cursed him as an old man. On the contrary, when he heard the name dead old man, Yun Tianxia was not angry. Instead, he felt very familiar with it. It had been a long time since he heard someone curse him like this. Ahem, didn't your soul cleanse your marrow and remove your hair and damage it, so you need to sleep to recover? Hee, don't be angry, my dear disciple, it was my negligence. You still need to work hard in cultivation. I still hope that you will succeed in cultivation and bring me back to the world of cultivation to rebuild my immortal body. So today, while I am awake, if you have any questions about cultivation, just tell me one by one and I will explain it to you. Don't be stubborn. If you don't make progress in cultivation, you will regress. When you go to the world of cultivation in the future, your little sister will definitely like you. She is one of the most famous fairies in the world of cultivation. I will be your matchmaker then. Yun Tianxia was really afraid that Yang Yiyu would stop practicing, then he would continue to be trapped in Qianquan, so as a master, he was really afraid that his apprentice would be stubborn and give up. His hope of returning to the world of cultivation was placed on Yang Yiyu. There are plenty of beauties on earth, what's so great about that? Yang Yiyu said angrily. Hee, my dear disciple, your little senior sister is the leader of a sect in the world of cultivation. She has countless disciples, and the most important thing is that all of her disciples are female. Yun Tianxia understood his disciple's inner thoughts, and every word he said was to please him. When Master Yun Tianxia said this, Yang Yiyu's heart softened, his eyes lit up and he said, I'll forgive you this time, old man. After saying that, he changed the subject and asked, do I really have a junior sister in charge of a sect in the cultivation world? Is the entire sect full of female disciples? Of course, how could I lie to you? In addition to your little sister, you also have two brothers, Yun Tianxia said, and sighed, when I was in the world of cultivation, among my 3 disciples, your little sister was the most playful and disrespectful. She never called me master seriously, just like you just now, always referring to me as the old man. Sigh, I don't know how the children are doing now that I'm gone. Hearing the deep nostalgia and sadness in his master's words, Yang Yiyu understood a little bit. When his master spoke nice words to him just now, it was actually more because his calling him dead old man reminded him of his 3 disciples in the world of cultivation, not because his master was really afraid of his temper. On the other hand, it can also be heard that he is full of guilt for not teaching himself. Feeling his master's emotions, Yang Yiyu's heart softened. He had just talked back to his master on impulse, how could he really not practice? Come to think of it, my master is a pitiful man. The only remaining soul of his primordial spirit is trapped in the Qianquan pot, unable to practice or get out. He is counting on me to bring him back to the world of cultivation in the future. It is a pity that Yun Tianxia, the top immortal in the world of cultivation, has fallen to this state now. After thinking about it, Yang Yiyun felt embarrassed and said with a chuckle, Master, don't be angry. I was just saying those words to you out of anger. Haha, your master has lived for countless years, so I naturally know what's in your heart. The way of inheritance says that once a teacher, always a father, and vice versa, once a disciple, always a disciple. Your master just thought of your senior brothers and sisters. By the way, you can call me an old man in the future, so that I can miss your senior brothers and sisters, so that I won't forget them in the future. I miss them so much. Yun Tianxia's words were full of sadness. Master, you old fool, you don't let me call you master. I call you an old fool. Although I miss my senior sisters, but in the words of our earth, it's just one word, cheap. Haha. You little brat, stop talking nonsense. Dig out that star soul grass, and then communicate with the Qianquan pot with your mind. Just think about putting the star soul grass into the Qianquan pot, and you will be able to put it in. It's done. I will explain cultivation to you. My soul has not been awakened for long. However, after I absorb the power of the star spirit grass, I will be awakened for a longer time. I will teach you cultivation every day. Yang Yiyun nodded and carefully dug out the silver-white star soul grass growing at the entrance of the python cave. Then, following the instructions of his master, he focused his mind on the pattern of the Qianquan pot on his left arm. The next moment, he suddenly felt empty and found himself in a space of less than 10 square meters. There was mist all around and soil under his feet, and he knew that this was the space inside the Qianquan pot. Of course, he was only able to sense it with his mind at this moment, and he had not really entered in person. The storage space inside the Qianquan pot appeared in his mind. Then he focused his attention on the star soul grass, thinking about putting it into the Qianquan pot. As soon as this thought came to his mind, the star soul grass in his hand disappeared, but he clearly felt that the star soul grass had entered the storage space inside the Qianquan pot. Yang Yiyun was overjoyed and immediately thought about putting the herbs he had picked in his backpack into the storage. The next moment, the backpack and herbs were indeed inside the Qianquan pot. I recited it silently in my mind again, and everything appeared outside again. It was truly mysterious. Collect, give out, he never gets tired of it. At this time, Master Yun Tianxia shouted with a strong voice of contempt, "All right, aren't you ashamed? You are so happy with a small space of heaven and earth. When you learn magic and fly in the future, you will be lost. Stop playing around. I will explain the cultivation to you. There are many secrets of the Qianquan pot. You can study them slowly in the future. Hee, don't I feel it's magical?" Yang Yiyun stopped feeling a little embarrassed. After that, he earnestly asked his master about cultivation, including his desire to refine the anti-aging elixir, and some medical skills and theories. Originally, he wanted to hurry back, but the conversation between master and disciple lasted all night. The next day, the teacher finally stopped after dawn. Master Yun Tianxia said weakly, "Okay, what I have taught you is enough for you to cultivate to the 9th level of qi refining. You can achieve it as long as you practice hard. Don't forget to refine some pills to take after your cultivation level is improved. It can speed up your cultivation. I am going to refine the star spirit grass to replenish the consumed Yuan Shen power. In addition, the mink on the tree has a very special bloodline and has begun to show signs of spiritualism. You can subdue it and it may become your fighting spirit beast in the future. Remember that if you don't make progress in your cultivation, you will regress. Don't slack off and take good care of yourself." Master Yun Tianxia's voice faded away, and the light of the Qianquan pot pattern on his left arm also disappeared. Yang Yiyun knew that his master had fallen into a deep sleep again. He gained a lot that night. When he turned around and looked at Diaoer, who was squatting on the tree and taking a nap, Yang Yiyun showed a wolf grandmother's smile. Yang Yiyun believed that Diaoer could get an evaluation from his master that her bloodline was not simple, so he decided to kidnap this Diaoer from the mountains. The problem now is whether she is willing or not. Diaoer has begun to understand human nature. If she is willing to go with him, that would be the best. If she is not willing, Yang Yiyun is prepared to use force. Of course, this is the worst option. Everyone knows that a forced melon is not sweet. As soon as Yang Yiyun moved his feet, the mink that was dozing on the tree pricked up its ears and opened its eyes, looking very alert. However, when it saw that it was Yang Yiyun, it pulled down its ears, closed its eyes and continued to sleep. He is a greedy and sleepy guy. Diaoer, I'm leaving. Can you take me with me? I have lots of delicious food. As he spoke, Yang took out a candy from his bag. It was a candy given as a gift when he bought something at the supermarket. He was not sure whether Diaoer would eat it. I don't know if Jiaoer can understand what he is saying. Anyway, let's try it first. Anyway, Jiaoer is really human-like and should be able to understand what he is saying. Squeak. Jiaoer squeaked, sniffed his nose, jumped down from the tree, and landed on Yang Yiyu's shoulder with one leap, his eyes fixed on the candy in Yang Yiyu's hand. He showed a very human greedy expression. Yang Yiyu chuckled, peeled the candy and put it into Jiaoer's mouth. Seeing how Jiaoer was eating so sweetly, Yang Yiyu knew that there should be no problem in kidnapping Jiaoer. Moreover, Jiaoer was not afraid at all when she landed on his shoulders. It was not known whether she was brave or really close to him. Anyway, this was a good thing and would be of great benefit to him in abducting Jiaoer. After taking a few steps, Yang Yiyu felt relieved when he saw Jiaoer about to jump off his shoulder and run away. Then he was about to leave, but then he changed his mind and thought, since Jiaoer liked to eat this nameless wild fruit, he might as well pick it. Anyway, now he could use the storage space of the Qianquan pot, so he had plenty of place to put things. He lay on the tree and picked all the tempting red wild fruits, and put them into the space of the Qianquan pot with one thought. This action made Jiaoer yell in dissatisfaction. Yang Yiyun suddenly took out 2 more fruits from the space and said with a smile, "Greedy ghost, I will save them for you. You can eat them any time you want. There are almost 100 fruits, enough for you to eat." Squeak. Jiaoer nodded, as if she really understood. She grabbed one from Yang Yiyu's hand and started eating it with a crunch. Yang Yiyu looked at the remaining nameless wild fruit in his hand. It was bright red and transparent, exuding a unique faint wild fruit fragrance. He couldn't help swallowing his saliva. He thought that since Jiaoer was fine after eating it, there should be no problem for humans to eat it too. He really wanted to eat one, so he picked up the wild fruit and took a bite. Anyway, Yang Yiyu believed that he had true energy in his body, so he was not afraid even if it was poisonous. One bite and the juice will flow out. The first feeling is sweetness, very sweet, but not greasy. And it has a light sour taste, which just neutralizes the bitterness and sweetness and greatly enhances the taste. After eating a fruit, Yang Yiyu's eyes lit up. He never thought that he would encounter such delicious wild fruit in the deep mountains. The taste was better than any fruit sold in the market. Suddenly, an idea flashed in his mind. Considering that the ground of the Qianquan space is soil, can this fruit tree be transplanted into the Qianquan space? There should not be many fruit trees in the entire Qinling Mountains that can be guarded by pythons and for which Jiaoer would fight with pythons for the wild fruits. The key is that the fruits are so delicious. So Yang Yiyu had the urge to transplant the fruit. If possible, he would be able to eat this fruit often in the future. Wouldn't it be delicious? Another reason is that Yang Yiyu, who has mastered a lot of medical skills and knowledge in his mind, dare not say that he is a miracle doctor now, but he can definitely be called a medical expert on the earth. Yang Yiyu analyzed several characteristics of the wild fruit he just ate. I discovered that this wild fruit has the effect of refreshing the mind, promoting digestion, and stimulating appetite. It is definitely a fruit that women like. I thought of saving it for my sister in the future. Do it as soon as you think of it. Yang Yiyu stood next to the wild fruit tree and concentrated his energy on the fruit tree, thinking about putting it into the Qianquan space. The next moment, the wild fruit tree trembled slightly, and the Qianquan pot pattern on Yang Yiyu's left arm also emitted a faint light. He could feel a force forming between the space of the Qianquan pot and the wild fruit tree. Swoosh. Then the wild fruit tree disappeared from the spot. While sensing, Yang Yiyu discovered that a fruit tree appeared in the space of Qianquan pot. He was immediately overjoyed that he had succeeded. After the wild fruit tree was transplanted into the Qianquan pot space, it instantly took root in the soil. It looked as if it had originally been in the soil of the Qianquan pot space, without any signs of transplanting. Yang Yiyu had heard from his master that the Qianquan pot was a treasure of heaven and earth, and not even his master had known much of the secrets inside it. When wild fruit trees are transplanted into the pot, they naturally take root in the soil, which shows the uniqueness of the Qianquan pot. Yang Yiyu also attaches great importance to the Qianquan pot, but his cultivation is too low now, so he has no way to study it thoroughly. He can only study it later. This trip was a huge gain. What made Yang Yiyu most happy was that he was able to use the space of the Qianquan pot. With this incredible space, it would be unimaginable how convenient it would be for him to do things in the future. Moreover, judging from the transplanting of wild fruit trees, vegetation can be planted in the Qianquan pot space, which will be of great help to his future cultivation. Before leaving, Yang Yiyu moved some of the medicinal materials in the pot into the space of the Qianquan pot in case of emergency. When they were leaving the mountain, they were worried that Diaoer would make trouble, and they were ready to take the spiritual beast away by force. However, Diaoer did not make any trouble until they got down the mountain. It squatted obediently on Yang Yiyu's shoulder, which made Yang Yiyu feel relieved. However, he discovered a problem. Diaoer was a real foodie and liked candy even more than wild fruits. As they walked down the mountain, Diaoer ate up all the few candies he had, and the dog kept squeaking for more. After comforting Diaoer, when they arrived at Yawang village, Yang Yiyu bought Diaoer a bunch of candies, and the happy little creature squeaked with joy. In order to make it easier to carry the mink down the mountain, Yang Yiyu put the mink into his backpack. He didn't want to get into trouble and be reported for capturing wild animals. After taking the bus for more than an hour, they finally returned to the rented house. After Yang Yiyu let Diaoer out, the little guy looked around Yang Yiyu's room with curiosity, jumping up and down. Yang Yiyu let it jump around and began to study the development of the art of maintaining youth. In fact, The Art of Maintaining Youth is a classic book that contains 9 beauty recipes. It is a book of elixir recipes, and there are 9 elixir recipes in it. The one that Yang Yiyu studied is just one of them, the easiest one, called the first level elixir of maintaining youth, which he calls the elixir of maintaining youth for short. The beauty pill is the only beauty pill that Yang Yiyu can currently find all the medicinal materials for and is confident of developing. For more, either there are no medicinal materials or the requirements for cultivation are too high, so Yang Yiyu has no way to develop them. This is the real alchemy. However, Yang Yiyu's cultivation was limited, and he did not have a corresponding alchemy furnace, so he could only simplify the refining process. The key to refining elixirs is to boil the essence of medicinal materials, and then fuse them to condense them into elixirs. Yang Yiyu plans to use an induction cooker to refine the essence of the medicinal materials and then blend them together. Of course, the most crucial thing is to use the true qi to condense the essence of the 26 kinds of refined medicinal materials together. Although it is the last step, it is also the most crucial step. Without the true qi, this step will be useless. Turning on the induction cooker and placing the iron pot on it, Yang Yiyu began to boil the medicinal materials, adding water from time to prevent them from burning. At the beginning, because he didn't know how to control the firepower and the amount of water to add, Yang Yiyu scrapped 5 portions in a row. A total of 10 portions, more than half of them had been wasted. However, he was not impatient, knowing that everything has a process and that experiments would not be successful in one go. By learning lessons from a few failures and gaining experience, he would be one step closer to success. Yang Yiyu's persistence and perseverance finally paid off. When he was making the 6th batch, he mastered the firepower and the amount of water added and succeeded in refining it. Looking at the thick medicinal juice condensing in the pot, Yang Yiyu finally smiled. Now we just have to wait for the medicine to cool down, and then use our true qi to condense it. After turning off the power, Yang Yiyu breathed a sigh of relief. Only then did I realize that the whole room was filled with the strong smell of Chinese medicine. I hurried over to open the window to let in some air, and after half an hour the smell dissipated. The medicinal juice in the pot had almost dissipated enough heat, so he walked over, took a deep breath, and covered the pot. He then picked up the iron pot and placed it in his palm. He circulated the internal qi, which suddenly released out, and a steady stream of qi began to linger around the iron pot. Suddenly the entire iron pot began to heat up. The last step was to use the true qi to penetrate the iron pot to condense the medicinal liquid, which was equivalent to transferring the pure essence of heaven and earth into the medicinal liquid, awakening the essence of the medicinal materials and achieving the highest value of the medicinal effect. 5 minutes later, Yang Yiyu saw through the glass lid that the medicine liquid inside had solidified into a whole piece and was emitting a strong medicinal fragrance, so he knew that it had been successful. Afterwards, he took out a pot of ointment and made it into soybean-sized pills, which could be considered a finished pill. However, Yang Yiyu knew that what he had made could only be regarded as a fake, anti-rejuvenation pill. The real anti-aging pill requires an alchemy furnace and real fire to refine, which he cannot do. The effect of the current fake, anti-aging pill, will definitely be greatly reduced, but Yang Yiyu believes that it is enough for mortals to beautify themselves. According to the measurement, Yang Yiyu divided a pot of ointment into a total of 1,500 anti-rejuvenation pills. Now all he had to do was try out the effects. If they worked, he would get his first pot of gold. After finding an empty glass bottle to put the anti-rejuvenation pill in, Yang Yiyu collected the 5 portions of the medicine that he had scrapped. His heart was bleeding as he collected the 5 portions. He had purchased a total of 10 portions of the formula, which cost him nearly $9,000. The 5 scrapped portions meant that he had wasted almost $4,000. He has no money on him now. Just as Yang Yiyu had finished cleaning up the garbage, there was a knock on the door. When the time for paying the rent was almost up, I thought it was the landlord coming to collect the rent. I went to Yawang village yesterday and now I have less than 300 yuan, which is not enough to pay the rent. When I was thinking about how to ask the landlord to delay the payment for a few days, Yang Yiyu opened the door. However, the next second after he opened the door, he was stunned when he saw the person outside. He didn't expect that it was a beautiful woman who came to the door. Then Yang Yiyun laughed. It was really a case of someone sending pillows when you doze off. It was really a case of someone trying the efficacy of the medicine and a beautiful woman took the initiative to send it to the door. The person who appeared at the door was a woman wearing a mask and sunglasses. When Yang Yiyun opened the door, she didn't say anything and just stood quietly at the door. But who is Yang Yiyu now? He is now the descendant of a wandering immortal, a cultivator who has just entered the realm of cultivation and is at the first level of the qi refining stage. It is no exaggeration to say that Yang Yiyu's current whole body and mind perception is sharper than that of ordinary people. Anyone who greets him will be remembered. The most amazing thing is that cultivators can sense the aura of others. Everyone in the world is unique, and everyone has his or her own unique aura. Yang Yiyu recognized this person immediately. It was none other than Lu Lingling, the most beautiful girl in class and school. And the only girl who knew that Yang Yiyu rented a house was Lu Lingling. So the moment after opening the door, Yang Yiyu recognized her. Even though Lu Lingling didn't speak and was wearing sunglasses and a mask, it made no difference to Yang Yiyu. Aren't you afraid of getting prickly heat if you wrap yourself up like this? Yang Yiyu said with a smile. Yang Yiyu, you were born in the year of the dog. How can I recognize you like this? Lu Lingling walked into the door while speaking. Why are you here? Yang Yiyu asked. Lu Lingling took off her sunglasses and glared at me. I admire you. When a beauty like me comes to my house, others would be eager to have her. Why do you look so disgusted? Are you so bad? Yang Yiyun rolled his eyes and said, just forget it. Nothing good happens when I'm with you. I'm always unlucky. Would you come to me for no reason? Don't even mention that you miss me. I really miss you after not seeing you for a few days. Why can't I do that? Lu Lingling said with twinkling eyes. You may be able to lie to others with this kind of words, but I'm not interested in you, buddy. Yang Yiyu said arrogantly. When Lu Lingling heard this, she immediately exploded, raised her eyebrows and said in a sharp voice, Yang Yiyu, I will beat you to death. You are so mad. As she spoke, Lu Lingling bared her teeth and waved her fists at Yang Yiyu, trying to vent her anger. However, Yang Yiyu raised his hand and grabbed her wrist, and Lu Lingling's body became unstable and fell directly onto Yang Yiyu. Yang Yiyu didn't expect Lu Lingling to be so fragile. He felt like he didn't even use any strength, yet she was able to stick to him. Suddenly, a faint scent of a young girl's body penetrated his nostrils, and his chest felt soft and comfortable. Suddenly, Yang Yiyu realized that this joke was too big. He let go of Lu Lingling as if he had been electrocuted and said, Ahem, I didn't mean it, really. He smiled awkwardly and took a step back to move aside. Lu Lingling was also feeling depressed. Last time, she was seen naked by that bastard Yang Yiyu, and this time he attacked her breasts. She sat on Yang Yiyu's bed feeling weak all over, and her face was very hot. If she hadn't been wearing a mask, her face would have turned as red as an apple. She hated Yang Yiyu so much in her heart, but Lu Lingling also knew that the bastard did not do it on purpose. The bigger reason was herself. She had a weakness. When touched by the opposite sex, her whole body would become limp and she would have no strength at all. After taking a deep breath and trying to calm herself down, Lu Lingling changed the subject and asked, "What have you been doing these days, you bastard? I can't get through to you on the phone. My cell phone ran out of battery when I went to the countryside. How come you really missed me?" Yang Yu said with a grin. "I don't think I'd miss you. I need your help with something." Lu Lingling took off her mask while speaking and continued, "I have pimples on my face for no reason. I've seen a doctor and taken medicine, but not only have the pimples not disappeared, they've gotten more. Aren't you a local doctor? Can you show me how to treat it?" As she spoke, Lu Lingling had an anxious and bitter face. The pimples on her face made her afraid to go out, so she took several days off and stayed at home. For girls, having acne on the face is like the sky falling and the earth collapsing, especially for Lu Lingling, who is known as the school belle and class belle in school. Yang Yu looked at the pimples on Lu Lingling's chin and suddenly couldn't help laughing. He had been thinking about how to trick her into letting him test the effects of the anti-rejuvenation pill, but now seeing the pimples on her face, he saved the effort of tricking her. I also found out why Lu Lingling didn't come to class a few days ago. It turned out that she was afraid to go out because of the pimples on her face. Lu Lingling is a native of Guda City, so it is convenient for her to go home. Yang Yiyun, you are going too far. My aunt has so many little red beans on her face. Just forget it if you don't care. I treat you as my best friend. I trust you so much that I come to you. You still laugh at me. Lu Lingling Danfeng's eyes raised eyebrows. He stared at Yang Yiyun and cursed. My bestie, your sister, I am a pure man, don't treat me like a fake, haha. Yang Yiyun couldn't help but smile when he looked at Lu Lingling's face. You're still smiling. Lu Lingling's eyes were red. She was almost worried to death because of the pain on her face these days. If it didn't get better, she was going to go to Yanqing or Huqing for treatment. The reason why I came to see Yang Yiyun today was because of a temporary impulse. On the one hand, Yang Yiyun was indeed very effective in treating a relative's disease. I was wondering if he could cure the pimples on his face. On the other hand, Lu Lingling herself didn't know what was going on. Ever since she was rescued from Wan Wenhao by Yang Yu that night, she had developed an inexplicable feeling for Yang Yu, which even she couldn't understand. In addition, she had called Yang Yu all day yesterday but couldn't get through, so she couldn't help but go directly to his door. First, to see what this bastard was doing, and second, to try her luck whether Yang Yu could cure the pimples on her face. Seeing Lu Lingling's expression of wanting to cry, Yang Yiyun didn't have the heart to tease her anymore, so he put away his smile and said, "You're lucky today. I happen to have a very expensive and high-end magical beauty medicine. I think it will be a piece of cake to remove the pimples on your face. I'll treat you right now." "Really? Don't lie to me." Lu Lingling's eyes started to light up when she heard that. "When have I ever lied to you?" Yang Yu rolled his eyes. He walked over and took out 2 pills of the anti-aging pills in a glass bottle. "Swallow one, and I'll apply the other one on your face. It should be effective soon." He handed an anti-aging pill to Lu Lingling. "What is this thing, Yang Yu? It's so black. Can I eat it? Don't let it kill me. Or is it some kind of love potion?" Lu Lingling was skeptical. "Fuck you, eat it or not, I won't give it to you." Yang Yu glared and pretended to take it back. Lu Lingling was anxious now. She really wanted to cure the pimples on her face, so she shouted, "I'll eat it, I'll eat it. I'm willing to give it to you. I'll accept it even if you circle and cross me." While speaking, she dodged the rejuvenating pill from Yang Yu's hand and swallowed it in one gulp. Yang Yu's face was filled with dismay when he heard her speak. If she wasn't a girl, he would have really wanted to kick her to death. "Circles and crosses, you're overthinking it. My buddy's first time can only be reserved for the person I love the most. How could I let it go to you?" Yang Yu was really rude to Lu Lingling. Anyway, the two of them were used to bickering like this. "Bah, you're pretending to be innocent. This is your first time." Lu Lingling pretended to vomit, then smacked her lips and said, "Hey, this pill tastes good, not too bitter but very sweet. Yang Yu, will one pill work? Or give me one." "You lunatic, this is a pill. It's very expensive, you understand. Take one and apply one on your face. That should be enough." Wait, I'll apply it for you. While speaking, Yang Yiyun found a teacup and put another anti-aging pill into the small cup. He added a little water, stirred it with his fingers twice to dissolve the pill, and then he was going to apply it to Lu Lingling. Oh my God, why are you stirring it with your fingers? It's so disgusting. Lu Lingling looked disgusted when she saw Yang Yiyun's actions. Dear Miss Lu, what's your problem? Do you want to apply it or not? If not, forget it. I won't serve you anymore. It's you who has the pimple, not me. Putting the small cup on the coffee table, Yang Yiyun ignored her. Lu Lingling lost her temper when the pimples on her face were mentioned. She really had no way to deal with Yang Yiyun. She was a goddess in front of other boys and a female grass in front of Yang Yiyun. She really had no way to deal with this bastard. She was not angry when he despised and cursed her, but felt very kind instead. For the pimples on my face, for my youthful appearance, I'll endure it. After saying this in her heart, Lu Lingling forced a smile and said to Yang Yiyun, okay, don't be angry, you are a professional, you can apply it on me, okay. Lu Lingling's coquettish voice made Yang Yiyun's whole body go limp. Unlike Qian Xiaobei's coquettish voice, Lu Lingling's voice was comfortable to listen to and made people's immunity drop sharply. If you speak nicely, I'll apply it for you. Yang Yiyun really couldn't stand Lu Lingling's coquettishness. He picked up the cup and used his fingers to apply a layer of anti-aging medicine juice on Lu Lingling's face. Okay, wash it off in half an hour and see the results. Thank you, Brother Yun. Speak humanly, I can't stand your coquettish behavior. You are seducing me. Believe it or not, I will deal with you. Yang Yiyun said viciously. But what came in return was a series of giggles from Lu Lingling. Although she had only known Yang Yiyun for a short time, Lu Lingling knew that Yang Yiyun was not the kind of person. On the contrary, he was very traditional at heart. If Yang Yiyun was really the kind of person who would have sex with any woman he saw, she would have been killed by Yang Yiyun that night. Therefore, Lu Lingling actually trusts Yang Yiyun in her heart. In front of Yang Yiyun, she can talk and chat without any guard or restraint, without having to pretend to be a lady at all. She likes this feeling very much. He, don't just talk, why don't you come over here? Lu Lingling said with a teasing look on her face. Yang Yiyun was very upset. Lu Lingling, I'm telling you not to tease me, otherwise you will bear the consequences. So what if I'm just teasing you, ha. Lu Lingling laughed triumphantly. But the next moment she couldn't laugh anymore, because she saw Yang Yiyun standing up from the coffee table and looking at her intently as he walked towards her. Yang Yiyun, don't come over here. I was just joking with you. Lu Lingling finally panicked. Hey, buddy, you're serious. Today I'll let you know how serious the consequences of teasing singles are. Yang Yiyun smiled and rushed towards Lu Lingling. Ah! Lu Lingling screamed in fear. Yang Yiyun pounced on her. She didn't expect Yang Yiyun to really pounce on her. She secretly complained in her heart, I should have known not to flirt with men. If she really, what should I do? She was panicked and frightened. She thought this joke was a bit too much. She wanted to push away Yang Yiyun who was pressing on her, but her weakness came back. How could she have the strength to push him away? The heart in her chest was beating fast and Lu Lingling was completely at her wit's end. I could only yell, Yang Yiyun, you bastard, let me go. But you asked me to come here. Congratulations on successfully arousing my buddy's passion. Get ready to be punished. Yang Yiyun smiled wickedly and kissed Lu Lingling. Boom. Looking at Yang Yiyun's kiss on her lips, Lu Lingling's mind rumbled and went blank. She didn't know what to do. Feeling the man's unique breath, Lu Lingling's whole body became soft and hot, her face flushed, and she simply closed her eyes as if she accepted her fate. But after a few seconds, she felt something was wrong. Why didn't that bastard Yang Yiyun kiss her for such a long time? If you want to kiss me, just do it, you bastard. Why do you have to make me feel uneasy? It's too painful. Just when she was about to open her eyes, she heard a crisp sound in her ears. Then Lu Lingling let out a whimper and her whole body trembled. Then her tense body relaxed in an instant. Pa. But he was slapped in the face by Yang Yiyun. You want to take advantage of me? No way. Everything I have is reserved for my future wife. I'm not a casual person. This slap in the face is to punish you for teasing me. Haha. Yang Yiyun sat back on the sofa with a wicked smile. In fact, just for a moment, he really wanted to kill Lu Lingling. This woman was too hateful. She challenged his bottom line as a man time and time again. If he didn't teach her a lesson, she would never learn her lesson. However, Yang Yiyun was not a playboy. He was very traditional at heart. He just wanted to scare Lu Lingling. If he really wanted to do something, he would not be able to do it. So after taking advantage of Lu Lingling, he smiled and backed away. Just now it was obvious that Lu Lingling's face turned pale with fright, and Yang Yiyun could also see that this girl talked a lot, but when she actually did it, she was like a frostbitten eggplant. She was wilted. Listening to Yang Yiyun's smug smirk, Lu Lingling breathed a sigh of relief, yet deep down she felt a little lost. After sitting up, she looked at Yang Yiyun, staring at him, and said stubbornly, I knew you were gay. You didn't even dare to get on top of a beauty like my aunt lying on your bed, hee hee. Say it again. Yang Yiyun narrowed his eyes and looked at him. Well, I'm going to the bathroom. Lu Lingling's heart trembled when she heard Yang Yiyun's narrowed eyes and said something. This time she really didn't dare to be stubborn, so she quickly left under the pretext of going to the bathroom. Yang Yiyun couldn't help but want to laugh. Little guy, aren't you very bold? Lu Lingling pretended not to hear and quickly went into the bathroom. A few minutes later, Lu Lingling came out of the bathroom and walked to the other side of the bed. She was frightened by Yang Yiyun and decided to keep a close distance from him. As they walked, they asked, when can the medicine on Yang Yiyun's face be washed off? It's itchy. Wait for at least half an hour. If you feel itchy, it means it's effective. Yang Yiyun rolled his eyes at her. Okay, I'll wait a little longer. Lu Lingling moved to the other side of the bed while speaking. But as soon as she sat down, she let out a scream. What's that fluffy thing under your bed? Lu Lingling jumped up as if her butt was sitting on needles, and ran to Yang Yiyun and hugged his arm. Being hung on Lu Lingling's arm, feeling her softness, Yang Yiyun felt distracted and pushed her slightly, saying, don't make a fuss, it's my pet. Squeak. Sure enough, it was Jiaoer who had just crawled under the bed and was making trouble. Lu Lingling looked at the culprit who came out from under the bed and scared her. It turned out to be a cute mink. Looking at its appearance, the shock she had just felt instantly disappeared, and her eyes lit up with love. Wow, what a cute pet. As he spoke, he took 3 or 2 steps towards Jiaoer and pretended to hug her. Yang Yiyun was shocked and was about to remind her not to touch it. Although Jiaoer was human-like, it was still a wild animal. Yang Yiyun had seen its sharp claws. If Jiaoer scratched Lu Lingling's face, it would be a disaster. Don't touch. When she finished speaking, Lu Lingling had already held Jiaoer in her arms. What surprised Yang Yiyun was that Jiaoer did not resist. He let Lu Lingling pick him up and even enjoyed Lu Lingling's touch on his hair. Yang Yiyun, where did you buy such a cute pet? It's so adorable. I want one too. After saying that, he looked at Jiaoer and said, oh, you don't care about it. Look at it. It's so dirty and covered with dust. I'll go wash it. After seeing Jiaoer, Lu Lingling started talking to herself. Without asking Yang Yiyun and Jiaoer whether they were willing or not, she carried Jiaoer into the bathroom to give her a bath. Yang Yiyun shook his head and ignored it. As long as Jiaoer didn't attack her, it would be fine. After a while, Lu Lingling came out of the bathroom carrying Jiaoer. She had washed the dust off Jiaoer's body and blown dry her hair. At first glance, Jiaoer's golden hair was shining, which was very beautiful. Are you okay now? You smell so good all over. Why don't you just follow me? Yang Yiyun, that bad guy, won't be able to take good care of you. Lu Lingling hugged Jiaoer and kissed her. Then she looked at Yang Yiyun and said, hey, Yang Yiyun, what's the name of this Jiaoer? It hasn't been named yet, Yang Yiyun said casually. It doesn't have a name, how about I give it one? Lu Lingling said. Yang Yiyun said nonchalantly, whatever. Lu Lingling held Jiaoer in her arms, thought for a moment, and said, this Jiao is so cute and adorable. She smells so good after taking a bath. How about calling her Xiang Xiang? She's a female anyway, so calling her Xiang Xiang is appropriate. Yang Yiyu looked at her strangely. Wow, Lu Lingling, how do you know it's a female? Have you seen it? You are so filthy. Yang Yiyu, you. Lu Lingling's face turned red, and then she said, I just saw it when I was giving Xiang Xiang a bath just now. It wasn't intentional. She trailed off at the end. Ha ha ha, seeing Lu Lingling blushing, Yang Yiyun laughed and said, okay, I'm just kidding. Xiang Xiang is Xiang Xiang, this name is pretty nice. The two of them decided on a name for Jiaoer, Xiang Xiang. Calculating the time, almost half an hour had passed. Yang Yiyu said with anticipation, go to the bathroom and wash off the ointment on your face to see the effect. Hearing Yang Yiyu's words, Lu Lingling quickly put Xiang Xiang fan on the bed and said, yes, I almost forgot that the pimples on my face are a big deal. As she spoke, she ran into the bathroom. She was very concerned about the pimples on her face. Yang Yiyu also wanted to see the effect of the fake, anti-rejuvenation pill he had made, so he followed and stood at the bathroom door, watching Lu Lingling impatiently washing the ointment off her face. At this moment, the first thing Yang saw was Lu Lingling's bent buttocks. The sound of running water could be heard. The next moment, a scream came out of Lu Lingling's mouth, ah. The sound that pierced the eardrums woke Yang Yiyu up, and he quickly turned his eyes away from Lu Lingling's buttocks. The first thing Yang Yiyu saw was Lu Lingling's face, and then he smiled. The effect of the anti-yen pill exceeded his expectations. When he saw Lu Lingling's face, Yang Yiyu knew that the fake, anti-yen pill he made had an unexpectedly good beauty effect. But Lu Lingling was even more excited. She stared at herself in the mirror, a little bit unable to believe her eyes. The pimples on her face disappeared completely, without even a trace left. Moreover, when she washed her face just now, her skin felt much smoother than usual, white and rosy, as if it was as delicate as a baby's. Lu Lingling knew that this was not the case before, but now she had to have a good feel and good elasticity. Daodu, who had troubled him for many days, disappeared, her confidence returned, and the school beauty Lu Lingling could return to school. Miss Lu couldn't even describe how happy she was at that moment. She knew that all this was thanks to Yang Yiyu. Daoda's joy of elimination made her scream with excitement. She rushed directly to Yang Yiyu and gave him a kiss on the face. Ha ha ha, Yang Yiyu, I love you so much. The annoying Daoda who tortured me and made me unable to sleep for several days is gone. You are so great, hee hee. Lu Lingling hugged Yang Yiyu excitedly. But Yang blushed. This was the second time in his memory that a girl had kissed him. He suddenly remembered the goddess Xiaonan who saved him from drowning in the park when he obtained the Qianquan pot. Although it was Xiaonan who gave him artificial respiration that time, she also took away his first kiss. Thinking of Xiaonan who saved him, Yang Yiyu's mind was filled with her image and could not be shaken off. Maybe it was because the first time she took my first kiss, it had a profound impact on me. At this moment, Lu Lingling, who had hugged Yang Yiyu and kissed him because of excitement, suddenly came to her senses. It seemed that she was a little too excited. Why did she get hung up on this bastard Yang Yiyu? What's more important is that it seems that I was so excited that I gave my first kiss to this bastard just now. Oh my god, Lu Lingling, what did you do? Even though I just gave that bastard Yang Yiyu a light kiss, it was still my first kiss that I had kept for 21 years. Lu Lingling wailed in her heart and quickly let go of Yang Yiyu. She stood there in a daze, feeling extremely complicated. Seeing the complicated look in Lu Lingling's eyes, Yang Yiyun couldn't help but ask, hey, Miss Lu, you kissed me, so I was at a disadvantage. Why do you look like you were at a disadvantage? Why are you in a daze? After finishing speaking, Yang Yiyun didn't expect Lu Lingling to suddenly say something that almost made him vomit blood. He was petrified on the spot, with a black line on his face. Lu Lingling burst into tears. Woo bastard Yang Yiyun, you have to be responsible for me. I didn't do anything, why do you want me to take responsibility? Yang Yiyu was extremely depressed. I've lost my first kiss. I don't want to live anymore. Lu Lingling had a weird look on her face. She just kept yelling without being able to cry. In fact, even she herself didn't understand why she always wanted to quarrel with Yang Yiyu. Yang Yiyu rolled his eyes and said, what do you want? Do you want me to marry you? That's fine, as long as you, a rich lady, are willing. You're just dreaming. How could I possibly fall for you? No problem, just give me some more beauty medicine and we'll forget about this. Lu Lingling's eyes rolled around in her sockets. Yang Yiyu snorted and said, so you were waiting for me here. Look at your character. It's just beauty medicine. I'll give you some. Why are you blackmailing me? You molested me, and you're blaming me instead. Lu Lingling couldn't help blushing when Yang Yiyu revealed her true feelings, but she knew the value of Yang Yiyu's beauty medicine. Even if she had to be shameless and throw a tantrum, she had to get some from Yang Yiyu. What girl doesn't love beauty? Hey, how many do you have left? Sell them all to me. As the eldest daughter of the Lu family, one of the top 10 business families in the ancient city, Lu Lingling instinctively felt a huge business opportunity in Yang Yiyu's beauty medicine. This beauty medicine can take effect in half an hour and can be taken internally and externally. Lu Lingling believed that it would definitely bring huge economic benefits. Yang Yiyun's eyes rolled, he squinted and looked at Lu Lingling and asked, how much do you think my anti-aging pill is worth? Anyway, Yang Yiyu developed the anti-rejuvenation pill, just to make money, and since Lu Lingling asked, Yang Yiyu guessed what she wanted to do. Although he didn't know what Lu Lingling's family situation was like, he thought it would not be bad. Yang Yiyu is well aware of the effect of his anti-rejuvenation pill. It is no exaggeration to say that once the anti-rejuvenation pill is released, it will cause a huge stir. Now he is still a student who is about to graduate. He has no background and no foundation. But he has the Yiyun pill, a beauty elixir that is almost beyond belief. It will definitely attract people's attention. If he finds a wealthy and powerful force to cooperate with, it would be the most suitable and safest choice for him at the moment. Lu Lingling or the family behind her would be a good choice. Hearing Yang Yiyu's words, Lu Lingling stopped laughing and looked at Yang Yiyu seriously. As the daughter of the Lu family, which ranked top 5 in the ancient city's business world, although she had never managed the family business, she had been influenced by it since childhood, or perhaps because of her genes, and naturally took on the role of a family heir in the business world. With a turn of his brows, he guessed some of Yang Yiyu's thoughts and said, rejuvenation pills. That's a good name. It's very effective and appropriate. From the results I've seen, if I only look at it from the perspective of treating the pimples on my face, and take it both internally and externally, I estimate that this set of pills is worth at least 300 yuan, or even more. Now it looks like it can also whiten and increase skin elasticity, so it can be doubled. After a pause, Lu Lingling suddenly asked, Yang Yiyu, you just developed this medicine yourself, right? I'm your first test subject. Hee, this is a recipe taught to me by an elder. I just made it. I just developed it today and you came to my door. What a coincidence. Yang Yiyu was a little embarrassed. Forget it, I won't bother with you and let me be your guinea pig. If your anti-aging pill has no side effects, at least one set is worth 600 yuan. Lu Lingling looked at Yang Yiyu and said seriously. After listening to Lu Lingling's analysis, Yang Yiyu did some calculations in his mind and immediately took a breath of cold air. A group of pills was divided into internal and external use, and the value of one pill was equal to 300 yuan. He refined more than 1,500 pills in one pot. 1,500 pills multiplied by 300 yuan was a full 450,000. Yang Yiyu was shocked when he got the number of 450,000. You know, according to the cost of refining a pot of anti-rejuvenation pill would be only 1,000 yuan at most. But according to Lu Lingling's calculation, it is a full 450,000. Thinking of this, Yang Yiyun's whole body trembled. 450,000. This is just the money for refining one pot. As long as there are enough medicinal materials, he can refine 10 pots a day. Refining 10 pots would cost a full 4.5 million. Yang Yiyu felt that his brain was not enough. He didn't expect that a low-level elixir recipe passed down from his master could make him rich overnight. It's hard to imagine what would happen if he became more skilled in the future and made some other high-level elixirs. On that day, he and his brother Lu Shiqi made a promise that the two brothers would build a business empire in the future. Now that he thinks about it, this wish is not difficult to achieve. Yang Yiyu. Yang Yiyu. Hello. Just when his mind was falling into a dream, Lu Lingling's roar brought him back to reality. "Ah, what's wrong? Tell me." Yang Yiyu reacted and looked at Lu Lingling. Lu Lingling rolled her eyes and said, "What are you thinking about? I called you 3 times and you didn't respond. Are you deaf?" Ahem. Yang Yiyu was in a good mood now and didn't care about Lu Lingling's curse at all. "Okay, answer me seriously, can you mass-produce this anti-aging pill and how much can you make? Are you doing this to make money?" Lu Lingling looked at Yang Yiyu with sparkling eyes. Yang Yiyu originally wanted to say that it could be mass-produced, but after thinking about it, he decided not to. Even if all the first-class medicinal materials could be gathered together, his current true energy could not support mass production. He also understood the principle that rare things are valuable. He half-truthfully said, "Mass production is impossible. The medicinal materials are too expensive, and the research and development process is very complicated. A month can only produce 15,000 pills at most. To be honest, I'm just trying to make money." Lu Lingling muttered, 15,000 a month is about right. "Yang Yiyu, how about I cooperate with you on behalf of our Lu family? We will try our best to meet your requirements. As for how to cooperate, I will go back and talk to my family, and you can come to discuss it when the time comes." After that, she added, "I was your guinea pig once, you can't refuse me." Yang Yiyun still trusted Lu Lingling. After all, they were just trying to make money, so he would naturally give her some face. He nodded and said, "I'll give you some face. As long as it's suitable, we'll give priority to cooperation." "Okay, this is what you said, don't go back on your word. I'll go home now and give you an answer tomorrow." Lu Lingling was delighted. Yang Yiyun glared at her, "I am a grown man, how could I go back on my word?" "Well, give me a few more. I'll go back and show them to my family." "Okay." Afterwards, Yang Yiyu gave Lu Lingling a small box of about 10 to 20 pills in a paper box and took it away. The girl left in a hurry. After Yang Yiyu sent her away, he went home and had nothing to do, so he began to study a set of pull-up techniques that his master had taught him last night. He said that regular practice would strengthen the body's meridians and bones. This set of body pulling techniques is called the 5 Elements Body Pulling Technique. According to my master Yun Tianxia, it was created by a genius in the world of cultivation who entered the Tao through martial arts when he was young. It is most suitable for body training. The whole set is both internal and external, with strong attack power. It was created by observing the behavioral characteristics of 5 kinds of beasts: tiger, wolf, ape, bear, and eagle. Each of them has its own advantages. The tiger has the mighty momentum of a king as it climbs up and down the mountains. Wolves are cautious and cunning, and they pounce on their prey like a ghost, ruthless and cold. Monkeys have nimble and agile movements. The bear has the power to crush everything without moving. The eagle has the majesty of soaring in the sky and overlooking the earth. The entire 5 Elements pull-up technique encompasses almost all the advantages of the 5 beasts, bringing together the characteristics of defense, attack, sneak attack, body skills, and so on. It can be said that it is very suitable for Yang Yiyu. He now has only strength but no moves. He fights entirely by relying on agility and brute force, which makes him only stronger than ordinary people. If you happen to meet a martial artist that day, you might suffer a loss. Therefore, he was very concerned about this set of 5 Elements pull-up technique that cultivated both internal and external skills, and studied it carefully in his mind. Fortunately, in the inheritance bestowed by his master, the pictures and annotations were very detailed, and Yang Yiyu could fully understand it. Just when Yang Yiyu was practicing the 5 Elements pull-up technique, Lu Lingling rushed into the Lu Group building and went straight to her father Lu Shanhai's office. In the president's office of Lu Group, Lu Shanhai, the helmsman of the Lu family who is in his early 50s and has a head full of silver hair, is listening to the sales director's sales report for this quarter, his brows furrowed deeper and deeper. "Aging, you can't go on like this. Our group is the leader in the retail industry in Gudu and even in the 5 northwestern provinces. We have a complete sales network in the low-end and mid-end markets, so there is no need to worry. However, the high-end market has seen performance decline for 3 consecutive quarters. If this continues, we will be completely squeezed out of the high-end retail product market by several other companies, which will definitely affect the group's performance in the low-end and mid-end markets. By then, we will be slowly eaten away by others, and even completely squeezed out of the retail industry. This is very dangerous. You must find high-end products to sell as soon as possible. If we don't have the right ones under our group, we will look for them in other channels. Even if we don't make money or even lose money, we must improve our high-end retail products. At the very least, we must keep them from declining. Lu Shanhai spoke seriously to a middle-aged young woman who still had some charm. This young woman is Su Jing, the group's sales director. Su Jing has also been worried about this recently. She has been working overtime and staying up late to think of a solution. Dark spots have appeared on her face, and it is extremely dry and cracked, which makes her very distressed. She smiled bitterly at Lu Shanhai and nodded, "President, our group has not developed high-end products for the market for more than 3 years. We do have some other channels in China, but the sales rights are controlled by some giants, and we can't intervene. I plan to go abroad for inspection tomorrow. If it doesn't work, we can import some products and make up for it first." At this moment, the office door was pushed open, and a cheerful voice rang out, "And Su Jing, you don't have to go abroad. I'll bring you a great product that's unique in the world, hee hee." It was Lu Lingling who had been eavesdropping at the door for a long time. "Nonsense. Why didn't you knock before you came in? Your Aunt Su and I are discussing work, why are you joining in?" Lu Shanhai saw that it was his precious daughter who came in, and although he was blaming her, his tone was full of love, without any sign of anger. "Haha, Ling girl, do you have any good products to recommend to me? If you can really recommend a good product, I will thank you very much. I'm almost worried to death. I was just scolded by your father." The CEO, Su Jing, looked at Lu Lingling and said with a smile. In fact, she didn't expect Lu Lingling, a rich girl, to recommend any good products. She just followed her words. Lu Lingling walked over and stuck out her tongue at Lu Shanhai, then said with a giggle, "Dad, give me half an hour, I'll perform a magic trick for you and Aunt Su Jing, I can solve your current problem." As she spoke, Lu Lingling took out the anti-aging pill Yang Yiyun had given her from her bag like a treasure, took out one and gave it to Su Jing, saying, "Aunt Su Jing, your skin is too bad. This is for you. Take it with water, and you will have a surprise in half an hour." Su Jing took the anti-aging pill from Lu Lingling's hand with some doubt, put it under her nose and sniffed it, saying, "It smells quite nice, Ling girl, this isn't the high-end product you mentioned, is it?" Lu Lingling took 2 glasses of water from the water dispenser, handed them to her father and Su Jing, and said, "That's right, facts speak louder than words. I know that what I say is not enough for you to believe, but I have experienced it myself." As he spoke, he chuckled and said, "Dad, haven't you noticed any changes on my face? Your skin isn't good either, so I'll give you one too." Lu Lingling gave her father and Su Jing each a rejuvenation pill and urged them to take it. "Hey, the pimples on your face are gone. They were quite serious last night, and I was planning to contact a beauty expert in Yanqing for you. Now there's no trace at all. Girl, you're not going to tell me that it's all thanks to this little pill, are you?" Lu Shanhai asked his daughter in surprise. "Hee hee, Dad, you are so smart. In just half an hour, you took these 2 small pills and solved the big problem that has troubled me for 4 or 5 days. You guys should take them quickly. Dad should take them too. It should be good for you as well. I have tried it myself. How can I hurt you?" Lu Lingling said seriously. Lu Shanhai and Su Jing looked at each other and saw surprise in each other's eyes. They knew that Lu Lingling would not lie. If what she said was true, then the small pill in her hand would really be a beauty drug that broke the rules. After getting to know each other for the first time, Lu Shanhai and Su Jing took the anti-aging pills. Half an hour later, Su Jing had a layer of greasy sweat on her face. She smiled and said, "After taking this pill, I will sweat and have a fever. There won't be any side effects, right? I'll go wash my face first. Aunt Su Jing, please go quickly." Sweating and fever mean that blood circulation is being promoted, which is a good thing. Besides, this is Chinese medicine and there shouldn't be any side effects. Lu Lingling said this lightly, but in fact she was unsure in her heart. However, since the words had been said, she could only choose to believe Yang Yiyun. Lu Shanhai's office has an independent bathroom. When Su Jing went in, within a few minutes, she screamed in the bathroom. Su Jing's exclamation made Lu Lingling's heart tighten. She was also worried about whether there would be any side effects. After all, everyone's physical fitness is different. Just as I was about to get up to check, Su Jing came out of the bathroom with an excited look on her face. "Ling girl, where did you get this pill? Tell me quickly, it's a magic beauty drug, it's amazing, the blackheads and pores on my face have disappeared, and my skin elasticity has increased, it's like I've become several years younger." Hearing Su Jing say this, Lu Lingling felt relieved and smiled. Before she could answer Su Jing, Lu Shanhai beside her also said, "You know what, I've been suffering from insomnia these past few days and my mental state has been very bad, especially today I feel very tired, but now I seem to be in a much better state. Girl Ling, please tell me where this magical pill is sold. Is it available on the market?" "Yes, daughter, tell me quickly, where did you buy these pills from when you went out?" As businessmen, Su Jing and Lu Shanhai have already sensed the huge business opportunities. Especially since they are in the retail industry, they know very well what a good product means. Lu Lingling smiled proudly and said, "Dad, Aunt Su Jing, don't be impatient. Listen to me slowly. Since I am recommending this to you, it must not be on the market. I said before that this pill is unique in the world. It's like this." Next, Lu Lingling explained the details of Yang Yiyun's matter to her father Lu Shanhai and the group's sales director Su Jing. After Lu Lingling finished speaking, Lu Shanhai glanced at Su Jing. Su Jing nodded heavily. "How is Dad? Do you want to cooperate with Yang Yiyun?" Lu Lingling asked. In fact, her original intention was to help Yang Yiyun, because as a classmate, Lu Lingling knew something about Yang Yiyun's family background. The reason why she came to find her father was because she believed that her father would not treat Yang Yiyun unfairly. On the other hand, she did have selfish motives. She understood the effectiveness of the rejuvenating pill. After all, it was a product that made a sensation around the world and would play a huge role in the family's business in the future. However, all this requires the approval of his father Lu Shanhai. "Girl, you go back first. Isn't today the weekend? Yang Yiyun is your classmate. Why don't you invite him to your home in the evening? You can also invite some other classmates. Dad will meet your classmate in the evening," Lu Shanhai said with a smile. "Okay, I haven't been to school these few days and I want to invite my classmates to come and play. I'll go first, Dad. Goodbye, Aunt Su Jing." "Goodbye." Su Jing smiled and watched Lu Lingling leave. After the two of them were left in the office, Su Jing looked at Lu Shanhai and said seriously, "Boss, if what Lingling said is true, her classmate can provide 15,000 pills a month." "Oh, it's the rejuvenating pills. I dare say that our group's declining performance in high-end retail products will definitely improve, and it is even possible to dominate the high-end product market in the 5 northwestern provinces and enter the entire Kyushu." Lu Shanhai nodded. "You should immediately hand over the Zhuyan pill to the quality inspection department to test its ingredients and see if it has any other effects besides beauty. From the results I've seen, this small pill should have more than just beauty effects. Also, run a detailed test to see if there are any side effects. Ask them to put down all their work and test the efficacy of the Zhuyan pill. I need the results before I get off work tonight." Lu Shanhai naturally knew what the rejuvenating pill meant. The Lu group wanted to take over the entire Jiuzhou and even the international market. He had been trying constantly. This was his dream, to lead the group to take a step further in his hands. "Okay, I'll go and keep an eye on it myself." Su Jing nodded, picked up 2 anti-aging pills left by Lu Lingling from the table, and walked out of Lu Shanhai's office. Lu Shanhai sat in his office chair with his eyes shining, muttering to himself, "Interesting, the inheritance of traditional Chinese medicine in Jiuzhou is extensive and profound, so it's not surprising that there are anti-aging pills. Who is Yang Yiyun, the inheritor?" After saying this, Lu Shanhai picked up the phone and made a call. "Uncle Fu, Lingling has a classmate named Yang Yiyun. I need his detailed information." "Okay, I'll do it right away." After hanging up the phone, Lu Shanhai touched the skin on his face and actually felt that his skin seemed to have become more elastic. As for Yang Yiyun, Lu Shanhai had made up his mind to meet him the moment he felt the effect of the anti-aging pill. Not only did he want to meet him, he also wanted to win him over. The rejuvenating pill must not slip away from the Lu family. He had already shown his importance by asking his daughter Lu Lingling to invite Yang Yiyu to dinner at home. However, Lu Shanhai, who has experienced the ups and downs of the business world, always adheres to the principle of stability. Therefore, he must first understand the value of the rejuvenating pill and Yang Yiyu's identity and background, so that he can put forward the necessary chips when the time comes. After 6 o'clock in the evening, Lu Shanhai received a call from Uncle Fu in the office. The answer he got was that Yang Yiyu was just a rural college student whose hometown was a small village in the mountains in the neighboring province of the ancient capital. He has a frail grandmother and a younger sister who is in high school. He works part-time while attending college. Yang Yiyu's father is a guard. In the 4th year of his marriage to his mother, Yang Yiyu's father disappeared while on a mission and there has been no news of him for more than 10 years. As for Yang Yiyu's mother, she ran away from home when Yang Yiyu was 4 years old. He depended on his sister and grandmother for support. At school, Yang Yiyu also worked part-time for a long time and had few classmates and friends. After listening to this, Lu Shanhai gave an evaluation in his mind that his disciple had a clean background, ruling out the possibility that his opponent had set a trap in business. Then the anti-aging pill in Yang Yiyu's hands was real and there would be no problem. However, Lu Shanhai couldn't figure out how he got such a magical formula. Since there is such a magical beauty medicine, why not use it to improve your life earlier? Why bother to work a part-time job? These left questions in Lu Shanhai's heart, which he could only keep in his heart and wait until he met Yang Yiyu in the evening to resolve them. On the other side, Su Jing also brought good news. Yang Yiyu's anti-aging pill has absolutely no side effects on the human body. On the contrary, in addition to its beauty effects, tests have shown that the pill has more than 20 beneficial effects on the human body, including refreshing the mind, activating blood circulation, and detoxifying. It can simply be called a magic pill. After hearing this explanation, Lu Shanhai was completely moved. He ordered everyone not to disclose the information about the rejuvenating pill and issued an order to sign a confidentiality agreement. Only then did he feel relieved and hurriedly left the company and went straight home. After learning about the effectiveness of the rejuvenating pill, Lu Shanhai's respect for Yang Yiyu increased sharply. But Yang Yiyu didn't know all this. He was seriously studying the 5 elements pull-up technique, and was immersed in it. At this moment his phone rang. It was Lu Lingling. After answering the call, he smiled and said jokingly, "Lu Lingling, do you miss me so soon? Get lost, stop flattering yourself, okay? I've invited all my classmates to dinner at my house, and I've asked the driver to pick you up. He's just downstairs from you. Come quickly. I've told my dad about the rejuvenating pill, and he'll meet you tonight." After saying that, he hung up the phone without giving Yang Yiyu a chance to reply. In fact, he was afraid that Yang Yiyu would not come. Lu Lingling felt that he was really capable of doing this. Yang Yiyu gave a bitter smile and walked to the window. Sure enough, there was a car parked not far downstairs, a BMW. Since Lu Lingling invited him, he had to give her face and go. Moreover, she also mentioned the matter of the rejuvenating pill on the phone. Her father would meet her, so Yang Yiyu felt that he should go even more. After leaving some food for Xiang, Yang Yiyu went downstairs. The driver sent by Lu Lingling was still downstairs, and he couldn't let him wait for too long. When Yang Yiyu went downstairs, the driver came over from a distance and asked, "Excuse me, is this Mr. Yang Yiyu?" "It's me, hello." Yang Yiyu nodded. He was not surprised at all that the other party knew him. Since it was Lu Lingling who arranged it, he must know him. "Mr. Yang, my daughter Lu Lingling arranged for me to pick you up." The driver was a young man in his 20s, and he spoke very carefully. "Thank you. We are free to go." After getting in the car, the driver went straight to the development zone. As we walked into the development zone, we saw rows of brand new high-rise buildings. This is the new district that the ancient city has mainly built in recent years, and it is less than half an hour's drive from the city center. Many administrative departments and so on are located here. The properties in the newly developed zone are also the most expensive and the best in the entire ancient capital. Entering the development zone and walking eastward is the villa street with the best environment in the ancient city, where all kinds of villa buildings are gathered. It can be said that this is the place where the dignitaries of the entire ancient capital gather. Yang Yiyu has only heard of it and has never been here. Sitting in the car and watching the villas flying by, he thought to himself that with Lu Lingling's family background, it must not be easy for her to live in a place like this in the ancient capital where the rich and powerful gather. A few minutes later, the car stopped in front of the gate of a huge villa. Yang Yiyu looked and saw that there was a small square in front of the villa that was specially used for parking. More than 10 cars of various kinds had been parked there, including 5 or 6 sports cars alone. "Mr. Yang, we are here." "Okay." Yang Yiyu opened the door and got out of the car. He looked around the door and saw 7 or 8 young men and women who looked to be about his age. Lu Lingling was among them. As soon as Yang Yiyu got out of the car, Lu Lingling came over with a smile. Beside her were 2 old acquaintances, Lin Huan and Qian Xiaobei. In Yang Yiyu's eyes, the way they were dressed tonight was simply gorgeous, one more beautiful than the other, and at first glance they all had long legs. Short skirts and black stockings can be seen everywhere. As the host, as soon as Lu Lingling came over, the other people around her shifted their attention. Yang Yiyun clearly felt that several unfriendly eyes were cast on him. Looking at Lu Lingling's smiling face walking towards him, Yang Yiyun suddenly felt that something seemed to be wrong. He prayed in his heart, "I hope this lunatic doesn't do anything weird tonight." Sometimes whatever you think about happens. Just as I finished thinking this, Lu Lingling came over and said in a sweet voice, "Dear, why did you come just now? I've been waiting for you for a long time." While Yang Yiyu was stunned and didn't react, she naturally supported him on the arm, just like a sweet couple. "Honey." Yang Yiyu's heart skipped a beat. As expected, Lu Lingling never gave him a quiet environment and always caused trouble for him. At this moment, Yang Yiyu had already guessed what this crazy Lu Lingling was trying to do. The word shield instantly appeared in Yang Yiyu's mind. However, many people's eyes were focused on her at this time, so he couldn't do anything to hurt Lu Lingling's reputation. He smiled, grinned, gritted his teeth and asked Lu Lingling in a low voice, "Miss Lu, what do you want to do?" Lu Lingling also smiled and whispered, "Please help me. I'll lend you my room for one night. I originally invited Lin Huan, Xiao Bei, and you guys to come to my house for a simple meal to thank you for curing the pimples on my face. Who knew that a few annoying ghosts would come here after hearing the news? One of them is very annoying, but I don't like him. Please, save the situation like putting out a fire. After this is over, I will treat you to good health." Puff. When Yang Yiyu heard Lu Lingling talking, he couldn't help himself after all. This lunatic is simply a person who traveled from the second dimension, and his words are always shocking. What does it mean, "Lend me a night"? What does it mean, "After finishing the job, please have a good health check"? Yang Yiyu was not surprised at all when these words came from a boy's mouth, but when they came from the mouth of Lu Lingling, the school belle, it was like a bolt from the blue. It's shocking, but looking at her expression, she is really not afraid of being harassed. She has already begged for mercy, and the lunatic is hanging on his arm. What else can Yang Yiyu do? Such an intimate scene has already attracted 10,000 points of hatred. If you don't help, you will offend both sides. Feeling so angry that he wanted to curse, Yang Yiyu glared at Lu Lingling and gritted his teeth and said, "Remember that you owe me one time, and don't forget your promise to me. This won't happen again." What? Yang Yiyu, do you really want to have a health checkup? Lu Lingling raised her voice a few degrees and pinched Yang Yiyu's arm. "Hissa, why are you pinching me?" Yang Yiyu gasped in pain. "What do you think?" Lu Lingling said viciously. "Didn't you ask me to give you a health check, you idiot? I'm just talking." You. To outsiders, the bickering between the two makes them look like a typical young couple. At this time, Qian Xiaobei came over and said, "Wow Lingling, you guys. This is absolutely true. How can you say it's just acting?" Lin Huan came over and whispered. Lu Lingling knew that her 2 best friends had misunderstood. She glared at them and said, "How could I possibly fall for a bastard like Yang Yiyu? You're a lunatic, but you're not my type." Yang Yiyu heard Lu Lingling's angry rebuttal. "We understand." Lin Huan and Qian Xiaobei said in unison. In their eyes, this was just flirting. Then Qian Xiaobei suddenly said to Yang Yiyu, for the sake of your treating my sister, I would like to remind you to be prepared for trouble. Do you see the men in white clothes over there? His name is Ho Yao. We all call him Yaozi. He is from the Ho family, which ranks second among the top 10 business circles in the ancient capital. He is Lingling's fanatical pursuer. You're probably going to be in trouble today, haha. Also, Ho Yao is a martial arts academy student. He can't get close to 3 or 5 people by himself. He has a hot temper, but generally speaking, he's not a bad person. If you can't stand it anymore, beg for mercy. Yaozi often says that he won't bully the weak. If you give in, he'll let you go. Yang Yiyu glared at Lu Lingling fiercely. I knew it was no good. But she didn't care at all. Isn't it just a martial arts school? Last time, Ning Wu and the others were also from a martial arts school, but they were still easily subdued by me, right? In terms of fighting strength, Yang Yiyu is really not afraid of anyone. You just have a big mouth. Lu Lingling said to Qian Xiaobei in a coquettish way. Qian Xiaobei stuck out his tongue and made a face. Who is this kid Lingling? How did he jump out? While they were talking, the young man named Ho Yao by Qian Xiaobei came over, stared at Yang Yiyu with a bad face, and asked Lu Lingling in a deep voice. There was an evil look all over his body. However, Yang Yiyu simply ignored him. This made Ho Yao even more furious. Lu Lingling's face turned cold at this moment and said, Yaozi, this is my boyfriend Yang Yiyun. If you come to my house tonight, I welcome you. If you want to cause trouble, leave as soon as possible. I didn't invite you. And don't call me Lingling, call me Lu Lingling, okay? Lu Lingling would only speak without restraint in front of a few good classmates and friends, but it was different when facing people she disliked. She would show them whatever disrespect she wanted. She didn't give Ho Yao any face when she spoke, and even the other young masters who came here today after hearing the news all looked unhappy. They were indeed not invited by Lu Lingling tonight and came here on their own. Some of them, like Ho Yao, came for Lu Lingling, and a few came for Qian Xiaobei and Lin Huan. As the saying goes, snakes have their ways, and rats have their ways. Every class in this society has its own circle. Regardless of whether the classmates here tonight are invited by Lu Lingling or not, they all have one thing in common, that is, they are all from families in the ancient capital's business circle. To put it bluntly, they are all second generation. Ho Yao was so angry at Lu Lingling's words that he was shaking all over. He shouted, Lingling, even if you don't like me, there's no need to find a loser like this to make me angry, right? Look at him, how is he better than me? He is wearing cheap clothes, and he is a complete loser. If you really want to make me angry, you can find someone more decent. What kind of person is this kid? Ho Yao, you are going too far. Get out of here. What kind of boyfriend I find is my business and none of your business. Lu Lingling's face turned pale. She was afraid that Ho Yao's words would hurt Yang Yiyu's self-esteem. She cursed Ho Yao for the first time. Even she herself didn't understand why she cared so much about Yang Yiyu. Well, Lu Lingling, you actually cursed me for a loser. Fine, I won't leave today, let's see what you can do. I came to visit Grandpa Lu, don't forget that Grandpa Lu promised to marry you to me in front of our old men. Ho Yao mentioned the two old men while speaking. Lu Lingling was furious at this. She knew in her heart that this was the aristocratic family's disgust. 10 years ago, the old man in her family did say at a party that he wanted to marry her to Ho Yao. But that was because the Guohou family was the second largest family in the ancient capital's business world, and the Lu family was only ranked 5th. 10 years ago was the time when my father took over the family business, purely for the purpose of consolidating the family business. Although it was just verbal words, the old men of the two families were both influential figures, so both families kept silent on the matter. Lu Lingling was only 11 years old 10 years ago. What could she know? 10 years later, she didn't admit it at all. When Ho Yao brought it up today, she had no way to refute it. She couldn't just deny it, because that would be a slap in her grandfather's face. As for the Ho family, Lu Lingling knew that they really couldn't afford to offend them. For a moment, Ho Yao was so angry that his face turned pale and blue. And where is Yang Yiyu at this moment? He had been about to explode for a long time. He was irritated by Ho Yao's constant calling him a bitch and the look of utter contempt he showed him. I didn't say a word, but I suffered an unexpected disaster. Even if I am Lu Lingling's real boyfriend today and I don't know a pig kidney like you, there is no need for you to humiliate me like this, right? If I don't show you my true colors, do you really think that the descendant of a scattered immortal is easy to bully? Yang Yiyun stepped forward, patted Lu Lingling on the shoulder, took her hand and said intimately, "Dear, don't be angry. It's just a pig kidney with internal organs. Why are you doing this?" Puff. Puff. As soon as Yang Yiyu finished speaking, Qian Xiaobei and Lin Huan couldn't help laughing. Even Lu Lingling, whose face turned blue and red due to Ho Yao's anger, couldn't help laughing when she heard Yang Yiyu's words. That's too mean. They actually made up Ho Yao's nickname and called him pig kidney and awful. When Ho Yao realized what was happening, he immediately flew into a rage. "Who are you calling a pig kidney, you little jerk? Whoever agrees will get it." Yang Yiyu narrowed his eyes and said with a smile. The expression on his face was so infuriating that it could make people die. When had Ho Yao ever been humiliated like this? He has always been the one bullying others, and few people dare to humiliate him like this. At that moment, he clenched his fists, completely throwing his demeanor to the wind, roared, and punched Yang Yiyu. In Ho Yao's mind, it was Yang Yiyu who humiliated him, and he never considered that his previous insulting Yang Yiyu as a jerk was also humiliating. Yang Yiyu narrowed his eyes and stood there without moving at all, waiting for Ho Yao to hit him. He wanted to provoke Ho Yao and make him attack first. Then he would have the right to beat Ho Yao. Sure enough, the words, pig kidney and internal organs were smashed, angered Ho Yao and he took action. It's not all Yang Yiyu's fault for calling him pig kidney. Who made his nickname kidney? When Ho Yao's punch was about to hit the door, Yang Yiyu took action. In his eyes, Ho Yao, who came from a martial arts school and was said by Qian Xiaobei to be able to fight 3 or 5 people, was no different from Ning Wu and others. I just know a little bit of boxing and kicking. Not to mention that Yang Yiyu has now mastered the 5 elements pull-up technique, and has some skills. Even if he doesn't know any martial arts, he can still knock Ho Yao down with just his body speed and vision and hearing. He threw out a punch in an instant and collided head-on with Ho Yao's fist. Bang. Ah. The next moment, the two men's fists collided, making a dull sound, and Ho Yao screamed and fell back, sitting on the ground. Yang Yiyu's fist bumped against Ho Yao's to bully Ho Yao. Today, he did not use much force for the sake of the Lu family. He just used force to dislocate one of Ho Yao's arms. If he had not considered Lu Lingling's face, he would have wanted to cripple Ho Yao's arm with this punch to let him know the consequences of looking down on others and speaking foul language. Ho Yao's joint was dislocated by Yang Yiyu's punch, and his forehead was covered with sweat due to the pain. Ho Yao finally understood that he had offended Tai Sui today. This Yang Yiyu was a real martial artist. He himself is a student of a martial arts school and knows more about martial arts than ordinary people. Just now, Yang Yiyu knocked this martial arts madman who was ranked among the top 3 in the school out with just one punch. The feeling just now reminded Ho Yao of the first time he met the vice principal of the martial arts school. That was 3 years ago. On the first day of entering the school, Ho Yao was unruly and asked the vice principal to show off his skills. He didn't care about the consequences and went to fight. As a result, the vice principal left a psychological trauma on him. How similar were the situations then and now? Yang Yiyu even gave him the feeling that he was more powerful than the vice principal of the martial arts school. It was only after that time that Ho Yao found out that the vice principal of the martial arts school was an honorary vice principal invited by the school, who only came to teach occasionally. The vice principal was a lay disciple of the Quanjin sect in Zhongnan Mountain, a talented person who started practicing martial arts at the age of 3. He was also the vice president of the Jiuzhou Martial Arts Association, and had some real talent under his command. Now, facing Yang Yiyu, Ho Yao actually felt this kind of illusion, which was really hard for him to accept. At this moment, everyone in the audience was stunned. There was no one present who did not know Ho Yao. Everyone knew that Ho Yao was a martial arts maniac and everyone was clear about his martial arts level. However, now he was actually killed instantly by Yang Yiyu's punch. This scene was quite shocking. In addition to being amazed at Yang Yiyu's great strength, many people did not consider the issue of force or martial arts like Ho Yao did, because it is a different era now, and as young people, everyone regards practicing martial arts or taekwondo as fitness or showmanship. Who still believes that martial arts really exist in this world? Yang Yiyu knocked Ho Yao down in seconds with one punch, and everyone just thought that Yang Yiyu was stronger. At this moment, all the gangsters were looking forward to Ho Yao's next reaction. Or they wanted to see how Ho Yao would kill Yang Yiyu. There were many troublemakers present who were from the same school as Lu Lingling, so they naturally knew something about Yang Yiyu's situation. He was just a poor student from the countryside, a student with no money and no power. How could he fight with Ho Yao, the eldest son of the second largest of the top 10 business families in the ancient capital? Lu Lingling, Lin Huan, and Qian Xiaobei did not expect that the seemingly weak Yang Yiyu would knock Ho Yao down with one punch. Compared with others, the three did not worry that Ho Yao would retaliate against Yang Yiyu, because among the three, Lu Lingling and Qian Xiaobei were both from the ancient capital business circle, and they both stood on Yang Yiyu's side. As long as Ho Yao dares to touch Yang Yiyu, the two of them will unite to fight Ho Yao. At this time, Ho Yao was helped up. He gasped and looked at Yang Yiyu with a grin. There was deep fear in his eyes, and more of a sense of unwillingness in his heart. Today, Ho Yao's face was lost by Yang Yiyu. Most of the people in the circle were here today, and Ho Yao could not swallow this humiliation. He stared at Yang Yiyu with sinister eyes and said, "You are quite skilled in martial arts, kid. I will set a trap for you today. Let me punch you once, and then this matter will be over." Ho Yao knew clearly that even if there were 10 of him today, he would not be able to gain any advantage over Yang Yiyu. Although he was not smart, he was not stupid. It was enough for him to suffer a loss once and he should not seek trouble again. So saying this is just to save face. In Ho Yao's mind, the conditions he offered were equivalent to surrendering his head, which was a huge honor for Yang Yiyu. He said he would punch Yang Yiyu just to save face in front of these people in the circle. It was not a loss for Yang Yiyu, because Yang Yiyu had already hit him, so punching him back would not be excessive. Ho Yao took it for granted, but Yang Yiyu was so angry that he laughed. Do you really think that just because you are rich and powerful, you have the right to rule the world? Ridiculous. From the beginning to the end, it was you, the pig kidney, who was picking on me. You were the first to curse me, and you were the first to start a fight. I can't win the fight, but it's still my fault. Standing to let you punch your pig kidney. Yang Yiyun thought so in his heart, narrowed his eyes and looked at Ho Yao and said, "Zhu Yaozi, are you crazy? You are the one who caused trouble to me. I didn't do anything to you. The principles of the world are not defined by you. Get lost." Ho Yao's face turned red with anger and he pointed at Yang Yiyun. "You." He really didn't expect to meet someone as stubborn as Yang Yiyun. He has already given in. Can't you give me some face? I won't really hit you hard. If you point your finger at me again, I will break it for you, believe it or not. Yang Yiyu stared at Ho Yao with a cold face. Ho Yao's heart tightened when he saw this. He saw a cold look in Yang Yiyu's eyes, which made him shiver. Ho Yao didn't know that Yang Yiyu was a cultivator. Although he was only at the entry-level first level of qi refining, he was the real deal. He had true qi in his body. When he was angry, the true qi circulated, which was in harmony with the power of heaven and earth. How could a mere mortal like Ho Yao bear such an invisible aura? At this moment, Ho Yao felt really embarrassed. He didn't know whether to let go or not to let go of his finger pointing at Yang Yiyu. Put down your fingers. If today's events were to get out, he would become the laughing stock of the circle. But he didn't let it go. He was really scared. Yang Yiyu rushed over and broke his fingers. Fortunately, at this moment a loud and clear voice sounded, "Ha ha ha, why are you guys standing at the door? Go in quickly. If your family finds out and stands at the door, they will think that our Lu family doesn't know how to entertain guests. Girl, please invite your classmates in too." The person who came was none other than Lu Shanhai, the patriarch of the Lu family. In fact, he had already come out of the villa when Yang Yiyu got off the car, ready to greet Yang Yiyu in person. Because of the rejuvenating pill, Lu Shanhai attached great importance to Yang Yiyu. But he didn't expect that when he reached the door, he saw Ho Yao attacking Yang Yiyu. At this time, Lu Shanhai focused on observing Yang Yiyu, so he stopped at the door, ready to see how Yang Yiyu would confront Ho Yao, so as to understand Yang Yiyu's character. As a result, Lu Shanhai was shocked by Yang Yiyu's strength. He had never expected Yang Yiyu's tough attitude. He was even stronger than these unruly and stubborn people. His character could only be described as overbearing. He also understood that Hou Yao was backed into a corner by Yang Yiyu's words. If Hou Yao couldn't save face at this time, he would definitely be hated by Hou Yao in the future. This would be disadvantageous to Yang Yiyu and was something Lu Shanhai didn't want to see, so he seized the opportunity of Hou Yao's embarrassment and walked out laughing. He just resolved Hou Yao's embarrassment just right, because his smile attracted everyone's attention to him. Hou Yao could naturally let go of his hand and was no longer embarrassed. He had room to deal with Yang Yiyu, otherwise it would have become an unsolvable knot. "Hello, Uncle Lu." When everyone saw Lu Shanhai coming out, they came forward to greet him. Okay, let's all go in." Lu Shanhai smiled and nodded one by one. Then he walked to Hou Yao and patted his shoulder naturally. He put down Hou Yao's arm without making any noise and said with a smile, "Hou Yao is good, and his body is much stronger. How is your grandfather?" "Thank you, Uncle Lu, for your concern. Grandpa is in good spirits." At this moment, Hou Yao was a little grateful for Lu Shanhai's appearance, which allowed him to save his last bit of face. He hurriedly spoke to Lu Shanhai respectfully. He didn't dare to be disrespectful in front of Lu Shanhai. Because Lu Shanhai is not only a member of the Lu family, he is also known as the jade-faced tiger in the business circle of the ancient capital. Even the old man of the Hou family often says that Lu Shanhai has the ability of a prime minister in the business world. "Okay, come in." After Lu Shanhai finished speaking, with everyone's eyes wide open, he walked towards Yang Yiyu, and stretched out his hand to Yang Yiyu from 3 meters away, laughing and saying, "You are my nephew Yiyu, right? Uncle Lu has wanted to invite you to our house for a long time. Last time you saved my Lingling, I didn't even have a chance to thank you. Today you have to have a couple of drinks with Uncle." Lu Shanhai's actions and words released a lot of information, and the stubborn people present were not stupid, and they all understood what Lu Shanhai's lowering of his status meant to Yang Yiyu. In the eyes of everyone, Lu Shanhai's attitude towards Yang Yiyu was a bit too much, and the intimate call of nephew in his mouth was telling everyone that Yang Yiyu was protected by him, Lu Shanhai, and you should not bother him. Hou Yao even thought that Lu Shanhai did it just for him to see, so that Yang Yiyu would regard Lu Shanhai as his own nephew. Afterwards, we really can't cause trouble for Yang Yiyu. More importantly, Lu Shanhai mentioned that he wanted to thank Yang Yiyu for saving Lu Lingling. The major families all knew about the last time Lu Lingling was almost harmed by Yuan Wenhao. They also heard that someone saved Lu Lingling. Unexpectedly, this person was Yang Yiyu. Although the Yuan family, to which Yuan Wenhao belonged, was also a famous family in the ancient capital's business circles, it was not among the top 10 business families in the ancient capital and was later brought down by Lu Shanhai. Thinking of this, Hou Yao's heart was filled with resentment. It seemed that Lu Shanhai had protected Yang Yiyu. With this jade-faced tiger protecting Yang Yiyu, Hou Yao really didn't dare to move. Gritting his teeth and groaning, Hou Yao forcibly reattached the dislocated arm. For a student of the martial arts school, it was not difficult to dislocate an arm. He then walked over to Lu Shanhai and said, "Uncle Lu, I suddenly remembered that I have something else to do. I will leave now and visit you another day." Lu Shanhai, who was shaking hands with Yang Yiyu, could naturally guess what Hou Yao was thinking. With a regretful smile on his face, he said a few polite words and watched Hou Yao leave. Hou Yao cursed the old fox in his heart and got into a Lamborghini sports car and left. The few people who followed Hou Yao also left one after another with excuses. At this moment, Yang Yiyu and Lu Shanhai were shaking hands, and he was also very shocked. He was no stranger to Lu Shanhai, and he often saw him in some financial magazines and even on TV. He knew that Lu Shanhai was a famous entrepreneur in Gudu and the president of the Lu Group, which was well known in the 5 northwestern provinces. The Lu family mainly dealt in retail products. The industries involved include supermarkets, clothing, automobiles, etc. Almost all products that can be sold are involved, and the Lu family also has its own factory. It can be said that the strength is extremely strong. Yang Yiyu never expected that Lu Shanhai was actually Lu Lingling's father. What was even more unexpected was that as soon as Lu Shanhai appeared, he showed enough affection to him and called him nephew. After a little thought, Yang Yiyu understood that it must be because he had saved Lu Lingling last time, but more importantly, it might be that his anti-aging pills touched him. However, there is no doubt that Lu Shanhai has shown kindness to me, and I have to accept this favor. Most of the kindness Lu Shanhai showed to me just now was for Ho Yao and other stubborn guys to see. The results are obviously very effective. On the other hand, Yang Yiyu also admired Lu Shanhai, a business tycoon in the ancient capital. After reading some of his financial books, he believed that Lu Shanhai was a very talented and thoughtful entrepreneur. Holding Lu Shanhai's hand, Yang Yiyu came to his senses after his initial daze and said, "Thank you, Uncle Lu." This thank you also contains a double meaning. Okay, I forgot about the last time you saved my Lingling, and she also said that I couldn't disturb you while you were studying. Since you are her classmate, she will go and thank you herself. So, as your father, I have to thank you in person. It just so happens that we meet today. From now on, you will be my, Lu Shanhai's, nephew. Haha, let's go home and talk first. Don't just stand there. He smiled and took Yang Yiyu's hand and walked into the door. At this moment, after Ho Yao and others left, only a young man was left on the scene, whom Yang Yiyu did not recognize. The others are Lin Huan and Qian Xiaobei. He wanted to find Lu Lingling to ask who the unfamiliar young man was, but Lu Shanhai grabbed his hand and walked inside, so he couldn't ask. However, those who can stay should be close to Lu Lingling, and Lu Lingling will introduce them to them later. Walking into the Lu family villa, Yang Yiyu was truly shocked. He took a rough glance and estimated that it covered an area of 3 or 4 acres, with a garden, an outdoor swimming pool, a fitness track and other complete facilities. The whole villa has 3 floors, but it is a combination of Chinese and Western architecture, with one ring inside another. After entering, Yang Yiyu and others were directly arranged in the hall. The dinner was very rich, with both Chinese and Western food. After drinking a few glasses of wine, Lu Shanhai smiled and said, "I, an old man, will not accompany you any longer, so as not to be an eyesore. Please feel free to eat slowly." After he left, everyone suddenly became active. Indeed, no one could relax when Lu Shanhai was around. During this period, Yang Yiyu also learned that the young man who stayed behind was from the Ru family in the ancient capital's business community. His name was Ru Dong, nicknamed Dongzi. Dongzi is a sophomore this year. He goes to the same school as Yang Yiyu, Lu Lingling, and others. The Lu family and the Ru family are intermarried families, so Dongzi has to call Lu Lingling cousin. He just came here by chance today. I heard Qian Xiaobei mutter that the Ru family is in the mining business. They are very powerful, ranked 3rd, and are also the most mysterious family. Yang Yiyu had seen the surname Ru in history books. Ru is one of the surnames in Kyushu and ranks 331st in the 100 family surnames. It is an extremely rare surname. It mainly originated from the ancient Ruren tribe, Xianbei tribe, and ancient Ru surname. It is currently mainly distributed in Kyushu Zhejiang province, Dongguan province, Nana province, and other places. The entire Jiuzhou Ru family population may be only tens of thousands people. Yang Yiyu was a little surprised to see the surname Ru appear in the ancient capital. Dongzi looked very shy and spoke very little. He looked at Yang Yiyu and waited for a chat. He would smile slightly when someone said something funny, but he didn't interrupt. He just listened. This guy's voice was quite attractive. Yang Yiyu was a little surprised that Lu Shanhai did not bring up the matter of the anti-aging pill, but he was not in a hurry. After Lu Shanhai left, he started to eat and drink. He hadn't eaten tonight and was very hungry. Except for Dongzi, everyone else was an acquaintance, so Yang Yiyu was not afraid of being laughed at by them. He ordered 8 desserts in one go, then picked up a bottle of red wine and drank it down in one gulp. Finally, he burped. When he turned around, he found that Lu Lingling and the others were all staring at him with wide eyes. His face couldn't help but blush. "Ahem, why are you looking at me? I haven't eaten since the whole afternoon. I just want to eat a little more." Qian Xiaobei was surprised and said, "No, Yang Yiyu, we don't think you eat too much, we are just worried that you will be full. Do you feel uncomfortable in your stomach? Do you want to call a doctor for you?" "Get lost," Yang Yiyu glared at Qian Xiaobei. He was actually also depressed. Ever since he started practicing the Qian Kuan creation power, he found that his appetite had increased dramatically. He usually ate 1 bowl of rice, but now he eats at least 4 bowls. 8 desserts plus a bottle of red wine tonight was indeed a bit too much. At this time, Lu Lingling's mouth twitched and she said, "Damn it, Yang Yiyun, I should have prepared a bottle of drink for you earlier. Did you just drink the red wine as a thirst-quenching drink?" Yang Yiyun was stunned and said, "Yes, it's really not as delicious as fruit juice." Lu Lingling slapped her forehead with a frown on her face and said, "You are simply a weirdo. Do you know that the bottle of red wine you just drank was my brother's birthday gift to me from the auction of Chateau Mouton Rothschild in Gaul? I brought it out in advance to treat you guys today, but you drank it in 1 gulp and even said it was not as good as juice. God, did I owe you this in my previous life?" Mouton, one of the 5 largest wineries in Gaul. "Come on and see if there's any left for me to taste," Lin Huan screamed and ran over to pick up the bottle, but there was not a drop left as Yang Yu drank it all up. Several people looked at each other, looking at Yang Yu as if he were a freak. "It's just a bottle of crappy red wine. When I make money, I can treat you to 10 or 8 bottles," Yang Yu said nonchalantly. He had no knowledge of red wine and didn't know the value of the red wines from the 5 famous wineries in Gaul. "Haha," Lu Lingling smiled and said, "This bottle of wine is worth a house in a small county." "What?" Yang Yu was also surprised. "Hurry up and find me a basin, I'll spit it out for you all to taste." "Yang Yiyun, you are so disgusting." "Weird Yang Yiyun." Several people surrounded him. In fact, Yang Yu knew that Lu Lingling and the others were just joking, so he joined in the fun, but he still felt uncomfortable in his heart, thinking, "Why didn't you tell me earlier, this lunatic? If I take him out and sell him, he'll get a house. I think Brother Yang is a wonderful man with a real personality. Sisters, I will treat you to some red wine someday. Although it's not as good as the one my cousin has, it won't be too bad." Dongzi on the side said with a smile. "That's possible," Qian Xiaobei said with a smile. "My cousin is always nice to me." Lu Lingling giggled. They were all young people and they quickly became friends, chatting and laughing. At this time, a middle-aged man in his 50s came over. Lu Lingling smiled and called out, "Uncle Fu." "Miss, the master asked Mr. Yang to go to his study to discuss something." Uncle Fu smiled at Lu Lingling and looked at Yang Yu. Yang Yiyun's heart moved and he thought to himself, "It seems that the matter of the rejuvenating pill is finally going to be resolved." Then he followed Uncle Fu and went up to Lu Shanhai's study on the 3rd floor. After entering, Lu Shanhai was drinking tea. He poured a cup of tea for Yang Yu and said, "My dear nephew, you saved my daughter. I don't treat you as an outsider. Just say what you want to say." "Uncle Lu, just go ahead," Yang Yiyun said with a smile, holding up the teacup. He was waiting for Lu Shanhai to speak. Lu Shanhai looked at Yang Yu and said, "I want to buy your formula for the youth pill. The price will satisfy you. What do you think?" Yang Yu narrowed his eyes and said bluntly, "Not for sale." Lu Shanhai nodded, as if Yang Yu's answer was within his expectations, and then he said, "Then let's cooperate in another way. Since I call you my nephew, I won't let you suffer any loss, and I won't ask you about the formula. I heard from Lingling that you can provide 15,000 rejuvenation pills every month, right?" Yang Yiyun nodded, "Yes, I'll tell you the truth, Uncle Lu, I'm the only one in the world who can develop the rejuvenating pill. Don't ask me the reason. I can guarantee the supply of up to 20,000 rejuvenating pills per month." "Okay, let's continue discussing cooperation, is that okay?" Lu Shanhai said. "Since I told Lu Lingling about the rejuvenating pill, I will cooperate with the Lu family," Yang Yu said with a smile. After receiving the reply, Lu Shanhai breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Okay, you are only responsible for the technology, and the Lu family will provide all the raw materials and venues, and be responsible for the sales. We will split the profit 70% to 30%, 70% for you and 30% for the Lu family. How do you think?" Yang Yu thought that this condition was very generous. He only needed to refine it and he could get 70% of the profit without worrying about other things. Lu Shanhai's condition was very sincere. "Deal." "Ha ha ha, it's a pleasure working with you." Please sign this document if you find any problem. Yang Yiyu took a quick look and found no problem, so he signed his name without hesitation. There were only 2 points in the contract that seemed overbearing: one could not interfere with sales, and the rejuvenating pill could only be sold exclusively by the Lu family, with no second party allowed. However, Yang Yiyu could understand that, as he himself did not know much about sales, and the Lu family had mature sales channels, so he did not have to worry about it at all. It was also mentioned above that the sales costs would not be deducted from Yang Yiyu's profits, but would be deducted from the Lu family's 30%. In this way, the Lu family would be left with less than 30%. In this regard, Lu Shanhai was very honest. And Yang Yiyu thought that Lu Shanhai had great confidence in the rejuvenating pill. Overall, this collaboration is completely polite to him. Then Lu Shanhai took out a document and a bank card, and said with a smile, "This is an unused house in the city. Don't despise it, nephew. It's Uncle Lu's way of thanking you for saving Lingling. Don't refuse. I heard that you are still renting a house. It will be convenient for you to study with this house." "Thank you, Uncle Lu." Yang Yiyu did not refuse, because he knew that Lu Shanhai was trying to win him over. Since he could develop the rejuvenating pill himself, there would be other pills in the future. With this house as a foundation, the Lu family had priority to cooperate. Of course, the well-mannered Lu Shanhai kept his words and actions secret. In name, he was thanking Yang Yiyu for saving Lu Lingling last time, but in his heart, both of them knew what was going on. After that, the two chatted for a while and had a very pleasant time. At least Yang Yiyu had a good impression of Lu Shanhai. Anyway, Lu Shanhai treats Yang Yiyu the same way. It was almost 10 o'clock in the evening when Yang Yiyu left the Lu family. Of course, he left behind the first batch of refined anti-aging pills, 1,500 pills, and took them with him when he went out. Now that he had accepted a house from Lu Shanhai and signed the cooperation contract, he should stay. When leaving, Lu Shanhai personally arranged for a driver to take Yang Yiyu off, and Yang Yiyu could also feel that Lu Shanhai valued him a little too much. But in his heart he was still very touched. As for Lin Huan and Qian Xiaobei, they both stayed at the Lu family to accompany Lu Lingling. Of course, knowing that Yang Yiyu had the rejuvenating pills, everyone who saw it got a share. In total, he refined more than 1,580 rejuvenating pills, and the rest was given away as gifts, giving a few each to Lin Huan, Qian Xiaobei, and Dongzi. After returning to the rented house, Jiaoer rushed into Yang Yiyu's arms with a squeak. Her cry was full of grievance, as if she was complaining that he had left her alone. Yang Yiyu quickly took out 2 wild fruits from the qiankuan pot and gave them to it, and only then did he calm the little thing down. Then he sat on the bed and began to practice. After a night of practice, he felt full of energy, just like sleeping to rest his spirit. A night of practice made Yang Yiyu feel very energetic, but it was a pity that there was no progress in Qiankuan Zhao Huagong. He also knew that after getting started with practice, the later the practice, the more difficult it would be. In addition, the spiritual energy on earth was thin, so it was normal for the progress to be slow. One should not be impatient about such things and should proceed step by step. After washing up, Yang Yiyu went to school. When he arrived at the classroom, the transvestite looked at him with resentment, which made Yang Yiyu feel uncomfortable all over. He remembered that he seemed to have promised this girl to give her a surprise. The surprise was of course the anti-aging pill, which was not developed last week, but it is available now. He beckoned the transvestite to come over. The transvestite immediately laughed, looked at the orchid finger and walked over. "Hey, Yang Yiyu, what are you doing? This is for you, get out of here now." Yang Yiyu threw 2 anti-aging pills to the transvestite and waved his hand to make him disappear. He really couldn't stand him talking. This is. The beauty medicine can be taken orally or applied topically. It's up to you whether you want it or not. Yang Yiyu looked at him and said. The transvestite looked at the skin on Yang Yiyun's face and smiled seductively. "I'll trust you once, but don't trick me into using boy's urine to wash my face like you did last time. Go away." Humph. The transvestite walked away tapping her fingers and twisting her butt. Not long after, Lu Lingling came to class. When she walked into the classroom, she immediately attracted the fiery gazes of all the boys. Lu Lingling's skin is exceptionally good today, and is simply radiant. She was already beautiful, and after taking Yang Yiyu's anti-aging pills, she became even more beautiful. Not to mention other men in the class, even Yang Yiyu couldn't help but look at her a few more times. Perhaps she felt Yang Yiyu's gaze. Lu Lingling blinked at him calmly. This made Yang Yiyu's heart beat faster and he quickly looked away from this lunatic. But he didn't expect the fat man sitting next to him to drool, and excitedly grabbed Yang Yiyu's arm and said, Hey Yang Yiyu, did you see that? Lu Lingling winked at me just now. She winked at me. Is she hinting that she likes me? Puff. Yang Yiyu laughed out loud and said, Yeah, fatty, you have to have confidence in your own charm. I support you in pursuing class beauty, Lu, haha. Yeah, it seems my efforts to lose weight these days have been effective. I must stick to it. I will go on a date with Lu Lingling after class. The fat man fell into fantasy. Yang Yiyu was laughing so hard in his heart, he had already imagined the scene of a fat man weighing more than 200 pounds following Lu Lingling. Yang Yiching's class was supposed to be in the morning, but she didn't come. After finishing the class absent-mindedly, Yang Yiyu left the school directly. He had been planning to give Yang Yiching a dose of anti-aging pills, but since she didn't come, he simply didn't attend the class in the afternoon. After leaving the school, I planned to go see the house that Lu Shanhai gave me last night in the afternoon. He would go over to take a look. If it was just a simple renovation, he would plan to move in directly. It would be inconvenient to practice martial arts or refine the anti-aging pill in a rented house. After returning to the rented house, I put Diaoer Xiang in the backpack, took the property certificate and keys that Lu Shanhai gave me last night, and went straight to Yiyun Community. The apartment is in Yiyun Community, a newly built community. Speaking of it, it's the same place as Yang Yiching's community. The two communities are separated by a road, and Yang Yiching's community is across the street. Yang Yiyu didn't have time to look at the information on the property certificate last night, so when he took it out to look at it today, he couldn't help but get excited. This apartment is in a high-rise building, and he is on the 9th floor. The total area is more than 180 square meters, with 4 bedrooms and 2 living rooms, and front and back viewing balconies. Yang Yiyu was astonished by the size of the house. He thought that based on the housing prices in this area, the house was worth at least 1 or 200,000 or 300,000 yuan. He marveled at Lu Shanhai's generosity. However, when he arrived, walked into the community and opened the door, he realized that he was wrong. The value of this apartment should be at least more than 2 million. Because it is a high-end community, all facilities are complete and the house has just been luxuriously renovated. The furniture and appliances inside are all available and all are brand new. Too big, too luxurious. Sitting on the sofa, Yang Yiyu couldn't believe that he owned a house like this. He thought Lu Shanhai was just trying to win him over as a thank you and would just give him a house of a few dozen square meters, but he didn't expect it to be completely beyond his expectations. When I came to my senses, the first thing I thought of was to bring my grandma and sister over. He called them to tell them the happy news, but Yang Yiyu hung up the phone again after picking it up. He was just a student now. How could he own a house like this? If Grandma knew about this, she would probably think that I had done something wrong to buy such a house. I would have to explain a lot of trouble to her, and it would be better for me to wait a few days to go home and take them in directly. Yang Yiyu knew that he could own such a house because he was the descendant of an immortal and a cultivator. Cultivation was his foundation, and he must not be lazy in his future cultivation and must work hard. Master Yun Tianxie said that he has just started his cultivation. The road of cultivation is long and there are even greater surprises waiting ahead. What we have now is just the beginning. Yang Yiyu looked at the sky outside the window with shining eyes, his heart filled with lofty sentiments. He truly felt the extraordinary nature of cultivators. After sitting in the room for a while, he left Diaoer and Xiang behind and went downstairs to prepare to move in. He would move here today. But after going downstairs, Yang Yiyu met 2 women and 1 man, and the 2 women were acquaintances. It was none other than the ex-girlfriend Huang Li and her aunt Huang Qing. The other man was a middle-aged man, in his early 30s, with baldness starting to appear on top of his head. Huang Li hugged the man's arm intimately. Looking at this scene, Yang Yiyu knew without asking that the balding man was his ex-girlfriend's current boyfriend. The 4 of them bumped into each other by chance. Huang Qing was stunned and sneered first, saying, "Hey Yang Yiyun, what are you doing in such a high-end community? Why are you working part-time as an agent now? When Huang Li, the ex-girlfriend, saw Yang Yiyu, she hugged the middle-aged man more intimately and looked at Yang Yiyu and asked, "Are you still working part-time?" Yang Yiyun took a deep breath and said, "I live in this neighborhood. I'm planning to move today, so I came to take a look at the house." Puff. After Yang Yiyun finished speaking, Wang Qing couldn't help laughing out loud. "I am dying of laughter. Are you pretending to be a rich man? You are a loser. Don't you see where this place is? Do you know what a high-end residential area is? A 60 square meter house here starts at least 700,000 or 800,000 yuan, and you still live here. Even our Lily and Xie Ding just bought a 90 square meter house for 1.08 million yuan. This is their wedding house. It has been renovated. We are here to inspect the house." Huang Qing's words were full of superiority, as if the house was hers. Huang Li, the ex-girlfriend beside him, also had a smug look on her face. She looked at Yang Yiyun with pitiful eyes and said, "How is your internship going? If you don't have a good place to go, I can ask Xie Ding to introduce you to a job. He is the section chief of the Human Resources Department of Tianyang Foreign Enterprise." "Lily, aunt, who is this?" At this time, Xie Ding looked at Yang Yiyu with a faint smile and asked Huang Qing and Huang Li. "Oh, this guy Xie Ding is Huang Li's ex-boyfriend, the Yang Yiyu who never held Lily's hand," Huang Qing said with a smile. Huang Li also echoed, "Dear, didn't I tell you that he and I are not actually boyfriend and girlfriend? At most, we are senior and junior students from the same school." "Oh," Xie Ding said in a long tone, looking at Yang Yiyun with a sense of superiority. He stretched out his hand and said, "Xie Ding, the head of the personnel department of Tianyang Foreign Investment Department, since you and Lily are classmates, we invite you to attend our wedding on the 10th. Yang Yiyun had a gloomy face, knowing that these three people were really humiliating him, but at this moment, his mood was different from the past. He took a deep breath and did not shake hands with Xie Ding. He glanced at the three people and finally looked at his ex-girlfriend Huang Li and said, "You have good taste. Uncle Xie is obviously a very smart person. Don't worry, we are classmates. I will definitely come to your wedding on the 10th. I wish you happiness." After saying that, Yang Yiyu turned around and left. When passing by Xie Ding, Yang Yiyu seemed to remember something and added, "Oh, Uncle Xie, you have a disease and need treatment. It looks like you have had it for 3 months. Go see a doctor right away. It's really pitiful for a man to have this disease. Who knows, you might get a hat one day." Yang Yiyu walked away while he was talking, but he left three people petrified on the spot. Especially Huang Li, he could hear the sarcasm in Yang Yiyu's words, "Thank you, uncle, I wish you happiness," and he especially emphasized the word happiness. This is a satire on her. Xie Ding is indeed bald and old, and there are even some things that Xie Ding is not good at. These things have always been a thorn in Huang Li's heart, but Xie Ding is in good condition, so she has tolerated these things, but she is unwilling to admit it in her heart. Huang Li felt dizzy after being mocked by Yang Yiyu today. Xie Ding himself was so angry at Yang Yiyu's words that he was shaking all over. He didn't expect Yang Yiyu to be so arrogant, and every word he said was exposing his shortcomings. Xie Ding is not very old, he is only 31 years old, but he has a few hairs missing on his head, but Yang Yiyu keeps calling him Uncle Xie Ding, Uncle Xie Ding. "I thank your sister." Xie Ding cursed Yang Yiyu in his heart. Especially Yang Yiyu's last sentence, which made him feel mixed emotions and really touched his sore spot. Xie Ding never thought that Yang Yiyu would reveal his affairs in that aspect, and even said that he might get a hat one day. Hat? Isn't it a green hat? Thinking of this, he wanted to rush up and beat Yang Yiyu, but Yang Yiyu had already walked out of the community. When Xie Ding turned around and looked at Huang Li again, his eyes became more complicated, and he secretly thought in his heart, "Will she put a hat on me?" Huang Li and Huang Qing also saw Xie Ding's ugly face. Huang Qing was extremely furious. He originally wanted to humiliate Yang Yiyu to feel superior, but he didn't expect that Yang Yiyu would defeat the three of them with just a few words. As Huang Li's aunt, Huang Qing knew all too well what happened to Xie Ding. Not to mention that the three of them were standing there in a daze, each with their own thoughts. As Yang Yiyu walked out of the community, his phone rang. The fact that he already had a house in this community was not something he explained to the three people because there was no need to explain. They just wanted to slap him in the face and humiliate him. However, he will get it all back. He will definitely go to Huang Li's wedding. On that day, he will get back the humiliation he suffered in the park that day and today. Isn't that money? My brother, the anti-aging pill will bring me great wealth. I picked up the phone and saw that it was Lu Lingling calling. After the call was connected, Lu Lingling asked directly, "Hello, Yang Yiyun, you skipped class again. Where are you?" "I'm looking for a house. By the way, thank your father for me. I'm very satisfied with the house," Yang Yiyu said to Lu Lingling. "Hee, I'm glad you like it. Let me tell you, I've never seen my dad care so much about a junior. Really, you know that this house of yours was bought from someone else at a high price and it was just renovated as a wedding house. No one has lived in it for a single day. Zanqin, are you moving? Do you want me to help you?" Lu Lingling said on the phone. "No, I don't have much stuff, I can handle it myself. What do you want to talk to me about?" "Well, I just want to say that the rejuvenating pill is now on sale, but my dad said that we won't be advertising it. We'll sell it to the upper class. More than half of the people have already reserved it. Now it seems that the effect is very good. You have to prepare the next batch of rejuvenating pill." "Okay, I'll send the rest over." The two chatted for a while, and Lu Lingling said that she would come to the new house to celebrate in the evening. Yang Yiyu did not refuse. He didn't have many friends, and moving to a new house was a happy event, so he agreed. At the same time, he also called his brother Lu Shiqi to come over. It took Yang Yiyu more than an hour to move into his new home. The main reason was that he didn't have much to bring with him, and the new house had everything in it, so he could just move in with his luggage. Normally he should have treated everyone to a meal at a restaurant to celebrate the new house, but he discovered an embarrassing problem. He had no money in his pocket, only less than 200 yuan, and he had no choice but to go to the supermarket to buy groceries and cook for himself. He learned to cook in elementary school. Anyway, everyone who came was an acquaintance. Lin Huan and Qian Xiaobei also called to say they would come, so with Lu Shiqi, there were 5 of us in total. After thinking about it, Yang Yiyu decided to invite Ouyang Yuqing, because he always had an inexplicable sense of dependence on Ouyang Yuqing in his heart. He had not seen her since he kissed her on impulse last time, and he felt very nervous. After I called, I found out that Ouyang Yuqing had taken a long vacation to travel out of town and took her daughter out to relax. The two chatted for a few sentences, and Ouyang Yuqing told Yang Yiyu to study hard, then hung up the phone. From the phone, it could be heard that she didn't seem to blame him at all for kissing her last time, which made Yang Yiyu feel relieved. In the evening, Lu Shiqi arrived first. Yang Yiyun went downstairs to meet him. As soon as he entered the door, Lu Shiqi couldn't stop shouting, "You got rich, renting such a nice house." Before Lu Shiqi received the call from Yang Yiyu, he thought it was just about changing the rental house. Yang Yiyu smiled and walked into the room without saying a word and showed him the property certificate. Lu Shiqi looked at Yang Yiyu's name on the property certificate, but he didn't get excited. Instead, his face changed drastically and he said, What illegal things are you doing?" "Yunzi, let me tell you, we can't do anything reckless. Tell me what you did. Don't get excited. I can tell you responsibly that I haven't done anything illegal. This house is spotless." Then Yang Yiyu showed Lu Shiqi the matter of the rejuvenating pill and the contract and explained it to him. Of course, he made up a lie about the rejuvenating pill. After Yang Yiyu finished speaking, looking at the contract in his hand, Lu Shiqi finally believed Yang Yiyu and was happy for his brother. Then he said, "No, I will move into this house and live here for a few days, haha. Move in tonight. You can choose any of the 4 rooms here. If it's mine, it's yours." Yang Yiyu said with a smile. The two of them are brothers who grew up playing in the mud, so this is no big deal for them. Yang Yiyu knew that Lu Shiqi had entrepreneurial ambitions. Last time when they were drinking, he told Lu Shiqi that they should create a business empire together. After thinking for a while, she said to him, "Tiadan, when the first batch of money arrives, you should quit your job and set up a company. I have several formulas for drugs similar to Zhuyan Dan. In the future, we will develop health-preserving Chinese medicine." The two brothers chatted and planned for the future. Not long after, Lu Lingling, Lin Huan and Qian Xiaobei arrived together. To Yang Yiyu's surprise, Dongzi also came. As soon as he entered the door, he smiled and said, "Brother Yun, I came uninvited. I hope I don't bother you." "How could that be? I'm so happy that you can come. Come in." Several people walked into the living room, chatting and laughing. Each of them held a gift in their hands, and said mysteriously that they were congratulating Yang Yiyu on his new home. The food was ready. At the dinner table, Yang Yiyu and Lu Shiqi thought about setting up a company. The other four also clamored to invest. Yang Yiyu did not refuse. He regarded them as friends and wanted to make money together. Of course, after seeing Yang Yiyu's anti-aging pills, the four of them understood the prospects of the company that Yang Yiyu would establish in the future. While chatting and laughing, they decided to build a business empire that would go international in the future. Lu Lingling, Qian Xiaobei, and Dong Zi are all from business families in the ancient capital and have no shortage of money. Only Lin Huan said that she has little to give out and her own private money is only a few tens of thousands of yuan. Since Yang Yiyu regarded Lin Huan as a friend, he naturally didn't care about the amount of money. In addition, Lu Lingling kept giving him glances, so he naturally wouldn't refuse. Later, while going to the bathroom, Lu Lingling secretly told Yang Yiyu that Lin Huan's family was a big shot in the ancient capital, and it was indispensable to have someone in the official position when doing business. With Lin Huan around, a lot of trouble could be avoided. Yang Yiyu had no idea about Lin Huan's identity. When he asked Lu Lingling, she told him that there was someone in Lin Huan's family who was at the provincial or ministerial level. Yang Yiyu took a deep breath and then did not ask any further questions. Among the few people, only Lu Shiqi did not go to school, so Lu Shiqi had to be left to take care of the company's establishment. As for the funds, Lu Lingling and the others said they would go back and discuss it with their families and give a reply in 3 days. This matter was settled. In the following time, Yang Yiyu went to school during the day and practiced at night. He found time to refine the second batch of anti-aging pills and gave them to the Lu family. After handing over the second batch of rejuvenating pills to the Lu family, Yang Yiyu received a share of the profits from the first batch of 1,500 rejuvenating pills into his bank card. When he saw the text message on his mobile phone, he was stunned. According to Lu Lingling's estimate, each rejuvenating pill was worth 300 yuan. His profit of 70% on 1,500 pills was just over 300,000 yuan. But the number on the phone is exactly 525,000 yuan. He thought the Lu family had mistransferred the money, so he called Lu Shanhai to ask. Lu Shanhai smiled and said, "No mistake. Lingling miscalculated the value of the rejuvenating pill. You also underestimated the importance women place on their appearance. The first batch of rejuvenating pills I sold to the rich and powerful. 500 yuan for a rejuvenating pill is not expensive. After seeing the effect, some people will buy dozens of pills at a time. If it weren't for your inability to produce enough, I would really like to reserve it. Now it can only be sold in limited quantities according to the number of people. Some celebrities in the entertainment industry have already set their eyes on the rejuvenating pills, and the supply is in short supply. I plan to sell the second batch of rejuvenating pills by auction, and the highest bidder wins. My dear nephew, your rejuvenating pills have already stirred up the whole Kyushu, so just wait and count the money, haha." After hanging up the phone with Lu Shanhai, Yang Yiyu felt mixed emotions. He didn't expect that an anti-aging pill would be sold at such a sky-high price of 500 yuan. Yang Yiyun's mind was buzzing with only one sentence circling around it: "I'm going to get rich." A full 520,000 yuan was a huge sum of money for Yang Yiyun, but this was just the beginning. Didn't you hear what Lu Shanhai said on the phone? Because the supply of the rejuvenating pill was in short supply, he planned to sell the second batch of the pill at auction. It was conceivable that the profit from the second batch of the pill would exceed that of the first. Even if we calculate it based on 520,000 per pill, he can make 15,000 pills a month, and the profit will be 5.2 million. This is a very scary income, at least for Yang Yiyu. The profit in a year will be 50 to 60 million. Just thinking about it, Yang Yiyu was so excited that he was shaking all over. He thought to himself, with tens of millions of dollars a year, I should be able to build a foundation for Tiedan's business empire. Yang Yiyu is not planning to participate too much in the company that is about to be established. His main task is still to practice hard so that he can leave the earth and bring his master back to the world of cultivation to help him rebuild his immortal body. He now owns this house and hundreds of thousands of dollars, all of which were given by his master. I promised my master that I would bring him back to the world of cultivation. Yang Yiyun also positioned himself as a cultivator. As for starting a company and creating a business empire, it will be left to his brother Lu Shiqi, which can be regarded as helping him realize his dream. His only responsibility is to provide support behind the scenes. After he had money, Yang Yiyun went to a driving school. It was a waste of time to run back and forth to school every day. He felt that he did not have enough time every day. He studied during the day and practiced at night, which was very fulfilling. So get ready to buy a car. Before they knew it, more than 2 days had passed. During this time, Yang Yiyun refined 5 more anti-aging pills and gave them to Lu Shanhai. After several times of profit, his card increased by hundreds of thousands every few days. Lu Shanhai sold the rejuvenating pills through auctions, and sometimes he could get nearly $1 million in profit from each one. Now he has more than $3 million in his card. He also got his driver's license. It took him less than half a month to pass the test and get his driver's license. This was all due to his physical improvements after practicing Taoism. During this period, Lu Shiqi rented an office building of more than 500 square meters in the center of the ancient capital and registered a company called Yunqi Health Company, which specializes in developing various types of Chinese medicine products that are beneficial to human health. Lu Shiqi was given full responsibility and served as general manager. Yang Yiyun originally did not want to get involved, but Lu Shiqi insisted on giving him the title of chairman. The company's name is a combination of their names. It is worth mentioning that Lu Lingling, Qian Xiaobei, Lin Huan, and Dongzi all contributed funds. Lu Lingling directly contributed 5 million, Qian Xiaobei contributed 3 million, Lin Huan used 100,000 yuan of his own private money, and Dongzi contributed 5 million. Yang Yiyun knew that except for Lin Huan, each of the other people had come up with millions, which must have been supported by the family behind them. As for the appearance of the rejuvenating pill, those who were interested would naturally find out that it was from his hand, so Yang Yiyun was not surprised that Qian Xiaobei and Dongzi could come up with millions. The Qian family and the Ru family were also jealous of the cooperation between the Lu family and his rejuvenating pill, and they naturally agreed with the participation of this new company. Even people from both families have contacted Yang Yiyun and wanted to cooperate with him on a profit-sharing basis like the Lu family, but they were rejected by Yang Yiyun. He will hand over all the subsequent products to Lu Shiqi for use in the new company. He said that he wanted to create a business empire, and it was not a joke. As a cultivator, Yang Yiyun is confident that he can create a business empire in the future. Yang Yiyun and Lu Shiqi invested in technology and are also the largest shareholders. The total funds have reached over 13 million, which Yang Yiyun feels is enough, as his anti-aging pills are still making money continuously. Lu Lingling and others became shareholders of Yunqi Company. For the new company's first product, Yang Yiyun planned to develop a healthcare medicine for men. After searching the inheritance in his mind, he found a suitable healthcare medicine called Yiyun pill, which, as the name suggests, strengthens the foundation and nourishes the vital energy. The medicinal materials of Yiyun Dan can all be found on the earth, so there is no problem with its function. It can replenish qi and blood, etc., and can improve men's abilities in that area. So it is very suitable. The most important thing is that the refining of Yiyun Dan can be made into medicinal wine. It does not need to be processed by his true energy. It can be produced as long as the dosage formula is mastered. Just buy a set of pharmaceutical processing equipment and so on, and you can start production. After handing the recipe of Yiyun pill to Lu Shiqi, he ignored it. I am about to graduate, and I will focus on study and cultivation. I also want to find a decent job for my grandmother, so that I can fulfill her wish. Time passed unknowingly and it was the 9th day. On this day, Yang Yiyun made a decision to buy a car. Because tomorrow is the 10th, he said he would attend his ex-girlfriend's wedding and regain the dignity that they felt looked down upon and humiliated that day. When I was about to go out, I received a call from Lu Lingling. When the call was connected, Lu Lingling said directly, "Hello Yang Yiyun's private chef, come quickly, I'm waiting for you to eat. I have to go out." The phone was hung up before he could finish his words. Yang Yiyun smiled bitterly in his heart. This lunatic is always like this when he calls, never giving people a chance to speak. After thinking about it, he decided to go. If someone invited him to dinner, he would waste it if he didn't eat. He hadn't eaten yet anyway, so he might as well go and look at the cars after dinner. After leaving the house, I waited for a car at the gate of the community for half an hour but still didn't get one. I thought to myself, it seems that I have to buy a car. It's not easy to wait for a car on weekends. After waiting for a long time for a car, he encountered a traffic jam. By the time he arrived at the private kitchen, nearly 2 hours had passed. Private Kitchen is a Chinese restaurant in Guda that is both very famous and not very famous. It is famous because anyone who wants to eat here needs to make reservations in advance. I heard that the boss inherited the craft and his ancestor was a royal chef in the late Qing dynasty. He is good at cooking northern and southern dishes in a unique way. Only the rich or the noble come here to eat. Even if you have money, you may not be able to find a table to eat. Reservations must be made in advance. We can accommodate a maximum of 12 guests a day. If there is one more table, we won't serve them. Even if you have money, it won't help. It is very famous in the upper circles, and as the name suggests, it is a private kitchen. Not famous means that most ordinary people don't even know about the place called Private Kitchen. Yang Yiyun had never eaten here, but he had heard Lu Lingling and Lin Huan talk about it. As soon as I entered the box, I saw Lu Lingling, Qian Xiaobei, and Lin Huan all looking impatient. Lu Lingling started to complain, "How come you've only been here for almost 2 hours? There's nothing we can do about the traffic jam while waiting for the bus." Yang Yiyun was also depressed. "After all, you are worth several million, can't you just buy one?" Qian Xiaobei followed suit. "You know what, I'm going out to look at cars today," Yang Yiyun said proudly. At this time, Lin Huan said, "Buy a car. You should serve Xiaobei well. She can help you with it. All the formalities will be completed in a few minutes, and the license plate can be hung." Hearing Lin Huan's words, Yang Yiyun suddenly remembered that the Qian family, where Qian Xiaobei was from, seemed to be in the automobile industry. He looked at Qian Xiaobei and said with a grin, "Xiaobei, it's time for you to show off." "Hey, Yang Yiyun, you should be the one begging me, but it sounds like you're asking me to beg you," Qian Xiaobei said with a roll of his eyes. "Come on, you thought of your buddy when your relative was sick. From the perspective of doctor and patient, you are the patient and I am the doctor, do you understand? I'll give you one chance to perform. If you miss it, don't expect to be my patient," Yang Yiyun said with a wicked smile. "Hey, okay, you win, I beg you to serve me once, tell me what kind of car you want." Qian Xiaobei really didn't dare to offend Yang Yiyun, because she still remembered the last time her relative was sick, and if it happened again, she would have to beg him again. "I don't know much about cars, as long as they look cool. I have to attend a wedding tomorrow. To put it bluntly, I'm going to embarrass myself. You decide to buy me one." They were all familiar with each other and were classmates and friends. Yang Yiyun did not hide it from the three of them, saying that he was going to embarrass his ex-girlfriend at her wedding tomorrow. "Is there a story? Tell it," Lu Lingling asked with a gossipy look on her face. "Speaking of your sister, my buddy was despised for being poor by his ex, and on the day we broke up I received her wedding invitation. Of course the fiancé is not me. Do you think I should go?" Yang Yiyun briefly explained the matter in an indifferent manner. Qian Xiaobei said with an "oh" sound, "I have to go for this one." "What's the price range?" "About 700,000 or 800,000 or 1 million, Yang Yiyun thought this price was good. Lu Lingling was inexplicably angry and said, "If you want to buy one, buy a better one. Xiaobei, choose one from the BMW series. If you don't have enough money, I'll pay for it." "No problem, no money is fine, hee." Qian Xiaobei smiled heartily, took out his phone and looked down, then showed it to Yang Yiyun, saying, "This is the latest model of the BMW 7 Series. I went to see it last week. The 4S store was exhibiting it, and it hasn't started selling yet. My third uncle kept it for himself. How about this, I'll let him sell it to you, and I'll give you the lowest price of more than 2 million. I'll call my third uncle to ask him to handle the formalities, and we'll go directly to pick up the car after dinner." "More than 2 million. Yang Yiyun felt a little distressed. Stop talking nonsense, this is the only one, Qian Xiaobei said and got up to go out to make a phone call. Yang Yiyun thought about it and decided to buy it. He liked the car model anyway. Besides, the rejuvenating pill could bring him a profit of 5 to 6 million yuan a month, so he could accept buying a car worth more than 2 million yuan. A few minutes later, Qian Xiaobei called and said that it had been done and he could just go over and pick up the car later. After the four of them finished their meal, they took Yang Yiyun shopping. Lu Lingling insisted on buying 3 suits for Yang Yiyun in one go. In her words, since he was going to attend someone else's wedding, he had to pay attention to his dress. Yang Yiyun didn't care much about his clothes, but he couldn't resist Lu Lingling, so he changed into a western suit and walked out of the fitting room, leaving the 3 women stunned. Looking in the mirror, Yang Yiyun felt that he was quite handsome. No, he was already handsome. After shopping, they went to the car shop run by Qian Xiaobei's uncle. Sure enough, they found a latest model BMW with complete license plates. The original price was more than 2.8 million, but because Qian Xiaobei came forward and paid 2.6 million via credit card, Yang Yiyun saved a full 200,000. After that, he sent them back and Yang Yiyun drove the new car home. The next day he found his ex-girlfriend's wedding invitation and went downstairs, but was unexpectedly called by Lu Lingling again, asking him to go to her house. Yang Yiyun was going to attend a wedding and asked Lu Lingling what was going on. She had the same habit again and just said, "Stop talking nonsense and come quickly." Then she hung up the phone. Yang Yiyun was so angry that he yelled, "Fuck you, you hung up on me again." Despite being scolded, he still went to the Lu family. After arriving at the door, he called Lu Lingling, and a few minutes later, she walked out of the house. However, when Yang Yiyun saw Lu Lingling's outfit today, his eyes widened and he couldn't help swallowing his saliva. In Yang Yiyun's eyes, the lunatic Lu Lingling was stunning today. She was wearing a bright red slit cheongsam, light makeup, and 3-inch high heels. When she walked, her long legs were revealed, which made people unable to help but imagine. While Yang Yiyun was in a daze, Lu Lingling opened the car door and sat in the back seat. She found that Yang Yiyun was staring at her. She felt inexplicably happy and said in a coquettish voice, "What are you looking at? You've never seen an old lady wearing a cheongsam. Drive." Oh, Yang Yiyun responded in a daze. Then he started the car and looked away before asking, "Where are you going?" "I have to go to someone else's wedding later, so I don't have time to go shopping with you today." "Dexing, last time you helped me act as a shield, so this time I'll help you too and pretend to be your girlfriend. Remember, it's just a pretense, don't take it seriously," Lu Lingling said with a red face. In fact, even she herself couldn't figure out what possessed her to make her pretend to be Yang Yiyun's girlfriend. When Yang Yiyun heard her speak, a warm feeling flashed through his heart. He was silent for a while and said, "Thank you." Yiyun Hotel, today is the wedding ceremony of Huang Li and Xie Ding. The two stood at the door to welcome the guests personally, and Huang Li complained about this, but Xie Ding said that the manager of their company would come to attend their wedding today, and the small leaders of various departments were also invited, so they could not be neglected. After hearing this, Huang Li felt relieved and felt very proud. She thought it was worth standing there for a while longer. At a certain moment, a brand new BMW appeared in their sight. At first glance, they recognized that it was this year's latest model of 7 Series. Because they were planning to buy a new car after getting married, they had specifically looked at BMW series models, so they recognized it at first sight. Unexpectedly, this latest BMW 7 Series car, worth more than 2.8 million yuan, which has not yet been launched on the market, will appear at their wedding. Xie Ding was still confused, could it be the company manager? But thinking about it, it was impossible, as the manager's car was only worth more than 1 million. When Huang Li and Xie Ding saw the car appear, they looked at each other and ran over quickly. No matter what, it was definitely a very face-saving thing to be able to drive a nice car worth more than 2 million yuan to attend their wedding. However, when Huang Li and Xie Ding walked to the front of the car and saw the person coming out of the car door, they both stood there with their eyes wide open. In Huang Li and Xie Ding's sight, the person driving the car was Yang Yiyun. After the car door opened, a woman in a bright red cheongsam got out. She was tall and well-proportioned, and her long legs made Xie Ding swallow his saliva. Even today's heroine, the bride Huang Li, felt ashamed of herself and felt that she was nothing compared to the woman in front of her. Yang Yiyu knew each other, but he did not know the Chongsam woman who got off the car. Xie Ding and Huang Li looked at each other and said they did not know each other, and it seemed that there was no such person among their relatives and friends. But no matter what, anyone who can show up at the wedding is a guest and should not be neglected. So Xie Ding smiled and extended his hand to the Chongsam woman and said, "Welcome." However, before he could finish his words, the Chongsam woman ignored him. She looked at Yang Yiyu and walked over, saying affectionately, "Hurry up, dear." The word "dear" made Xie Ding and Huang Li feel like they were electrocuted. In the eyes of Huang Li and Xie Ding, the first time they saw Yang Yiyu, they thought he was a driver, the driver for the Chongsam woman. Both Huang Li and Xie Ding knew that Yang Yiyu was a poor loser and he probably would never be able to afford a car like this in his lifetime. However, the word "dear" from the Chongsam woman expressed a huge amount of information. Doesn't this mean that Yang Yiyu is the Chongsam woman's boyfriend? Huang Li looked unnatural. Xie Ding was ignored by the Chongsam woman, and even heard her addressing Yang Yiyu, which made him feel shocked and angry. No one expected that Yang Yiyu would drive a luxury car and date such a beautiful woman. Yang Yiyu closed the car door and felt very satisfied with Lu Lingling's words "dear." Especially when he saw the expressions of his ex-girlfriends Huang Li and Xie Ding, he felt so happy. Seeing Lu Lingling immersed in the role, Yang Yiyu raised the corner of his mouth and walked to her side. At this time, Lu Lingling naturally stretched out her arm and held Yang Yiyu's arm, looking like a sweet couple. Yang Yiyu was wearing a famous brand suit and was nearly 1.8 meters tall. Lu Lingling beside him had a good figure and a pretty face. The two of them standing together were simply a perfect match. The men are handsome and the women are pretty, they are the perfect match for male gods and goddesses. As soon as she appeared, she attracted the attention of everyone at the hotel entrance, especially the brand new BMW behind Yang Yiyu and Lu Lingling. Many girls who came to attend the wedding began to think about how to flirt with Yang Yiyu later. Yang Yiyun walked up to Huang Li and Xie Ding and said with a smile, "Lingling, let me introduce you to these two, the protagonists of today, Huang Li and her fiancé. Oh no, I should call him husband now, Uncle Xie Ding." Yang Yiyu deliberately called Xie Ding's name Xie Ding and added uncle at the end, which showed his sincerity. Huang Li and Xie Ding both turned blue with anger when they heard Yang Yiyu's words. Huang Li thought that Yang Yiyu calling Xie Ding uncle was just a satire on her for finding an old man and being greedy for his money. However, it was indeed the case, so Huang Li's face was burning with anger. Xie Ding was also trembling with anger when Yang Yiyu called him uncle. He said in a deep voice, "Yang Yiyu, Xie is 31 years old this year. If you call me big brother, I am worthy of it." Yang Yiyun chuckled and said in a long voice, "Oh, sorry, I'm 21 today. So you are 10 years older than me. It seems that it is not wrong to call you uncle. Call me brother hee. I don't have a bald brother like you." Yang Yiyu, you. Huang Li couldn't listen any longer. She finally understood that Yang Yiyu came here today just to slap her in the face. He was taking revenge for the humiliation she and her aunt Huang Li had inflicted on him in the park that day. Thinking of this, Huang Li said in a low voice, "I was sorry for you at the beginning, but today is my wedding ceremony. Please don't make a scene, okay? Please give me some face for the sake of our past relationship." Yang Yiyun sneered in his heart, "Why didn't you think about my face when you and your aunt teamed up to humiliate me?" At this moment, Yang Yiyu really wanted to yell out loud. But at this moment, Wang Qing's voice suddenly sounded from a distance, shouting, "Lily, Xie Ding, go in quickly, the host is looking for you." Wang Qing's voice stopped abruptly at this point. She also saw Yang Yiyu and Lu Lingling standing closely together, confronting her niece and nephew-in-law. Moreover, she saw the car behind Yang Yiyu and began to murmur in her heart. However, Wang Qing was a typical city woman. When she saw Yang Yiyu in a formal suit with a woman who made her jealous, she thought that Yang Yiyu came here today just to slap her in the face. "I didn't expect you would dare to come." When he asked his niece to give Yang Yiyu the wedding invitation that day, he did so with the intention of humiliating him. He never thought that Yang Yiyu would come to attend his ex-girlfriend's wedding. Unexpectedly, not only did he come, he also drove a nice car and brought a female companion. Huang Qing sneered in her heart. She knew Yang Yiyu's family background very well. In an instant, she realized that all this was just rented by Yang Yiyu. Seeing Yang Yiyu immediately, he sneered, "Oh, Yang Yiyu, I didn't expect you to come. Okay, it cost a lot of money to rent a BMW, right?" After saying this with sarcasm, he immediately looked at Lu Lingling and said, "ZZZZ, you're really spending a lot of money to save face. It's not cheap to rent a model of this beauty. How much did Miss Yang Yiyun pay you?" Huang Qing's words made many people present murmur in low voices. It turned out that this BMW man named Yang Yiyu was here to slap someone in the face. However, both the car and his girlfriend were rented. Many people thought so. Even Huang Li was surprised when she heard what her aunt said, and then she became extremely angry. She looked at Yang Yiyu with disgust in her eyes. Only Xie Ding, who had worked in foreign companies, had a broader vision than Huang Qing and others. He knew that a new BMW 7 Series car like the one Yang Yiyu drove today had not yet been put on the market for sale, so how could it be leased? Let's talk about the Cheongsam girl next to Yang Yiyu. Regardless of whether she is pretty or not, her temperament alone is something that a model cannot have. There are many models with beautiful looks, but are there any models who have both good looks and temperament? Moreover, the woman next to Yang Yiyu gave Xie Ding the feeling that she had a unique temperament, like the daughter of a wealthy family, and she exuded a natural arrogance. Xie Ding had seen a woman with this kind of temperament once before, and she was truly from a wealthy family. So Xie Ding felt that Huang Qing's words were ridiculous. If it weren't for the fact that Huang Qing was her supporter in the company, Xie Ding would have wanted to kick her out to prevent her from offending others and causing trouble for him. Just as he was about to tell Huang Qing to stop talking, a car drove over and honked, attracting everyone's attention. No matter whether it was Xie Ding or Huang Qing, they were all surprised when they saw the car and hurried over. This was the car of their company manager, who was also their immediate superior. The car door opened, and a middle-aged man in his 40s got out. He raised his head and glanced over, then drove over to a group of subordinates to greet him, which made him very satisfied. "Thank you, Manager Xiang." Xie Ding went all the way to shake hands. At this time, Huang Qing took the lead and said with a charming smile, Manager Xiang, it is really an honor for my Lily to have you here." Huang Qingha at the municipal meeting had a different dead look than when he faced Yang Yiyu. His face when facing Manager Xiang was as bright as a blooming chrysanthemum, and he stretched out his hands. But the next moment, Huang Qing, Huang Li, Xie Ding, and everyone present were shocked. Manager Xiang stretched out his hand excitedly and strode over, but he did not shake hands with Huang Qing and Xie Ding. Instead, he ignored the two and passed by them. The smile on Huang Qing's face froze, as did Xie Ding's. It was too embarrassing. In the eyes of the two men, they only saw Manager Xiang respectfully walking straight towards the Cheongsam woman next to Yang Yiyu. The next moment, Manager Xiang was heard excitedly saying, "Miss Lu didn't expect to see you here." Lu Lingling looked at this so-called Manager Xiang with a surprised look on her face, because she didn't know him at all, but he smiled and stretched out his hand, and shook hands with him calmly, saying, "Who are you?" Ms. Lu may not remember Xiang. "We met at the ancient capital chamber of commerce hosted by your father, Mr. Lu Shanhai, last year. My name is Xiang Jinqian, the manager of the foreign investment department of Tianyang Company. This is my business card." Xiang Jinqian handed over his business card with both hands. In his heart, he was eager to establish a relationship with the Lu family in the ancient capital. As long as he could establish a relationship with the Lu family, his performance would not only improve by leaps and bounds, but it would be possible for him to make further progress in his current position. On the way back, Lu Lingling sat in front and asked with a smile, "Something is wrong. You said you would slap me in the face, but you ended it before it even started." "Haha, that's cool enough. A month ago, I was a poor student working part-time in a bar. As locals, it's normal for them to look down on me. Everyone has their own ideas and choices. Besides, strictly speaking, Wang Li and I are not boyfriend and girlfriend. It was just by chance that she sprained her leg and I accompanied her to the school infirmary, and we became familiar with each other after a few visits. You know, I was a bit of a loner in school and didn't have many friends, and Huang Li's father had passed away at that time, and she was in a bad mood, so we found someone to talk to. She is my senior and will graduate soon. She can be simple in school, but once she enters the big dye vat of society, everyone will be dyed red. It is normal to have changes. From a certain perspective, we actually ended from the day she graduated. The reason for today's scene, to put it bluntly, is my inner self-esteem, but just now I suddenly felt relieved. Now she and I are not from the same world. This time, I came here to let myself go with my obsession. Once the thoughts are clear, everything will be fine. What Yang Yiyun was talking about was not a world, but actually meant that he was a cultivator. But Lu Lingling misunderstood and glared at him. Yang Yiyun, you haven't graduated yet. The rejuvenating pill has indeed brought you rich rewards, but you still have a long way to go. The business world is a big circle, so don't get too cocky. Don't be so arrogant. What I said is different from what you think. I am from a farming family. Even if I become rich in the future, I will not look down on anyone. Okay, I can't explain it to you clearly. Let's stop talking about this. Let's move on from this chapter. I'll take you home. Yang Yiyun now spoke casually to Lu Lingling. They were classmates and friends. He couldn't even explain his feelings for Lu Lingling. Hearing Yang Yiyun's words, Lu Lingling glared and said, "Fuck you bastard, you want to get rid of me after you've used me. There's no window. I'll take care of you today." Yang Yiyun was sweating inside when he heard her talking. This lunatic's words were too ambiguous. What did she mean by used up? What did she mean by packed? Why did she sound like a gigolo? What do you want? Yang Yiyun said helplessly. Hee, I haven't gone out to play for a long time. Take me for a ride. Let's go wherever we want, Lu Lingling said. Seeing Lu Lingling's expression that said she would not let him go today, Yang Yiyun didn't say much and just kept driving. He couldn't afford to offend this lunatic anyway. The two of them had no destination and just drove straight ahead. Yang Yiyun bought a new car and wanted to have a good run around in it. Before I knew it, I was out of the city and on the highway. I saw the sign on the road heading towards southern Shaanxi. This highway would cross the Qinling Mountains. Yang Yiyun simply drove straight ahead. After driving on the highway for an hour, he saw a service area called Phoenix Mountain in front of him. The scenery looked nice, so he said to Lu Lingling, "How about going to Phoenix Mountain to take a look?" "Okay, you drive and you choose the place. I just want to relax today, haha." Lu Lingling said with a smile. Although she was smiling, the sensitive Yang Yiyun felt a sense of melancholy from Lu Lingling. However, he did not ask much. If a girl wants to tell you her secrets, she will tell you even if you don't ask. If you insist on asking, she may not tell you, and even if she does, it may not be the truth. After entering the service area, they turned off the small road and headed straight for Phoenix Mountain. Half an hour later, a group of villas appeared in their sight. They also saw a Phoenix logo from a distance, which read Phoenix Mountain Resort Hotel. After parking the car and standing in the hotel's small square, Lu Lingling looked at the lush green mountains around her and said, "It's so beautiful here. Yang Yiyun will accompany me to climb the mountain." After saying that, he walked away on his own. Yang Yiyun shook his head and followed him. Now that he was out, he might as well go up the mountain to see the scenery. The Phoenix Mountain scenic area is very large, with many mountain attractions, Taoist temples, and Buddhist temples. On the tourist information board of the scenic spot, Yang Yiyun looked at the introduction of Phoenix Mountain. It said that Phoenix Mountain was transformed from a phoenix, and it really looked like a phoenix when viewed from a distance. Lu Lingling couldn't walk fast in her high heels, but she looked very excited. She walked for nearly an hour and climbed a small hill. There was an observation hall on the hill. She quickly walked over and sat down, took off her shoes and said, "I'm so tired. I haven't climbed a mountain like this for a long time. It's tiring but very refreshing, haha." He spoke so heartlessly that Yang Yiyun rolled his eyes. "I'll see how you get down the mountain later. Aren't you a grown man here?" He, Lu Lingling said while looking at the sea of clouds in the mountains. The white mist lingers among the mountains of Phoenix Mountain, creating a charming scenery. The book says that climbing high and looking far can broaden one's mind, which is absolutely true. Both Yang Yiyun and Lu Lingling were mesmerized by the scenery on the top of the mountain. No one spoke for a while, and they all just stared at the sea of clouds in silence. At a certain moment, Lu Lingling suddenly said, "I'm going to study abroad." Yang Yiyun was stunned, and suddenly felt uncomfortable. He forced a smile and said, "Good news, where are you going?" "Gall, my brother is also there and is about to graduate." "What are your plans?" At this moment, Lu Lingling suddenly became quiet. Yang Yiyun smiled and said, "Find a job in a respectable company and show it to my grandmother. She has always hoped that after I graduate from college, I can find a white-collar job working from 9 to 5 in an office, and then work hard to make money and marry a beautiful wife to live with." Pucci, Lu Lingling laughed, "Look at your achievements. Now the anti-aging pills can bring you tens of millions of returns a year, plus the new company has been established, so you are considered a rich man. Why do you still need to work? You don't understand. This is my grandma's wish. I have to do it to show her. Whether I can go to work in the future is a matter for the future." Yang Yiyu looked at her and said. Lu Lingling looked at Yang Yiyu and asked suddenly, "Yang Yiyu, if I leave, will you miss me?" When asking this question, Lu Lingling's face turned red, and even she herself didn't understand why she asked this question. Maybe, this bastard had already entered my heart the night he saved me. Lu Lingling thought to herself. Yang Yiyu was stunned by Lu Lingling's question. For some reason, a beautiful figure immediately emerged in his mind. She was the woman who saved him in the ecological park, gave him artificial respiration, and took away his first kiss, Zhao Nan. If Yang Yiyu had not rescued the dog from the water that day, he would not have discovered the existence of the Qiankuan pot, his master would not have appeared, and nothing would have happened now. The golden retriever that was rescued that day belonged to Zhao Nan. It can be said that her dog and she have been imprinted deep in Yang Yiyu's heart. Facing Lu Lingling's joking question, "Will you miss me?" Yang Yiyun found it difficult to answer. If he is a playboy, he will say without hesitation, "I do." But he is not that kind of person. More importantly, he is now a cultivator, and it is difficult for him to say or do anything that goes against his true nature. As they were all adults, how could Yang Yiyun not feel that Lu Lingling had a crush on him? As for him, he also had an indescribable feeling towards Lu Lingling. But at this moment, another woman appeared in his mind, which made Yang Yiyu stunned. On the other hand, Lu Lingling, as a girl, is sensitive in terms of emotions. When she saw the contradiction in Yang Yiyu's eyes, she felt inexplicably lost. But then she chuckled and said carelessly, "Fuck, we're classmates and now besties, can't you just say you miss me?" "Oh, of course. I miss you. I will come to see you when I have time." Yang Yiyu felt a little depressed. He knew that what Lu Lingling expressed at this moment was completely different from what she said before. "That's good enough. Come on, let's go. I'm hungry. Please treat me to a meal." After saying that, she put on her high heels, turned around and left. Boom. It was also at this time that bursts of thunder sounded in the sky. When there is thunder in the mountains, there is a high probability that it will rain, and very quickly. This is what Yang Yiyu has experienced in his hometown. The moment she saw Lu Lingling stand up, her eyes suddenly turned red. Adding to the thunder, she quickly stood up and chased after her. Lu Lingling walked in a hurry, and perhaps was startled by the thunder in the sky. She cried out, "Ah," and fell down. Yang Yiyun saw that her foot was crooked, and he rushed over in a flash. The mountain path here is very steep, and it would be terrible if she rolled down. Xiang Jinqian wanted to establish a relationship with the Lu family, but unfortunately, Tianyang foreign investment was not qualified compared with the Lu family in the ancient capital business community, and Xiang Jinqian had been suffering from no opportunities. He didn't expect to meet Lu Shanhai's daughter at his subordinate's wedding today, which really made him overjoyed. Lu Lingling said, "Oh," and thanked him out of courtesy and accepted Xiang Jinqian's business card. Her father often held Chamber of Commerce meetings and Lu Lingling had met many people there, so she had never remembered Xiang Jinqian. Who is this? Xiang Jinqian was an old fox. When he saw Lu Lingling supporting Yang Yiyu, he naturally would not ignore her. His name is Yang Yiyu, my boyfriend. Lu Lingling introduced. Yang Yiyu. How could it be Mr. Yang Yiyu, the developer of the rejuvenating pill? Xiang Jinqian exclaimed and hurriedly shook hands with Yang Yiyu. Yang Yiyu was also surprised, as if he was very famous. While shaking hands with Xiang Jinqian, he looked at Lu Lingling, meaning, how could others know that I am the developer of the rejuvenating pill? Hello, I'm Yang Yiyun. Lu Lingling whispered, this is not a secret. My father sells the youth pill to the rich and powerful. Some people will naturally ask about you. Don't worry, your name is known only to the upper circle. You won't get into trouble. On the contrary, it will be beneficial to you in the future. When Xiang Jin mentioned the developer of the rejuvenating pill, everyone present immediately went wild. The magic of the rejuvenating pill had already been widely circulated in the ancient capital. No one expected that the Yang Yu in front of them would be the developer of the rejuvenating pill. Huang Qing, Huang Li, and Xie Ding, who were standing nearby, heard it clearly. The three of them were in turmoil at this moment. Especially Huang Li and Huang Qing, as women, loving beauty is their nature. They had heard about the miraculous beauty effects of the rejuvenating pill. The aunt and niece even joked that they would use their connections to buy a rejuvenating pill no matter how much it cost. However, the rejuvenating pill was out of stock, which always made them regretful. But today, Manager Xiang just said that Yang Yu is the developer of the rejuvenating pill. How is it possible? Huang Qinghe's aunt and niece Huang Li both found it hard to believe, and were unwilling to believe, that Yang Yu would be the developer of the rejuvenating pill. Even though he was unwilling to believe what Manager Xiang said, Yang Yu calmly acknowledged his identity. Although he did not say that the rejuvenating pill was developed by him, it looked like it was him. Huang Qing thought to himself, is this still the Yang Yu who was humiliated and looked down upon by me in the ecological park a month ago? Huang Li also thought with mixed feelings, is he really the developer of an anti-aging pill that was sold at a sky-high price? That should be it, right? Today, Yang Yu came in a BMW worth more than 2 million. This slap in the face really hurts. The aunt and nephew thought like this. The most depressed person was none other than Xie Ding. The last time he met Yang Yu in the residential area, Yang Yu said that he lived in the residential area and was ridiculed by Huang Qing. Even he himself looked down on Yang Yu, a love rival who was not really a love rival, and despised him in his heart. He also followed Qing Huang and Huang Li's advice and invited Yang Yu to attend the wedding. As a result, he really came, but it was Xie Ding who got slapped in the face. Judging from the situation now, he has a house, a car, and beautiful women. What's more, according to the manager, Yang Yu is actually the developer of the anti-aging pill, which shows that he is not short of money at all. He couldn't buy a BMW worth more than 2.8 million even if he worked hard for 10 years. Compared with Yang Yu, Xie Ding felt like a loser and wished he could find a hole to crawl into. At this time, Xiang Jin asked Yang Yu and Lu Lingling, are you also here to attend Xiao Xie and Xiao Huang's wedding? I guess so, Yang Yu nodded. Xiang Jinqian frowned when he heard this, then turned his head and looked at Xie Ding and Huang Li and said, hey, Xiao Xie, what are you still standing there for? Please invite Mr. Yang and Miss Lu in. What are you doing standing outside? After hearing what Manager Xiang said, Xie Ding, who was in a daze, came to his senses and was about to invite Yang Yu and Lu Lingling in. He dared not disobey his boss's words. However, at this time Huang Qing jumped out in advance, ran towards Yang Yu and Lu Lingling, and told a story that made Xie Ding want to kill her. Huang Qing stepped forward, forced a smile and said, Manager Xiang, you may not know that Yang Yiyun and my Huang Li are classmates from the same school, and I came here today to attend her wedding. Huang Qing from the municipal council is a person who changes her attitude according to the situation. After she realized the reality, she had already started to think about making friends with Yang Yu. She had seen Xiang Jinqian's attitude towards Yang Yu and Lu Lingling just now and felt that this was her chance. As long as she can gain Xiang Jinqian's favor through the relationship between Yang Yu and his niece Huang Li, she might be able to make great progress in the company, and it is not impossible for her to even surpass Xie Ding. In Tianyang Company, she was just a small soldier under Xie Ding. It was she who arranged the marriage between her niece Huang Li and Xie Ding. It was also her who persuaded her niece Huang Li and Yang Yu to break up. It can be said that Huang Qing was selling out her niece in order to establish a good relationship with Xie Ding so that she could gain benefits in the company. Now, after seeing the attitude of the company manager Xiang towards Yang Yu, this woman started to make plans again. She tried to show off in front of Xiang Jinqian before Xie Ding did, pretending that she was very familiar with Yang Yiyu, or that Yang Yiyu was familiar with her niece Huang Li, but was also familiar with her. Of course, this is just the woman's self-righteousness. After thinking about a lot of things in his mind for a moment, Wang Qing walked to Yang Yiyu and said with a smile, "Yang Yiyu, we are all family, stop standing there and go in quickly." "Do I know you well?" Huang Qing hadn't finished speaking when he was interrupted by Yang Yiyu in a tone of extreme disgust. Yang Yiyu really wanted to vomit at this woman from the bottom of his heart. The expression on her face just now was naturally seen by Yang Yiyu. He immediately understood that she wanted to take the opportunity to show off in front of Xiang Jinqian. "I won't give you a chance." A simple sentence, "Do we know each other well?" was a 10,000-point critical hit to Huang Qing. Huang Qing was stunned by Yang Yiyu's words. Even though she was thick-skinned, she couldn't help feeling embarrassed. Seeing Yang Yiyu's undisguised disgust for her in his eyes, Huang Qing finally came to her senses and realized that she was out of her mind. She could still vividly remember the humiliation she had inflicted on Yang Yiyu in the ecological park. How could Yang Yiyu forgive her? Thinking of this, Huang Qing looked towards her niece Huang Li for help. She still fantasized that Yang Yiyu would forgive them because of his old relationship with Huang Li. As long as she could be friends with Yang Yiyu again, Xie Ding would be nothing. At this moment, Xie Ding was so angry that he was vomiting blood in his heart. He knew Huang Qing too well and understood her purpose. At this moment, Xie Ding wanted to tear this woman into pieces and feed her to the dogs, but he could not do it because of the presence of his manager and relatives and friends, so he could only endure it. As for Huang Li, she felt bitter in her heart. Seeing Yang Yiyu's achievements today, it would be a lie to say that she did not regret it. If possible, she naturally hopes to repair her relationship with Yang Yiyu. When Huang Li saw her aunt Huang Qing's pleading eyes, she gritted her teeth and said to Yang Yiyu, "Yang Yiyu, stop, it's time for me to go. We are from the same school, I wish you happiness." As soon as Yang Yiyu saw Huang Li opening her mouth, he knew she was going to say something soft. At that moment, Yang Yiyu saw clearly the fickleness of human nature. He had been thinking about coming here today to give Huang Qing a good slap in the face, but after seeing Huang Qing's city meeting and Huang Li's changes, he suddenly lost all interest. To the extent that, Yang Yiyu felt that he was too boring. His state of mind had been baptized. He was now a cultivator and no longer an ordinary person. There was no need to think about embarrassing himself for such a small matter. After seeing the fickleness of the aunt and nephew, Yang Yiyu figured it out and felt relieved. He had no intention of staying any longer. Regardless of whether he got slapped in the face or not, this trip today was actually to give himself an explanation. When this explanation came to light, his state of mind changed. He also knew that from now on, he would never have any contact with them again. The relationship in college that was not really a love affair was just a fantasy game. He let go of the obsession in his heart and his thoughts became clear. After nodding to Xiang Jinqian, he opened the car door and drove away with Lu Lingling. After the two men left, Xiang Jinqian seemed to have figured out something. It was obvious that there was a feud between Huang Qing, Huang Li, and even Xie Ding, and Yang Yiyu. They didn't look like they were here to attend a wedding at all. Xiang Jinqian had finally established a relationship with Lu Lingling, the daughter of the Lu family, so how could he possibly stay? After taking a deep look at Xie Ding and the other two, he left without saying a word. As Xiang Jin walked forward, many employees of Tianyang Company cleverly saw the clues and slipped away with excuses. Xie Ding looked at the guests who had left in a flash, and he felt very disappointed. As a seasoned professional, he knew what the deep look his manager gave him when he left meant. He only had one thought in his mind: the job was over. At this time, Huang Qing came up to Xie Ding and asked, "Oh, most of the guests have left. What should I do?" "Pa get lost," Xie Ding answered her with a loud slap. Lu Lingling was about to fall down in shock, but with Yang Yiyu, a master of cultivation, there was nothing wrong with her. He rushed over and hugged Lu Lingling around the waist. The body fragrance of the girl coming into his nostrils and the softness in his arms made Yang Yiyu intoxicated. The posture of the two at the moment was very ambiguous, because the steps on the mountain path were very steep. Yang Yiyu was at the bottom and Lu Lingling was at the top, and their bodies were pressed tightly together. At this time, Lu Lingling's old problem came back. When she was touched by the opposite sex, she felt weak all over and leaned into Yang Yiyun's arms. With a whimper, Lu Lingling trembled and said, "You bastard Yang Yiyun, can you please take your hand away and let me stand still?" Oh, sorry, cough. After Lu Lingling said this, Yang Yiyu realized that one of his hands was grabbing someone else's place, so he quickly let go and helped her up. Oops. Lu Lingling screamed in pain as she stood up and almost fell down again. She grabbed Yang Yiyu's shoulders to keep her balance. "My leg is twisted," Lu Lingling said with a breath of cold air. At this time, there was another loud thunder in the sky, and then raindrops began to fall. Yang Yiyu shook his head helplessly and looked at her and said, "You are courting death. Who told you to wear high heels when climbing a mountain?" "You." Just as I was about to continue scolding her, I saw that Lu Lingling's eyes were red and there were water droplets on her face. I couldn't tell if it was rain or tears. I don't even know if she cried the moment she turned around, or if she was in pain from her twisted leg. Seeing Lu Lingling's pitiful appearance, Yang Yiyu softened his heart and said, "Well, it's raining, and your foot is sprained. It's okay. I'll carry you down the mountain and pick you up at the hotel at the foot of the mountain. Come on, I'll carry you." After saying that, Yang Yiyu turned around and squatted down. Lu Lingling hesitated for a moment and then lay on Yang Yiyu's back. Feeling Yang Yiyu's hands on her legs, Lu Lingling trembled all over. But then her mood inexplicably improved. Indeed, the hesitation and contradiction in Yang Yiyu's eyes in the observation hall made her sad. But now, after lying on his back, she felt very at ease and had an unprecedented sense of security, and her mood became better again. Maybe this is what women are like. You may be crying with red eyes one moment and in a good mood the next. Yang Yiyu didn't know about Lu Lingling's change of mood. After carrying Lu Lingling on his back, he also felt some waves in his heart, but they were fleeting. Judging from the sky, it was going to rain heavily. He had to get down the mountain quickly, otherwise both of them would become drowned rats. For Yang Yiyu, carrying Lu Lingling, who weighed less than 100 pounds, on his back was not a burden at all. He sped along the steps of the mountain path as if he were walking on flat ground. The steep steps had no effect on him at all. However, Lu Lingling really enjoyed the short time on Yang Yiyu's back, because she was going abroad to study soon and didn't know if they would meet again, so she wanted to spend more time with Yang Yiyu. Lu Lingling couldn't even explain the conflict in her heart towards Yang Yiyu. She was not sure whether she really liked him. "Anyway, I just feel like I really like being with Yang Yiyu, naturally." She was very happy that she could say whatever she wanted and do whatever she wanted in front of Yang Yiyu without any restraint, without having to consider the girl's modesty. Lu Lingling was a little reluctant to leave so suddenly. Yang Yiyu didn't show any sign of stopping and answered her loudly, "You lunatic, don't you look at the sky? It's just a few drops of rain now. If you don't walk faster, you and I will be soaked by the downpour soon. Hee, I'm willing to be a drowned chicken on your back for once." Lu Lingling said this in a very low voice, so that only she could hear it. However, Yang Yiyu was a cultivator and listened to every word she said. At this time, he was almost certain that Lu Lingling had a good impression of him. However, thinking about her family background and the fact that he was still a student, Yang Yiyu chose not to hear or know. After what happened to Huang Li, he realized one thing: if you have no money and power, no one will respect you. He now has only one goal, which is to work hard to cultivate while making money, and to create a business empire with his brother Lu Shiqi. This is his short-term goal. As for love affairs, just hide away for now. After all, there was already an imprint of a person in his mind. No matter how hard you try, you are afraid of rain, but you can't be faster than God. When the hotel was only 100 meters away, the drizzle of rain finally turned into a downpour. When they arrived at the hotel, they were both soaked. My clothes were soaked and it was raining heavily outside, so I had to get a room. This time we booked a villa suite. There were plenty of rooms anyway, so there was no need to waste time on booking another one. The layout of Phoenix Resort Hotel is family-style villa suites with all necessary facilities. Walking into the room, Yang Yiyun put Lu Lingling on the sofa, squatted down and took off her high heels. "Let me take a look at your feet first." "Hiss, be gentle, it hurts," Lu Lingling gasped. "Can you please stop being so squeamish?" I haven't even started yet, okay? Yang Yiyu said, rolling his eyes. It's as easy as you say. Why don't you try bending it? Lu Lingling said unconvinced. Yang Yiyu ignored her, grabbed her feet roughly in his hands, took off her socks, revealing a pair of white jade feet. Lu Lingling's face turned red with shyness. Yang Yiyu checked it and found it was red and swollen, which looked very serious. It was indeed crooked. In order to divert her attention, he smiled and said, "Sure, Miss Lu can play with this pair of jade feet for a lifetime, haha." "Play with you?" Lu Lingling didn't even utter the word sister, just let out a scream. However, Yang Yiyu grabbed her feet and suddenly tightened her ankles. "Yang Yiyu, you are going to die. It hurts me so much." Lu Lingling burst into tears while cursing. Yang Yiyun smiled mischievously, "It will hurt more if I don't divert your attention. Okay, now it's connected. I'll help you rub the swelling and you can walk." While speaking, Yang Yiyu used his internal energy in his palms to reduce the swelling on Lu Lingling's ankle. It was true that holding her delicate feet in his hands made Yang Yiyu distracted, and the feeling was so good. He rubbed it from time to time, but it was very painful for Lu Lingling. Her face turned red and her whole body couldn't help shaking. She could only grit her teeth to keep from making any sound. A few minutes later, Yang Yiyu finally said, "Okay, get up and try to see if you can walk." With true energy in hand, reducing swelling is a piece of cake. Hearing Yang Yiyu's words, Lu Lingling looked down and saw that the redness and swelling on her ankle were no longer visible. She thought to herself, "This bastard's medical skills seem to be beyond my imagination. He can not only treat relatives' illnesses. I really don't know where all these skills come from." With a sigh of relief, Lu Lingling stood up with a red face and tried to walk on the ground. She didn't feel any pain at all and was completely healed. "How is it? Does it still hurt?" Yang Yiyu asked her. Lu Lingling was about to say that it didn't hurt and she was completely fine, but when the words came to her lips, her eyes rolled and she said, "Oh, it still hurts a little. Help me take a shower. It's too uncomfortable to be soaked all over." "Okay, what?" Yang Yiyu widened his eyes, thinking he had heard wrong. "I asked you to support me to take a bath, but I can't walk. Do you want me to go there on my stomach?" Lu Lingling said with a playful look in her eyes. "Isn't it inappropriate for me to take a shower with you?" Yang Yiyu's face turned a little red. Seeing Yang Yiyu's expression, Lu Lingling chuckled wildly, "Ha ha ha, you wish you could take a bath with me. I didn't expect you're not Lu Xiaohui either, ha ha." While Yang Yiyu was in a daze, he saw Lu Lingling striding towards the bathroom. It seemed like she had foot pain. Only then did he realize that this lunatic was teasing him on purpose, and he angrily said to Lu Lingling, "You lunatic, you are too cunning, be careful or I will do something to you, do you believe me?" Lu Lingling, who had already opened the bathroom door and walked in, turned back with a charming smile, hooked her finger and said mischievously, "Master, come and take a bath with me." Although he knew that Lu Lingling was teasing him on purpose, Yang Yiyu really didn't dare to do so. When he saw her hooking her finger coquettishly, Yang Yiyu blushed and quickly looked away. He didn't dare to look at this crazy person anymore, as he was afraid that he would lose control. Hee hee. Behind me came Lu Lingling's smug laughter, "I knew you wouldn't dare. Hee hee, I'm just teasing you, so what?" After saying that, he slammed the bathroom door shut. Yang Yiyun was left with red eyes looking towards the bathroom, with a vicious look on his face. Yang Yiyun was tickled by Lu Lingling's teasing, but he had no way to deal with this lunatic. He had extraordinary hearing, and the sound of running water in the bathroom was simply torture for him. Some scenes that were not suitable for children would involuntarily come to his mind. In response, Yang Yiyu turned on the TV to divert his attention, but after turning on the TV, he saw a popular palace drama playing on the screen, in which the concubines were waiting for the emperor to go to bed. This almost made Yang Yiyu spurt blood. I quickly turned off the TV and just sat on the sofa to meditate. He took a deep breath and tried to force away his distracting thoughts, but he underestimated the desires of the human heart and was unable to calm his mind. However, cultivating Taoism is also cultivating the mind. He knows that the stronger the desire, the more he must overcome it, otherwise it will become a mental demon in the future. Being able to control it will be of great benefit to cultivation. This is the time to test willpower. Fortunately, Yang Yiyu's willpower is not bad. He recited the mantra of the exercise silently in his mind and began to practice the exercise over and over again. Before he knew it, he had finally calmed down the distracting thoughts in his mind and entered a state of meditation. I don't know how long it took, but Lu Lingling's voice rang in my ears. "Hey, Yang Yiyu, why are you still imitating others to meditate? You are so young and you don't learn well, but you still fantasize about these things. Do you want to become an immortal, hee?" Yang Yiyu was awakened by Lu Lingling. After he opened his eyes and saw Lu Lingling, his calm state of mind that had just been calmed down with great difficulty was destroyed. But at this moment, Lu Lingling's hair was wet, and she was wrapped in a chest-length bathrobe. Her two white and slender legs below the knees were particularly attractive. Of course, there was also her bare arms. She came up to Yang Yiyu and spoke to him with a smile. What she said was a joke, but she hit the nail on the head. No one would believe it if she told others about it, but Yang Yiyu was indeed meditating and practicing. He really was cultivating immortality. Looking at the face of Lu Lingling, the lunatic, which was almost close to him, Yang Yiyu felt his mouth dry and his temper rising. At this moment he could no longer suppress himself, and all his thoughts on cultivation were thrown into oblivion by Lu Lingling's teasing. A pair of fiery eyes were staring at her, and the stubborn Lu Lingling, seeing Yang Yiyu's stupid look, added fuel to the fire and teased him. "What are you looking at? Look at your lustful eyes, and you don't dare to do anything to me, so it's useless to look at me, ha." In Lu Lingling's heart, Yang Yiyu was a man with the intention of stealing but not the courage to do so. Ever since the last time Yang Yiyu pressed her down on the bed in his rented house but only slapped her on the body without any aggressive behavior, Lu Lingling was completely relieved about Yang Yiyu. Moreover, Yang Yiyu's reaction to the teasing before entering the bathroom just now was to quickly look away. So Lu Lingling was not worried at all about what Yang Yiyu would do to her. The more Yang Yiyu blushed and shy he became, the more she wanted to tease him. However, Lu Lingling then discovered something was wrong, because after she finished speaking, she saw a burning light in Yang Yiyu's eyes. At that moment, I felt that I had made a big splash. She remembered what her father often said, that everything can be done once or twice but not 3 times. She teased Yang Yiyu again and finally sparks flew. Feeling something was wrong, Lu Lingling quickly turned around and left. But it was too late. Suddenly, he felt his waist tighten, and the next moment, Yang Yiyu held him in his arms. "Ah!" Lu Lingling screamed and panicked. Then she felt a chill on her body, and the bathrobe wrapped around her was roughly taken off by Yang Yiyu, revealing her entire body in front of him. And what about Yang Yiyu? At this moment, there was only one thought in his mind, to push Lu Lingling down. He was a young man full of vigor and vitality, at an age when he could not resist temptation. He was attracted and teased by Lu Lingling several times. If he remained silent, he would really be like Lu Xiaohui. I also remembered what my master Yun Tianxia once said, that what one cultivates is one's original self. As long as it does not violate the laws of nature, one should do whatever one wants and follow one's original heart and wishes. Is Lu Lingling beautiful? There is no doubt about it. Who wouldn't want to push her down? Yang Yiyu was naturally no exception, but he always restrained himself from being impulsive. But now he couldn't control himself anymore, and his blood boiling became so strong that he immediately pounced on Lu Lingling. After roughly removing her bathrobe, he carried her to the sofa and kissed her. Lu Lingling's mind was blank, and one sentence kept echoing in her head, it's over, he's going to kill me. What should I do? What can I do? At this moment, she was as soft as noodles, and had no way to deal with Yang Yiyu who pounced on her like a tiger or wolf. Immediately after being kissed by Yang Yiyu, Lu Lingling was completely lost. I thought to myself, let him die. I like this bastard anyway. In the end, Lu Lingling found an answer for herself. Yes, she liked him. I also know that what happened today was caused by her. The two of them instantly got entangled together. However, just as Yang Yiyu was about to take a further step, he suddenly saw the whole house shake, accompanied by a huge bang. Boom. This was like a major earthquake, or also like a huge explosion. And the sound came from one side of the villa. The sudden loud noise scared Yang Yiyu and Lu Lingling. Especially Yang Yiyu, after seeing Lu Lingling under him, he instantly woke up. What am I doing? He laughed bitterly and quickly stood up, saying to Lu Lingling awkwardly, I'll go see what's going on. After saying that, he turned around and ran away. The huge noise at this critical moment also extinguished the desire in his body. As for Lu Lingling, who was lying on the sofa with a rosy complexion, she breathed a sigh of relief after Yang Yiyun left and whispered to herself, I finally escaped a disaster. Actually, I'm not ready yet. After saying that, she went back into the bathroom. Her cheongsam was being dried and she should be able to wear it soon. Even if it was wet, she had to put it on. It was too dangerous to walk around in front of Yang Yiyun wrapped in a bathrobe. On the other side, Yang Yiyun walked to one side of the villa. This was the office, and the noise just now came from here. When he walked in, he was stunned to see spiderweb-like cracks on the front wall, as if it had been hit by a huge force from outside. You have to know that the villas here are all built of concrete, not bricks. To be able to make a spider web-like crack of 4 or 5 meters in the concrete wall. Yang Yiyun even suspected that someone was using a grenade to blow up the wall outside. It's really the right time, and it's not the right time. In his mind, it was because he was almost doing it to Lu Lingling, but doing so seemed unfair to her. Because it's not the right time, well, that's about it. Very contradictory. At this moment, Yang Yiyun suddenly heard a faint crying sound, which sounded like it was coming from behind the wall. So I just decided to go out and see what was going on. When I came out of the office, I found Lu Lingling had put on her cheongsam again and had just come out of the bathroom. The two looked at each other and felt a little awkward, especially Yang Yiyun, who was a little afraid to look at Lu Lingling at this moment. Seeing Yang Yiyun's evasive look, Lu Lingling was the first to come back to her senses and asked calmly, what happened? Yang Yiyun looked at Lu Lingling, as if nothing had happened just now. He breathed a sigh of relief and said quickly, there are cracks on the wall. It must have been hit hard by something. Stay here and don't come out. I'll go take a look. Okay, Lu Lingling nodded and smiled. Yang Yiyun opened the door and went out with an umbrella. After going around to the back of the villa, he heard louder crying. He quickened his pace to take a look, but couldn't help but gasp. I saw a black Audi with a severely deformed front end, which crashed into the wall of the villa. This was the culprit. I felt relieved. Why was the noise so loud and made the whole villa feel like there was an earthquake? It turned out that it was caused by a car hitting the villa. I just can't understand what kind of driver would crash his car into the wall for no reason. Renner, wake up, don't scare your mother, wake up. In the sight, a middle-aged woman in her 40s and a middle-aged man, who should be a couple, opened the car door and pulled out a young man with blood all over his face. Yang Yiyun began to understand a little. It was this teenager who hit the car. He looked to be about 18 or 19 years old. Could it be that he didn't have a driver's license and secretly drove his parents' car, which led to this incident? In his heart, he walked over to help Yang Yiyun, but when he got there and saw the boy's condition, his face changed and he said to the woman beside him, don't move him anymore, he is in danger now. Wang Wusheng looked at his unconscious son in the car, feeling extremely regretful and heartbroken. He blamed himself in his heart for not caring about him well, and even more so, for never understanding him. It was his lack of understanding of his son that led to this tragedy. Coupled with his wife's crying, he became even more upset. At this moment, he just wanted to get his son out of the car as soon as possible, but the car was deformed due to the violent impact, and his son's legs were stuck under the steering wheel, and he couldn't pull it out for a while. Wang Wusheng was panicked. Seeing his son's face covered in blood, he was anxious. At this moment, he saw a young man walking towards him. Wang Wusheng was in a hurry and ignored him, but he did not expect that the young man came in front of the car and asked the couple not to touch their son, as it would be very dangerous if they continued to move. Out of worry and panic, Wang Wusheng and his wife Li Jia stopped and subconsciously looked at the young man. But the young man had a solemn look on his face, his eyes fixed on his son. At this time, Wang Wusheng was also stunned. Although he could not be said to have seen countless people, he had seen some outstanding ones. This young man gave him a unique feeling. After the initial concern and confusion, Wang Wusheng calmed down a lot because of the appearance of the young man. He nodded to the young man, and then signaled to his wife Li Jia to make room for the young man. The young man was undoubtedly Yang Yiyun. With his extraordinary observation skills and having read many medical books and theories, he observed after approaching the injured boy in the car that the boy's breath was intermittent and his face was dark blue. This phenomenon shows that he had severe breathing problems, and his breathing passage was probably blocked by the violent collision. In addition, he was bleeding from his head, and was being pulled and shaken by the middle-aged couple. This would not only fail to save the boy, but would also accelerate his injuries. Out of the instinct to save lives, Yang Yiyun would not stand idly by after seeing what happened, so he shouted loudly to stop the couple from shaking the boy again. After the middle-aged couple made way, Yang Yiyun walked over and saw that the boy was stuck on the steering wheel. He did not pay attention to it because it was an external injury and would not be fatal. What was fatal was his blocked breathing. If it was not unblocked, he would suffocate to death just by holding his breath. He stretched out his hand and circulated the inner qi on the boy's body. Immediately, he felt clear. The qi in his head and chest was blocked due to condensation. There was also a severe impact on the head, which caused a capillary to rupture and accelerated the boy's dangerous condition. After finding the cause, Yang Yiyun did not hesitate. Saving a life is like putting out a fire. The boy's condition was very dangerous and he dared not delay any longer. First, he mobilized his true qi and slowly applied it to the boy's chest to clear his blocked breath, and then he used his true qi to dissolve the breath in his head. Just these 2 steps can save the boy's life. At least he can breathe freely. As Yang Yiyun cleared the boy's blocked breathing, the dark blue color on the boy's face instantly turned from white to red, and soon returned to its normal color. Although it still looked a little sallow and pale, it was much better than the previous dark blue color. Moreover, after Yang Yiyun cleared the boy's breathing, the boy who was still in a coma let out a long exhalation. This made the middle-aged couple around them, or Wang Musheng and Li Jia, all breathe a sigh of relief, knowing that they had encountered a doctor with great medical skills today. As a mother, Li Jia cried with joy. She was so worried about her son that she wanted to die as a mother if anything happened to him. Seeing her son finally breathing and his complexion returning to normal, she felt relieved. She looked at Yang Yiyun's back with gratitude. Seeing that the other party still did not stop, she knew that her son's injuries might not be out of danger in the eyes of the little master in front of her, so she could only cover her mouth and cry, not daring to make a sound, for fear of disturbing the other party from saving her son. Wang Musheng had the same idea as his wife. He realized that he had met a medical expert today. The rain was still falling, and all he could do at this moment was to try his best to hold an umbrella for Yang Yiyun so that he could treat his son. Looking at Yang Yiyun, Wang Musheng's eyes were full of brilliance and a hint of respect. He was from a certain unit in the Yanqing military district and knew more than ordinary people. He knew that there were indeed some extraordinary people in the land of Kyushu. Yang Yiyun looks very young, only 3 or 4 years older than his son Wang Zhongren. Even at such a young age, let alone his medical skills, his calmness in saving people is unmatched by his peers. In Wang Musheng's mind, he guessed that Yang Yiyun was the successor of a certain medical master. He instinctively wondered in his mind, among those great masters in the field of traditional Chinese medicine in Kyushu, which one of them accepted a young disciple. After thinking about it for a while, Wang Musheng still couldn't figure it out. At this moment, Wang Musheng saw a scene that shocked him. After the young man in front of him took his hand away from his son's head, he grabbed the deformed steering wheel with one hand, suddenly let out a low shout, and the next moment he forcibly bent the steering wheel in his hand and deformed it. Then he said, "Come and help." Wang Musheng came back to his senses from the shock, and hurried over to help the young man lift his son out of the car, then ran straight to the villa. The villa of the family of 3 was right behind them. After putting his son down in the villa, the young man put his fingers together and pressed his son's body like acupoints in martial arts TV shows, and then massaged his son's body with his palms. After about 7 or 8 minutes, the young man stopped, exhaled, and said with a little sweat on his forehead, "Okay, let him lie down and rest for a while. There is basically no danger to his life. After the rainstorm stops, you can take him to the city for a comprehensive examination." While talking to the couple, Yang Yiyun felt a little weak and could not help but sit down on the sofa. He had just used his internal energy to repair a ruptured capillary on the boy's head, but it consumed too much of his internal energy and mind. After finishing this, I felt very weak. Wang Musheng could see that Yang Yiyun was in a weak state at the moment. When he heard him speak, he finally put his worries about his son to rest. Because at this time, although his son did not wake up, his complexion and breathing had returned to normal, as if he was fast asleep. He quickly said to his wife Li Jia, "Old Li, go and pour some water for Mr." Oh, Li Jia, who was also overly panicked, came back to her senses, heard her husband's words, and hurriedly turned around to pour water for Yang Yiyun. At this time, Wang Musheng said with a grateful look on his face, "My name is Wang Musheng, that's my wife Li Jia, and this is my son Wang Zongren, from Yanqing. May I ask what your name is, sir?" Wang Musheng sat opposite Yang Yiyun and asked with a grateful look on his face. "My name is Yang Yiyun and I go to university in the ancient capital. Mr. Wang, just call me by my name." Yang Yiyun looked at Wang Musheng as he was sizing him up. Only now did he have time to observe Wang Musheng and his wife. "Sir, have some water." At this time, Li Jia came over with 2 glasses of water in his hands. "Thank you." Yang Yiyun thanked him and took a sip of hot water, then he felt better. "If it weren't for you today, we would." Li Jia said this with a look of fear on her face. She didn't say anything else and then glared at her husband Wang Musheng. Yang Yiyun saw that the latter Wang Musheng was glared at by his wife, and he couldn't help blushing with embarrassment and didn't dare to look his wife Li Jia in the eye. In Yang Yiyun's eyes, the couple were about the same age, and looked to be around 46 or 47 years old. Especially Wang Musheng's wife Li Jia, who might have taken good care of herself and looked to be in her early 40s. Moreover, both the couple looked very dignified. Although they were dressed simply as if they were trying to be low-key, the temperament they exuded could not be concealed. Li Jia gave Yang Yiyun a very literary and artistic feeling, as if he was one of those university professors. But when he observed Wang Musheng, his eyes fixed and he couldn't help but narrow his eyes, because he felt the evil spirit from Wang Musheng. If a person exudes an evil aura, it only means that he has seen blood on his hands, either he has killed animals or he has killed people. This kind of aura cannot be concealed or restrained, and in terms of spiritual cultivation it is the same as the cause and effect in Buddhism. Thinking of this, Yang Yiyun even began to wonder in his heart whether Wang Musheng was a murderer. After all, there are all kinds of people these days. So Yang Yiyun didn't hide it at all. He narrowed his eyes and looked directly at Wang Musheng and said, "Mr. Wang, you have a lot of evil spirit. Is there blood on your hands?" As he spoke, Yang Yiyun's whole body was tense, ready to strike at any moment. Wang Musheng was stared at by Yang Yiyun, and his nerves also tensed up reflexively. For a moment, Yang Yiyun stared at him as if he was locked by a beast, just like when he was fighting in the jungle and was locked by a sniper. This is a life-threatening illusion. However, Wang Musheng relaxed immediately. Fortunately, as a man who had been through many battles, his life experience alone made him understand why Yang Yiyun locked onto him and said, "There is blood on your hands." Apparently, his profession was noticed by the sensitive Yang Yiyun. After figuring out the reason, Wang Musheng was even more shocked by Yang Yiyun. At first he just thought he had superb medical skills, but now he felt the evil spirit in himself, which gave him a dangerous aura like a ferocious beast, which was not something an ordinary person could do. Yang Yiyun was guessing about him, and he also doubted Yang Yiyun in his heart. But in general, in Wang Musheng's eyes, Yang Yiyun is not a bad person, which can be seen from the fact that he was able to save his son. The couple didn't know Yang Yiyun before, and they went out for the trip secretly without disturbing anyone. This also means that Yang Yiyun didn't know the identity of their family, and the fact that he was able to save an unrelated person was enough to prove that he had a kind heart. However, at this moment, Wang Musheng was being stared at by Yang Yiyun, which made him feel very pressured. This made him feel bitter. Once upon a time, he thought that he, Wang Musheng, was an elite in special warfare who could kill without blinking an eye and could even urinate without hesitation when faced with a gun pointing to his forehead. But today, he was made nervous by the look of a young man. He took a deep breath, looked at Yang Yiyun and said with a smile, "Don't be nervous, Mr. Yang. I, Wang, am not the kind of person you think. I have seen blood on my hands, but it was all the blood of the enemy. I am from the team." Wang Musheng, who had never revealed his identity to any unrelated person, revealed his identity for the first time. As he spoke, Wang Musheng took out a small red notebook from his pocket, opened it and showed it to Yang Yiyun. Yang Yiyun saw at a glance that the face on the ID card was Wang Musheng when he was young, his name was also his, and the stamp and other things on it could not be forged. Then he realized that he had indeed thought wrongly. If Wang Wusheng was a murderer, he would not be able to stay in the hotel. He is undoubtedly a guard, there is no doubt about his temperament. After looking at the contents of Qing Wang Wusheng's certificate, Yang Yiyun was also shocked. He only saw the words Wu District and Senior Instructor written on the certificate. After seeing Wang Wusheng's ID, Yang Yiyun took a deep breath and said awkwardly, "Ahem, well, Mr. Wang, please don't mind. I'm just a little sensitive, hee." Seeing Yang Yiyun's embarrassed look, Wang Wusheng, who was always serious, couldn't help but laugh and said, "Don't be embarrassed. On the contrary, as a student, you have such extraordinary insight, which really surprises me. You are not only a master in medicine at such a young age, but also has extraordinary insight. May I ask who your teacher is?" Yang Yiyun felt a little embarrassed when Wang Wusheng praised him. He was not used to him calling him sir all the time. He said quickly, "Mr. Wang, just call me Yang Yiyun. I'm 21 years old, which means I should be a few years older than your son." He did not mention his master or his disciple, because if he did, he would be lying. It was difficult to lie to someone like Wang Wusheng because he would investigate, which would be bad. It was better not to say anything. "Okay, I'll be generous and call you my nephew. Our whole family will remember your kindness today." "Thank you," Wang Wusheng said as he bowed solemnly to Yang Yiyun. Although he didn't know much about his son's condition, he had seen many injuries in the battlefield and knew that if Yang Yiyun hadn't appeared, his son would be in danger today. Especially since most of the problems today were caused by him, he felt scared just thinking about it. Since Wang Wusheng called him nephew, Yang Yiyun couldn't be rude. Besides, the other party's age was also there, so he didn't take advantage of him. When he was about to say a few polite words, Wang Wusheng bowed to him and thanked him. Yang Yiyun was also startled by this, and waved his hands repeatedly, saying, "Uncle Wang, you are embarrassing me. I know a little bit about medicine, and it is my duty to save people. You are too polite. Nephew Yiyun, this gift is my duty. You don't know, if anything happened to my runner, the old men in the family would beat us to death." "Thank you." At this time, Li Jia on the side also spoke. After the three of them exchanged a few polite words, they sat down to chat. Yang Yiyun also asked, "By the way, what happened just now? Why did your son crash the car into the wall for no reason?" He was not happy with Uncle Wang and Aunt Li. "I live in the villa that was hit, and I thought it was an earthquake, so I ran out to check it out. It's all because of Wang Haimian. He doesn't care about his son at all. The father and son have never communicated much. Renner has a hot temper and is usually quiet, but he is very stubborn and never gives in. As a result, he had an argument with his father and took the car keys and left in a rage. Maybe because he was angry and it was raining, he bumped into the wall. It's all Wang Haimian's fault." Li Jia was so angry that she was shaking, and Wang Wusheng was cursed by her as Wang Blackface. He didn't say a word, but just smiled bitterly. Yang Yiyun sat aside and listened, and he also understood that today's incident was actually caused by a conflict between father and son. According to Li Jia, Wang Wusheng seldom stayed at home because of his work, especially when he was young, he often went out on missions. It was only a few years ago that he was transferred to Yancheng. Therefore, he seldom taught or communicated with his son. In addition, Wang Wusheng was serious by nature, and he used the tone of a team leader when educating his son, which made his son afraid of him since childhood. When his son Wang Zhongren grew up, he entered a rebellious period. Just a few days ago, he got into a fight at school and injured a classmate. The matter became a bit serious. The school teacher said that Wang Zhongren was too withdrawn and a bit unsociable, and suggested taking him out to relax. All the couples decided to come to the northwest after discussing it, because Wang Wusheng had a teammate who was in life and death with him whose hometown was in a rural area in Gansu province in the northwest. He also thought that after playing in Phoenix Mountain, he would visit that teammate's family tomorrow. But I didn't expect that my son Wang Zhongren would play with his mobile phone for hours. As a father, Wang Wusheng shouted several times but he ignored him. Wang Mushen was so angry that he walked over and smashed his son's phone. Then Wang Zhongren, who was in his rebellious period, started to talk back to me. The result is predictable. My son talked back to me and I beat him up. Wang Zhongren was so angry that he grabbed the car keys and ran away, and then, he crashed into the wall of the villa where Yang Yiyu was, ruining a good thing between him and Lu Lingling. As a father, Wang Mushing felt extremely guilty after seeing his son's miserable condition. He blamed himself more for not spending enough time with him. If he had communicated well with his son, this collision wouldn't have happened today. Afterwards, I would be cursed by my wife, and I was worried that the old man at home would get furious when he found out. The Wang family is a wealthy family in Yanqing. While the three were chatting, Wang Zhongren, who was lying on the sofa, woke up, got up by himself, and said that he was fine. In fact, Yang Yiyu had spent so much energy to save him, so naturally he would be fine. He knew it very well. When Wang Mushing and his wife saw that their son had woken up and was fine, they thanked Yang Yiyu again. Seeing that the rain outside had subsided a lot, the couple were worried about their son's health, so they said goodbye to Yang Yiyu and went to the city to give their son a comprehensive checkup. Before leaving, Wang Mushing and his wife and Yang Yiyu exchanged their phone numbers and agreed to have dinner together the next day to thank Yang Yiyu. Later, Yang Yiyu returned to his villa. Lu Lingling was wearing a cheongsam and crossing her legs while watching TV. When she saw Yang Yiyu coming back, she blushed a little and said, "The rain is about to stop. Go take a shower and dry your clothes. Let's go back. We have classes tomorrow. No need to wash it, it's almost dry, let's go." Okay. The two drove out of the Phoenix Hotel and passed by Wang Zhongren's car. They felt that there was no romance anymore, so they might as well go back. Yang Yiyu also suddenly remembered that Diaoer Xiangxiang was the only one looking after the house, with no one taking care of it and no food prepared for it. So I was anxious to go back. The two of them were out for a whole day, and when they returned to the city, it was already past 8 o'clock in the evening. After sending Lu Lingling home, Yang Yiyu hurried home. After opening the door, I heard a squeaking sound. Before the lights could be turned on, she jumped into his arms with a faint golden fragrance in the darkness. Her cry was full of grievance, as if to say that you had left me all alone. After comforting Xiangxiang, he turned on the light and prepared to prepare food for the greedy Diaoer. But the next moment, when Yang Yiyu turned on the light and saw the situation in the living room, he was instantly stunned. The sight was a mess. The sofa, curtains, and everything else in the living room were all in pieces, and the things on the table were all over the place. Yang Yiyu's first reaction was that there was a thief in his house. However, I felt something was wrong because there was no sign of damage to the door when I entered. I walked over to check the window, but I didn't find that it had been pried open. Isn't that attracting thieves? That's a thief in the house. Looking at Diaoer in his arms, Yang Yiyu understood instantly. Suddenly, anger arose. He threw Diaoer on the sofa and glared at her. "Did you do this to Xiangxiang?" Squeak! Diaoer let out 2 squeaks from her mouth, her big round eyes were full of human pity, and she even drooped her head. "This is an admission." "You." Yang Yiyu trembled with anger. I wanted to get angry, but I was facing a mink, a pet, and its pitiful eyes made me calm down. Ah, what a sin. With a sigh, Yang Yiyu found a handful of candy from the cupboard for it, and then began to clean up the house. Half an hour later, I finally finished cleaning up. The sofa covers and curtains were no longer usable, so I prepared to buy new ones. Some broken porcelain and glass objects were also thrown into the trash can. In a blink of an eye, Diaoer had eaten up a handful of candy. Only then did I realize that he must be hungry, so he rebelled at home. I thought that I couldn't leave Diaoer alone at home when I go on a long journey in the future, so it's better to take her with me, for safety. He took out some wild fruits from the python cave and fed them to it, and then Yang Yiyu taught Xiangxiang like he was educating a child. Just then the phone rang. Yang Yiyu picked up the phone and saw that it was Ouyang Yuqing calling. He quickly answered the call. "Hello, Teacher Ouyang, are you back from your trip?" he asked after the call was connected. At this time, Ouyang Yuqing's somewhat embarrassed voice came over the phone. "Well, I arrived this afternoon. Are you busy? Can you come to my place when you are free? Lele is clamoring to see you." Before she finished speaking, Lele's voice rang out on the phone. "Dad Yun, I miss you, can you come and accompany me?" Yes, that's great, I'll be right over." If someone else called him, he might not have time, but Ouyang Yuqing was an exception. Even if he didn't have time, he would still feel tired. After hanging up the phone, I changed into clean clothes and went out. After I came back, Xiang made a mess in the living room and I didn't even have time to change clothes. However, this time when Xiang went out, she clung to Yang Yiyun and refused to get off. She was scared of being locked up by Yang Yiyun at home. I might as well take Xiang with me. After all, it looks cute and can play with Lei when we get there. There was only one street between Yang Yiyun and Ouyang Yuqing's residential area. In less than 10 minutes, Yang Yiyun appeared at Ouyang Yuqing's door. I rang the doorbell and Ouyang Yuqing opened the door in her pajamas with her hair loose. She looked very lazy. I missed her a little after not seeing her for a while. Of course, this idea is very simple. Because Ouyang Yuqing was Yang Yiyun's favorite teacher during his college years and the only teacher who had helped him. Seeing Yang Yiyun, Ouyang Yuqing smiled and said, "I'm sorry to bother you so late at night. I'm also helpless because of Lei's noise. She has been asking to see you since she came back." Yang Yiyun walked in and said repeatedly, "It's okay, it's okay. It's just past 9 o'clock and I haven't rested yet. If Lei wants to find me in the future, just call me. I'll be there whenever you call. Anyway, I like you and Lei too." Yang Yiyun was a little too excited to see Ouyang Yuqing so late at night, and he casually said, "I like you and Lei," but it seemed a little inappropriate to say it out loud. Ouyang Yuqing blushed and pretended not to hear. She saw the mink in Yang Yiyun's arms and said happily, "What is this, mink? So cute." "Yes, it's Jiawer, her name is Xiang. I met her in the mountains some time ago. She's very docile." The two walked into the bedroom while talking. Dad Cloud. Lei, who was lying on the bed and sulking, was surprised and screamed when she saw Yang Yiyun. Yang Yiyun walked over, put Jiawer on the bed, and picked up Lei. He was still a little uncomfortable with the little guy calling him Dad Yun, and was afraid that Ouyang Yuqing would be angry. He secretly glanced at Ouyang Yuqing and found that she didn't show any signs of being angry. Yang Yiyun felt relieved. After talking to the little one for a few words, she saw the mink and was surprised. Children all like this kind of small and cute pet. At first, I didn't dare to hug the mink and could only touch its fur. After Yang Yiyun told Jiawer not to move, Lei became bolder and quickly threw Yang Yiyun aside. Ouyang Yuqing smiled and said, "Let her play with Xiang. I brought some tea from my trip for you to try." "Okay." The two closed the bedroom door and went to the living room. Ouyang Yuqing prepared a pot of tea and sat down to chat with Yang Yiyun. The topic was still about his upcoming graduation and work. The conversation ranged from Yang Yiyun's study and work to family dreams and so on. It was very casual, just like a relaxed chat with friends. Yang Yiyun also liked this feeling. He felt that after Ouyang Yuqing went out to travel and relax, she came back much more cheerful and optimistic, and he was happy for her. As they chatted, Yang Yiyun turned around and asked Ouyang Yuqing. In fact, he didn't dare to ask, but after feeling that Ouyang Yuqing was very optimistic, he couldn't help but ask, "Teacher Ouyang, don't you plan to find another one?" "It all depends on fate. After my marriage with Wang Ming, I no longer have any hope. It's good like this now. When Lei grows up, I will travel around the world to see the mountains, rivers, ancient monuments, and civilizations." Ouyang Yuqing seemed absent-minded when he spoke. Yang Yiyun looked at her leaning lazily on the sofa, her pair of beautiful legs faintly visible under her pajamas, and he couldn't help but be mesmerized. Compared with the youthful girl Lu Lingling, Ouyang Yuqing was charming with unique charm in his eyes. I always feel that she has a strong attraction to me. At a certain moment, Ouyang Yuqing seemed to feel that Yang Yiyun was looking at her. Her face slightly blushed, and she stood up and said, "I'll go see Lei." After saying that, she walked into the bedroom. Before I knew it, it was almost dawn, the middle of the night, and a man and a woman were alone. One was a young woman who had been silent for a long time, and the other was a young man full of vigor and vitality. Ouyang Yuqing naturally understood what was hidden in Yang Yiyun's infatuated look at her just now, so she hurried away. She didn't want to delay Yang Yiyun, and deep down she knew she couldn't. A few minutes later, Yang Yuqing walked out of the bedroom and whispered, "Lulu is asleep. Then I'll go back. You should get some rest early." Yang Yu stood up and prepared to leave. He also felt that it was not good to stay in Yang Yuqing's house. First of all, she was a woman, and secondly, she was a teacher. "It's almost dawn. Why are you leaving so late at night? I have a place to stay here. Leilei's room has been empty. I'll find you a quilt and you can stay there tonight." Yang Yuqing was indeed worried that it would be unsafe for Yang Yu to go back alone in the middle of the night. As for Yang Yu, he was a little bit bewitched by Yang Yuqing. When he heard that Yang Yuqing was staying overnight, he was delighted and said, "The community where I live is not far away. Okay, that's settled. Stop struggling. Go take a shower and rest early. Tell me if you need anything." After saying that, Yang Yuqing turned around and went to find a quilt for him. Yang Yu simply stopped insisting and ran into the bathroom to take a shower. This time was different from the last time. He didn't see Yang Yuqing's clothes hanging in the bathroom, which made him less embarrassed. Just after he came out of the shower, he found that he had neither a bathrobe nor pajamas. He smiled bitterly and prepared to pass on his clothes. At this time, there was a knock on the door, followed by Yang Yuqing's voice. "Yang Yiyun, I forgot to prepare a bathrobe for you. I found mine for you. You can put it on first." Yang Yu was also quite embarrassed. This was the second time he wore Yang Yuqing's bathrobe. After opening the door, Yang Yuqing handed the bathrobe in through the crack of the door. Yang Yu thanked him and quickly put on the bathrobe. When I walked out, I didn't see Yang Yuqing. He must have returned to his room. He also went straight into Leilei's room to rest. Lying on the bed wearing Yang Yuqing's bathrobe, I felt uncomfortable. It was too small and too tight, so I simply took it off. Just after I lay down for about 10 minutes, the door of the room opened. "Are you asleep? I bought you pajamas downstairs." Yang Yuqing's voice came from outside the gate. "Ah no, wait a minute, I'll open the door." Yang Yiyun was really touched. He thought Yang Yuqing was asleep, but she went to the convenience store in the community to buy him pajamas. When Yang Yuqing appeared at the door, Yang Yiyun stepped aside to let her in. "We don't have suitable pajamas at home, so I went to the neighborhood supermarket and bought you a set. I don't know if it will fit you, so just wear it as is. Leilei will always bother you when he makes trouble in the future, and I feel bad about it." While speaking, he handed the pajamas in his hand to Yang Yu. "Thank you, but it's not a big deal. You're always so thoughtful and kind to me," Yang Yu said as he went to take the pajamas. The next moment, their hands touched each other. The soft and delicate feeling made Yang Yu's heart flutter. In fact, it was unintentional. Yang Yuqing, held in Yang Yu's hand, trembled all over and tried to pull his hand back, but Yang Yu held it even tighter. No matter who it was unintentional, and even Yang Yu's behavior was subconscious. Looking at Yang Yuqing's red face, like a ripe red apple, he couldn't help but take a bite. For some reason, his concentration would always drop significantly in front of Yang Yuqing. It was as if Yang Yuqing was a magnet, a treasure shrouded in a mysterious veil, which always attracted him and made him unable to help but open her. Yang Yuqing couldn't help but moan softly when Yang Yu pinched her hand. To Yang Yu, this sound was like the floodgates of Honghu Lake opening. With a loud bang, everything in my heart exploded. He acted impulsively for the second time. The last time he was impulsive, he kissed Yang Yuqing and then ran away. This time, he was not going to escape, but to completely let go of the shackles in his heart and follow his heart. He knew that he liked Yang Yuqing, and it was a very attached love. He suddenly kissed Yang Yuqing. Yang Yuqing was startled by Yang Yu's sudden kiss, but then she felt relieved. She was not a shy girl, but an experienced person. How could she not understand Yang Yu's actions? In fact, from the first time Yang Yu came to her house, or from the day he rescued her from Wang Ming's clutches, she knew that maybe, this day would come. But not today. She wanted to push away the arrogant and domineering Yang Yu and say something to him, but she was kissed on the mouth by Yang Yu and she had no chance at all. What's worse is that in just a moment she was lost in Yang Yu's fiery attack. From resistance at the beginning to cooperation. At a certain moment, Ouyang Yiqing felt her body lighten, and was picked up by Yang Yiyu's strong hands and placed on the bed. Heavy breathing shifted between the two of them. When Yang Yiyun undressed her, Ouyang Yiqing quickly grabbed his hand, panting, and said tenderly, "Not today, it's not convenient for me. I'm on fire, what's the inconvenience?" Yang Yiyu with red eyes didn't understand what Ouyang Yiqing said and wanted to force it. "Yes, relatives are here." "What?" Yang Yiyu suddenly lost his temper, rolled off Ouyang Yiqing's body and lay on the side. He felt like he was going crazy. Sometimes the feelings between men and women are just separated by a layer of window paper. Once it is broken, there will be no obstacles in the heart. Just like Yang Yiyu and Ouyang Yiqing at this moment, after crossing that hurdle, they no longer have to feel embarrassed about what they say or do. Ouyang Yiqing looked at Yang Yiyu's frustrated look, smiled softly, lay on him, kissed him on the face, and said with a red face, "Next time." Ahem, Yang Yiyu laughed. But then I heard Ouyang Yiqing shyly say, "I'll help you." Before he could react, Ouyang Yiqing had already. When I woke up the next morning, I could still smell the aroma of food. After getting up and washing, he went to the kitchen and saw Ouyang Yiqing preparing breakfast. Looking at her back, Yang Yiyu's face was full of satisfaction. The scene of her blushing face as she helped me solve the problem last night appeared in my mind. He walked over and hugged her from behind. Ouyang Yiqing smiled gently. She had complicated feelings towards Yang Yiyu. However, ever since he saved her, she had this little man who was 7 years younger than her in her heart. Moreover, Yang Yiyu had an indescribable attraction, so she actually liked him in her heart. But Ouyang Yiqing knew very well that she could only be a woman who silently stood behind him. Yang Yiyu was young and in the prime of his youth. There would be no future between the two of them. However, this did not prevent her from interacting with him. Anyway, Lei likes him, so it's actually pretty good. Go wash up and eat, it will be ready soon. Ouyang Yiqing smiled gently. I've already washed. Go ahead and let me go check on Lei. After having breakfast at Ouyang Yiqing's place, Yang Yuzi went directly to school. Ouyang Yiqing's vacation had not yet arrived, so she planned to take care of the child for a few more days and then send her to her mother's house. Before leaving, Diao Xiangxiang stayed behind to play with Lei. Yang Yiyu was in a good mood along the way. His relationship with Ouyang Yiqing had made great progress last night. Although it didn't happen at the last moment, it was a good start after all. When I arrived at the classroom, I didn't see Lu Lingling coming to school today, which made me feel a little disappointed. After school in the morning, Yang Yiyu left directly and did not plan to come in the afternoon. Anyway, he was about to graduate and had no important classes. He planned to go to Lu Shiqi's place in the afternoon. He had received several phone calls in the morning. He heard from him that everything was running normally in the company and they would start recruiting today. There were several important positions that required him to go and take a look. According to Yang Yiyu's idea, he would not interfere in the company and his brother Lu Shiqi would be fully responsible for everything. However, he could not resist Lu Shiqi's urging phone call and insisted that he go over to check it. Just take a look, he is just there to make a cameo appearance anyway. As for the management of the company, brother Lu Shiqi is definitely 10 times better than him. Because they wanted to set up a company, Lu Lingling quickly found a seat for Lu Shiqi to attend classes in her father's corporate management training department. According to Lu Lingling, that was the best training class in the entire ancient capital business district. Both the lecturers and students were senior executives of major companies, and it was a training class from the lowest to the highest level. Having Lu Lingling around was equivalent to giving Lu Shiqi special treatment. He was busy with setting up the company in the morning, went to a training class in the afternoon, and read various books in the evening. It can be said that Lu Shiqi has been extremely busy since he founded Yunqi Company. Once, Yang Yiyu took the time to meet him. He had dark circles under his eyes and said that he only slept 3 hours a day. Although he is tired, Yang Yiyu can see that he likes entrepreneurship, likes what he is doing now, and never gets tired of it. I also admire his perseverance and learning ability. In addition to Lu Lingling, Qian Xiaobei and Dongzi, several shareholders from the ancient capital business circle, when the company was first established, they also sent some people from their respective families to assist Lu Shiqi, and they were all elites of the group. Lu Shiqi felt like he had found a treasure and learned from them with an open mind. These days, before going to bed every day, the two would chat on the phone. In Lu Shiqi's words, he was reporting his work to the big boss. Although it was just a joke, it also reflected from the side that Lu Shiqi had a high emotional intelligence. At least Yang Yiyun thought it was higher than his. He knew that this was Lu Shiqi's way of telling him that brothers should settle accounts clearly. Although Yang Yiyun said he didn't care, he still insisted on reporting every day. This is the attitude of doing things seriously and being prepared to do big things. The company's site is in a newly developed zone. Although the location is a bit remote, many companies and institutions are located nearby, which is an advantage. When driving over, Lu Shiqi just got off the car and started getting calls again. Has Yunzi arrived yet? The interviewer has been waiting for more than 2 hours and is getting impatient. Here I am. I'm downstairs. I'll be in the elevator. Oh, by the way, which floor is it? I forgot. Yang Yiyun said a little embarrassedly. Fuck you, you're the chairman, and you've never been here once. I told you, but you didn't remember. 9 floors, 9 floors. Lu Shiqi started cursing on the phone. Hey, blame me, calm down, you'll be scolding me later, Mr. Lu. Pfft, Mr. Lu. That's more like it, hee hee. Lu Shiqi was amused by Yang Yiyun's call of Mr. Lu, and then said, hurry up, don't say that Buddy doesn't take care of you, there is a long-legged person among the interviewees today, hee hee. Tiedan, you are so impure. Yang Yiyun teased him when he heard his obscene smile on the phone. Don't pretend in front of me. Also, if you dare to call me Tiedan in front of outsiders, I will kill you. Lu Shiqi was very dissatisfied with his nickname Tiedan. He was afraid that Yang Yiyun would come up and call him Tiedan in front of everyone, and then the prestige that he, General Manager Lu, had just established would be destroyed. I got it, Mr. Tiedan. I promise not to call you Tiedan anymore. I'll call you Mr. Dan instead. Ha ha ha. Get lost. After hanging up the phone, the elevator just reached the 9th floor. The 9th floor is over 500 square meters and now it is all Yunchi Company. After getting out of the elevator, there is a corridor. 7 or 8 meters away is a glass door that is 3 meters wide and more than 5 meters high. Through the glass, you can see a reception desk. The words Yunchi Health Company are written on the background wall. Tiedan's work is pretty convincing. Pushing the door open, Yang Yiyun walked in, muttering to himself. Hey, stop. What are you doing? At this time, a woman about 25 or 26 years old came over. She looked average but was slightly tall. Seeing Yang Yiyun walking inside, she called out to him to stop, and while speaking she walked to the front desk and sat down. Yang Yiyun understood at a glance that this was a company reception. I frowned immediately. The front desk receptionist is the company's top image. Although I have never run a company, I have seen him, right? Putting aside the appearance of this woman, the fact that she started to sigh as soon as she opened her mouth had already left an impression of less than 50 points in Yang Yiyun's mind. No matter who enters the company, the first thing to do is to show basic courtesy, right? Yang Yiyun was thinking, but before he could answer her, the woman said, are you here to apply for a job? What time do you get here? But you are lucky. The interview hasn't started yet. If you want an interview, go early and go in through the 3rd door and wait. Yang Yiyun was a little depressed. Doesn't he look like a boss? I was mistaken for a job applicant by the woman at the front desk. However, then he looked at what he was wearing, and it seemed, it really didn't look like that. He pays attention to the comfort of his clothes, so he is wearing a gray sports suit today, which does not look like the boss of a company. He opened his mouth to say something to the woman at the front desk, asking her to be more welcoming and polite to people coming to the company, but as soon as he opened his mouth, he found that the woman was already looking down at her cell phone. After thinking about it, I decided to forget it. I'll just give Lu Shiqi a suggestion later. After turning into the corridor, I saw the office area from a distance. When I passed the bathroom, I suddenly wanted to go to the toilet, so I turned around and went into the bathroom. When I came out to wash my hands, a woman who looked to be about 20 years old ran out of the ladies' room in a hurry. Maybe she ran too fast, and there was water on the ground, so she was about to fall. Ah! Yang Yiyu was quick to support her. If he hadn't helped her, her head would have hit the sink. Are you okay? Yang Yiyu asked. At this moment, the little girl's face was flushed, and she said in a trembling voice, "No. It's okay, thank you brother, can you let me go first, you hurt me." The little girl's face was flushed, and her voice was very sweet and quiet. Yang Yiyu was stunned when he heard the little girl's words, and then his face turned red. It was so embarrassing. It seemed like he was helping someone, but he ended up grabbing someone's fawn instead. He quickly let go of her hand and said awkwardly, "Ahem, sorry." He was secretly surprised in his heart, it was so revealing. "No, it's okay. Fortunately, you held me up, otherwise my head would have been broken." The little girl washed her hands while speaking, then stretched out her hand and said, "My name is Buqingmei. Are you here to apply for a job as well?" "I guess so. My name is Yang Yiyu. Why did you run so fast just now? Was there a rat in the toilet?" Yang Yiyu joked with a smile. No, my classmate sent me a message saying that the interview was about to start and asked me to go over quickly, so I ran a little hurriedly. By the way, brother Yiyun, let's go over quickly," Buqingmei said. Yang Yiyu suddenly felt that Buqingmei was very interesting. From her clothes, she looked very simple, with light makeup, big eyes, a young look, and a good figure. She was about 1.67 meters tall, and most importantly, she had a lot of body, a typical loli. Moreover, he would blush easily when he spoke and looked very innocent. He also called Yang Yiyu big brother, which reminded him of his sister and inevitably made him feel more favorable towards Buqingmei. When I heard her say to go for the interview quickly, I got excited and became playful. I decided to meet Lu Shiqi as an applicant. It was not a bad idea. I followed Buqingmei to the conference room. As soon as I entered, I saw that there were quite a lot of people there. I estimated that there were about 70 or 80 people, gathered in groups of 3 or 4. As soon as I walked in, I heard a lot of people complaining, saying that it had been 3 hours and they hadn't even had time to eat. They also said that this company had no money prospects and that an interview took so long, and that this was not a company that strictly prohibited punctuality. But some people also whispered that it was precisely because it was a new company that they had opportunities and great room for advancement, and that the benefits offered by the company were also good. Buqingmei directly brought Yang Yiyu to another woman who looked to be in her 20s and introduced her, "Brother Yun, this is my senior sister Zhang Qian from the same school. Qian, this is Yang Yiyu." "Hello." Zhang Qian immediately shook hands with Yang Yiyun, turned around and pulled Buqingmei aside and whispered, "Buqingmei, didn't I tell you not to flirt with strange men easily? Why didn't you listen? Is this another one who wants to take advantage of you? Sooner or later, you will suffer a great loss for being so naive." "No, Qian, I was walking too fast in the bathroom just now and almost fell down. It was Brother Yun who held me up, otherwise I would have had a broken head today. He didn't try to take advantage of me. I think he is a nice guy," Buqingmei said. "You are hopeless. Who knows what kind of person you are? Anyway, stay away from her. Do well in the interview. We can talk about other things after the interview," Zhang Qian said to Buqingmei in a big sister tone. But in Yang Yiyun's ears, she was just a seasoned worker in the workplace. "Oh, I see." Buqingmei stuck out her tongue. The two spoke in a low voice, but Yang Yiyu heard it clearly. When they finished talking and came over, Zhang Qian glanced at Yang Yiyu and said, "Thank you for helping my little sister just now." "It's okay, it's just a piece of cake," Yang Yiyu replied with a smile. Zhang Qian looked at Yang Yiyu and said, "Why didn't you bring your resume to the interview? You just graduated from school, right? And you're dressed too casually. The first impression is very important in an interview. You'll leave a bad impression on the interviewer if you come in your sportswear. Well, I wish you good luck." While Yang Yiyu was in a daze, Zhang Qian said a lot of nonsense, and she just didn't think Yang Yiyu would pass the interview. Yang Yiyu had no answer and could only say that he was in a hurry to go out and forgot to bring his resume with him. He couldn't say that he was the chairman of this company, right? I guess Zhang Qian wouldn't believe it even if I told her. Instead, Bu Qingmei on the side was worried about Yang Yiyu and quickly said, "It's okay, brother Yun. Explain it to the interviewer later." "Thank you." Yang Yiyu nodded to Bu Qingmei. He now had a more and more fondness for this girl. Her personality was so pure as a blank sheet of paper. Zhang Qian, who was standing by, rolled her eyes when she heard Bu Qingmei's words and said, "Are you stupid? Will the interviewer be interested in someone who has forgotten his resume? What should we do then?" Bu Qingmei looked at Yang Yiyu and was worried about him. "It doesn't matter, I just came to take a look, haha." Yang Yiyu replied with a smile. At this time, the phone rang. It was Lu Shiqi calling again. He gestured to Bu Qingmei and walked aside to answer the phone. Uncle Yun. Did you go to the -9th floor? This building has only 12 floors, but there is no -9th floor and 19th floor. It's been such a long time, and we are waiting for an interview with you, a big boss. Lu Shiqi roared as soon as the phone was connected. Ahem, don't get excited. I'm already here. I'm in the conference room with the applicant. Just arrange the interview and I'll just take a look. Then he added, "Oh, by the way, don't reveal my identity." Yang Yiyu quickly spoke well of Lu Shiqi. "Okay, you're the boss, I'll listen to you." After saying that, Lu Shiqi hung up the phone angrily. At this time, the door of the conference room opened, and a woman in a professional short skirt walked in and said, "Everyone, get ready and follow me for the interview according to the numbers in your hands." After the woman finished speaking, she asked, "Is there anyone who hasn't received a number? If you haven't, please come with me to get one." No one spoke, except Yang Yiyu. Thinking that it might be Lu Shiqi's arrangement, he raised his hand and said, "I didn't. Please follow me." Yang Yiyu followed the woman into the office on the side of the conference room. After entering, I saw Lu Shiqi with a dark face and a look of resentment. Next to him was a charming woman who was about 30 years old. Seeing Yang Yiyun, Lu Shiqi complained, "Damn, where are you playing? Ahem, I just want to experience the interview process in advance. I'm graduating soon, so I just want to gain some experience." Yang Yiyu replied to Lu Shiqi with a smile. "Okay, just watch here while we begin the interview. Oh, by the way, let me introduce you to the HR manager, Hao Meili, and the office assistant, Xiao Lu." After that, he introduced Yang Yiyu, saying, "Manager Hao, this is the company's chairman, Yang Yiyu. I've heard President Lu talking about the chairman every day. Today I finally get to see the real god." Hao Meili wore heavy makeup and seductive lipstick. She twisted her slender waist and stretched out her hand to shake hands with Yang Yiyu. It was the first time that Yang Yiyun was called the chairman, and he was really not used to it. He said politely, "I am just a figurehead. Everything in the company is handled by General Manager Lu. In the future, please cooperate sincerely with General Manager Lu to manage the company well. It's my duty, Chairman. Don't worry." Hao Meili smiled charmingly. Suddenly, at the moment of letting go, Yang Yiyun did not expect that she actually scratched his palm, which immediately gave him goosebumps. Yang Yiyun had no appetite for women like Hao Meili. It can be seen that Hao Meili is a veteran in the workplace. Her smile and coquettishness are full of charm. She also has an impressive figure. She does not look old at all, but full of charm. Yang Yiyun was tickled by his palm, and subconsciously blushed and retracted his hand. When he came to his senses, he cursed inwardly, "You slut, you actually flirted with me, the chairman, so blatantly. Look at me. Forget it, I'm not interested in you." The assistant named Xiao Lu at the side opened her mouth wide. She heard General Manager Lu and Manager Hao actually called this young chairman who had not received a license plate. I was really shocked. This chairman looked like a student. He is the second generation. Xiao Lu gave Yang Yiyu an identity in his mind. However, in her shock, she only heard the chairman, Yang Yiyun, dare to say to General Manager Lu and Manager Hao, "Well, let's start early. I'm skipping classes." He is indeed a student. He must be the second generation. Assistant Xiao Lu thought to himself. You will be able to choose an office assistant for yourself in a while. All the information is here, take a look. Lu Shiqi threw the applicant's information to Yang Yiyu. No need. I don't even come to the company, so why do I need an assistant? Yang Yiyu said. It won't make you pregnant, Lu Shiqi glared at him. Okay. I'll go see Mr. Lu. You guys go about your business. I'll take a look at it over there. Yang Yiyu helplessly took the information and went to the side. Immediately, Lu Shiqi and Hao Meili began the interview. As the company was just starting out, there were many positions that needed to be recruited, and several important positions were to be recruited today, so Lu Shiqi had to personally take part and bring Yang Yiyu over. Applicants came in one by one, and Hao Meili and Lu Shiqi interviewed them one by one. Of course, Hao Meili, the HR manager, was the main interviewee. Yang Yiyun saw that Lu Shiqi seldom spoke. He sat aside and occasionally asked a question or two, taking notes with a notebook in his hand. His spirit of learning anytime and anywhere made Yang Yiyun feel ashamed. Although Hao Meili has a bit of a troubled past, it has to be said that she is indeed talented. Some of the questions she asks during the interview are all from a professional perspective, and she can often see through those who want to sneak in and just hang out. Yang Yiyu sat in the corner reading some information without looking up, but he listened to everything they said during the interview, trying to do two things at once and paying attention. I gave a very good evaluation of Hao Meili's professionalism in my heart and thought that she was a very qualified human resources manager. At the same time, Yang Yiyu was looking through the applicant's materials like flipping through a book. He was very fast and finished half of the thick stack of materials in just a few minutes. Seeing Yang Yiyu's speed, Lu Shiqi was so angry that he shook his head. He thought Yang Yiyu didn't even look at it and was just perfunctory. How could he read a resume as fast as flipping a book? He was speechless to Yang Yiyu. In fact, what Lu Shiqi didn't know was that because of Yang Yiyu's cultivation, his memory and other abilities far exceeded those of ordinary people. As long as he flipped through the information once, all the information would be printed in his mind, just like a computer scan. However, Yang Yiyu had no idea what Lu Shiqi was thinking, and he didn't even look up at them. At this time, he finally saw a resume he wanted to see. About Bu Qingmei's resume. Just as one might imagine, Bu Qingmei came from a rural family in the ancient capital. She had just graduated and her education level was not high, only a college diploma. She was just 19 years old and not yet 20. It is indeed a blank sheet of paper. As for Zhang Qian's information, Yang Yiyu had also read it. She went to the same school as Bu Qingmei but graduated a year earlier than Bu Qingmei. And judging from the address on her information, she and Bu Qingmei were from the same hometown. No wonder they were able to apply for the job together. After putting Bu Qingmei and Zhang Qian's resumes aside, Yang Yiyu found another interesting resume among them. That of a man named Li Dei caught Yang Yiyu's attention. Li Dei's profile says that he is a retired special inspector. There are many retired guards, which is nothing. The key point is that there is another sentence in Li Dei's profile, which is the reason why Yang Yiyu was interested. It says on it, successor of Plum Blossom Fist. It's just such a simple introduction. In Yang Yiyu's view, he was just a martial artist. There were many martial arts traditions in the land of Kyushu. Yang Yiyu knew this. There were also some in his hometown, but many of them had been lost. Moreover, most of these martial arts are fist and kick skills. Despite this, Yang Yiyu was still interested. So he took out Li Dei's resume and put it together with Bu Qingmei's. Judging from his resume, Li Dei is not too old, only 26 years old. He is from Tianjin, and I don't know why he came to the northwest to find a job. Another reason why Li Dei's resume was selected separately was that Yang Yiyu had a good impression of the guards. In the generation of their grandfather in the Yang family, the second grandfather was a man who had fought in the battlefield of Banyue Kingdom. After the war ended, he was assigned to the distant western regions. My grandmother said that the second grandfather died of illness a few years after returning from the battlefield. This made his grandfather very sad at the time. His grandfather was the third child. In their generation, the eldest of three brothers died early, so Yang Yiyu's biological grandfather and second grandfather had a very good relationship. After going for training in that era, my second grandfather never came back. After the war, he died of illness in the western regions. He wanted to go home but the transportation was not as convenient as it is today. Yang Yiyun heard from his grandmother that when the telegram about his second grandfather's death was delivered to his home, his grandfather fell ill. That day, his grandfather stood at the entrance of the village holding the telegram, looking into the distance at the western regions, and cried out in tears, "My second brother is home, my second brother is home." Not long after, my grandfather fell ill and eventually passed away. In addition, Yang Yiyu's father was also a guard. Although his father had no trace for more than 10 years, he had a good impression of the guards in his heart, or a natural affinity for them. I had already thought about keeping Li Dei as he would bring his grandmother and sister over in a few days, and someone would be needed to drive his sister to school. Just after Yang Yiyu finished reading a thick plate of resume materials, it was Bu Qingmei's turn to come in. At the beginning of the interview, Hao Meili asked a few questions, and the simple-minded Bu Qingmei couldn't answer any of them. I only heard Hao Meili say, "I'm sorry, your qualifications do not meet our requirements for the time being. Please go back and wait for news. We will notify you if there is a suitable position." This is a rejection. I don't know what position Bu Qingmei applied for that would be rejected by Hao Meili. In an instant, Yang Yiyu saw that the innocent girl's eyes turned red. In fact, this was the 7th company Bu Qingmei had applied for after graduation. She had failed 6 interviews, many of which were due to her academic qualifications, and half of the reason was that she had no work experience. These several rejections were a big blow to the young girl. The reason why she came to Yunqi Company this time was because she heard from Zhang Qian that this was a newly established company and there was a shortage of people in all positions, so Bu Qingmei came. She just wanted to apply for an office clerk position, but she didn't expect reality to be so cruel. After the first few failures, she encouraged herself and said, "It's okay, I will definitely succeed next time." But every time, I heard the same words. The 3 words, "I'm sorry," now sounded terrifying in her ears. This is the 7th failed interview. Finally, Bu Qingmei couldn't hold back her red eyes. When she heard Hao Meili's rejection, she bowed, whispered thank you, turned around and left. She was afraid that she would be embarrassed if she couldn't hold back her tears. Hao Meili, a veteran in the workplace, seemed to be accustomed to the performance of young girls like Bu Qingmei, and there was no fluctuation on her face. The same was true for Lu Shiqi standing by. He respected the decision of the HR manager Hao Meili. After all, she was a professional, and Bu Qingmei's qualifications did not meet the company's standards. Seeing Bu Qingmei with red eyes turning around to leave, Yang Yiyun, who was sitting in the corner, couldn't help but stand up, walked over to Bu Qingmei and said, "Bu Qingmei, wait a minute." Bu Qingmei, who was about to leave, heard Yang Yiyu talking. She turned around and saw him. She said with red eyes, "Brother Yun, did you get the job?" The naive Bu Qingmei had never thought about what it meant for Yang Yiyu to sit in this office for so long, and she asked in a daze. Bu Qingmei's words, "Brother Yun, come out," scared Hao Meili. Oh my God, this is someone the handsome chairman knows. Since he calls him Brother Yun, it seems they have a close relationship. She has to make up for it. She can't offend Yang Yiyu, the young and rich chairman. She has heard some news about Yang Yiyu from Lu Shiqi. Just to say one thing, Lu Shiqi mentioned vaguely that the anti-aging elixir that is now popular in the upper circles of the ancient capital was developed by Yang Yiyu, the young and handsome chairman. If you want to stay in Yunqi Company in the future, you must not offend the chairman and the people around her. Hao Meili is optimistic about the future of Yunqi Company and cherishes her current job, but she knows that offending the chairman in a good job would be a failure and could lead to failure at any time. This was Hao Meili's thought in her mind for a moment. On the other side, Yang Yiyun looked at Bu Qingmei and smiled. Just as he was about to speak, he found that Hao Meili stood up and came directly to Bu Qingmei and smiled seductively. "Oh, I forgot, Miss Bu, our chairman is still short of an office assistant. After thinking about it, you are the most suitable. I wonder if you are willing." Yang Yiyu glanced at Hao Meili and was very satisfied with her performance. As for Bu Qingmei, when she heard Hao Meili's words, she was stunned and stood there for a moment. "Don't you even meet the requirements to apply for an ordinary clerk position? Can you give me an assistant in the chairman's office right now? I must have heard it wrong. Ms. Bu, please come over and fill out the form." Hao Meili secretly glanced at Yang Yiyu, and sure enough, she saw a satisfied smile on Yang Yiyu's face. She thought to herself, it was a close call, the bet was right, and fortunately she made the right move in time. As for Lu Shiqi on the side, he looked at Yang Yu and showed a lewd expression as if to say, "So you like the lowly style?" Yang Yu glared at him depressedly. He just wanted to help Bu Qingmei. They all came from the countryside and it was not easy to find a job. Besides, Bu Qingmei was very simple, which was similar to his sister, which made Yang Yu feel good about her. "Go fill out the form," Yang Yu said with a smile when he saw Bu Qingmei, who was still in a daze. Bu Qingmei, who had just woken up from a dream, cried with joy, smiled with tears in her eyes, and bowed to Hao Meili and Lu Shiqi repeatedly to express her gratitude. "Thank you, Manager Hao, thank you, Mr. Lu, for giving me the opportunity. I will definitely work hard." No one knows how she feels after failing in job applications many times, and no one knows how much she needs a job. Of course, the naive little girl still couldn't understand why there was such a big reversal of the situation, and she was suddenly given the position of assistant in the chairman's office. This is truly a blessing from heaven. My heart was filled with excitement and gratitude, and I followed Xiao Lu to the side to fill out the form. On the side, Hao Meili saw Bu Qingmei bowing to express her gratitude and wanted to say that you should thank your brother Yun. However, as an experienced veteran in the workplace, she could tell that Bu Qingmei and Yang Yu had only known each other for a short time, and the handsome chairman Yang Yu had no intention of revealing their identities, so she accepted Bu Qingmei's thanks in embarrassment. Then the interview continued. Yang Yu continued to walk aside to look at the information. After Bu Qingmei finished filling out the form, Xiao Lu took her to Yang Yiyun and said to her, "Please sit here for a while. Mr. Lu still has something to say after the recruitment is over." "Okay, thank you." Bu Qingmei thanked Xiao Lu. In fact, Xiao Lu is also a wonderful person. She is also an elite in the workplace. It is not difficult to see the ambiguity between Bu Qingmei and the young chairman, so she brought Bu Qingmei directly to Yang Yu. Xiao Lu also wanted to curry favor with the chairman. If we really had to wait for Mr. Lu to give the order, we could have let Qingmei wait outside. Didn't we see that the first few people who were admitted went outside to wait? Bu Qingmei, a rookie who has not yet entered the workplace, had no idea about this. She just did whatever she was told and went to Yang Yu obediently. After Xiao Lu finished speaking to Bu Qingmei, he smiled at Yang Yu and walked away. This opened Yang Yiyun's eyes, and he thought to himself, it seems that the people recommended by Qian Xiaobei and Lu Lingling are all workplace elites. Regardless of their abilities, they have high emotional intelligence. Yang Yu was a little depressed about Xiao Lu bringing Bu Qingmei directly to him. It seemed that everyone thought that he and Bu Qingmei were related. The information in his hand naturally included the resumes of Xiao Lu and Hao Meili, which Lu Shiqi intended for him to see. Xiao Lu was recommended by Qian Xiaobei, Hao Meili was recommended by Lu Lingling, and several other positions were recommended by Dongzi. As for the receptionist Yang Yu, unexpectedly, she was recommended by Lin Huan. On the resume, Lu Shiqi specifically noted that the receptionist was a distant relative of Lin Huan's family, had no academic qualifications or anything special, and was just looking for a job. Whether it is Lu Lingling, Qian Xiaobei, Dongzi, or Lin Huan, they are all shareholders of Yunqi Company. Lu Shiqi understands the reason and has to accept whoever they recommend. Seeing the resume of the receptionist, Yang Yu frowned. If it was a talent and if he was capable of doing the front desk job, he would not object at all. He would even welcome it if several shareholders brought people into the company. However, the woman at the front desk did not leave a good impression on him, so he thought about discussing with Lu Shiqi and changing her job. When they first set up the company, Yang Yu said that he would leave all the company affairs to Lu Shiqi, and shareholders such as Lu Lingling and Lin Huan were not allowed to interfere in the company's affairs unless Lu Shiqi agreed. But now it seems that the person recommended by Lin Huan was forced in. While she was thinking about this, Bu Qingmei smiled and sat down next to Yang Yu and asked, "Brother Yun, what position are you applying for?" "Me. I'm applying for the position of chairman," Yang Yu said with a smile. Puchi Bu Qingmei couldn't help laughing and said, "Brother Yun, you are quite humorous. If you were the chairman, wouldn't I be your subordinate? Will I have to serve you tea and water in the future?" Hee hee. Bu Qingmei never thought about what it meant that Yang Yu could sit here with his legs crossed so casually. He was just joking at the time and just went along with what Yang Yu said. "Haha, what's wrong? Are you not happy about asking you to serve me tea and water?" Yang Yu teased her with a smile. "Hee hee, I'm willing to do so, but you're not the chairman, Bu Qingmei joked. After a pause, she looked at Yang Yiyun and said seriously, Brother Yun, tell me, what position are you applying for? Are you working in the office area? It would be great if you were here, so I can have a familiar friend. I told you he was the chairman, why didn't you believe it? Haha, Yang Yiyun couldn't help laughing. Forget it if you don't want to say it, Bu Qingmei curled her lips. Well, I'm applying for a security guard. Yang Yiyun was extremely depressed. Could it be that he really doesn't look like a chairman? To be honest, I don't believe it. He insisted that I say I was a security guard. Bu Qingmei believed it now and nodded, saying, security work is good. I heard that security salaries are very high nowadays. We will be colleagues in the future. Bu Qingmei looked very happy. Okay, colleague. While the two were talking, the next applicant walked in. It was Bu Qingmei's fellow countryman and good friend Zhang Qian. Zhang Qian waited outside for a long time but didn't see Bu Qingmei come out. She just asked Xiao Lu secretly and found out that Bu Qingmei was accepted and became an assistant in the chairman's office and was waiting inside. Zhang Qian's heart was in turmoil. She racked her brains but couldn't understand how Bu Qingmei, who had just graduated from school, could become the chairman's assistant overnight. Zhang Qian is very clear about Bu Qingmei's academic qualifications and so on. Having entered society a year earlier than Bu Qingmei, Zhang Qian knows what the position of assistant to the chairman means and is also very clear that it is impossible for Bu Qingmei to become the assistant to the chairman with her qualifications. There must be other reasons behind this. I just can't figure it out. Zhang Qian had only set her sights on the position of assistant to the general manager this time. After learning about Yunqi Company, she took a leave of absence and came to apply for the job, hoping to switch jobs if successful. Zhang Qian is a person who doesn't like being lonely, so she came to Yunqi Company. She happened to be from the same school and hometown as Bu Qingmei, so she took good care of Bu Qingmei and brought her along this time. Zhang Qian felt very jealous that Bu Qingmei had become an assistant before her, and was even the chairman's assistant. When Zhang Qian walked in, she looked around and saw Bu Qingmei and Yang Yiyun sitting on one side. In Zhang Qian's eyes, Yang Yiyun was crossing his legs and looked very casual. At this moment, Zhang Qian seemed to understand a lot of things. Perhaps Bu Qingmei's rapid rise to fame was related to Yang Yiyun. Otherwise, she really couldn't understand how Bu Qingmei could become the chairman's assistant. Anyone who can cross his legs without any worries in front of the human resources manager and the general manager of the company must not be a simple person. Who is this Yang Yiyun in this company? It must be like this. He knew Bu Qingmei before, so Bu Qingmei was able to rise to the top overnight. In a flash, Zhang Qian's heart moved. She didn't greet the interviewer. Instead, she greeted Yang Yiyun and Bu Qingmei from a distance. Yang Yiyun, Mimi, you are in there. I've been looking for you everywhere. She was gambling on Yang Yiyun's identity. Saying such a meaningless sentence was completely conveying to the interviewer that she and Yang Yiyun knew each other. Qian, Bu Qingmei responded in a low voice, because she didn't dare to speak loudly at the interview. When Yang Yiyun heard Zhang Qian's greeting, he smiled and nodded, but he was thinking, she is a very scheming woman. If she has the ability, she can be hired. But he didn't say anything, and was ready to see how Mei Li interviewed her. After Zhang Qian greeted Yang Yiyun and Bu Qingmei, she smiled and greeted Mei Li and Lu Shiqi. From the expressions of the two people, Zhang Qian saw the emotional fluctuations and was secretly proud of herself. As expected, her bet was right. This Yang Yiyun should have connections in this company, and his status should be not low. Zhang Qian saw a flash of surprise in the HR manager's eyes, which was enough to explain everything. Mei Li smiled bitterly in her heart, thinking, another relative, what position should I give her later? When I was thinking this, I opened Zhang Qian's resume and saw her academic qualifications at first glance. Like Bu Qingmei before, she only had a college diploma. Looking at the position Zhang Qian applied for, it turned out to be assistant to the general manager. He glanced at Lu Shiqi standing beside him with a strange look, showed him Zhang Qian's resume, and whispered, Boss Lu, this girl applied for the position of your assistant, but her qualifications don't meet the standards. What do you think? The reason why Mei Li asked Lu Shiqi was because she knew clearly that the entire Yunqi company was actually managed by Lu Shiqi, and Yang Yiyun was just a boss who only took care of things behind the scenes. He did not participate much in the company's affairs, so Lu Shiqi, the general manager, was the actual helmsman of Yunqi. Previously, we assigned an assistant to Yang Yiyu, the chairman who was not in charge of the company, even if the assistant had lower education and qualifications, which was acceptable, since Yang Yiyu would not come to the company to work often anyway. However, as the human resources manager, Hao Meili has to be responsible for Lu Shiqi, the general manager's assistant, because Lu's assistant will be involved in all matters big and small in Yunqi company and cannot be careless at all. If Zhang Qian didn't seem to know Yang Yiyu, which made Hao Meili worried, she would have killed Zhang Qian immediately. Show it to Lu Shiqi and let him make a decision. I am recruiting an assistant for you. I, Hao Meili, dare not offend the handsome chairman, but you, Mr. Lu, are his best friend, so it is more appropriate for you to make the refusal. How could Lu Shiqi not know what Hao Meili asked? After cursing Yang Yiyun inwardly, he said to Hao Meili directly, Manager Hao, you are in charge of the personnel of Yunqi company. Since I have appointed you as the personnel manager, I will respect all your decisions. You have full authority to decide on any talent that is beneficial to the company, and you don't need to ask for my opinion. This clearly tells Hao Meili that she doesn't need to care about Yang Yiyu's relationship. They are all smart people. Hao Meili immediately understood what Lu Shiqi meant and felt relieved. He looked up at Zhang Qian and said, Miss Zhang, I'm sorry, we already have a candidate for the position of assistant to the general manager. Our company also has other positions. If you are willing, you can fill out the form and join Yunqi company. After hearing what Hao Meili said, Yang Yiyu secretly said to himself, he is indeed an experienced driver. He is very careful in what he says and does. Although he was far away, it was not difficult for him to listen to the conversation between Hao Meili and Lu Shiqi. He knew that in Hao Meili's heart, Zhang Qian did not meet her requirements. Although he rejected Zhang Qian's application for the position of assistant to the general manager, he did not block her out and gave her the choice to stay. From this point of view, Hao Meili, the human resources manager, is really a smooth talker who never offends others with anything she says or does. As for Zhang Qian's intention to use his influence to win Hao Meili's favor, to be honest, Yang Yiyu didn't like it. Although she was smart, she took a speculative approach and left an impression of a scheming person in Yang Yiyu's mind. In order to give Bu Qingmei face, Yang Yiyu spoke directly and decided not to continue playing. He had things to do in the afternoon, so he walked over. But at this time, Zhang Qian was disappointed because she was pursuing the position of assistant to the general manager. This time, she and Bu Qingmei applied for the job together, but it was the rookie Bu Qingmei who got promoted overnight. Why can't she, Zhang Qian, do the same? Unconsciously, Zhang Qian became jealous of Bu Qingmei. This is the heart of a woman, sometimes it is unpredictable. After hearing what Hao Meili said, the first thing that came to her mind was that Bu Qingmei became the chairman's assistant, while she was rejected for the position of general manager's assistant. So she was inexplicably jealous of Bu Qingmei, and even had a little hatred for her in her heart. Why? Am I not as good-looking as Bu Qingmei? In terms of qualifications, I have more experience than her, so why was she able to become the chairman's assistant but I was rejected? This is what Zhang Qian is thinking at the moment. Although she was extremely unwilling, the fact was reality. She took a deep breath and asked Hao Meili, what other positions are there and what are the salaries? Since there is no position of assistant to the general manager, Zhang Qian thinks that it is not impossible to apply for other positions if they are suitable and have good benefits. She came here with Bu Qingmei and she has become the assistant to the chairman. If she is rejected and cannot apply for any position, it will be too embarrassing. When Hao Meili heard Zhang Qian's words, she smiled and was about to answer, but unexpectedly Yang Yiyu came over and answered Zhang Qian's question for her. The company is short of a front desk receptionist. The starting salary is 5,000. If you think you can handle it, stay. After Yang Yiyun finished speaking, he looked at Lu Shiqi and Hao Meili and said, let me interject, are you okay? Haha. You kid are the protagonist today, but you insist on hiding away and having some free time. I have to give you credit, Lu Shiqi said with a roll of his eyes. Hao Meili stood up and said, with the chairman's approval, there will be no problem. At this moment, Zhang Qian heard Hao Meili calling Yang Yiyun the chairman. She was shocked and thought to herself, sure enough I thought he was at most the son of a shareholder, but I didn't expect him to be the chairman of Yunqi. Such a young chairman is simply a diamond bachelor. And when Hao Meili heard Yang Yu say that the company's receptionist actually earned 5,000 yuan a month, she was immediately tempted. Her salary in her previous company was at most 4,000 yuan. Zhang Qian looked at Yang Yu and pretended to be surprised and said, You are the chairman of Yunqi. I'm sorry I didn't know before and said some nonsense. Don't mind. I am willing to work as the front desk of Yunqi Company. Thank you, Chairman. Zhang Qian quickly agreed to the job. Although it was a front desk job, which did not match her expectations or ambitions, it was good in that it paid well. Most importantly, she could see that Yang Yu was interested in Bu Qingmei. As long as he holds on to Bu Qingmei, it's equivalent to holding on to Yang Yu's thigh. I don't believe that he will only be a small receptionist in Yunqi Company in the future. Then welcome to join Yunqi. Miss Lu, please take her out to fill out the forms. Yang Yu said directly to Xiao Lu. Xiao Lu was stunned for a moment when she heard Yang Yu's words, because she heard Yang Yu say, take her out to fill out the form. Instead of filling out the form, there was the word out. It seems that although Zhang Qian knows the chairman, her status is completely different from Bu Qingmei. Xiao Lu thought to herself and took Zhang Qian out. At this time, Lu Shiqi smiled and said, Do you think the company's front desk is not good enough? What do you think? Yang Yu asked back. Actually, I knew she wasn't capable when she came on the first day. But, she was recommended by Lin Huan, so it was difficult for me to handle it. I could only let her work as the receptionist first. She can't do other jobs, Lu Shiqi said helplessly. Let Zhang Qian replace her at the front desk. She is the company's top image and nothing can be done indiscriminately. As for Lin Huan's relative, let her do odd jobs in the office area. Yang Yu said. Lu Shiqi was stunned for a moment, then said, Is this appropriate? She is Lin Huan. Before he could finish his words, Yang Yu interrupted him and said, Tiedan, I still say the same thing. You are fully responsible for this company. If you feel it is not suitable, you can reject anyone. You don't need to consider anyone's feelings. Everything is based on the company. I will talk to Lin Huan. If the shareholders recommend someone in the future, accept them if they are talented. If they are not suitable, reject them directly. You are the boss and you have the final say. I will be your strongest backing. Also, you don't have to report any future company decisions to me. If you need money or products, just come to me. I won't be involved in anything else. Just don't harass me, haha. At the end of his speech, Yang Yu laughed. But Lu Shiqi was deeply moved when he heard this, because he knew that this was Yang Yu's unconditional trust and support for him. Okay, I know what to do. Don't worry, the company is in my hands, I will make it take off. The first batch of Yiyun wine has come out, and it will be put on the market in half a month. I believe it will be popular all over the country. Lu Shiqi was also full of enthusiasm. You can do it. Just tell me what you need me to do. By the way, it's time for lunch. Why don't we eat first and continue the interview in the afternoon? Yang Yiyun saw that it was almost noon, so he suggested to Lu Shiqi and Hao Meili. Chairman, please be patient for now. There are only 4 or 5 interviewees left and we will be done soon. I will treat you all then. Hao Meili finally interrupted and showed off in front of Yang Yu. How can I let Sister Hao treat us? Give me, a hands-off boss, a chance today. I'll treat everyone to a meal, so as to appease Mr. Lu's resentment. He always says that I'm a hands-off boss, haha. Get lost. Lu Shiqi cursed with a smile and continued the interview with Hao Meili. Yang Yu had nothing to do, so he sat back on the sofa. As she walked over, Bu Qingmei looked at him with a strange look in her eyes and a red face, like a child who had done something wrong. She almost reached the corner, which made Yang Yu laugh. Then he said something that made Yang Yu burst into laughter. Bu Qingmei said weakly, Are you really the chairman of the security department? He the chairman is the chairman, why add a security chairman? Seeing Bu Qingmei's surprised look, Yang Yu couldn't help laughing and teasing her. No. Bu Qingmei was completely confused. She wanted to say, I didn't know you were the chairman, but she was too nervous and stuttered. In her eyes, the boss of a company was a high-ranking official. Yang Yu's sudden change of identity really caught her off guard. Think about the jokes he made with her before, how he mistook her for a job applicant in the bathroom, and how he mistook him for a security guard just now. Bu Qingmei blushed and felt a little overwhelmed. Yang Yiyu looked at the way she pinched her clothes with her hands and knew how conflicted and nervous she was at the moment. The more Bu Qingmei was like this, the more he wanted to tease her. He deliberately put on a stern face and said to Bu Qingmei, "I told you before that I'm the chairman, but you don't believe me. Go pour me a cup of tea." I believe it, I'll go right away." Yang Yiyu's sullen look made Qingmei even more flustered. She walked to the side of the coffee table to pour tea for Yang Yiyu, but she couldn't find the cup and tea leaves. For a moment, he was so anxious that his face turned red and he looked like he was about to cry. "Ha ha ha, okay, I'm just teasing you. Sit down, there's no tea here, I was just joking with you." Yang Yiyu finally couldn't bear to tease her anymore. This girl was too naive and shy, and she would cry if he continued teasing her. Bu Qingmei blushed and did not sit down, but subconsciously retreated towards the wall. Yang Yiyu asked her to sit over, but she shook her head like the waves and backed away instead. Seeing her look, Yang Yiyu didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and said with a fierce face, "Come and sit here." His voice was a little louder. Bu Qingmei's body trembled, and with a look of grievance on her face, she sat obediently on the sofa, far away from Yang Yiyu, with her butt resting on the edge of the sofa. "Am I that scary?" Yang Yiyu asked. Bu Qingmei nodded, but then she realized that she had said something wrong and quickly said, No, no, no. Not scary." Her face looked like water was about to drip out. "If it's not scary, why would you go so far?" I'm fine sitting here," Bu Qingmei said weakly. "Didn't you consider me a friend before? Why don't you consider me a friend now?" Yang Yiyu asked with his eyes glaring. Bu Qingmei repeatedly stopped. "No, Brother Yun." "Oh. Chairman, Qianqian said that when you come to the company, you must respect the company leaders, and you must keep a distance from the leaders." "Why keep your distance?" Because Zhang Qian said that I would suffer a loss," Bu Qingmei said in a low voice, her face flushed. Yang Yiyu understood what she meant. Indeed, in the workplace, a girl like Bu Qingmei could easily suffer losses. "Listen, I am the chairman in name only. Mr. Lu over there is the real boss of Yunqi. I am just a bystander, so you don't have to be restrained in front of me. Just call me Brother Yun. I am not used to being called chairman all the time. Besides, I am also from the countryside, and I have a sister who is as innocent as you." Yang Yiyu had a serious conversation with Bu Qingmei. Perhaps because of their similar background, Bu Qingmei felt a buzz, and her nervousness towards Yang Yiyun immediately dissipated. She smiled and said, "Then I should still call you Brother Yun." Yang Yiyu smiled and said, "That's right." While chatting with Bu Qingmei, the interviews of Hao Meili and Lu Shiqi were also coming to an end, and the last interviewee walked in. Yang Yiyu raised his head and looked over. The interviewer was naturally Li Dei, whom he had been paying attention to. He was about 1.8 meters tall, had a crew cut, wore a camouflage uniform, and stood straight. As soon as he came in, he attracted Lu Shiqi's attention. Lu Shiqi, who also served as a guard, has a natural affinity for guards. Before Hao Meili could ask, Lu Shiqi asked, "Brother, did you just retire?" "Yes, I retired last month. My name is Li Dei, I'm 26 years old. Have you joined the team too?" Li Dei asked Lu Shiqi in return. Guards have a unique charm, which is the aura they leave in the team. It can never be erased at any time. As long as you join the team, you can feel it from each other. "Yes, I have been retired for almost 3 years. My name is Lu Shiqi, and I am now the general manager of Yunqi Company." "Hello, squad leader," Li Dei saluted Lu Shiqi. This was a respect for a veteran soldier. Although the two were not in the same team or at the same time, the guards of the world were one family. Lu Shiqi returned the greeting and asked, "Is it a field battle, or a special inspector coming down?" "Special inspector," Li Dei answered briefly. "Well, our company is a startup, and we don't have any security structure yet. The position of security manager is still vacant. I wonder if you have the confidence to give it a try." Lu Shiqi stared at Li Dei with shining eyes while speaking. "Yes." A clear and confident answer. Yang Yu saw a smile on Lu Shiqi's face, and he seemed very satisfied with Li Dai's answer. The position of security manager also sounds like a high-level position, but it is not specific to anything else. There is only one requirement, and that is strength. As long as you have strength, you will be fine. Then Yang Yiyun saw Lu Shiqi stood up, walked to Li Dai and said, "This position has no requirements, only strength is needed. Do you have the courage to help us?" "Why not? I'm just afraid of hurting the squad leader." Li Dai's words were full of confidence. "Haha, you're a good kid, pretty wild, I like you. But if you can really hurt me, I'll be very happy instead." Lu Shiqi laughed and took off his coat. Yang Yu became interested. He knew Lu Shiqi was a very skilled person. Seeing him personally testing Li Dai, Yang Yu was full of anticipation. Li Dai's resume says that he is a special inspector, and also a special inspector who knows Plum Blossom Fist. His skills should be pretty good. I wonder who is better between the two of them. The two wanted to test their skills. Even though they were in the office, it didn't matter. The entire office space was about 60 square meters, which was enough for them to arm wrestle. Li Dai saw that Lu Shiqi was ready, and without any delay, he roared and punched Lu Shiqi. In Yang Yu's eyes, Lu Shiqi narrowed his eyes, his expression instantly became serious. He dodged Li Dai's punch, and began to counterattack. Both of them used fighting skills and seemed to be evenly matched. They exchanged 20 or 30 moves in 1 minute. No one can do anything to anyone. But Yang Yu knew that his brother Lu Shiqi was going to lose, because Li Dai still had a trick up his sleeve. He was now using the fighting techniques commonly used in the team, which could make him evenly matched with Lu Shiqi. If he added the Plum Blossom Fist, he might catch Lu Shiqi off guard. Sure enough, the next moment, Li Dai changed his pace, turned around abruptly and attacked with both fists, interrupting Lu Shiqi's attack. He took the opportunity to get close and hit Lu Shiqi's shoulder hard. This made Lu Shiqi step back 5 or 6 steps and lean against the desk. If it weren't for the desk blocking him, Yang Yu estimated that he would have fallen to the ground. "Thank you for your kindness, squad leader." Li Dai clasped his fists, with a look of pride on his face. "Damn, so good, are you a martial artist?" Lu Shiqi's face flushed a little. It was obvious that he had just been hit hard by Li Dai's shoulder, and he suffered a little loss. "Well, I practiced with others for a while in my hometown when I was a kid." Although Li Dai spoke softly, there was arrogance in his tone. Yang Yu became interested in him, so he stood up and walked over and said, "I've practiced for a few days too, why don't you give me some pointers, brotherly?" Yang Yu saw that Lu Shiqi was defeated, so he wanted to save his brother's face. On the other hand, it is true that he and Lu Shiqi both admire Li Dai, but he is too arrogant and it will be difficult for him to get things done in the future, so Yang Yu plans to curb Li Dai's arrogance, which will be good for both him and Lu Shiqi. Unexpectedly, Li Dai took one look at him and said directly, "You can't do it. You are so delicate and tender that you can't withstand a punch from me." Lu Shiqi couldn't help laughing first. Yang Yiyun was very upset. He was seriously despised. Yang Yiyun was so depressed. He glared at Lu Shiqi, who couldn't help laughing, then looked at Li Dai and said, "It's good to have strength, but don't underestimate people. You can't move me even if I stand still. Do you believe it?" Before Li Dai could say anything, Lu Shiqi on the side laughed again. "Buffed, go play somewhere else. This is not the way you brag." Lu Shiqi didn't know the secret of Yang Yu. He couldn't help blushing when he heard Yang Yu's bragging. From the fight just now, Lu Shiqi already knew 70% about Li Dai's skills. He was definitely a tough guy. It would probably be enough for him to beat a weak scholar like Yang Yu with just one finger. "Get lost. Why do you always ruin my plans?" Yang Yu cursed angrily. "Haha, don't try to show off. I'm no match for Brother Dai. Why are you joining in the fun?" Lu Shiqi rolled his eyes. They all look down on people. My buddy is a descendant of an immortal and a cultivator, but he was despised by 2 people. It's really, my uncle can tolerate it, but my aunt can't. At this time, Li Dai said, "Let's change the angle. I'll stand still and you hit me. If you can make me take a step back, you win." At this moment, Li Dai still had a hint of pride and arrogance, but then again, Li Dai had never encountered any powerful opponents in the team. Li Dai thought it was bullying to ask him to arm wrestle with Yang Yiyun. Because he could see that Yang Yiyun had a very good relationship with Mr. Liu, he thought that he had to give him some face, otherwise he would not want to pay any attention to Yang Yiyun at all. Okay, you said it, don't regret it. Yang Yiyun saw extreme contempt in Li Dai's eyes, as if he didn't take him seriously at all. He felt so angry that his teeth were itching. He secretly said, if I don't teach you something practical, you will be in trouble in the future. If you underestimate your enemies, you will suffer a great loss in the future. Today I will teach you a good lesson and let you know that there are always people better than you. After saying this, he also glanced at Lu Shiqi. He also wanted to shock Lu Shiqi. I don't know. What will happen to Tiedan after I take action? The expression on his face must be amazing, haha. Thinking in his mind, Yang Yiyun narrowed his eyes, stretched out his hand, and hit Li Dai on the shoulder. In the eyes of Li Dai and Lu Shiqi, Yang Yiyun's palm was just practicing Tai Chi. It was soft and light, and had no lethality. This kind of attack would not even be enough to tickle Li Dai, let alone make him retreat a step. Li Dai looked at Yang Yiyun's palm strike and a smile appeared in his eyes. He thought that Yang Yiyun was a spoiled boy who had a dream of being a martial arts hero and wanted to find some sense of existence in himself. So he let him hit him and satisfy him. Observing Li Dai's expression, Yang Yiyun was very happy. Wait and see how you laugh. Bang ah. After a palm hit Li Dai's shoulder, there was a dull sound, and then Li Dai flew backwards and fell on the sofa. This is a full 8 or 9 meters away. At this moment, Lu Shiqi's eyes widened. How Mei Li and Bu Qingmei on the side made their mouths into an O shape. No one had expected that Yang Yiyun, a frail scholar, could have such great strength in his hands. Li Dai looked to be at least 170 to 180 kilograms in weight, yet he was knocked away by just one blow. As for Li Dai himself, he was lying on the sofa, motionless, with only one sentence in his mind, impossible. Immediately, Li Dai's face turned red, not because he was beaten by Yang Yiyun, but because he remembered his previous arrogance and the fact that he didn't take Yang Yiyun seriously. His face felt hot and he wished he could find a place to hide. Now he deeply realized that what Yang Yiyun said at the beginning, that one should not underestimate the people in the world, was not an exaggeration at all. After coming back to his senses, Li Dai felt uneasy in his heart. He was a martial artist and knew more about martial arts than others. The palm strike that Yang Yiyun just made seemed to have knocked him away, and the momentum was shocking, but in fact he was not injured at all, he was simply sent flying. What does this mean? This showed that Yang Yiyun's control over strength had reached a peak level. He couldn't help but think of what his third grandfather who taught him Plum Blossom Fist had said. Third uncle was a very strange old man in the village, but he loved Li Dai since he was a child. He still remembered that when he was a child, third uncle said he was a martial arts genius, so he began to teach him Plum Blossom Fist in the 3rd grade of primary school, until he graduated from junior high school and joined the team. With his foundation in Plum Blossom Fist, he quickly stood out in the team and became a powerful guard for the entire company. Therefore, Li Dai was very grateful to his third grandfather, and was also fascinated by Jiuzhou martial arts. It was a pity that he had never met a practitioner with real foundation. My third uncle once said that in martial arts, those who can control the power and send and receive it freely are at the level of masters. At that time, Li Dai asked his third grandfather whether he had reached this state. He remembered that his third grandfather smiled and said, "I have practiced martial arts for my whole life, but I can only reach this state after I am half buried in the ground." In other words, my third grandfather spent most of his life practicing martial arts, at least 50 or 60 years before he was able to control and release strength freely. However, now Yang Yiyun was able to hit him with one palm, causing him to fly back 8 or 9 meters without getting hurt. This was enough to show that his control over strength had reached the master level as third grandpa mentioned. How is it possible? Seeing that Yang Yiyun was only in his early 20s, it was hard for Li Dai to believe that he was such a young master of martial arts. Could it be that there really is a martial arts genius that only appears once in a century? Is Yang Yiyun such a genius? Li Dai was thinking with great shock in his mind. He remained lying on the sofa, motionless, staring at the ceiling with empty eyes. As for Lu Shiqi, after he came back to his senses, he cursed and looked at Yang Yiyun and said, "Damn, how did you do that? He really couldn't figure it out, and he couldn't see through this childhood friend who he grew up with. Hee, I told you last time that I had a master but you didn't believe me. Yang Yiyu evaded the question and didn't want to explain more. Lu Shiqi swallowed his saliva and said, You. After thinking for a long time, he finally didn't say it. He wanted to ask what kind of awesome master Yang Yiyu had worshipped, but he gave up after changing his mind. Everyone has their own secrets, and it is better not to ask some things. He just wanted to know that no matter how Yang Yiyu changes, he is still his brother, Lu Shiqi. Yang Yiyu didn't explain much. He smiled at Lu Shiqi, then walked directly to Li Dai, stretched out his hand and pulled Li Dai up. Get up, don't lie down. It should be all right, right? Yang Yiyu asked Li Dai with a smile. He knew his control over his strength well, so he didn't hurt Li Dai. Oh, it's okay. Li Dai, who was awakened by Yang Yiyu, grabbed Yang Yiyu's hand and quickly stood up to answer. At this time, the arrogance in his eyes disappeared without a trace. He looked at Yang Yiyu with passion and admiration. After hesitating for a while, he couldn't help but asked, Are you already a grandmaster? Grandmaster? What the hell? Yang Yiyu was confused. Have you reached the grandmaster level in martial arts? I've heard from my elders that being able to control and release strength freely is the grandmaster level of martial arts. Li Dai looked at Yang Yiyu and asked with shining eyes. Yang Yiyu was clear about what he was thinking. He was a cultivator, so there was no such thing as a master or not. To be able to send and receive power freely is like drinking cold water in the hands of a cultivator. Controlling the true energy with the mind, which is the strength of the whole body, is zero difficulty and has nothing to do with the grandmaster level of martial arts at all. However, in order to avoid unnecessary trouble, he simply nodded and admitted it. After all, the way of martial arts is more reliable than saying that he is practicing Taoism. Seeing Yang Yiyu nod, Li Dai suddenly made an unexpected move towards Yang Yiyu. Mr. Yang, please accept me as your disciple. I have retired from the team because I want to visit local masters to improve my martial arts. Please accept me. As Li Dai spoke, his eyes were full of desire, and he clasped his fists towards Yang Yiyu and was about to bow down. Don't kneel, stand up first. Yang Yiyu stretched out his hand to support him. Li Dai couldn't kneel down anymore because he was not as strong as Yang Yiyu. Seeing the passion in Li Dai's eyes, Yang Yiyu knew that this guy was a martial arts fanatic. As for Jiuzhou's martial arts, in Yang Yiyun's eyes, it was only at the stage of fists and feet, and had not actually reached the level of martial arts, so he had always looked down on it. But today, after watching Li Dai's plum blossom fist, he gained a deeper understanding of martial arts. In terms of moves alone, it is not much different from modern fighting. However, from the perspective of physical fitness, Kyushu martial arts are definitely far superior to Taekwondo and the like. Because ancient martial arts have a long heritage and are the essence of thousands of years of civilization, each type of martial arts is practiced to exercise the whole body, from head to toe, and it contains much richer content than the fighting that has only emerged in modern times. The plum blossom fist performed by Li Dai sounds like a boxing technique, but in fact when performing it, almost the whole body moves, starting from the steps of the fists, coordinating with each other, the legs, feet, waist, and hands are all moving. It also reminded him of the 5 elements pull-up technique he was practicing, the moves of which were basically the same, the only difference was the practice of internal strength. In other words, Li Dai's plum blossom fist has no corresponding internal power formula for practice, but only moves. If there is corresponding internal power practice, then his plum blossom fist will be the same as the 5 elements pull-up technique he practiced. Faced with Li Dai's fiery request to become his disciple, Yang Yiyu naturally would not agree. He himself is a rookie who has just got started. What's more, the difference is that Li Dai is at most a martial artist, while he is a cultivator. The two are in two completely different worlds. However, Yang Yiyu was optimistic about Li Dai. Although he could not teach him the method of cultivation, he had no problem teaching him the technique of pulling up. According to Master Yun Tianxia, pull-ups are at most something that can strengthen muscles and bones, and are no longer within the scope of cultivation. Equivalent to the level of martial arts. Since he values Li Dai, he might as well teach him the body-pulling technique. Anyway, his master Yun Tianxia doesn't care about the 5 elements body-pulling technique, and it's not a true inheritance of cultivation. Looking at Li Dei, Yang Yiyun asked, does the plum blossom fist you practice have a corresponding internal strength formula? Internal power formula? Li Dei was stunned and shook his head. My third grandfather taught me the moves, not the internal power formula. Is there a way to cultivate internal power in martial arts? It seems that he doesn't know either. At most, he is just a martial artist. Yang Yu understood after thinking about it. Maybe Li Dei's plum blossom fist had corresponding internal power formulas a long time ago, but they were lost in the long river of history. Only the moves are preserved today. I don't know if there are still people practicing pull-up techniques in the land of Jiuzhou. Yang Yu muttered to himself. Then he said to Li Dei, I am also a half-baked person. I can't accept you as a disciple, but I can teach you a set of martial arts that I practice. Whether you can succeed depends on your luck. Hearing that Yang Yu was going to teach him martial arts, Li Dei was overjoyed and thanked him repeatedly. At this time, Lu Shiqi couldn't help but say, Yunzi, I still have you. You'd better forget it. You will be President Lu in the future, so why do you need to learn martial arts? Besides, martial arts training should be pure and free of distractions. You will be running the company and will be increasingly busy. How will you have time to practice martial arts? Yang Yu said to Lu Shiqi with a smile, half seriously and half falsely. In fact, he had other plans for Lu Shiqi in his heart. He thought that when Lu Shiqi's cultivation level reached a high level and he could refine pills in the future, he would guide Lu Shiqi to practice Taoism. Embarking on the path of cultivation is the real road to glory. As for Li Dei, find an opportunity to teach him the 5 elements body pulling technique. If he can achieve something, it would be extraordinary. According to the inheritance, the 5 elements body pulling technique was created by a genius in the world of cultivation, and that person entered the Tao through martial arts. In other words, if one practices the 5 elements body pulling technique to perfection, one can also enter the realm of Taoism and practice Taoism. When it comes to cultivation, in the end, all things will return to one. TSK, I don't want to learn yet. Lu Shiqi rolled his eyes at Yang Yu. In fact, compared to martial arts, Lu Shiqi prefers to run a company, build a huge business empire, and be a big shot in the business world. Because in reality, money and status are everything. He never thought about martial arts or anything like that. No matter how powerful they are, can they be as powerful as guns and cannons? After the recruitment was over, several people went out to eat. Lu Shiqi organized all the people in the company and went with the dozens of people recruited today. At the dinner table, Lu Shiqi talked a lot, and to Yang Yu's ears, he really sounded a bit like a boss. He thought to himself, Tiedan seems to have made great progress in his studies. I have to work hard too. He was a little annoyed that his cultivation had not improved at all recently. In Yang Yu's heart, his cultivation is everything to him. An hour later, everyone left after having eaten and drunk their fill. Only Lu Shiqi and Li Dei were left on the field. The 3 of them ordered a pot of tea and chatted for a while. Then Lu Shiqi said that he had to attend a training class in the afternoon and left early. Before leaving, he repeatedly asked Yang Yu to come to the company more often, as Yiyun liquor was about to be launched on the market and he, as the chairman, would be present. In this regard, Yang Yu could only be perfunctory. He really had no interest in managing company matters. And Li Dei, from now on, is the manager of Yunqi Company's security department. He will officially start work tomorrow and begin to set up the security system. However, this guy had no intention of leaving. He kept looking at Yang Yu with fiery eyes, waiting to teach him martial arts mantras. Seeing Li Dei's anticipation, Yang Yu knew that if he didn't give it to him, Li Dei would probably not be able to sleep well. After asking the waiter to get paper and pen, he wrote down the formula of 5 elements pull-up technique for Li Dei and of course also drew the corresponding moves in detail. Before handing it to him, Yang Yiyun said seriously, destroy it after reading it, and don't pass it on to others. I believe in fate, and I'm lucky enough to meet you. I'm giving you this martial arts formula, and I treat you as a brother. You can't pass it on to a third person without my permission in the future. Can you do that? I can swear that I will never tell it to any third person. Li Dei solemnly promised. The reason why Yang Yu said this was that he didn't want to cause unnecessary trouble. After all, he didn't know whether the tradition of martial arts still existed in Jiuzhou. If it did, there would definitely be people practicing ancient martial arts. Once the 5 elements body induction technique was leaked, it was easy to imagine what kind of trouble it would cause. 5 elements pull-up technique was collected by the master from the world of cultivation. It is no exaggeration to say that it is a true martial arts treasure book if placed on earth. Yang Yiyun, who has practiced it personally, is very clear about this. After getting Li Dei's promise, Yang Yiyun handed him the 5 elements pull-up technique that he had memorized, and explained to him in detail the key to practicing it. The conversation ended only after Li Dei basically understood it. Seeing that it was already dusk, Yang Yiyun thought about going back and going to Ouyang Yuqing's house to pick up Diaoer and Xiang. Li Dei left with satisfaction. He went back to pack up, started working in the evening, and lived directly in the company. Yunqi Company had no security personnel for the time being, so he had to take this responsibility. This was a reward to Yang Yiyun and Lu Shiqi. Yang Yiyun drove directly to Ouyang Yuqing's house. Lei was going to be sent to her grandmother's house. Diaoer was left unattended, and Yang Yiyun was also afraid that Diaoer would hurt Ouyang Yuqing. After all, it was a wild pet. Just when they got there, Ouyang Yuqing was preparing to send Lei to her grandmother's house. After Yang Yiyun went there, she simply sent them there since she was driving anyway. As for the fact that Yang Yiyun was rich now, Yang Yiyun had already told her during their chat last night. However, although she knew it, after seeing Yang Yiyun praising the new BMW with her own eyes, Ouyang Yuqing still had a hint of surprise in her eyes. Yang Yiyun is the developer of the rejuvenating pill. She was shocked when she heard this, but Yang Yiyun explained that he found a prescription from an old medical book at home. No matter what, Ouyang Yuqing was happy for Yang Yiyun to see him achieve something. After sending the mother and daughter there, Yang Yiyun drove back by himself. Ouyang Yuqing wanted to stay at her parents' house for one night, which made Yang a little disappointed. In the following time, Yang Yiyun lived a very fulfilling life. He studied when he should study and practiced when he should practice. By the way, he refined the next batch of anti-aging pills and handed them over to the Lu family. His bank card would receive hundreds of millions of dollars in profits from the rejuvenating pill every week. In the blink of an eye, graduation day arrived and everyone was busy looking for jobs and internships. Yang Yiyun looked at several companies but was not satisfied with any of them. Fortunately, Lu Shiqi knew that Yang Yiyun would be looking for an internship after graduation, so he contacted Jiang Zhen, his old squad leader in the Zhao group, and connected him to the Zhao auction company. The internship job was finally settled. On the day of graduation, the whole class organized a party. The person in charge was Lu Lingling, and I received a call from her early in the morning urging me to hurry over. Yang Yiyun knew that Lu Lingling would go abroad, and he didn't know when they would meet after graduation. He went there directly after washing up. He didn't drive, and he chose to be low-key in front of his classmates. The gathering place was a Chinese restaurant not far from the school. When Yang Yiyun took a taxi there, he found that most of the restaurants nearby were student gatherings. The restaurant that the organization led by Lu Lingling finds will naturally not be bad. When he went over, he found Lin Huan and Qian Xiaobei were there too. Not only classmates came today, but also some classmates and friends from other classes who are familiar to each other. When Yang Yiyun walked into the restaurant, he saw from a distance that Lu Lingling was surrounded in the center, with a group of classmates making a noise around her. I don't know what they were talking about. After walking over to take a look, Yang Yiyun was immediately amused. It turned out that the fat man was confessing his love to Lu Lingling. This kind of thing is common at graduation parties. It is normal to drink some alcohol to give courage to cowards and confess your feelings. Just then Yang Yiyun heard the drunk fat man say loudly, "Lu Lingling, I like you." Suddenly, the whole audience whistled, and everyone knew that this was impossible. Lu Lingling looked at the fat man, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. At this moment, she saw Yang Yiyun appearing with a smile, and immediately shouted, "Yang Yiyun, you bastard, why are you here just now?" It is no longer a secret in school that Lu Lingling and Yang Yiyun have a good relationship. Many men were jealous of him, but fortunately, Yang Yiyun and Lu Lingling did not reveal who was whose boyfriend or girlfriend, so many boys still had fantasies, and the fat man who was drunk was one of them. Seeing Yang Yiyun appear, the fat man swayed his body and fell directly on the table. It was not known whether he was really drunk or he was finding a way to save himself. All the boys could see that Lu Lingling was upset about her attitude towards Yang Yiyu. Ahem, sorry for being late, sorry. Yang Yiyu quickly apologized to everyone. At this time, several boys looked at each other and prepared to take revenge. The revenge was for Yang Yiyu being the only one to have the favor of the school belle. One of them is called Wei Ren, who is a top student in the class. He has a good family background and a small circle around him. He is also a suitor of Lu Lingling and once wrote a love letter to Lu Lingling publicly, but was rejected by Lu Lingling. But Wei Ren didn't care at all. He still didn't give up on Lu Lingling and never missed any opportunity to pursue her. Until Yang Yiyu appeared, he found that Lu Lingling was particularly interested in Yang Yiyu, which made Wei Ren jealous of Yang Yiyu, a classmate from a poor family. After he winked at the people around him, he prepared to deal with Yang Yiyu. Of course, the solution is not force, but drinking. They wanted to get Yang Yiyu drunk and make him look bad. In Wei Ren's eyes, Yang Yiyu didn't have many close friends in the class, and no one would help him. This time, he would definitely make Yang Yiyu drink himself to death. Thinking proudly in his heart, he smiled and said, I propose that Yang Yiyun, who was late, should be punished with 3 cups of wine. Do you agree? They were all young people and liked to make a fuss, so Wei Ren's proposal was supported by everyone. Agree. Yang Yiyu smiled and nodded, saying, okay, I accept the punishment. They were classmates. Although he didn't have many good relationships with his classmates, it was not easy for billions of people in Kyushu to be in the same school, let alone in the same class. After that, everyone went their separate ways. If we are destined to meet again, we will meet again. If not, we may never see each other again in this life. Affected by everyone's mood, Yang Yiyu was also quite emotional. Without thinking much, he walked over and picked up the wine glass. But at this time Wei Ren said again, show some sincerity and change to a bigger cup. Immediately, someone placed the prepared large wine glass in front of Yang Yiyu and started pouring wine. It was beer, and one glass was exactly 1 bottle, so this time it was 3 bottles of beer. Only at this moment did Yang Yiyu realize that Wei Ren and his men were trying to trick him. He narrowed his eyes and looked at them, the corners of his mouth slightly raised in a smile, but he didn't say much. It was just 3 bottles of beer, and he picked up the glass and drank it in 1 gulp. Okay. After Yang Yiyu finished drinking, Wei Ren and others led the applause. Then Wei Ren said in a very sincere tone, Yang Yiyun, we are classmates. After graduation, we may not see each other again. Come, let me drink with you, and I will also fill a big cup. While speaking, he filled up the glasses for Yang Yiyu and himself, raised them up to gesture, and drank the whole glass of beer in 1 breath. Yang Yiyu's smile grew even wider in his heart. How could he not understand Wei Ren's little trick? Without saying a word, he drank a large cup and didn't even give Yang Yiyu a chance to speak. Yang Yiyu knew that after Wei Ren drank this glass of wine, the 5 boys around Wei Ren would come and ask him to drink together. If he didn't drink, it would be considered as looking down on them. He sneered secretly in his heart, Eunuch Wei is still so sinister, but this time, I will make you all lie down. Eunuch Wei is the nickname given to Wei Ren by a classmate because Wei Ren speaks in a soft voice, like a eunuch on TV. With the existence of true qi in his body, Yang Yiyu would not be afraid at all even if 60 people came looking for him for a bottle of wine, let alone 6 people including Wei Ren. With 1 circulation of his true qi, any amount of alcohol could be evaporated. After Wei Ren finished his glass of wine, he waited for Yang Yiyu to drink. Yang Yiyu smiled faintly and drank his glass in 1 gulp. The next moment, another man came forward and said some affectionate words and nonsense, and wanted to drink with Yang Yiyu. At this time, Lu Lingling and Lin Huan also realized that Wei Ren and his men were really trying to bully Yang Yiyu. Lu Lingling looked at Wei Ren and said, Wei Ren, you guys are going too far, aren't you? 6 of you are looking for Yang Yiyu to drink with you. You are clearly bullying him. That's right, haven't you noticed that all the boys in your history department are sinister? Do you have to be so insidious? Qian Xiaobei also spoke. If you want to drink with me, it's just a drinking contest. I can drink too. Lin Huan also stood next to Yang Yiyu. Even though Lin Huan and Qian Xiaobei were from other departments, Wei Ren and his friends did not dare to argue with them openly. The hypocritical Wei Ren pretended to smile bitterly and said, "You are overthinking it, right? I just went to have a drink with Yang Yu. It's nothing special. We are classmates. Is it wrong to have a drink with Yang Yu after graduation? Isn't it, Yang Yu?" Wei Ren looked at Yang Yu with a bitter face. If someone didn't know him well, they would really think that Wei Ren just wanted to have a drink with Yang Yu. Yang Yu signaled Lu Lingling and the other two who were about to fight back not to argue, and then said with a smile, "Yes, Wei Ren is right, we will all go our separate ways soon, and we don't know if we will meet again in the future. I am happy to drink this wine, and I should drink it." When they said this, Wei Ren and the others laughed. However, Yang Yu said something next that surprised them all. Then they were so happy that they wanted to jump up, thinking that Yang Yu had lost his brain. Yang Yiyun continued, "How about this? There are 7 of us, 7 boxes of wine, I'll drink 2 boxes, and the 6 of you can drink 5 boxes. We're all classmates, so let's drink to our heart's content today. How about that? Do you 6 dare? 1-on-6 drinking contest." "Yang Yu, are you crazy?" Lu Lingling couldn't help but speak out first. She thought that Yang Yu was just trying to save face and bought 2 boxes of beer by himself. These were not the small bottles sold in KTV, but large bottles. 1 box contained 12 bottles, and 2 boxes meant a total of 24 bottles. Not to mention 20 bottles of beer, even 24 bottles of cold water would be enough to make one's stomach burst. "Okay, that's straightforward. Bring us the wine." Wei Ren was afraid that Yang Yu would go back on his word, so he agreed quickly. He did the math and found that the 6 of them had 5 boxes, which added up to 60 bottles. Each person had to pay for 10 bottles, and Yang Yu had 24 bottles of wine by himself. This was a good deal no matter how you looked at it. Someone immediately opened 7 boxes of beer, a total of 84 bottles of beer, filling up a large table, which looked shocking. At this moment, everyone understood that Yang Yu was irritated by Wei Ren and the others and started to act on impulse, just out of spite. Lu Lingling, Lin Huan, and Qian Xiaobei saw this and became anxious. They were afraid of hurting Yang Yu's reputation and did not dare to dissuade him. They looked at each other and thought that at worst they would just help Yang Yu drink it later. At this moment, to Yang Yiyun's surprise, the pseudo-girl classmate actually walked up to him, raised her orchid finger and said to Yang Yiyun, "Yang Yiyun, you are too manly. I support you today and make eunuch Wei fall down drunk. You have nothing to do with this, you damn transvestite. Just stay away." Wei Ren looked unhappy when he heard the transvestite call him eunuch Wei. "Humph, others may be afraid of you, but I am not. Today I am supporting Yang Yu." "So what?" the transvestite said with a raised orchid finger. "Count me in. It's obvious that eunuch Wei is bullying us." "Haha, I'll drink too." A lazy voice sounded. "Yang Dai, why are you joining in the fun?" Wei Ren said with narrowed eyes. When Yang Yu saw it, he felt happy and said to himself, "It seems that my buddy is still quite charming." He didn't expect that Yang Dai would come to support him. Yang Dai is a nickname, his real name is Yang Lin. He is a legendary figure in the class and even in the school. There are not many people who dare to openly look down on Wei Ren. Yang Lin is one of them. Yang Lin got the nickname Yang Dai because he was the last in the class. It is said that he almost failed every course since freshman year, and he failed all the way to senior year. But strangely, the school did not order him to drop out, and he continued to thrive until his senior year. There are also rumors that Yang Lin has a deep social background and extensive connections. Moreover, Yang Lin is a prominent figure in the entire campus. The story starts from his freshman year. It is said that when Yang Lin was a freshman, he was bullied by several sophomores. But a strange scene happened the next day. Several sophomore brothers who had bullied Yang Lin took the initiative to find Yang Lin, knelt in front of him, slapped themselves dozens of times, and begged Yang Lin for forgiveness. In response to this, Yang Lin only said one sentence to those sophomores: "Don't commit suicide in the future. Next time you fight me, I still won't fight back, but you may die." From then on, no one in the entire school dared to provoke Yang Lin, including the campus bullies. It's just that he is usually very low-key in school and doesn't show off. Some people speculate that Yang Lin's family comes from a gangster background. Anyway, Yang Lin is just a freak who just hangs around in school every day. Wei Ren is a top student. Rumor has it that his family is a big shot in the education department. He is also a class leader and is very popular among students, and no one dares to mess with him. But Yang Lin dared to do that. Wei Ren's nickname, Eunuch Wei, was given by Yang Lin. Although he hated Yang Lin, he didn't say a word. The number of people in the class who dared to call Wei Ren Eunuch Wei could be counted on one hand. Not to mention Yang Lin, what surprised Yang Yiyun was the transvestite. This boy, who was always joked about and called a transvestite and a sissy by his classmates, stood blatantly beside Yang Yiyun tonight and called Wei Ren Eunuch Wei. Wei Ren's reaction was just an expression of anger, and he did not do anything to the transvestite. Yang Yiyun guessed in his heart that the transvestite also had a background. As for Yang Lin, after standing next to Yang Yiyun, he called Wei Ren Eunuch Wei with a look of disdain. Wei Ren just looked angry and didn't dare to curse. Based on Yang Yiyun's understanding of Wei Ren, this guy is a person who will not suffer any loss. He will definitely get angry if anyone calls him Eunuch Wei, but he did not do that when facing the transvestite and Yang Lin. This is enough to show that Yang Lin and the transvestite have extraordinary backgrounds. Yang Yiyun could think of a reason as to why the transvestite stood on his side. Because he had given the transvestite the anti-aging pill, which had allowed her skin to evolve to a higher level, it made sense for him to support him. But Yang Lin suddenly supported him, which was a bit puzzling because he and Yang Lin had little contact. However, no matter what, Yang Yiyun was still very touched by the support of Yang Lin and the transvestite. Although it is a bit far-fetched to say that it is a timely help in this situation, it is not far from the truth. Yang Yiyun doesn't have many friends. If others are nice to him, he will return the favor. At this moment, he has already tacitly accepted that Yang Lin and the transvestite are his friends. A friend in need is a friend indeed, which is very similar to the current situation. He kept this warmth in his heart. However, when it came to a pair of 6 bottles of wine, he didn't take Wei Ren and his 6 seriously at all. As the descendant of an immortal and a cultivator, killing the 6 of them is as easy as drinking cold water. At this time, Wei Ren said sarcastically, "What? Yang Yiyun, you want to find help? Then can we also find it?" He just didn't want the transvestite and Yang Lin to interfere. Today, it was 6 against 1, and Wei Ren would not be willing to do it unless he made Yang Yiyun drunk and made him look bad. Before Yang Yiyun could say anything, the fake girl said in a shrill voice, "Eunuch Wei, you are simply too shameless. I have seen shameless people before, but I have never seen anyone as shameless as you. Why don't you drink 24 bottles by yourself and try?" Yang Lin also sneered and said, "Eunuch Wei, do you have the ability to be fair?" Lu Lingling said in a deep voice, "Wei Ren, the rest of you should stop going too far." Qian Xiaobei was even more outrageous. "The damn eunuch had heard that you were a scheming bitch a long time ago, and it turned out to be true. This is clearly bullying. Yang Yiyun, stop drinking. It's unbecoming of you to drink with someone like this." Lin Huan looked at Wei Ren with disgust. The 3 beauties defended Yang Yiyun so much, which made Wei Ren and the people around him even angrier. Looking at Yang Yiyun and the others, Wei Ren sneered and said, "I think you are mistaken. You make it sound like I am a bad guy. It was Yang Yiyun who proposed to drink with us. The 6 of us didn't force him." After that, Wei Ren stared at Yang Yiyun and paused, then said with a mocking look on his face, "Yang Yiyun, if you are like this, don't drink this wine. I will just assume that you farted just now." Wei Ren, who knew the family backgrounds of Qian Xiaobei and Lin Huan, didn't dare to offend them. Instead, he transferred all his anger to Yang Yiyun, secretly hating him in his heart. "It's all because of that loser Yang Yiyun. If I don't step on him today, I won't be able to get rid of the hatred in my heart." Facing Wei Ren's deliberate words to block him, Yang Yiyun sneered in his heart, "I'll let you guys hold your tails up for a while. Today I'll make both of your mouths bleed." He said to the angry Lu Lingling and the others, "It's okay. I can handle it." Then he looked at Wei Ren and smiled, "Wei Ren, don't try to stop me with words. I, Yang Yiyun, speak with a spit. Whoever can't finish the drink today is a grandson. Kneel on the ground and beg for mercy and call me grandpa." "Okay, that's what you said." Wei Ren smiled sinisterly. Yang Yiyun rolled his eyes and thought for a moment. For the 6 of them, that would be 10 bottles of wine. Those with a better alcohol tolerance could finish 10 bottles. However, it would not achieve his desired goal. Why not add a little more? Today, I'm going to dig a hole and bury you. He narrowed his eyes and said, Wei Ren, how about this? I'll add 10 more bottles, and each of you can add 5 more bottles. If you want to fight, then fight to the end. Do the 6 of you dare? As soon as these words came out, Wei Ren's face changed. In his mind, he could drink 10 bottles of beer just to save his dignity, but that was the limit. If he added 5 more bottles, he would definitely burst out laughing. However, when he saw the 24 bottles of beer in front of Yang Yiyun, he laughed in his heart again. If Yang Yiyun added 10 more bottles for himself, it would be 34 bottles. Even if he was the beer king, he could not drink 34 bottles of beer, unless he was Superman. So Wei Ren thought that Yang Yiyun was afraid and deliberately frightened the 6 of them. If they did not dare to accept the challenge, Yang Yiyun could justifiably say, Since you are afraid, then don't drink. Thinking of this, Wei Ren and the people around him looked at each other, and saw what was in each other's eyes. They laughed and said loudly, Okay, you add 10 bottles, and we each add 5 bottles, and the waiter will bring another 40 bottles of beer. Wei Ren laughed triumphantly and said secretly, I let you pretend to be cool, wait a minute and see how you die. What Wei Ren didn't know was that Yang Yiyun was now like a Superman, because he was a cultivator. The drinking contest between the two sides had attracted the attention of some people in the hotel. The waiters had been squatting on the side watching the fun. When they heard Wei Ren shouting for more wine, they quickly added 40 bottles of beer and opened and put them away for both sides. Now, there were 34 bottles of beer in front of Yang Yiyun, and Wei Ren and the other 6 had 15 bottles in front of each of them. Just looking at the wine bottle is shocking. Not only students from Yang Yiyun school but also students from other schools came to the restaurant for dinner today. There were many people in the huge hall, and the news that Yang Yiyun was competing in a 1-on-6 drinking contest quickly spread throughout the hall. There is never a shortage of people watching the fun in Jiuzhou, and they all gathered around to watch. However, no one believed that Yang Yiyun could drink 34 bottles of beer, and they thought he was just showing off. Facing the discussions around him, Yang Yiyun smiled faintly. Without saying another word, he directly picked up a bottle of beer and started drinking, 1 bottle in 10 seconds. After drinking a bottle calmly, he said to Wei Ren, Eunuch Wei, drink it. Remember 15 bottles. If you can't finish it, kneel on the ground and call me your grandson. Now it's not just people from our school who are watching. Don't embarrass yourself. Finish it. I don't want you to call me grandpa. After saying that, Yang Yiyun started blowing the second bottle, still 1 bottle every 10 seconds. He continued with the 3rd bottle, the 4th bottle, the 5th, the 6th, until he finished the 7th bottle, then he stopped and took a nap. He drank 7 bottles in a row without even taking a breath. Someone was watching the time nearby. He saw that Yang Yiyun took 10 seconds to finish each bottle of beer. People immediately exclaimed that he was a genius. After he put down the 7th bottle, there were whistles and applause from all around. At this moment, everyone on Wei Ren's side had barely finished half a bottle of beer. When they saw Yang Yiyun drink 7 bottles of wine in one breath, their faces finally changed. Wei Ren, in particular, cursed Yang Yiyun as a pervert in his heart. To everyone's surprise, Yang Yiyun simply opened the wine filter and picked up the 8th bottle, a total of 34 bottles of beer. This is a myth in the eyes of ordinary people, something that is not even in the Guinness Book of Records. Today, Yang Yiyun is going to complete it with great momentum. Another 10 seconds passed, and the 8th bottle of beer was drunk, and then the 9th. This time, Yang Yiyun drank the 20th bottle in one breath before stopping. He took a breath and drank 12 bottles. At this moment, his stomach was very bloated and he was ready to start cheating. The Qian Kuanzao Hua Gong was running in his body, and under the effect of true qi, the beer he drank in his stomach began to evaporate little by little. His situation at this moment was a bit similar to the drinking contest between Duan Yu and Qiao Feng in Demigods and Semidevils. When Duan Yu couldn't drink as much as Qiao Feng, he used the 6 meridians divine sword to force the wine out of his body through his little finger. Yang Yiyun's cheating was even more sophisticated. He used his true energy to refine the wine and turned it into sweat which evaporated and was excreted from the body. In the eyes of outsiders, Yang Yiyu's face was just slightly red and his forehead was covered with sweat. It is a myth that it takes less than 6 minutes to finish 20 bottles of beer. The onlookers were stunned. Whistles and thunderous applause rang out. When Yang Yiyu was practicing cheat to cheat, he heard sighs from all around. A boy said, "Oh my God, is this guy a wine god in the world? There is more than just a wine fairy in the world. I think it is the god of wine." 20 bottles of beer were finished in less than 6 minutes. I'm afraid this record is not even in the Guinness Book of World Records. I can only say it's really perverted. Monster. There are still 14 bottles left. Do you think he can finish them? He definitely can't finish it. He's already drank 20 bottles. Even if it was 20 bottles of cold water, his stomach wouldn't be able to hold any more. I bet this dude can still drink a few more bottles. You said 1 against 6, how much can those 6 drink? They are just 6 bitches. Look, the one who drank the most only drank 4 bottles and his body became unstable. The 6 of them only drank 15 bottles each. I don't think they can even finish half of it. Hee hee, these 6 people will probably be kneeling on the ground and calling me grandson in a while. People watching the fun were commenting on what was happening around them. Anyway, in their eyes, Yang Yiyu had already earned a great reputation. No matter whether Yang Yiyu could finish the remaining 14 bottles of beer today, the 20 bottles he drank had already become a legend. As for Wei Ren and the other 6 at this moment, their faces turned pale. The perversion in their hearts towards Yang Yiyu was no less than that of the people around them who were watching the fun. Looking at the 20 empty wine bottles in front of Yang Yiyu, and then looking at Wei Ren, who had less than 15 empty bottles in front of the 6 of him, he felt so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. At this moment, he finally understood that Yang Yiyu was just playing dumb and deliberately setting a trap for the 6 of them, and the 6 of them complacently jumped into the trap dug by Yang Yiyu. Now, this big pit is big enough to bury them. After jumping in, there is no need to cover them with soil and no trace will be seen. Wei Ren knew that there were only 3 options left for the 6 of them today. First, if he drank all the wine, he could still save a little face, but he would never be able to finish 15 bottles. Second, kneel down and beg for mercy, and call Yang Yiyu grandpa. However, this was also impossible. If they really kneeled down and called Yang Yiyu grandpa, the 6 of them would be too ashamed to face anyone. The third and last option is the best and the worst option for them. They can drink a lot, drink until they lose consciousness, and then they can get away with it. The consequence of this is harm to your body, and it may even cause gastric bleeding. At this moment, Wei Ren and the other 6 were in a difficult situation. They were surrounded by so many people, and it was not easy for them to pretend to be faint. As Yang Yiyu said, some of the onlookers were from other schools. They were grown men and at their age, face was very important at this age. They had to continue drinking even if they vomited blood. Lu Lingling on the side was extremely worried and asked Yang Yiyu in a low voice, "How are you? If you are not okay, don't drink." There is no need for someone like Wei Ren to drink so childishly. Qian Xiaobei also said, yes, Boss Yun, you have been amazing today. After drinking 20 bottles, I even doubt whether you are a human being. It's too awesome. Please stop drinking. Yes, you can't drink anymore. If you drink it, something bad will happen. Lin Huan looked at Yang Yiyu with worry in his eyes. Brother, my face has been restored. There is no need to drink anymore. I, Yang Lin, have never convinced many people. You are one of them today. Yang Lin said seriously. The transvestite raised her orchid finger and said, "Oh, Yang Yiyun, you are so manly today. I like it, but I am more worried about your health." Several people expressed their concern. At first, Yang Yiyu was very touched, but the transvestite's words, "I like it," in the end almost made Yang Yiyu vomit. He quickly said, Stop, especially the transvestite. Don't ever say you like me again. It's normal, buddy. And this little bit of alcohol is nothing to me. Don't worry." Hearing that Yang Yiyu spoke clearly and his body was not shaking, Lu Lingling and the others felt relieved, which meant that he was really fine. At the same time, everyone thought that Yang Yiyu was a pervert. After Yang Yiyun finished his work, he seemed to be revived with full blood. All the wine in his stomach was refined. He looked at Wei Ren and said with a grin, "Eunuch Wei, you can beg for mercy now. I won't let you kneel down. You can just call me grandson and you won't have to drink. What do you think?" "Humph," Wei Ren snorted coldly and said stubbornly, "Why are you so proud? You haven't finished drinking yet, have you? There are still 14 bottles left. I want to see how you can drink them. It's only 15 bottles of beer. I can still drink it." "Hee hee, that's good. As long as you don't give in, I'll be relieved. Come on, continue. See how my buddy drinks and learn from him." "Ha ha." Yang Yiyu smiled mischievously, just to provoke Wei Ren and the others. Then he grabbed a bottle and started blowing it. There are a total of 14 bottles left. After refining and drinking the 20 bottles, he is now back to 0. Amidst the whistles and screams all around, Yang Yiyu drank bottle after bottle of wine. 10 of the 14 bottles of beer were finished in less than 3 minutes, leaving only 3 bottles on the table. At this time, the whistles and screams around stopped involuntarily, and everyone was frightened by Yang Yiyu's drinking. In the eyes of everyone, Yang Yiyu did not stop and blew up the last 3 bottles in one breath. Bang! After drinking the last sip of beer, Yang Yiyu threw the empty bottle on the table with a bang. He created a legend today by finishing 34 bottles of beer by himself. At this moment, everyone's eyes were on Yang Yiyu. Everyone wanted to see whether Yang Yiyu would fall down or vomit. After a moment, Yang Yiyu just vomited. Yang Lin behind him narrowed his eyes, his face full of passion. He took the lead and applauded. This was followed by thunderous applause and whistles from the audience. Yang Yiyun chuckled and waved his hand to ask everyone around to stop. He then looked at the shocked Wei Renliu and said, "Eunuch Wei, I've finished drinking. Now I'm waiting to see your performance. Don't be timid or pretend to be dizzy. As I said before, if you really can't drink anymore, you can ask for mercy." "Who asked you to drink?" "Just drink it." Wei Ren hated Yang Yiyu in his heart, but he didn't give him any face. The guy started bragging immediately. His tough performance made Yang Yiyu look at him with a higher opinion. "Yes, drink it." At this time, the onlookers started clamoring, asking Wei Ren and the other 6 to drink the wine in front of them. Drink, drink, drink. Some were cheering, some were whistling, and all were staring at Wei Ren and the other 6 drinking. The 6 people had bitter faces and started drinking with their eyes closed. At a certain moment, a fat man next to Wei Ren finally died after drinking the 10th bottle. Spray. In an instant, a large mouthful of liquid gushed out of his mouth, and then with a bang, the fat man fell down and completely lost consciousness. Maybe it was because the fat man's mouthful of spray created a chemical reaction, and immediately 3 other people also sprayed out spray, puff puff puff. These 3 people didn't drink as much as the fat man, no more than 8 bottles of wine. Only Wei Ren and a thin man were left on the field. The thin man held the bottle tremblingly and drank 2 bottles of beer. He held the bottle in his hand without taking a sip and looked at his companion who fell down in the field with a bitter face. Only Wei Ren drank the 7th bottle. But at this moment, Eunuch Wei's face was already pale. Some people's faces turned red after drinking, some people's faces turned pale after drinking, and Wei Ren was one of the pale ones. It seemed that Wei Ren's eyes were beginning to blur. He picked up the 8th bottle and said with his tongue rolled, "I will drink it, for you to see." Gudong gudong. When Wei Ren started to drink the 8th bottle, Yang Yiyu smiled and stepped back, saying to the transvestite behind him, "Step back, don't say I didn't warn you." What reminder? The transvestite didn't finish the word "wake up." Then a puff sound was heard. The next moment the transvestite screamed, "Ah, Eunuch Wei, I'm going to kill you." But Wei Ren finally couldn't hold it any longer and ejaculated, and it sprayed onto the transvestite who was closer. At this time, the transvestite finally realized why Yang Yiyu reminded him to step back. It turned out that he had already seen that Wei Ren would spray. The sissy screamed and wanted to hit Eunuch Wei, but Eunuch Wei had lost consciousness and fell to the ground like a dead dog. The sissy was so angry that she started to curse Yang Yiyu. When the call was connected, Yang Yiyu was stunned for a moment before he realized who it was. It was Wang Wusheng who crashed into the villa in Phoenix Mountain last time. After parting that night, Wang Musheng and his wife took their son for a comprehensive checkup. Before leaving, they said they wanted to invite Yang Yiyun to dinner, but they never received a call from them later. Yang Yiyun was also busy and had forgotten about this matter long ago. I didn't expect that Wang Musheng still remembered this incident after so many days. On the phone, Wang Musheng apologized again and again, saying that he had originally planned to invite Yang Yiyun to dinner the day after he arrived in the city from Phoenix Mountain, but something unexpected happened and delayed him. This time, after he had resolved his issues, he finally made some time and called Yang Yiyun right away to express his family's gratitude. Yang Yiyun was deeply moved when he heard Wang Musheng's apology. It is rare for a senior instructor in his 40s to remember the kindness of a commoner like him. From their last meeting and contact, Yang Yiyun could feel that Wang Musheng and his wife came from a noble background. From what Li Jiao once said, the old man of the family, we can tell that the Wang family is probably a large family. In fact, Yang Yiyun was also very concerned about being able to hand over a big man with a team background like Wang Musheng. From a long-term perspective, Yunqi Company aims to become a global business empire. The current small-scale operations may not be a big deal, but as the company grows bigger, a protective umbrella will be indispensable. Phoenix Mountain accidentally rescued Wang Musheng's son and made friends with a senior instructor from Yanqing who was probably from a huge family. There is no doubt what kind of influence Yunqi Company will have. Significance. On the phone, Yang Yiyun naturally agreed repeatedly and said that he would be there immediately. Before leaving the house, Yang Yiyun thought for a moment and called Lu Shiqi. "Tiedan, what are you busy with?" "I'm taking a training class. I don't have as much free time as a big boss like you." Lu Shiqi joked after the call got through. Yang Yiyun said directly, "Okay, don't talk nonsense, there is something important. We will meet in the 777 box of the ancient capital hotel. If there is something important, call me when you get there." "What's the matter?" "You can't wait until I finish the lecture. Today there is a very famous businessman giving a lecture," Lu Shiqi said. "When we meet, I can only tell you that someone invited me to dinner tonight. This meal may be the umbrella of Yunqi Company in the future." Yang Yiyun did not dare to say it with certainty. Everything had to wait until they met at the dinner table to confirm the relationship. Lu Shiqi listened to Yang Yiyun's serious words and did not ask any more questions. "Okay, I'll go there right away." After hanging up the phone, Yang Yiyun drove directly to the Gouda Hotel. The reason why Lu Shiqi was called upon was because in the future, he would be the one to take the helm of Yunqi. He would only be behind the scenes. Only with the two brothers, one in the open and one in the dark, could they carve out a path in the fiercely competitive business world. Therefore, Lu Shiqi is indispensable in finding a protective umbrella for the company, because he will be the one to handle many matters in the future. Yang Yiyun himself is a trump card hidden behind the scenes. 10 minutes later, Yang Yiyun drove to the Gouda Hotel. "Walk in and go straight to the box on the 7th floor." When I got out of the elevator, I unexpectedly ran into 7 or 8 people, all of whom were drunk, and 2 of them were actually acquaintances. These 2 people were none other than Yu Xiaogang and Ning Wu, who had been punished by Yang Yiyun because of Lu Lingling. At this time, Yu Xiaogang, Ning Wu and his group were surrounding a young man with a cold and handsome expression. The young man gave Yang Yiyun a sharp aura, and he immediately determined that the young man was a soldier. The 2 met at the elevator door and were both stunned. Yu Xiaogang and Ning Wu looked at each other and saw smiles in each other's eyes. Thinking back to when Yu Xiaogang went to cause trouble for Yang Yiyun for Lu Lingling, he ended up being beaten up by Yang Yiyun instead. Afterwards, Yu Xiaogang was still unable to swallow his anger, so he went to find his friend Ning Wu from the martial arts school to vent his anger. As a result, all 12 or 13 of them were defeated by Yang Yiyun. At that time, Yu Xiaogang said to Ning Wu, "Are we going to just let it go? Or should we find someone from outside to deal with Yang Yiyun?" Ning Wu glared and said, "I can't afford to lose face to that guy. That guy is very good at fighting. Even if I find some thugs from outside, it may not work. However, I have to get this face back, otherwise I, Ning Wu, will not be able to survive in school. I heard that the 3rd brother is about to retire." The 2 of them discussed at that time to wait for the 3rd brother they mentioned to come back. Today was a coincidence. The third brother they mentioned just came back yesterday, but he did not come back from retirement. Instead, he came here with his leader on a mission. He happened to be in his hometown and took the time to get together with a few comrades from the compound. During the meal, Yu Xiaogang and Ning Wu told the third brother that someone named Yang Yiyu had caused them trouble and wanted the third brother to help them vent their anger. The third brother they are talking about is called Han Wendong. He is the third child in the family and was called Han Xiaosan when he was a child. The reason why Yu Xiaogang and Ning Wu believed that Han Xiaosan could deal with Yang Yiyu was because they knew that Han Xiaosan was a special guard, and special guards were quite powerful in their eyes. Han Xiaosan, the person involved, did not immediately agree to the two people's request, but asked the reason. Ask the reason. Yu Xiaogang and Ning Wu certainly would not tell the truth, because if they did, they would be in the wrong, and Han Xiaosan might not help them. Instead, they exaggerated and described Yang Yiyu as a bully in school. As companions who grew up in a compound, Han Xiaosan believed what Yu Xiaogang and Ning Wu said and promised them that if Yang Yiyu was really the bully they described, then he, Han Xiaosan, wouldn't mind teaching him a lesson. So after seeing Yang Yiyu at the elevator door, Yu Xiaogang and Ning Wu were overjoyed, thinking to themselves, what a narrow road the enemy meets. This time with the third brother here, they can get back the face they lost last time and let out a sigh of relief. When Yang Yiyun saw the two, he grinned and said, Yu Xiaogang, Ning Wu, have you forgotten what I said last time? You should take a detour when you see me next time. Now you are blocking my way. Yang Yiyu's words hit the mark exactly what Yu Xiaogang and Ning Wu wanted. At this moment, they hoped that Yang Yiyu would be as arrogant as possible, because only Yang Yiyu's arrogance could arouse Han Xiaosan's sense of justice and make him take action. The more sinister Yu Xiaogang lowered his head first, pretending to be scared, and said to Yang Yiyu, Master Yun, calm down, we brothers just want to have a meal, and we didn't expect to run into you. We will get out of your way now, please don't do anything. Ning Wu saw Yu Xiaogang's behavior and understood what was going on. He knew that he was trying to stir up trouble for Han Xiaosan. He rolled his eyes and said to Yang Yiyu in a low voice, Yes, 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 Master Yun, don't be angry. We brothers will make way for you. Don't do anything. The two pretended to be afraid of Yang Yiyu, who was as fierce as a tiger. Seeing this, Han Xiaosan couldn't help but frowned. As friends who grew up in the same compound, he knew Yu Xiaogang and Ning Wu very well. Knowing that these two guys have been tough guys since childhood, it is very rare that they can be so scared of others as to be servile. It also indirectly reflects that the young man in front of them, who is called Master Yun by the two of them, should also be a character. On the other hand, in Han Xiaosan's mind, it was Yu Xiaogang and Ning Wu who invited him out for dinner today, and the current situation made him, Han Xiaosan, lose face. He immediately narrowed his eyes and looked at Yang Yiyu and asked the two of them, Gangzi and Wuzi, who is this holy god? Yu Xiaogang and Ning Wu were waiting for Han Xiaosan to say this, and they were overjoyed, but they still pretended to be scared and said to Han Xiaosan, Third brother, let's just forget it, we can't afford to offend Master Yun. At this time, Yang Yiyu was also confused by Yu Xiaogang and Ning Wu's behavior, and thought to himself, are these two guys crazy? Even though they have been beaten up before, they shouldn't be afraid of me calling them master, right? The last time he punished them, he did tell them to avoid him when they saw him next time. The reason he spoke today was not because Yang Yiyu was being strong, but because he was anxious to see Wang Musheng's family and was a little worried. As for Han Xiaosan, he glared at Yu Xiaogang and said loudly, tell me what's the matter. I'll take care of it for you. Yu Xiaogang's evil plan succeeded, and he quickly said to Han Xiaosan, Third brother, you have to do it for me and Wu Zizhu. He is Yang Yiyu. Yes, third brother, this kid is a martial artist. I can't be his match in one round. He is very powerful. Ning Wu added. Han Xiaosan snorted coldly, you are not ashamed to bring up your martial arts school's little tricks to make a fuss. After saying that, Han Xiaosan looked at Yang Yiyu with a cold face and said, Master Yun. You are so arrogant. Are you Yang Yiyu? After observing the expressions of Yu Xiaogang and Ning Wu at this moment, Yang Yiyu finally understood a little. It turned out that these two guys found someone with good skills and deliberately slandered me to deal with me. However, Yang Yiyu didn't care. He looked at Han Xiaosan with a smile and said, Yes, it's me, for sure. 5 of Wei Ren's group of 6 people were stunned. The remaining one held the wine bottle, looked at the mess around him, and then looked at Yang Yiyun, who was calm and collected, and the people around who were watching the fun. He wanted to cry but had no tears. He made a bitter face and gritted his teeth to drink the wine in his hand. However, he was stopped by Yang Yiyun. Okay, stop drinking. Wei Ren and the others are drunk as hell. If you continue to drink, we'll have to find someone to take them away. Is it okay for you to take care of the aftermath? No problem, the remaining thin man nodded repeatedly. As long as he was not allowed to drink, everything would be fine. In fact, he had a low alcohol tolerance. 2 bottles of beer were almost his limit. If he drank the bottle in his hand, he would definitely black out. Yang Yiyun smiled and stood up and said, "Let's go find a quiet place to eat something." I didn't eat a single bite, but instead drank a bellyful of wine. After this incident, no one was interested in staying any longer, and Yang Yiyun's proposal was agreed upon. After leaving the restaurant, Lu Lingling said, "Just tell me what you want to eat. I'll treat you today and you'll have a good meal." I didn't expect Wei Ren to do this. She felt a little guilty. It's none of your business. He is targeting me. Now that you have graduated, you might as well go to Gaodong famous food and eat old tofu. You may rarely come here in the future. Yang Yiyun said to a few people. Yang Yiyun didn't care about Wei Ren's deliberate prank on him today. He has always been low-key, but that doesn't mean he has no temper. If Wei Ren and the others hadn't teamed up to embarrass him today, he wouldn't have set a trap for them. 5 out of 6 people were drunk and knocked down, which was a slap in their faces. But I didn't care about it anymore. After graduation, we went our separate ways and might never see each other again, so there was no need to hold a grudge. When Yang Yiyun mentioned the name of the restaurant Gaodong Famous Foods, 5 out of 6 people said they didn't know. Instead, Yang Lin said, "Not far from the school, there is a restaurant that has been in business for 19 years. I heard that the old owner is from Gaodong, Shandong, so the name of the restaurant is Gaodong Famous Food. This shop has been with several generations of college students. It has a good reputation in several nearby universities. It caters to students. The ingredients it sells are the most affordable near the university town. It never raises prices randomly. I go there occasionally. You will like the old tofu made by our ancestral craftsmanship." After listening to Yang Lin, Yang Yiyun nodded and said, "Yes, when I was a freshman in college, I was short of money, so I often went to Gaodong Mingshi. Sometimes the old owner would give me free meal coupons. You may not believe it, but there are many students from poor families who can eat there on credit, but no one has ever defaulted on the bill." 19 years have passed, and the reputation of Gaodong's famous food remains the same. In the blink of an eye, we have all graduated. The old owner passed away 3 years ago, and his son took over the business after retiring. He still maintains the tradition left by the old owner, based on reputation, and never cheats students on the price of ingredients and drinks. The old tofu still tastes the same. Speaking of which, I haven't been there for 3 months. I really miss it. Come on, I know the old owner's son, and I'll treat you today." Yang Yiyun was very emotional. He had a deep memory of Gaodong's famous food. He had also bought food on credit at Gaodong's famous food when his living expenses were insufficient. "Now that you mention it, I really want to try it," Qian Xiaobei said with a smile. Yes, I'll go try it too. There aren't many reputable old shops now." Lin Huan agreed. "Is it that one?" Lu Lingling said, pointing to a red store. "Yes, that's right. It looks like the store has been upgraded," Yang Yiyun muttered. Several people walked in while talking. When I went in, I saw that the store had indeed been renovated and was brighter than before. There were 19 tables in the hall, and most of them were occupied. On the left wall, there is a message wall covered with small notes with various slogans written on them. Some of the notes have turned yellow, while some are new. These are the messages left by students who have come here to eat over the past 19 years. Yang Lin went straight to the message wall, picked up a pen and paper beside him and wrote a line of words on it. With him taking the lead, Yang Yiyun and the other 4 naturally would not be left behind, and each of them left a note with a message. When I walked over and took a look, Yang Lin wrote, "Damn campus, I finally left your cage." His message was not a message at all, but more like a curse. Qian Xiaobei's note read, "I am about to go to the west, and I hope I can meet a prince holding a long sword with a smiley face drawn on the back." This girl's thoughts are still full of fairy tale colors. She wants to study abroad just like Lu Lingling. Lin Huan wrote, "Will he know what I am thinking? What will he do if he knows that I like him?" It's obvious that Lin Huan is secretly in love with someone. Then came the message from the fake girl. In Yang Yiyun's eyes, this child was hopeless. He actually saw the note from the fake girl saying, "I hope my skin gets better and better." Obviously he is a boy, but he is walking further and further on the path of treating himself as a girl. Yang Yiyu is really worried that one day the transvestite will appear in front of him wearing stockings, lipstick, and chest out, and say, "Look, Yang Yiyu, I have finally become me." Thinking of this scene, Yang Yiyu couldn't help but shiver. Then, he saw Lu Lingling's note, which read, "He stole my heart that night, and I have him in my heart. I wonder if he can feel my heartbeat. I will miss you when I go there." After seeing Lu Lingling's note, Yang Yiyu's heart started beating wildly for no reason. He quickly lowered his head and wrote his own message. Yang Yiyu quickly wrote his message and posted it on the message wall. At this time, Lu Lingling was the first to look over, but when she saw Yang Yiyu's message, her face suddenly darkened. Lu Lingling had complicated feelings towards Yang Yiyu. Ever since they came back from Phoenix Mountain last time, Lu Lingling had suffered from insomnia for several nights. Finally, she realized that she liked Yang Yiyu. However, after seeing Yang Yiyu's message, Lu Lingling's heart suddenly turned cold. At this moment, her face was calm, but her heart was inexplicably aching. She saw the message from Yang Yiyu which said, "I must find her in this life." In this short sentence, the character, she, above has the radical, woman. Lu Lingling said bitterly, "It turns out that he already has someone in his heart. I have graduated, and it's time to put an end to my fantasies." Among the few people, Yang Yiyu did not notice Lu Lingling's abnormality. Only Lin Huan, a girl in the same class, carefully discovered Lu Lingling's depression, because Lin Huan saw the disappointment in Lu Lingling's eyes when she looked at Yang Yiyu just now. Lin Huan also saw the message written by Yang Yiyu. The expression on his face trembled for a moment, then returned to normal. At this time, a young man in his 30s came over and greeted Yang Yiyu from a distance with a smile. "Yunzi is here. Brother Jiang, give each of us a portion of old tofu." Yang Yiyu said with a smile, and then introduced to the others, "This is Jiang Bin, the son of the old shop owner." Yang Yiyu is a frequent visitor and is very familiar with Jiang Bin. "Okay, wait a moment, I'll do it myself." Jiang Bin said to a woman at the cashier counter and shouted, "Wife, pour tea for Yunzi and the others." The young couple inherited the old shop left by their parents. Jiang Bin made the ancestral tofu by himself, while his wife was in charge of the cashier in the front hall, and also hired a few waiters to help. Jiang Bin's wife is very beautiful and always has a smile on her face. This kind of face is born to attract wealth. She also knows Yang Yiyu, and came over to pour water and greeted, "Yunzi, you haven't been here for a long time. We're about to graduate, so you should be busy. Where's my sister-in-law Mumu?" Yang Yiyu asked with a smile. "I took Mumu to my mother's house. The store was being renovated some time ago, so I didn't have time to look after the child." Jiang Bin's wife looked very happy when she mentioned the child. After chatting for a few words, she went to do something else. At the table, Lu Lingling was drinking water absent-mindedly. Yang Yiyu felt nothing and told them how cute Jiang Bin's daughter was. Yang Yiyu was quite envious of Jiang Bin. After retiring, he inherited the old store left by his parents. After getting married, the couple gave birth to a daughter who was as cute as a porcelain doll. They are a very happy family of 3. The 6 people were drinking tea and chatting. After a while, the old tofu came up. It looked delicious and appetizing. However, except for Lu Lingling and Lin Huan who were eating absent-mindedly, everyone else said it was delicious. After eating and drinking, the group left. When they were leaving, Lu Lingling wanted to say something to Yang Yiyu, but in the end she didn't say it out loud. She actually wanted to ask, who was the "she" written in Yang Yiyu's message. But when the words came to his lips, he swallowed them back. Yang Yiyun saw that she was hesitant to speak, so he asked, "What's wrong?" "Nothing, goodbye," Lu Lingling said and left with Lin Huan and Qian Xiaobei. The moment he turned around, Yang Yiyu was puzzled by Lu Lingling's sudden indifference. Then he, Yang Lin and the transvestite went home separately. Sitting on the sofa, he thought of today's message. In fact, the "chi" in Yang Yiyu's message actually refers to his mother. He wants to find the cruel mother who abandoned him and his sister. Thinking about his parents, time passed by and it was 8 o'clock in the evening. Suddenly, his phone rang. After the call was connected, a hearty laugh came from the other end. "You Ancient Capital Hotel, Box 777, our family invites you to dinner." Facing the questioning of the third brother mentioned by Yu Xiaogang and Ning Wu, Yang Yiyu was not afraid at all and frankly admitted that he was Yang Yiyu. Han Xiaosan could only describe his expression in one word: crazy. The more this happened, the more Han Xiaosan believed that what Yu Xiaogang and Ning Wu said was true, that Yang Yiyu was a bully who bullied his classmates on campus. As a guard, Han Xiaosan has his own sense of right and wrong, and he is not critical of people but of issues. But Yang Yiyu's performance today was indeed arrogant, which made Han Xiaosan believe that Yu Xiaogang and Ning Wu were right. Han Xiaosan thought he was doing a good thing by beating up a school bully, and he didn't feel any psychological pressure. He narrowed his eyes, looked at Yang Yiyu and said, "Have you beaten them too?" Han Xiaosan pointed at Yu Xiaogang and Ning Wu and asked Yang Yiyu. Yang Yiyu nodded seriously, "Yes, I beat both of them." "Are you crazy?" Han Xiaosan clenched his fists as he looked at Yang Yiyu. Yang Yiyu naturally observed that the other party was about to attack. He was not afraid but rather interested. This young man, called a third brother by Yu Xiaogang and Ning Wu, gave him the feeling that he was a little stronger than Lu Shiqi and Li Dei. Since he started practicing Taoism, Yang Yiyu has almost never met an opponent, which makes him feel a bit lonely as a master. He hopes that this guy called third brother can give him some surprises. There is no need to rush to find Wang Musheng's family at this time. Anyway, it seems that there is no way to leave unless this matter is resolved. After graduation, Yang Yiyu also felt that the grudge between Yu Xiaogang and Ning Wu, which could not be called a grudge, should be put to an end. Since this guy called third brother is the helper hired by the two men, if they fight with him and knock him down, the matter will come to an end. Hearing the other party say that he was very crazy, Yang Yiyu smiled and said seriously, "Well, I should be a little crazier than you." "Very good, I'll let you know that being arrogant requires capital." Han Xiaosan snorted coldly and punched Yang Yiyu. He was basically certain that Yang Yiyu deserved to be punished. "So just start fighting." Facing the opponent's clean and powerful punch, Yang Yiyu remained calm. With a gleam of light in his eyes, he raised his hand like lightning and punched back, going head-on. When this third brother made a move, Yang Yiyu indeed felt that he was stronger than Li Dei. What surprised Yang Yiyu was that he felt a murderous aura from the young man, the same murderous aura as Wang Musheng's, but not as strong as Wang Musheng's. This means that the young man's hands were also stained with blood. Of course, Yang Yiyu didn't care about this at all. At the same time, he also realized that the profession this young man was training for should be a relatively special type of soldier. Bang! Crack! The two sides exchanged blows. As the fists collided, there was a sound of broken bones. A muffled groan came from the third brother's nose. It was naturally not Yang Yiyu who had broken bones. Although he looked delicate and tender on the surface, after training and tempering his body, every inch of his muscles and bones were extremely tough and full of explosive power. Although Han Xiaosan is a special guard, he is ultimately immortal. Although his physical fitness is far superior to that of ordinary people, he is no match for Yang Yiyu, a cultivator, so it is normal for him to suffer losses. After the two fists collided, Yang Yiyu saw the young man's face change drastically in an instant, and beads of sweat immediately covered his forehead. But what made Yang Yiyu look at him with admiration was that he just groaned without shouting, and had no intention of retreating. Instead, his face turned cold, and he stepped back and kicked forward, which was a side kick. The target was Yang Yiyu's waist. It was too late to dodge, so Yang Yiyu simply did not dodge and let him kick towards his waist. Anyway, his body had been tempered, so he could withstand the kick. He also thought to himself that this young man was a ruthless character. Even though his fist was broken, he didn't show any intention of retreating or fear. Instead, he kicked forward fiercely. It was because he had a little respect for the young man that when the other party kicked him in the waist and punched him in the chest, Yang Yiyun retracted some of his strength and showed mercy. Bang! The sound of fists and feet hitting flesh could be heard. Yang Yiyun was kicked hard by the young man in the waist, which made his waist numb, but it was not serious. His fist also hit the young man's chest. With one punch, he was knocked back 4 meters and hit against the wall of the corridor. Han Xiaosan groaned, the burning pain in his chest making him numb. He was extremely shocked. He never expected that this young man named Yang Yiyun had such amazing kung fu that he could defeat a dignified Qinglong special guard. Han Xiaosan could feel that the opponent did not seem to be using his full strength, and the punch on his chest should have been a mercy, otherwise his chest bones might have been broken. As a member of the Azure Dragon Guard, Han Xiaosan is very arrogant. In the dictionary of every member of the Azure Dragon Guard, there is only victory and death. He was knocked down by Yang Yiyun's punch and slammed against the wall. After the shock, he came to his senses, his eyes shining, and he clenched his fists, ready to fight to the death. He would not admit defeat unless Yang Yiyun knocked him down with one punch so that he could never get up again. As a member of Qinglong, no one would admit defeat. As for Yu Xiaogang, Ning Wu, and several young men around them, their eyes almost popped out at this moment. They never imagined that Han Xiaosan, the godlike third brother in their hearts, would be knocked away by Yang Yiyun with just one punch. Yu Xiaogang's face turned pale and he almost fainted from fright at Yang Yiyun's strength. He wondered in his mind whether Yang Yiyun would come after him to settle the score later. Ning Wu was not much better off. His third brother was knocked against the wall by Yang Yiyun's punch. He knew that he was doomed this time. Yang Yiyun's fighting power was so high that even his third brother, who was a special guard, was no match for him. Not only could he not take revenge today, he might even get beaten up by Yang Yiyun again. He thought to himself that if he could escape this time, he would definitely take a detour when he saw Yang Yiyun. He was truly convinced and afraid. Everyone was stunned. I've seen strong men, but I've never seen a perverted monster like Yang Yiyun. A man weighing over 100 pounds can be knocked out with just one punch. Even the heavens are not like this. Yu Xiaogang, Ning Wu, and others wailed in their hearts. Yang Yiyun raised the corner of his mouth, and ignored Yu Xiaogang and the others who were frightened. He stared at the young man who stood up from the corner. Seeing the fighting spirit in his eyes, he admired him more in his heart. This person has a belief that he will never give up. This is a guard, a true top guard. I was basically certain that the third brother mentioned by Ning Wu and Yu Xiaogang should be a special guard or something like that. Ordinary guards don't have such ruthlessness. What Yang Yiyun didn't know was that his interested look was seen as a provocation to him by Han Xiaosan. He stood up and roared, then rushed over again to fight with Yang Yiyun. At this moment, a loud and majestic voice sounded in the corridor. Stop. In an instant, Yang Yiyun suddenly saw that the young man's body stiffened. He also turned around and was immediately happy. It turned out that Wang Musheng had appeared beside them at some point. Just as he was about to greet Wang Musheng, he found that the young man quickly stood up, saluted Wang Musheng, and shouted, "Hello, Chief Instructor." What's going on?" Yang Yiyun was puzzled and said to himself. At this time, Wang Musheng came over with a dark face, looked at the young man and said, "Han Xiaosan, didn't I give you a holiday to go home and visit your family? Why did you fight with the guest I invited? Are you capable?" Only then did Yang Yiyun realize that the young man was called Han Xiaosan. No wonder Yu Xiaogang and Ning Wu called him third brother. What's interesting is that Yang Yiyun noticed that with every word Wang Musheng spoke, Han Xiaosan's body would tremble and beads of sweat would begin to roll down his forehead. He didn't know whether it was the pain from his broken bone or the fear of Wang Musheng. Anyway, at this moment, Han Xiaosan no longer had the ruthlessness he had before since Wang Musheng appeared. He was just like a mouse seeing a cat. Facing Wang Musheng's questioning, Han Xiaosan said hesitantly, reporting to the chief instructor, I came here to have dinner with some friends. I didn't know the chief instructor was here too. I didn't know this brother was your guest. Between us. Han Xiaosan couldn't continue talking here. If he had known earlier that Yang Yiyun was the chief instructor's guest, he wouldn't have dared to fight with Yang Yiyun even if he had 100 times the courage. I don't know how to explain it now. I can't say that Han Xiaosan believed his companions and used violence against Yang Yiyun, right? Now that Han Xiaosan knew that Yang Yiyun was the chief instructor's guest, he definitely was not the bully as Yu Xiaogang and Ning Wu said. He was definitely being used as a bully by the two of them. He really wanted to tear Yu Xiaogang and Ning Wu into pieces. Now facing the chief instructor's questioning, Han Xiaosan felt like he was being roasted by fire. At this moment, he didn't expect Yang Yiyun to step forward and say with a smile, "Uncle Wang, it's okay. There was a misunderstanding between me and this brother. I just wanted to spar with him because I was itching to do it." When Han Xiaosan heard that Yang Yiyun helped him out, his affection for Yang Yiyun instantly exploded.